In her previous life, she was rendered useless by her biased grandmother, timid, weak, and blissfully ignorant. The engagement arranged for her since childhood plunged her into the depths of despair. The demise of the Jian family led to their utter ruin, and she herself was sent to her doom by a cup of poisoned wine. Yet, heaven bore witness, and she was reborn, returning to the year of her betrothal. She vowed to tarnish the reputation of the scoundrel, to bring his family to ashes, and to ensure that all who had wronged her in her past life would pay a painful price. She would break off the engagement and marry the sworn enemy of the scoundrel from her previous life, tearing apart the various scheming relatives. All frivolous pursuits would be cast aside. She sought only vengeance and to build her own career, ensuring that her beloved family thrived while she enjoyed a carefree life. Initially intended as a means to humiliate the scoundrel, while seizing the opportunity to break off the engagement, she inadvertently attracted the attention of those she ought not to have provoked, ultimately being cherished as a treasure by the world's elite. Miss, the Wan family has come to discuss the marriage proposal. Congratulations, Miss. Auspicious tidings are near. The familiar voice jolted Jian Qingwan from a reverie. Sewer turning to behold the youthful yet familiar face. Jian Qingwan could hardly believe her eyes, reaching out to gently touch. The warm, soft sensation sent a shiver through her body. This was no dream. She had truly returned to life. Sewer, feeling inexplicably uneasy, noted that the young lady seemed off after waking, not quite herself. Sewer, did you just say the Wan family is discussing marriage? Jian Qingwan, disregarding her previous doubts, took a deep breath and tightly grasped Sewer's arm, speaking each word with clarity. If her memory served her correctly, the Wan family had come to discuss marriage shortly after her comingafage ceremony, which meant she had indeed returned to 8 years ago, to the year she was 15. Sewer nodded with a playful smile. Indeed, Mississippi. It has hardly been days since your comingafage ceremony, and the Wan family is eager to discuss your marriage with young Master Hong. You should not indulge in frivolities and must quickly prepare your dowry. Young Master Hong can hardly wait. In the past, Jian Qingwan would have blushed at such remarks, but now, she felt no inclination to indulge. Let's go. Miss, you cannot. This marriage discussion is a matter for the elders. How can a young lady? Jian Qingwan, shedding her usual delicate demeanor, dashed forward, her long skirt billowing behind her. No, she could not marry Wan Hong. Absolutely not. She and Wan Hong had been betrothed since childhood, a perfect match in the eyes of the world, with their families aligned in social standing. The Wan family, a scholarly lineage, boasted of Wan Hong's refined demeanor and talent, making him the ideal suitor for many young ladies in the royal city. She had once believed this too, but in truth, he was a beast in human guise. Wan Hong sought her hand solely for her substantial dowry and the influence of her family within the military and court, meticulously plotting from the start. The Jian family was framed as traitors, while he ascended the ranks, stepping over their corpses. On the day of the Jian family's execution, she had knelt at his feet, pleading for justice, only to receive a cup of poison in return. It was then that she realized his role in the annihilation of her family. She recalled him gripping her chin, saying, "Born of a martial family, yet you strive to appear delicate and refined, which is utterly repugnant. You lay in bed like a corpse, unlike Yin Yin, who is full of life. You flaunted the Jian family support before me, but now that they are gone, why do you still hold your head high?" At that moment, she was poisoned, racked with pain, filled with hatred, yet it was too late for regret. To match him as a scholarly husband, she had forced herself to learn poetry, music, and the arts, all the while longing to gallop across the fields, sacrificing her true desires for his ambition. As Jian Qingwan ran, her body trembled uncontrollably, nearly stumbling as she focused on the ground. Wan, even if the Wan family is discussing marriage, you need not be so hasty. A young lady should not be so eager. A pair of warm hands caught her, the voice laced with amusement. Elder brother. Jian Qingwan slowly lifted her gaze, tears brimming as she beheld her brother's face. Jian Jinya, flustered at her distress, quickly reassured her. What is the matter? Who has bullied my sister? It's all right, I won't tease you anymore. Elder brother. Jian Qingwan embraced Jian Jinya tightly, relieved that fate had granted her another chance. In this life, she would not allow the tragedies of the Jian family to repeat. She would make Wan Hong and the Wan family pay dearly. Jian Jinya, perplexed, gently patted her back while casting a keen eye toward the breathless Sewer. Sewer shook her head innocently, having no idea what was amiss. The young lady had been fine before sleeping. All right, Wan, tell your brother what is wrong. Elder brother, may I ask a favor of you? You must help me. Jian Qingwan wiped her tears, realizing her earlier impulsiveness. Even if she rushed in now, it would be futile. Their father, a man of his word, had long established the engagement, and with everyone unaware of Wan Hong's true nature, her sudden declaration to break the engagement would only lead to complications with the Wan family. This engagement had been arranged by her grandmother with the matriarch of the Wan family, and her grandmother would never allow any issues to arise. Wan, do not rush. Speak your mind, Jian Jianya urged, finally sensing his sister's distress. Elder brother, I do not wish to marry Wan Hong. I do not have time to explain. You must go to the front hall and say, there is urgent military business requiring father's attention. Sewer, you tell mother I am unwell. With their grandmother at her uncle's house, and both parents occupied, the marriage discussions could be temporarily shelved. Miss, Sewer exclaimed, thinking she had misheard. Jian Jinya looked incredulous, scrutinizing Jian Qingwan. Wan, this is no jest. Do you understand what you are saying? His sister had longed to marry Wan Hong, and now she wished to refuse. Elder brother, I will explain later. You must hurry. Trust me, I am not speaking foolishly or jesting. Please help me. As Jian Qingwan spoke, her tears flowed anew. If she told her brother now that Wan Hong was a scoundrel, he might not believe her, and given her brother's temper, he would demand clarity if he did. Jianya, your sister speaks with purpose. Marriage is a serious matter. The families have already made a pact. Today is merely a discussion of the wedding date. A few days' delay is inconsequential. Seeing your sister's urgency, you should heed her request and return to inquire further. The young man, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Gu Yeshi. Jian Qingwan had seen him from the start, but pretended not to notice. Gu Yeshi was the heir of the Rongwa Duke, a true scion of fortune, born of a royal family and the Duke of Rongwa. Unfortunately, it was said that he bore a curse, bringing misfortune to his kin. His mother had died at his birth, leading to his resentment from the Duke, who entrusted him to the old Duke for raising. However, the old Duke, having lost his own mother at a young age, doted on him, nurturing him into the most notorious rake of the royal city. Yet this was all a fraud. The so-called rake concealed immense potential, and had she not witnessed it in her previous life, she too might have been deceived like others. During the turmoil of the Five Kings, when the royal family faced imminent danger, he had risen to the occasion, restoring order with decisive measures, instilling fear in both court and populace. In the wake of the devastating floods in Yinzhou, he had stepped forward to manage the disaster and comfort the people, assisting them in rebuilding their homes in her previous life. She often advised her elder brother to limit his interactions with the person before her, which now seems rather laughable. Of course, her disdain for Gu Yeshi stemmed from another reason. He was the arch-nemesis of Wan Hong, a significant obstacle in Wan Hong's career and one of his rare rivals. Jian Jinya, upon hearing his friend's words, lowered his gaze in contemplation and sighed helplessly at his sister, Jian Qingwan. She was his only sister, and matters of marriage should not be trifled with. Generally, she was not one to act recklessly. Thus, he decided to acquiesce to her wishes for the time being. It would be best to clarify everything with your elder brother later, he remarked, beckoning the dazed Sewer to accompany him. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to his friend earnestly. Yeshi, regarding today's matter, I must ask you too. Rest assured, when it comes to a woman's reputation, I shall keep my lips sealed, Gu Yeshi replied with a smile, nodding in understanding without needing further explanation. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality today. Yingwu, please see Gu Gongzi out. Jian Jianya instructed his attendant before he departed, mindful that it was inappropriate for his sister to be alone with an outsider. As he watched Jian Jianya leave, Gu Yeshi was about to take his leave when Jian Qingwan called out to him. Gu Gongzi, are you still unmarried? Gu Yex's brows arched slightly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he nodded subtly. Miss Jian, to inquire about a gentleman's marital status. Is this an attempt to act as my matchmaker? Or perhaps, Miss Jian's reluctance to wed Wan Gongzi is due to her interest in me? Either option is valid. I could serve as your matchmaker, or perhaps I could offer myself instead. Miss, Yingwu gasped, utterly taken aback. Gu Yeshi, who prided himself on his charm, now found himself at a loss for words. If I were to break my engagement with the Wan family, would you be willing to accept my matchmaking on your behalf? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. With that, Jian Qingwan turned away, her heart racing as she summoned every ounce of courage. Finally regaining his composure, Gu Yeshi gazed at the retreating figure of the enchanting maiden, pulling a purple jade pendant from his waist. If that is the case, let us seal this promise. Will you accept this token? Jian Qingwan hesitated, her brow furrowing at the sight of the ornament being offered to her. She exchanged a meaningful glance with him, quickly averting her gaze, and after a moment's contemplation, extended her hand to accept it before departing. The fact that he casually gifted such a precious item was perplexing. He was indeed an enigma. Taking a deep breath, Jian Qingwan dismissed her thoughts. It seemed that in her quest to escape Wan Hong's shadow, she had inadvertently revealed a bold side of herself. Wan Hong, just you wait. I, Jian Qingwan, can elevate you to great heights, or I can ensure your utter downfall. My lord, was the banquet at the Duke's residence amusing today? Seeing his master emerge from Jin Manor with a slight smile and twinkling eyes, the ever-curious attendant Dai and inquired while preparing the carriage. Gu Yeshi glanced back and replied, whether the banquet was entertaining, I cannot say. However, someone has proposed a match on my behalf. A match? For you, my lord? Dai An's astonishment was palpable. The last time, when Empress Ling attempted to play matchmaker for him, he had publicly embarrassed her. Indeed, I found this particular match rather intriguing. Dai shuddered, unsure if he should take his master seriously. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he cautiously asked, and which young lady was proposed to you? You will learn of it in due course. Now let us go. Gu Yexi's enigmatic smile deepened as he turned and climbed into the carriage. Was his master intentionally toying with him? Dian, brimming with curiosity, chose not to press further, knowing that if his master wished to remain silent, no one could pry the truth from him. It is said that your family is engaged to the Wan family. Has the wedding date been set? It seems. For the time being, it cannot be arranged. Let us proceed. Dian lowered the carriage curtain, refraining from further inquiries. Having just returned from Suzhou, his master had been tasked with discreetly investigating the Wang of Suzhou, only to discover that the Wan family was secretly liaising with him. Given that Gu Yeshi had some acquaintance with the Jian family, he feared that the Jian family might be pulled into the Wan family's schemes in the future. It appeared that the Jian family had placed their trust in Gu Yexi's words. In truth, he had yet to relay the full story. The proposed alliance between the Jian and Wan families was, as Jian Qingwan had hoped, temporarily suspended. Jian Ho was deceived into leaving the estate, and Jian Jianya caught up with him to reveal the truth, inciting the Jian house fury as he took a detour back home. You foolish girl, how could you jest about military affairs? This is utterly unacceptable. Typically, Jian Ho was reluctant to speak harshly to his treasured daughter, but today he felt compelled to reprimand her for her apparent lack of understanding. Understanding her daughter's character intimately, Jian Madame Qi Mulan cast a discerning glance at her personal maid, Yun Yang, who promptly dismissed the servants. Wan, what on earth is going on? Jian Qingwan glanced at her mother, then at her furious father and her worried elder brother, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. Mother, father, brother, I assure you, I'm not being reckless. Wan Hong is not a suitable match for me. I know you may not believe me now, but I implore you to have faith in me. The room fell silent as they exchanged glances. Wan, what do you mean? Please clarify, has Wan Hong done something? If Wan Hong had wronged his sister, Jian Jianya would be the first to object. A mother knows her daughter best. Upon entering the room, Qi Mulan immediately sensed that her daughter's demeanor was amiss. Wan, there's no one else here. You can speak freely. If you have discovered something, if Wan Hong truly has ill intentions, do not hesitate to reveal it. Her daughter had been waiting to enter the Wan family since childhood, so such a sudden change must have a valid reason. Seeing her closest family members, Jian Qingwan could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. The once fearsome Jian Ho instantly softened. Why are you crying? This is a serious matter. I must understand everything clearly. All right. I won't be harsh with you. Just tell me what happened. And please stop crying. Qi Mulan and Jian Jianya exchanged exasperated glances. Why had they been so stern? Was their daughter truly so thoughtless? Jian Qingwan sniffled and wiped her tears. Father, mother, brother, I cannot explain everything in just a few words, but please trust me. Give me a little time, and I will show you what kind of hypocrite Wan Hong truly is and how the Wan family has been scheming against us. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to meet her father, Jian Mingzi's. Father, the Wan family has been secretly communicating with the Wang of Suzhou. At this revelation, Jian House's expression shifted dramatically. The Wan family was known for its integrity and had always maintained a respectable distance from political entanglements, which was one of the reasons the imperial family increasingly relied on them. If such communications were true, their conduct would be anything but honorable. How could the Wan family be so reckless? Wan, how did you come to know this? Jian Ho asked solemnly, scrutinizing his daughter closely. It was as if he barely recognized her. "Father, do you believe me?" Jian Qingwan countered, unable to provide the answer he sought. The Wan family and Wan Hong were meticulous and discreet in their dealings, and it was only after the Wang of Suzhou successfully returned to court and secured his position that it became apparent the Wan family had long been covertly aligned with him. Jianho studied his daughter in silence before finally nodding and gently patting her head. "You are my daughter, so I naturally trust you. Wan, after today, this matter must not be mentioned again. As for the engagement with the Wan family, I will consider it carefully, you need not worry." Jian Qingwan understood that while her father claimed to believe her, he would not fully accept her words. Yet, since he had said this, he would likely delay the wedding arrangements. That was sufficient as long as she was granted a little time. She would find a way to earn their trust and, at the very least, help them see Wan Hong for who he truly was. "Jianya, we have yet to ascertain the truth. You must not act rashly or confront Wan Hong about this. Do you understand?" Jianho was prudent, realizing that if his daughter spoke the truth, any inquiries would only complicate matters further. "Father, rest assured, I understand." Though Jianya was somewhat impulsive, he was not devoid of intellect. This matter seemed to extend beyond merely breaking off the engagement. It appeared to involve affairs of the court as well. Wan, do you comprehend what breaking an engagement signifies for a woman? The rumors outside may be quite unsavory, and it will be difficult for you to find another suitor thereafter. Qi Muyan gazed at her daughter with concern, fully aware that her daughter's words signified a resolute determination. Yet, even if they were to withdraw, this engagement had been arranged by the matriarch, and it would not be so easily dismissed. What if the gossip was unkind? Even if she were to remain unmarried for life, she would never allow herself to repeat past mistakes. She was determined to protect her family and ensure that Wan Hong would face consequences. "Mother, do not worry, I shall lead a fulfilling life in the future." Qi Muyan could only muster a faint smile. "Indeed, my daughter will undoubtedly thrive." "Father, Mother, regarding the matter of breaking the engagement, allow me to handle it myself, if you please. I assure you, I will not allow the Jian family's reputation to be tarnished. It is the Wan family that shall bear the disgrace." The Jian couple looked at their daughter in astonishment, sensing a stark difference from the gentle and obedient girl they had always known. Wan, is there something amiss?" "Father, I am quite well. There is nothing wrong. In the past, I believed that women ought to be gentle and submissive, but henceforth, I wish to embrace a different path. A fierce father does not produce a timid daughter. Our Jian family is a lineage of military leaders. Gentleness does not equate to weakness or ignorance. Father, Mother, regarding the matter of breaking the engagement, I have my own convictions. You need not worry." In this new life, she was determined to pursue a different way of living. Chapter 3. Trust me, brother Jian Qingwan had finally managed to temporarily convince her parents, despite their lingering doubts. After Jianya left with their parents, he quietly returned. "Sister, do you think Wan Hong has done something unspeakable behind your back? And, dear sister, even if Wan Hong is not worth much, you should not provoke Gu Yeshi. Brother, please calm down. Sit down and let us discuss this slowly. Suya, pour a cup of water for the young master, and close the door." Suya was still in a daze, unable to comprehend that her mistress was serious about breaking off the engagement with young Master Hong. Now, her brother was mentioning provoking Gu Gongzi. Seeing Suya in a stupor, Jianya took it upon himself to pour a cup of water and told her to wait outside. "Sister, are you trying to drive me to an early grave?" Jian Qingwan sighed at the sight. It seemed Yingwu had already informed him. "Brother, please listen to me. The situation with Wan Hong is not something I can explain clearly in a moment. To put it simply, both of the maidservants by his side are already under his control. This was something she had gradually learned after marrying into the Wan family. Who would have thought?" Jianya was first taken aback. Then he was furious, slamming the table. What a scoundrel! A scion from a reputable family, and yet he has not even brought his wife home and is already entangled with his maidservants. "Brother, do you believe me? How could I not question how a sheltered girl like you knows about such matters? Why should I believe you? You are my brother. You know my character better than anyone. I assure you, I am not the kind to exaggerate or stir trouble. Regardless of how I know this, if I say I want to break the engagement today, it is undoubtedly true. Wan Hong is a rogue." Jian Qingwan felt warmth in her heart. In her previous life, she had been so foolish, neglecting her closest and dearest ones, fixating instead on that beast, Wan Hong. It was truly a lapse in judgment. "Brother, thank you. Enough with the foolishness. Stop trying to distract me. Fine, Even if Wan Hong is indeed not worth much, you should not play games with your own future. Ingwu mentioned that you took the initiative. Jian Jinya reluctantly admitted. I must concede that Gu Yeshi is rather handsome and possesses both literary and martial talents. Seeing her brother's expression, Jian Qingwan couldn't help but smile. Brother, if you praise him so highly, wouldn't it be quite good for him to become your brother-in-law? As if he did not recognize her, Jian Jinya scrutinized Jian Qingwan. Sister, are you really saying such shameless things? Jian Qingwan chuckled. Brother, the Gu Gongzi you speak of is entirely different from the rumors. By the way, brother, he is clearly the heir. Why does he dislike being called heir? This is common knowledge. Gu Gongzi does not wish to be addressed as heir because he has no desire to become the heir of the Rongwood Duke's estate. If it were not for the old Duke. Why am I even discussing this with you? Do not go prying into such matters. Understood. I'm just curious. All right, give me the items he gave you, and I will return them to him. Do not provoke him again. Brother, I can see that your relationship with him is not just superficial. If he were truly a bad person, you would not have formed a deep friendship with him. People have many facets. He must possess a side that you admire. Rest assured, I'm aware of what I'm doing. What kind of person is Gu Yeshi? Jian Qingwan pondered. You used to dislike me associating with him. Regardless, you must listen to me. I will tell him that what you said today was merely a moment of folly, and to not take it seriously. Sister, even if you do not marry Wan Hong, we cannot act recklessly. To reassure her brother, Jian Qingwan nodded in agreement. What about the item? I casually tossed it into the pond on my way back. Brother, I am sorry. I will return that item to Gu Yeshi later. I still need to use it. Tossed it away? Jianya frowned. Fine. I assume you did so in jest. Ingwu only knew it was a piece of jewelry. So Jianya did not dwell on it further. Brother, regarding Wan Hong, please do not approach him until I have officially broken the engagement. Knowing that her brother would investigate regardless, she chose to mention the lightest matter to ensure her brother would be patient for her sake. Jianya clenched his fist and ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing him acquiesce, Jian Qingwan felt a sense of relief. After Jianya left, Jian Qingwan found herself alone in her room, needing to gather her thoughts and regain clarity. The familiar bed, the familiar chair, the familiar family. She had never felt such a deep attachment to her home as she did at this moment. She had never imagined that the person she had longed to marry since childhood would drag this family into the depths of despair. Reflecting on it now sent chills down her spine. No, the first thing she must do now is to break off the engagement. She needed to sever ties with the Wan family. With this thought, Jian Qingwan's spirit lifted as she took out the piece of jewelry Gu Yeshi had given her. Gu Yeshi, in her previous life, she had assisted Wan Hong in navigating the treacherous waters of the court, transforming the Wan family from a mere name into a formidable power. However, their ascent had not been without peril, often nearly falling victim to Gu Yeshi. Even when she died, although the Wang of Suzhou ascended to the position of heir, they still could not deal with Gu Yeshi. She remembered that before her death, Gu Yeshi had volunteered for border duty, but what happened afterward was beyond her knowledge. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She wanted not only to break the engagement, but to see the Wan family utterly collapse. She needed allies, and Gu Yeshi was a promising choice. She understood the risks of collaborating with him, yet she could not think of a better plan at this moment. Sue, the girl finally called her. Sue rushed into the room, filled with questions for her mistress, yet she was at a loss for where to begin. Sue, stop dawdling and fetch me 2 sets of men's clothing. Even after they had changed into men's attire, Sue still had no idea what her mistress was up to. Jian Qingwan wasted no time and led her out through a side door. The household staff were oblivious to what was happening. This was not the first time the young lady had left the house in such a manner, so no one stopped them. Young lady, where are we going? First to Linglong Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion, Jinsi Fabric Shop, Ingwu Pavilion, Gathering Treasure Studio, and finally Lioli Tower. They went from one shop to another, with Sue carrying a pile of items, trying to suppress her curiosity. Given that her mistress was about to break off an engagement, surely it was something serious. She thought, if it could make her mistress happy, she would hold her questions for later. They could shop for now. However, her mistress was not paying with silver. She was only using a piece of jewelry to settle the bills, and surprisingly, the shopkeepers recognized it. That aside, was this really a place for her young lady to visit? Young lady, let us hurry back to the estate. No matter what happens, we still have the lord and his wife and the young master. Please do not frighten Sue. Lioli Tower was a gathering place for scholars to discuss poetry and literature, predominantly frequented by men. You either come in with me or wait outside. Also, refer to me as young master. After speaking, Jian Xinguan stepped inside, leaving Su pale with fright, compelled to follow. As the fragrance of tea wafted around them, Jian Xinguan toyed with the jewelry in her hand. Gu Yeshi was indeed an enigmatic person. This piece of jewelry was said to have been bestowed upon him by the royal family at birth. While most people might be unaware, the shopkeepers at places like Linglong Pavilion certainly recognized it as a symbol of Gu Gongzi's status. She believed he would arrive soon. If they were to collaborate, she needed to demonstrate her sincerity. Chapter 4. The generosity of Gu Gongzi young master. These bills. Dian looked at the attendants bringing in the bills, his eyes narrowing as he observed his young master. It appeared that the young master had not instructed anyone to make purchases today, and all these items. Were they not for the young lady? Gu Yeshi cast a glance at the attendant delivering the bills, confirming that the person holding the jewelry was indeed a young master. In reflection, the esteemed guest is indeed present at the Lioli Pavilion. The pretense of requesting an account is merely a guise. The true intent lies in the subtle exchange of favors. The proprietor is astute, well aware that the exquisite ornament adorning young Master Gu is a royal gift, not to be casually bestowed. Either this guest shares a deep connection with Master Gu, or the provenance of the ornament raises suspicion. Gu Yeshi's captivating eyes flickered momentarily as he lounged lazily in the grand chair, a beguiling smile gracing his lips. Henceforth, should he wish to procure anything, allow him to do so freely, recording the expenses under my name. Dian, settle the bill for them. Dian was momentarily taken aback. The young master never parts with his ornament. Who, then, is this individual? A swift calculation reveals the total nearing 1,000 taels. Gu Yeshi chuckled softly. Did you not inquire about the person who would act as my matchmaker? Come, let us meet them. We mustn't keep them waiting. At this moment, Jian Xinguan sat in a secluded alcove on the second floor of the Lioli Pavilion, separated by a screen, listening to the lively commotion below. In her previous life, she longed to visit such places but was bound by the constraints of her status as a well-bred young lady. Adhering strictly to decorum, she scarcely ventured beyond the confines of her home. Her father had been a soldier in his youth, while her mother followed him into the fray, leaving her in the care of her grandmother. Her grandmother hailed from a scholarly lineage, possessing lofty aspirations. Had their fortunes not waned, she would not have married her grandfather. The grandfather, a man of martial prowess, had garnered wealth through his military accomplishments and was eventually honored as a general, only to perish on the battlefield. Her father inherited his father's legacy, becoming renowned for his valor and achievements, securing their noble household. Though her father held a prestigious title, her grandmother disdained him for his military background. Moreover, her father defied her grandmother's wishes to marry her mother, who came from a merchant family that her grandmother regarded with disdain. Raised under her grandmother's strict tutelage, her engagement was also arranged by her. The grandmother was exceptionally demanding, instilling in her the demeanor befitting a lady of a scholarly family and incessantly reminding her that failure to adhere to such standards would render her unworthy of Wanhong. In her youth, she perceived her grandmother's peculiar temperament as a consequence of her widowhood, only to realize now that her grandmother inherently looked down upon her parents, and, by extension, her. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed a smile directed at her from her grandmother. Young master, suis-je t'amènerai? Interrupting Jian Xinguan's reverie. Jian Xinguan cast her gaze downward and caught sight of a familiar figure at the entrance below, Wanhong. Their reunion felt like a distant memory. Young master, we should return now, Su suggested softly, sensing the chill emanating from Jian Xinguan. There's no rush. I'm awaiting someone, and they have arrived, Jian Xinguan replied, striving to temper her emotions and regulate her breathing. The Lioli Pavilion was a favored haunt for scholars, and upon Wanhong's appearance, he inevitably drew a throng of admirers. Gu Yeshi, who entered just a moment later, observed the scene with a hint of amusement, effortlessly locating Jian Xinguan amidst the crowd. Despite his lesser renown compared to Wanhong, his noble lineage commanded respect, prompting several young gentlemen to greet him. Young Master Gu, what a coincidence! Wanhong, clad in white, exuded grace and courtesy. Gu Yeshi returned the greeting with a slight smile, exuding an air of reckless charm. It was evident that Wanhong's presence heralded the emergence of a remarkable talent. Wan Hong narrowed his eyes, politely smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. I have an appointment and must take my leave. The crowd paid little heed, as those who mingled with the frivolous air of the national duke were likely of similar ilk. Wan Hong watched Gu Yeshi ascend the stairs before slowly diverting his gaze. Hong, I have heard you are to be wed soon. Has the date been set? You must invite us to celebrate. Certainly, Wan Hong replied with a smile. Taking a seat at the most prominent table on the first floor, a well-known spot reserved for him. Ah, young Master Wan, your loyalty and integrity are commendable. The lady from the Wu Ho family is indeed fortunate. Indeed, yet I have heard that Miss Jian is rather unrefined in demeanor and seldom makes appearances, which is quite unfortunate for you, my friend. Though the bonds of marriage are often dictated by family, this pairing seems quite mismatched. Gu Yeshi approached the alcove, noticing the seriousness with which Jian Qingwan listened, raising an eyebrow. Do you not feel wronged? Young Master Gu has arrived. Please take a seat. Jian Qingwan invited casually, her gaze unwavering. Suer, beside hier, was utterly stund. Mississippi has invited young Master Gu, the infamous libertine of the imperial city. This is disastrous. If anyone spots this, your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Even if you were to break the engagement, it should not be done like this. She quickly positioned herself beside Jian Qingwan, anxious to shield her from recognition. What a coincidence! Gu Yeshi remarked with a double entendre. Jian Qingwan gazed at the familiar figure below and softly replied, Indeed, quite a coincidence. Ah, to have one's fiancé disparaged so publicly. Yet Wan Hong remains composed. The time is not yet ripe. Observe, he has begun to speak. Jian Qingwan seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. No sooner had she spoken than Wan Hong rose. He gestured to the crowd in gratitude, as if acknowledging their critiques of his fiancé, before solemnly declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, I have come today to engage in literary discourse. It seems inappropriate to discuss matters concerning women here. Moreover, as a man of integrity, I must emphasize that my fiancé's limited appearances are due to her adherence to propriety. I kindly ask that we refrain from such discussions in the future. With a deft touch, he neither refuted the slanderous remarks nor failed to portray himself as a paragon of virtue. Young Master, one possesses a silver tongue. Gu Yeshi observed with a knowing smile. Jian Qingwan withdrew her gaze and gently pushed the ornament across the table towards him. As you have expended considerable effort today, I have prepared a substantial gift in return. Dian stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard as his gaze darted back and forth. Is this the young lady from the Jian family? Am I seeing things? Gu Yeshi regarded the ornament on the table, yet did not take it. A return gift? Young Master Gu, what do you think of the Lioli Pavilion? What connection does your return gift have with the Lioli Pavilion? Surely you do not intend to purchase it for me? Gu Yeshi jested, his gaze resting on Jian Qingwan as if anchored. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she lowered her gaze. You surmise correctly. I could indeed acquire the Lioli Pavilion, but its owner is unlikely to sell. Do you know who the proprietor of the Lioli Pavilion is? Might young Master Gu assist me with a small favor? Gu Yeshi finally ceased his playful banter, his expression turning unusually serious. I shall certainly do my utmost. You are a forthright individual, young Master Gu. I, however, wish not to cause Wan Hong any distress. The Wan family, known for their honor, is unlikely to withdraw from the engagement easily. This task, I believe, should not prove difficult for you. Chapter 5. Collaboration within the alcove. Silence reigned. Suer and Dian exchanged incredulous glances. Jian Qingwan clenched her fists, regulating her breathing. She too found herself at a loss for a better solution. Yet, she remained oblivious to the inherent dangers of dancing with wolves. I by chance encountered Miss Jian at the Wu Ho residence and was smitten at first sight, disregarding her existing engagement, which became the talk of the town. The Wan family, a paragon of virtue, places great importance on reputation. I, being infamous, have compelled the situation to unfold as it has. The Wan family will have to endure the withdrawal. Or perhaps the Jian family will graciously concede the engagement themselves. Mississippi, your strategy is truly impeccable. It has left a profound impression on me. It seems he regards her with a touch more respect now. With just a few words, he has gleaned her intentions. Jian Qingwan finally understood why the Wan family repeatedly fell victim to him. This plan was uniquely suited for the notorious Gu Yeshi, rendering it less conspicuous. The world often sees only the surface. Might young Master Gu be willing to assist with this endeavor? She understood that if he consented, he would further tarnish his reputation in the eyes of society. Yet she also recognized that he was indifferent to such judgments, which is precisely why she sought his collaboration. Guishi rested his chin on his hand, idly toying with the teacup, a subtle smile illuminating the room. When Jianqing Wan glanced over, she was immediately captivated by his smile, yet she hastily averted her gaze. Such an enchanting visage could undoubtedly make many women willingly forsake their reputations to pursue him. You would sacrifice your own name to break off an engagement. I have always cherished the delicate and beautiful, and assisting you in this matter is but a trifling task for me. However, do not blame me if you regret your decision when your reputation suffers as a result. Jianqing Wan's heart eased. He had agreed. As for reputation, in her past life, she had cared too much about it, which led to her downfall. Guishi now recognized her resolute determination to annul the engagement. What had Wan Hong done to make her so unwavering? Guanzi, the master of the Liuli Tower, was indeed part of the Wan family. This was one of her tokens of gratitude. At that moment, both Guishi and his servant were taken aback. The identity of the Liuli Tower's owner had long been a topic of speculation, a mystery within the imperial city, and despite previous inquiries, no clarity had emerged. The Wan family? Su-er, fetch the writing materials. The Liuli Tower was a haven for scholars and artists, and such items were always at hand. Yes, though Su-er was astonished, she remained composed, for she was not an ordinary servant, but one carefully chosen and trained by Madame Jian since childhood, adept in both domestic duties and martial arts. The atmosphere downstairs grew increasingly lively, as every time Wan Gongzi visited the Liuli Tower, exquisite works would emerge, and everyone was gathered to await his latest creation. Guishi observed silently, curious about her next move, grinding ink, rolling up her sleeves, and preparing to write. She watched as Wan Hong put pen to paper amidst the expectant gazes. The strokes flowed effortlessly, like clouds dispersing in the wind. With a single, fluid motion, he concluded his work. Gu Gongzi, I bid you farewell today. On the day I break off the engagement, I shall express my gratitude with generous gifts. Is that all? The paper on the table still bore wet ink. I am willing to assist, yet your words seem to suggest a transaction. I do not wish to commodify such romantic affairs. All I ask is that you do not forget to act as my matchmaker. And anything I gift you shall not be reclaimed. If you do not wish to keep it, feel free to discard it. Guishi cast a sidelong glance at the jade pendant resting on the table, a smirk playing on his lips. Is it not a transaction? Jianqing Wan's heart tightened. She sensed that he was not jesting. This was a precious item, and even with 100-fold courage, she would not dare to discard it. Uncertain of his intentions, she hesitated before bowing her head and turning to leave. Was seeking his collaboration a wise choice? Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. She had taken a step forward and could only proceed with determination. How grand it would be to have countless mansions, sheltering the cold and weary, standing firm against the tempest. Guishi gently recited the work left behind by Jianqing Wan. As his words fell, exclamations erupted from below. Wan Gongzi had produced yet another masterpiece. Everyone listen. Guishi turned to see Wan Hong, just finishing his piece. How grand it would be to have countless mansions. Excellent. Excellent. Wan Gongzi truly considers us humble scholars. The scholar's voice trembled with emotion, overwhelmed by excitement. Guishi and Dai exchanged bewildered glances. The spontaneous verses they had composed bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Looks like I must get to know this talented Wan Gongzi downstairs better. Carefully preserving Jianqing Wan's work, he observed her retreating figure through the crowd. His expression a mix of complexity. Miss, you have frightened me to death. How did you end up entangled with Gu Gongzi? Su-er felt as though she no longer recognized her own mistress. Outside the Liuli Tower, the street was abuzz with voices. Jianqing Wan regarded Su-er with tenderness, affirming that life was indeed beautiful, and in time, she would understand. Let us return home. In this lifetime, she would protect this foolish girl, for in her previous life, Wan Hong had subjected her to torment, leading to her demise. Miss, are you truly all right? No wonder you wish to break off the engagement. I do not know. Those scholars just now spoke ill of you, and Wan. He did not come to your defense. Su-er, lacking understanding of deeper principles, sent something awry. You are right. Let's go home. The poem she had just penned was the very piece that Wan Hong had showcased on the day they had set their wedding date. a work that would later gain widespread acclaim, elevating Wan Hong in the eyes of many scholars and greatly benefiting his future career. She had intentionally written it alongside him to reveal to Gu Yishi that Wan Hong's talents were suspect. Undeniably, he possessed skill, yet his heart lay elsewhere, rendering him incapable of producing such renowned poetry. The so-called persona of a talented scholar was merely a facade crafted by the Wan family, a means for Wan Hong to gain fame. She had once discovered a hidden chamber within the Wan residence, where an elderly man was confined. Those so-called masterpieces had originated from that very room. At that time, she had been powerless, and when she attempted to investigate further, Wan Hong had caught her, resulting in her complete loss of freedom, rendered deaf and blind. "Miss, are you cold? Is something amiss?" Suya asked. Worry etched upon her face as she observed her suddenly shivering mistress. "I am fine. I simply feel a bit chilly." Su'er looked at the sky in confusion. It was late spring, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze warming the air. "You must have something weighing on your heart, perhaps feeling cold inside." Chapter 6. Rumors and whispers. As night fell, sleep eluded Jianqing Wan. She instructed Su'er to bring a basin, tossing the half-stitched wedding gown and the collected poems of Wan Hong into the flames. "Wan, what are you doing? If you no longer want them, you could simply discard them." Unable to sleep and worried for her daughter, Madame Jian arrived to see the flames in the courtyard and sighed inwardly. What burden did this girl bear? What had Wan Hong done to hurt her daughter? "Mother, Su'er, tidy up and prepare a cup of calming tea for my daughter." "Yes." Su'er obediently retreated. Pooling her thoughts, Madame Jian took her daughter inside and sat beside her. Wan, can you share with me your troubles?" Seeing the concern and sorrow in her mother's eyes, Jianqing Wan felt her heart wrench. In her past life, she had not even had the chance to see her parents for the last time. "Good child, it's all right. If you do not wish to speak, we shall not press. Your father has said that if you are truly determined to break off the engagement, he will find a way to help you navigate this." Noticing her daughter's swollen eyes, Madame Jian's heart ached. Having been unable to raise her daughter herself in her youth, she had always felt a sense of guilt. The old matriarch had never looked favorably upon her as a daughter-in-law, treating Wan with harshness and indifference. Though she herself was unaffected, it pained her to see Wan, a girl from a prominent family, reduced to a state of timidity and self-doubt under the old matriarch's strict regimen. Jianqing Wan leaned against her mother, unaccustomed to the warmth of familial affection. "Mother, it is not that I do not wish to speak. It is that I know, but have no proof. In time, you will understand that my decision to break off the engagement is not a whim. Wan Hong is not a good man. If I were to marry him, it would not only bring me anguish, but also spell disaster for the Jian family." Madame Jian gently patted Jianqing Wan's arm. "I understand. However, my dear, you must also be prepared. This engagement may not be as easily dissolved as you imagine. Your grandmother will return in a few days. Isn't grandmother living comfortably at uncle's house?" Jianqing Wan paused upon her. Yes. She recalled that her grandmother had not attended her coming-of-age ceremony, citing health issues. Yet shortly after, she had returned hastily, bringing along her uncle's entire family, and even summoned her younger uncle's family back as well. Her uncle Jianming Zhong had always resided in the old manor of Duanyang, a mere 3 days' journey from the imperial city, while her younger uncle Jianming De, a minor official in Kuei City, considered himself a scholar and looked down upon her father, a military man. In truth, the position of my uncle, known as the Sesame official, is merely nominal. My grandmother returned this time after learning from Lady Wan that there happens to be a vacancy for a Hamlin Academy scholar. Though it is also a 9th-rank position, it involves duties right under the royal family in the imperial city. Lady Wan suggested that if the Wan family were to assist, they might secure it. Unbeknownst to my grandmother, her 2 most cherished sons, my elder uncle and my younger uncle, have been manipulated by the Wan family, becoming instruments to frame my father, ultimately hastening the tragic downfall of the Jian family. Their ignorance, arrogance, and selfishness have been exhibited to the fullest extent. In her letter, your grandmother mentioned that you have reached the age of marriage and that the Wan family is eager for an early engagement. This old lady, focusing on matters that do not concern her while neglecting those that do, thinks that with Wan's parents present, they would not be involved in their daughter's marriage arrangements, and that she must step in. After all, having accompanied her husband to battle, Qi Muyan possesses a temperament distinct from that of an ordinary lady. Jianqing Wan inwardly scoffed. recognizing that their concern for her marriage was merely a pretense to pave the way for her elder and younger sons, whom she favored most. They seemed to forget that the comforts she has enjoyed over the years and her noble title were all earned by her own efforts. Mother, it matters not. Even with grandmother's return, this marriage has been settled for Wan Wan. You and father need not worry about it. Mother, if I may speak frankly, although we are family, it is crucial that my elder and younger uncles regard us as such. If they come, you must not be as generous as usual. Do not forget, the possessions in this marquis's residence have no relation to them. They are your dowry and father's gifts. We must avoid nurturing ungrateful wolves. Qi Mulian gazed intently at her daughter, having never seen her so calculating before. In the past, she was solely devoted to her studies in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, ignoring worldly matters and never inquiring about the household affairs. To put it plainly, aside from matters concerning Wan Hong, she showed no interest in anything else. However, witnessing her daughter in this moment, Qi Mulian felt an unexpected joy. Silly girl, you need not concern yourself. Your mother is not foolish. My dowry is not for anyone to covet. It all belongs to Wan Wan. Mother, that is not my intention. All right, I understand. It is getting late. You should rest early. Qi Mulian spoke a few more words, watching as Jian Qingwan drank her calming tea before leaving. Perhaps it was the effect of the tea, or perhaps she was genuinely exhausted, but Jian Qingwan finally fell asleep. The matters Jian Qingwan mentioned lingered in Jian Ho's mind, prompting him to discreetly investigate. However, he found little to suggest any wrongdoing on Wan Hong's part. He never frequented brothels, was cautious in his friendships, and had no vices, rather possessing an abundance of virtues, earning widespread admiration. By day's end, Jian Ho felt somewhat unsettled. Setting aside his concerns about Wan Hong, he found it equally challenging to uncover anything regarding the Wan family's dealings with Suzhou. Madam, do you think someone is scheming to disrupt Wan Wan's engagement? Is that why she has heard such nonsensical talk? That night, Wan Hong was speaking privately with his wife. Qi Mulian, however, had different thoughts. My husband, our Wan Wan is not foolish. If she were not certain, she would not be so resolute. She has dreamed of marrying Wan Hong since childhood. How could she be swayed by mere words from others? My husband, no one is perfect. I had not thought much of it before, but now that I hear you speak, I suspect that Wan Hong may indeed have some issues. Consider it. A vibrant young man with not a single flaw to be found. Doesn't that seem a bit unsettling? After hearing his wife's words, Jian Ho began to ponder. Indeed, our Wan Wan has just come of age. There is no need to rush the marriage. Let us observe closely. However, your mother is coming. She is eager for Wan Wan to marry into the Wan family, fearing this match will slip away. Yes, Mother's sudden return has caught us off guard. My husband, for Wan Wan's sake, we must remain firm and delay if we can. That child, I see, is quite determined. Perhaps she truly has a plan. As the couple conversed, night deepened. Qi Mulian astutely noted that her daughter was indeed resolute, stirring up quite a commotion even before the old lady's arrival. Suddenly, a rumor spread through the imperial city. Jian Qingwan, the young lady betrothed to young Master Wan. I caught the eye of Gu Yeshi. Who is Gu Yeshi, you ask? He is the infamous dandy of the imperial city, renowned for his numerous romantic entanglements, and his residence is filled with beautiful women. Nevertheless, this has only made him the object of admiration for many young ladies. Not only does he possess striking good looks, but he is also the heir of the Duke of Ronghua, born into nobility. Although the Duke does not favor him, the old Duke dotes on him, and the royal family holds him in high regard, frequently inviting him to dine at the palace or to partake in hunting and summer outings. In an instant, countless young women across the city were heartbroken, for Gu Yeshi was not jesting. He boldly approached the royal family despite the existing engagement. Chapter 7. Wan Hong's Fury Preposterous. This is utterly outrageous. Within the palace, the royal family, who usually looked upon Gu Yeshi with affection, was now infuriated. The palace attendants knelt, afraid to raise their heads. They could scarcely believe their ears. Was this not madness? Knowing well that the young lady of the Wuho residence was already engaged to young Master Wan, how could Gu Yeshi dare to act so recklessly? The Wu family is a house of merit, while the Wan family is a revered lineage. Before the royal family, under the imperial authority, Gu Yeshi remained unperturbed. Your Majesty, if you disallow it, then so be it. Why such fury? Take care of your health. If you do not permit it, then Yeshi will not marry her. The Gu family does not rely on me for heirship. Listen to this. Is he not fanning the flames? This is sheer audacity, taking advantage of the emperor's favor to act with impunity. However, the absurdity of this situation is beyond comprehension. No matter how favored he is, the emperor would never agree to such a thing. In a fit of anger, the royal family calmed themselves and waved for the attendants to withdraw. Sitting on the couch, they glared at the kneeling Gu Yeshi. You rascal! What nonsense are you up to this time? Speak, what is the meaning of this? Gu Yeshi, whose mother was once the emperor's most beloved princess, was naturally cherished and cared for by the royal family. But how much can mere affection allow him to enjoy such privilege for years? Perhaps even more than the emperor's own grandson? Gu Yeshi quickly stood, grinning as he approached. In the entire court, perhaps only he would dare to behave so audaciously. Your royal grandfather, this is not mere folly. Not folly? What do you mean by this? The royal family glared at him, feigning ignorance of Gu Yeshi rising. I'm merely being helpful. Although Wan Hong appears serious, I witnessed him behaving inappropriately with my maid. To marry the delicate flower of the Jian family to him would be akin to pushing her into a fire. You have some nerve. Helping others? Your actions have jeopardized the engagement between the two families. Do you think the young lady will not resent you? A girl's reputation is at stake. If no suitor wants her because of you, you will bear the consequences alone. I will not concern myself with your affairs. You have crossed the line this time. Young men are often impulsive. Is it not normal for them to have a few romantic escapades? Are you not known for your own dalliances? The royal family chastised him, fully aware of their grandson's nature. They suspected there was more to this than met the eye. What was this rascal truly scheming? Gu Yeshi rubbed his nose. Consequences? I have already given my token to the young lady of the Jian family. You gave the token to the Jian girl? You scoundrel. You can't just give that away. When do you intend to enter the court? Why are we back to discussing that? Your royal grandfather. I came here today for the Jian girl's matter. Just tell me, will you agree or not? I'm not jesting. Hearing Gu Yeshi mention this again, the royal family felt a surge of anger, eyeing their grandson suspiciously. Agree? Am I to become a foolish monarch? Explain clearly what is happening, you rascal. You're not trying to escape the engagement by causing this ruckus, are you? What if the Jian and Wan families were to break off the engagement? Would you agree then? The audacious young man dared to provoke, but I shall warn you. Should you continue with your mischief, you shall see how I deal with you. The imperial family glared at Gu Yeshi, who, feeling it was time to retreat, took a few steps back and bowed. Your Majesty, if I am to marry, let it be the daughter of the Jian family. If you do not permit this, then do not press me to marry at all. It is not that I am unwilling, but that you do not consent. With that, before the imperial family could respond, he bowed and swiftly exited the scene. The only remaining attendant, Chief Eunuch Guoha, sighed quietly. In all the realm, it seemed only the son of the Gu family would dare to behave so insolently before the imperial family. This audacious youth was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, spouting such reckless words. How has Gu Yanqing been educating him? If he does not rein him in, what kind of person will he become? Guoha lowered his head, contemplating that this was not merely the issue of the old Duke Gu. Was it not the imperial family's indulgence that had fostered such behavior in Gu Yeshi? Outside the palace, Dian was drenched in cold sweat. Sooner or later, he feared that his master's sudden actions would lead to calamity. There were countless ways for his master to help Miss Jian withdraw from the engagement without causing such a ruckus. Gu Yeshi nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it is rather significant. The effects should be noteworthy. How have your inquiries fared? Dian shook his head. I have gathered some information. Miss Jian lives a secluded life and has not recently met with Wan Hong. There are no leads from Wan Hong's side for the time being, though many scholars have been visiting the Wan residence. As for the Lioli Tower, Dian detailed what he had discovered, while Gu Yeshi listened intently, his brow furrowing in silence. What was the nature of that poem? Dian, please gather the poems and essays that Wan Hong has circulated over the years. Additionally, send the basket of fresh fruits that arrived at our residence this morning to the Wuho mansion. Be ostentatious about it. Do not fear anyone knowing. Having promised to assist, one must do so with utmost diligence. Within an hour of Gu Yeshi leaving the palace, news began to circulate throughout the imperial city. Young master, Miss Jian is utterly disreputable. She is unworthy of you and behaves shamelessly, casting you into ridicule before the entire city. The Wan family received news almost immediately. with two of Wan Hong's personal maids fanning the flames of anger. Wan Hong clenched his teeth in fury. Before we are even wed, I am made a laughingstock. That wretched Jian Qingwan. If it were not for the engagement already in place, would I be marrying someone so beneath notice? Recalling Jian Qingwan's timid demeanor, he never imagined she would possess such audacity. Young master, we have also heard that just now, young master Gu sent a basket of imperial fruits to the Wuhou mansion. It is said that these fruits are imperial offerings, with only 3 baskets in total. What methods has that Jian girl employed? The maids, Chunhua and Qiuyue, were deep in conversation when Madame Wan entered with a stern expression. Silence. If I hear you gossiping in front of Hong again, beware of your skins. The 2 maids trembled and immediately knelt. We dare not. Get out. Madame Wan, still fuming, cast a cold glance at the 2 girls as they quivered out of the room. Turning to her son, her expression softened slightly. I've warned you multiple times. These 2 vixens are restless and will cause trouble sooner or later. Before your marriage, you must send them away. Honger, regardless of what the outside world says, you must remain calm. Wan Hong's face was a stormy shade of blue. Mother, after such a disgrace, no one would bat an eye if we withdrew from the engagement. I never wanted to marry that Jian Qingwan. Honger, do you not understand the reasons behind our family's engagement with the Jian family? Do you think your feelings matter? Your father, and I know this is a hardship for you, but when our family rises to prominence, you shall have your choice of brides. Your father has heard the rumors and specifically sent me to tell you not to act impulsively. The old matriarch of the Jian family cannot raise a proper daughter. Once you are wed, you will have the upper hand. If the Jian family has any sense of shame, they will understand their debt to us. Madame Wan laid out her and her husband as plans, urging her son to endure the current humiliation. However, the situation escalated, showing no signs of abating. With Wan Hong's pride, having been publicly humiliated before even marrying, it was hard to believe he could maintain his composure. Chapter 8. Why is he helping you? Wan, speak honestly. Is it because of Gu Yeshi from the Duke's residence that you suddenly wish to withdraw from the engagement? Looking at the items sent from the Duke's residence, and then at her daughter, Jian Mingji's chest heaved with anxiety. Do not rush. Let Wan explain. This sudden turn of events shocked Qi Mulian as well. When had her daughter formed any connection with the son of the Duke? Gu Yeshi had only come to their residence once. Then why not speak up? This has already reached the imperial family. Jian Ho, clutching his chest, stared at his daughter with wide eyes, as if trying to peer into her thoughts. Jian Qingwan had not anticipated Gu Yeshi would escalate matters to such a degree. Father, please do not panic. Let me explain. Jian Qingwan did not wish to keep secrets from her parents, but she feared that if she disclosed her intentions too soon, they would obstruct her plans. You must clarify this at once. Before Jian Ho could settle into his seat, he pressed for answers. Jian Jianya was equally anxious, gazing expectantly at his sister. Qi Mulian had already sent away all the servants, leaving the small hall occupied solely by the 4 of them, while Yin Yang and others stood guard outside to prevent anyone from intruding. Father, mother, brother, this was all my doing. I requested young Master Gu's assistance to facilitate the withdrawal from the Wan family. Jian Qingwan succinctly explained the situation, though she was somewhat taken aback by Gu Yeshi's bold approach. She had never imagined he would cause such an uproar before the imperial family. What? Wan, what did you say? Help! The family stared in disbelief at the usually obedient Jian Qingwan. With a sigh, she spread her hands. I cannot think of a better way to resolve this matter before grandmother returns. Although young Master Gu's methods were a bit exaggerated, the outcome is what I desired. Should grandmother return now, this engagement will be nullified. Even if the astutely calculating Wan Jingji and his wife could swallow their pride. Given Wan Hong's temperament, any further provocation would likely lead to an outburst. Jian Ho surveyed his daughter with astonishment, unable to fathom how she had devised such a plan to withdraw from the engagement. Wan, how could you be so foolish? Now that this has escalated, even if you sever ties with the Wan family, what will you do afterward? When the old matriarch arrives, there be chaos. Our branch has only you as a daughter, while the 3rd branch has several daughters. This engagement could affect them all, though rumors suggest Gu Yeshi is enamored with you. The words of others may be unkind. Silly girl. Qi Mulian was frantic. Wan, tell me truthfully, why did young Master Gu agree to help you? Jian Ho, initially furious, began to calm down and sense something amiss. Yes, Wan, why would Yeshi help you? What did you even ask him for assistance? Jian Jianya was equally confused. He had heard that his sister and Gu Yeshi had only met once, and the exchange had been brief. Did that rascal conceal something? Jian Qingwan did not wish to reveal her private meeting with Gu Yeshi at the Lioli Tower. She feared her parents would be unable to bear the truth. Regarding Gu Yeshi's willingness to help her, she speculated it might stem from his disdain for Wan Hong. On the day Gu Yeshi visited their residence, she had been at her wit's end, unable to devise a better solution. Mother, do not worry. Let the rumors circulate. Once the storm passes, they will be forgotten. Besides, after withdrawing from the engagement, I do not intend to marry again anytime soon. Let others say what they will. She had no intention of marrying again, so she did not care about the opinions of others. What nonsense are you spouting? What girl would not wish to marry? My dear child, why are you so impatient? Even if your grandmother were here, your parents would find a way for you. Now that things have escalated to this point, it seems you have no choice but to concede. How could you? Oh dear. Lord Jian sighed heavily, stamping his foot. What is this madness? I shall seek out Gu Yeshi. How can he allow his sister to behave so recklessly? This is his sister we are talking about. If this matter becomes public, how will Wan ever venture outside again? After speaking, Jian Jianya turned and rushed off, having no time to spare. Jian Qingwan could only watch her elder brother depart helplessly. Well, since Gu Yeshi has stirred such a commotion, he must have some intentions behind it. Sooner or later, my brother will confront him, and I trust he will handle it well. Wan, you surely have heard of the reputation of the Gu heir, haven't you? Even if you seek assistance, you cannot turn to him. Qi Mulian was lost in thought, pondering what to do and worrying about Wan's future. Would the royal family and the Gu family blame them? The Gu heir is the most cherished grandson of the royal family, the heir of the Duke of Rome. His marriage has already been carefully considered by the nobles, and Wan is thinking far too simplistically. Jian Qingwan sighed inwardly. If it were not for the reputation of Gu Yeshi, she would not have sought his aid. Now that we have reached this point, you must stay at home obediently for a few days. Since it is rumored that the Gu heir has taken a liking to you, let us refrain from making any moves and observe the reactions of the royal family and the Duke of Rome. Hopefully, nothing untoward will arise from this. After this matter settles, I shall have your mother accompany you to your maternal grandfather's house for a while. Fortunately, it is not too far from the imperial city. Lord Jian was already calculating in his mind. If this situation arose from the Gu heir's infatuation, he could present himself as a wrong party before the royal family and the Duke of Rome. However, if this was instigated by his own daughter, Father, I truly fear nothing. The pressing matter is that I wish to break off the engagement with the Wan family. Father, shall we place a wager? Even in such circumstances. She speaks of wagers. Jian Mingji gazed at his daughter in disbelief. What shall we wager? Regret washed over him as he asked. A family of scholarly reputation holds their esteem in high regard. Having brought shame upon the Wan family, when do you think they will come to annul the engagement? Lord Jian's anger surged. This foolish girl still has the presence of mind to ponder such matters. Do not fret. It will come soon, just as you wish. Could it be that this girl is possessed? No, the Wan family will not come to annul the engagement within 3 days, or perhaps they will not even propose it. The Wan family will wait and see how the royal family and the Duke of Rome respond. If there is no movement from them within 3 days, the Wan family will come to negotiate the wedding date, using the excuse of keeping their promises, and they will leverage their position as the aggrieved party to gain some advantage in this marriage. Father, if Wan is correct, will you believe her words? The Wan family has never had good intentions towards the Jian family. The possibility of the Wan family enduring this embarrassment while continuing to acknowledge the engagement is indeed frightening. This situation appears absurd, yet it serves a dual purpose: to break the engagement and to alter the perception of the Jian family towards the Wan family without any evidence. Lord Jian and his wife exchanged glances. Though it seemed unreasonable, there was a semblance of logic to it. The Wan family, despite their emphasis on loyalty, would undoubtedly react with displeasure to such an incident. Moreover, Wan Hong is the pride of the Wan family. How could they allow him to suffer such humiliation? If what Wan said is true, they must give it serious thought. Chapter 9. And so, it is a stone cast into water creates ripples. Not only did the Wan family and the Jian family erupt in chaos, but the Duke of Rome's household was equally tumultuous. However, Gu Yeshi was unlike others. The people within the Duke's residence dared only to discuss the matter privately. Excluding the old Duke and the current Duke, no one would openly address it. Father, tell me, how many outrageous things has he done over the years? If not for his infamous reputation, he would be nearly infamous by now. And now, he has committed such a ridiculous act. If this is not properly managed, it will lead to a great calamity in the future. Guyeshi stood outside the old duke's study, listening to the familiar voices with a cold sneer. He pushed the door open and entered. If you are so worried about your son bringing trouble to the duke's residence, you might as well send him away. After all, you have plenty of sons. The door swung open abruptly, and both father and son turned to look. Duke Gu Bingren's face was contorted with rage as he trembled, pointing at Guyeshi while looking at the old duke. Father, listen to the nonsense this scoundrel is spouting. The old duke, with his graying hair, looked up from his chair at his grandson, exasperated. You are becoming increasingly reckless. Are you intending to deny your own grandfather? Do not forget that you are the heir of the Duke of Rome. Are you truly trying to drive this old man to his grave? Grandfather, please calm down. I was wrong. He spoke without even glancing at the duke. Noticing Guyeshi's softened demeanor, the old duke's expression improved significantly as he shot a sidelong glance at his son. Very well, this is indeed a matter of Yeshi's youthful folly. It is inevitable that he would lack discretion. As his father, you have been too lax with him, merely criticizing without guidance. Now leave. Duke Gu Bingren was left speechless, his chest constricted with frustration. This always happened. No matter how much trouble this rascal caused outside, the old man would always indulge him. Angered, he hurriedly saluted and exited, resigned to the fact that he could not control his son. Both of you have met too soon. Now, tell me, what has happened this time? With the duke gone, the grandfather and grandson spoke more casually. Guyeshi sat down leisurely and replied, It's just as I mentioned 2 days ago. I inadvertently discovered that the Wan family has dealings with the Wang family. You understand the implications, and Jinya is close to me. He has only this one sister. If the Wan family truly has ulterior motives. So, you're helping the Jian family's daughter, but there was no need to resort to such tactics. This is a last resort. The matter has yet to be clarified. By causing such a ruckus, you have left the girl with no way out. The old duke's expression turned serious. It does not matter if you face ridicule. You'll not have trouble finding a bride. Is that why you gave her the ring? The emperor and you have been pressing me for a marriage. It would be the same no matter whom you marry. At least the Jian family has a simple background and good family values. Guyeshi spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The old duke's composure faltered. He stood up, eyes wide as he scrutinized his grandson. Young man, are you serious? Is the ring truly gone? His heart raced as he realized it was indeed missing. Do not pull others into your misfortune. And you are serious? How does the Gu family daughter appear? How old is she this year? What is her temperament like? What do you mean by pulling others into misfortune? Guyeshi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You're asking so many questions at once. Which shall I answer first? As for her character, others' words hold little weight. You should see for yourself when the opportunity arises. For now, our immediate concern is to assist her in breaking off the engagement. Everything else can wait. How can we wait? A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. What if the Wan family truly annuls the engagement and the girl, in a moment of despair, does something foolish? You must act swiftly and personally discuss this with Lord Jian. The old duke's face brightened as he realized his grandson was finally willing to consider marriage. Everything else could be worked out, regardless of how the situation unfolded. The most critical thing for the old duke was that his grandson was willing to marry, fearing he might change his mind. So you no longer wish to marry some princess or county lord? Guyeshi's eyes glimmered mischievously. This matter was, in fact, advantageous for him as well. A true win-win situation. The old duke waved his hands repeatedly. I believe the Jian family is quite suitable. I am sure the girl is not lacking. Those princesses and county lords are well and good, yet they require the young man's willingness. Presently, there is a suitable candidate. The old duke was unconcerned about such matters. The Duke of Rome is already exceedingly wealthy. The marriage of the duke's heir is not merely a matter of embellishing the family name. Wait, the Jian family has yet to annul the engagement with the Wan family. No, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Old Su, go inform the lady of the house and extend an invitation to the women of the Jian family to come to the residence for a flower appreciation event. The purpose of this gathering is not the focal point. Rather, it is imperative that the Jian family comprehends the stance of the Guogong residents. Furthermore, we must stoke the flames, urging the Jian family to swiftly retract their engagement. To outsiders, the old Guogong may appear somewhat befuddled. Yet only he truly understands the character of his own grandson. Were the Jian and Wan families united in their sentiments, or if their children were genuinely enamored, he would not behave in such a manner. Manager Su momentarily found himself at a loss, initially anticipating a reprimand from the old Guogong, but instead, chaos ensued. It seems that a great spectacle is about to unfold. A flower viewing? The esteemed matriarch of the Guogong residence seemed somewhat bewildered and unclear about the situation, causing the Gu family to feel increasingly flustered upon receiving the invitation. The news spread like wildfire, with various households scrambling to find excuses and connections to join the Guogong residents for the flower viewing. The chatter was incessant, creating quite a commotion. It appears that this time, young Master Gu is truly serious. Indeed, even the matriarch has gotten involved. It has been years since she last sent out invitations. Rumor has it that this flower viewing banquet is specifically organized for Miss Jian Qingwan, and it is being hosted under the auspices of the matriarch, making Miss Jian quite the celebrated figure. Unexpectedly, it seems that the military household is not entirely devoid of intellect. The daughter of the Wuhou residence is certainly no ordinary individual. Such tactics are not simplistic, especially considering the existing engagement with the Wan family. Truly impressive. Poor young Master Wan. As rumors proliferated, they reached the Wan family, inciting their collective wrath. How outrageous, such blatant provocation. Upon hearing the news, Madame Wan was nearly overcome with rage, unable to voice her grievances towards the Guogong residents, instead directing her fury towards Jian Qingwan. And this invitation? The attendant beside her held the invitation from the Rome Guogong residents, momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed an egregious affront. How could the Guogong residents commit such an absurdity? This flower viewing banquet is common knowledge throughout the imperial city, and yet they dared to send an invitation to the Wan family. Go, the Guogong residents dares to extend the invitation, and I, as Madam, still shan't attend? Madame Wan clenched her teeth, her cheeks twitching with indignation. As for why the Guogong residents would be foolish enough to send an invitation to the Wan family, it is evident that some individuals thrive on chaos. One can only imagine the commotion that will ensue at the Guogong residence 3 days hence. The old Guogong initially intended for his wife to find a reason to invite the Jian family matriarchs for a visit, but it unexpectedly evolved into a grand flower viewing banquet. Chapter 10. The bond between mother and daughter. The Jian family received the invitation from the Guogong residence, leaving Lord Jian and his wife momentarily bewildered. The gilded invitation, issued in the name of the Guogong matriarch, rendered their absence untenable. This coveted invitation had become a hot potato within the Jian household. My lord, what do you think the Guogong residence intends by this? Lord Jian furrowed his brow. Everything was too sudden. Just as the news broke, an invitation arrived. He took the invitation from his wife's hands, glanced through it, and slowly raised his gaze to his daughter. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, you shall accompany your mother to the banquet. Wan, speak truthfully to your father. What is your relationship with young Master Gu? Father, it is precisely as I have said. Rest assured, nothing will come of it. Jian Qingwan hastily interrupted her father, fearing he would overthink the matter. She, too, was secretly astonished. The unexpected invitation was beyond their plans. What exactly has Gu Yeshi done? Father, in 3 days, I will accompany mother and Wan to the banquet. Lord Jian regarded his son and nodded after a moment, passing the invitation to Qi Mulian. Very well, my lady. Since we are to attend the Guogong residence banquet, we must not neglect our manners. Prepare well with Wan. Rest assured, my lord. However, mother will arrive the day after tomorrow, should we. Upon thinking of the impending arrival of the matriarch, Qi Mulian felt rather conflicted. The matriarch loved attending such gatherings, yet she would arrive just a day prior to the banquet. Upon hearing this, Jian Qingwan quickly stepped forward to embrace her mother. Mother, grandmother has traveled a long way. She must rest properly upon her arrival. Let's not trouble her with the banquet. The Guogong residence invites many distinguished guests. It would be inappropriate for grandmother to engage in such socializing. The implication was clear, and Jian's mother immediately understood. Look at me. I am not as considerate as Wan. The journey is arduous for the elderly, and she should not be overexerted. Socializing at the banquet is indeed taxing. My lord, I shall respond to the invitation. The matriarch was known for her pride. The scale of the Guogong's flower viewing banquet was high, and given her temperament, she might inadvertently offend others. Wan, accompany your mother in preparations. Jian Qingwan understood that her father had matters to discuss with her elder brother. watching her mother and daughter depart. Lord Jin lifted his gaze to his son. You did inquire. Speak, what is truly happening? Jianya glanced around and replied in a low voice, Father, let us speak in the study. Upon reaching the study, Jianya promptly closed the door. Father, there is no need to worry about Wanwan. It is indeed as she said, and Yeshi's willingness to assist is related to the matter discussed with Wanwan that day. Recently, Yeshi visited Suzhou and coincidentally discovered that the Wan family seems to have clandestine dealings with the Wang family from Suzhou. He specifically went there to give a warning, and just as he was about to speak, he fortuitously encountered Wanwan. So, Wanwan's assertions are mostly true. How did she come to know this? Lord Jian's expression turned grave. Such matters are certainly shrouded in secrecy, and he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. His son had not explicitly stated it, yet he understood. Why would the Guogongs e'er venture to Suzhou? And how fortuitously did he uncover the Wan family's connections with the Wang family? Father, let us not dwell on how Wanwan came to know. We must proceed with caution. With grandmother's arrival, it will be prudent to keep her from becoming too closely involved with the Wan family. As you have said, we are a family of military officials, and we must not be entangled in the struggles for the throne. Whether or not the Wan family truly has dealings with the Wang family, we shall heed Wanwan's advice and observe whether the Wan family comes to our door. If they hold back, this engagement must be retracted. Furthermore, regarding that Wan Hong, that scoundrel has been seen with 2 maidservants in his quarters. Jianya's temper flared as he spoke. What did you say? Wan Hong has kept concubine maidservants? Lord Jian could hardly believe this revelation. The Wan family was a scholarly lineage, a house of repute. How could he keep concubines before even marrying? Father, I too was incredulous at first, but this is absolutely true. How outrageous! No wonder Wanwan is so resolute about calling off the engagement. She must have discovered this, correct? Lord Jian slammed his hand on the table. What a scoundrel Wan Hong. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. After expressing his anger, Lord Jian quickly regained his composure. Did I not instruct you to be prudent? Why did you not heed my warning? If the Wan family truly has connections with the Wang family and discovers that we are investigating them, do you realize the danger we may face? The Crown Prince is in frail health and may not last 2 years. The princes who have already been granted titles are bound to harbor ambitions. It is evident that they are plotting something through clandestine dealings. Rest assured, Father, I'm not so reckless. It was Yeshi who informed me. Father, Yeshi is not as he appears. While he could be somewhat absurd in his actions, Lord Jian raised his hand to silence his son. Foolish boy, if he thought like others, he would not allow you to associate with him. Let alone, I cannot believe that the air raised by the old Guogong could be so lacking. It is clear that the engagement with the Wan family must be annulled, but afterward, Wanwan's prospects for marriage will be fraught with difficulty. Lord Jian sighed heavily. It is indeed challenging for a woman to rescind an engagement and then find another suitor. Father need not worry. I will achieve success and provide support for Wanwan in the future. Regardless of whom she marries, I assure you, no one will dare to belittle her. Jianya spoke earnestly, his words carrying the weight of a young man's promise. Lord Jian patted his son's shoulder approvingly. Well said. Meanwhile, Jian Xingwan accompanied her mother to respond to the invitation. The reply was penned by Jian Xingwan, clearly stating that she and her mother would attend the banquet. When your grandmother arrives, she will surely be displeased. Watching the post being sent out, Qi Mulian couldn't help but let out a sigh, her expression heavy with thoughts. Jian Xingwan observed her mother's troubled demeanor and gently took her hand, saying, Mother, let us take a walk. Very well, Qi Mulian replied, forcing a smile as she glanced at her daughter. Are you worried about your grandmother? You silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Your grandmother is our elder. If she comes to stay at the Ho residence, we must show her proper respect. While honoring our elders is indeed correct, what if the elder lacks propriety? That would be foolish filial piety. Mother, my grandmother has been too busy to return since I reached marriageable age. Now she suddenly announces her visit. In my view, it is not solely for my marriage but also for my beloved cousins. Consider this. I have been betrothed since childhood, yet my cousins' marriages remain unarranged. Are they not concerned about missing their prime years? My grandmother has long planned to find suitable matches for them in the imperial city, aiming for advantageous marriages. Qi Mulian was taken aback, staring intently at her daughter. Are you saying your grandmother intends to bring the entire first branch along? Does she think matchmaking is so simple? What does she consider an advantageous marriage? If so, Why did she not arrange matches for the first branch with the Wan family back then? Surely, if we are to discuss marriages, we must involve the parents. What? Is the entire first branch coming? Your grandmother did not mention this in her letter. Not only the first branch, but the third branch is also arriving soon. However, in this lifetime, they must not bring misfortune to the Ho residence. Mother, if I am correct, promise me that I may attend to them. Just say, you have been unwell lately and are having me learn to manage the household. Chapter 11. The malicious intent of the Wan matriarch. The flower viewing banquet at the Duke Rong's residence quickly became the talk of the town. Young master, the invitations were sent out at the behest of the madam. Tomorrow, our residence will be quite lively. I've gathered that both expected and unexpected guests will attend. Not far outside the imperial city, Gu Yeshi, who had been absent for 2 days, halted his horse to listen to Diane's words. Gazing towards the imperial city, Gu Yeshi smirked and scoffed. She seems to enjoy the chaos. Has she also invited the Wan family? Diane hesitated before nodding. Young master, it seems so. This grand affair, you cannot imagine the rumors circulating in the city these past few days. The madam has gathered the Jian family's daughters and the Wan family's women together in one banquet. I can hardly bear to think about it. Has the Jian family responded? Gu Yeshi inquired lightly. They have. The Jian family's young lady is quite bold, indeed. Our madam would relish your notoriety. Hoping for a scene at the banquet. As Gu Yeshi cracked the whip and urged his horse into the city, Diane expressed confusion, but it is the Duke's residence, and involving the young master could reflect poorly on us. She has always sought to create trouble for me, wishing for all to witness that I, Gu Yeshi, am unworthy of the title, while her son is fit to be the heir of the Duke Rong's residence. That is merely her one-sided wish. The young master was born to inherit. There is no question of a second son. Diane believed the madam was merely chasing after what does not belong to her, destined for disappointment. The young master does not covet the title, yet grandfather wishes to avoid letting the Duke Rong's residence fall into their hands. Let us return for now and observe tomorrow. Wait, young master, is that not the Jian family's young master? Diane pointed to a figure near the city gate, seemingly awaiting someone, accompanied by several horse-drawn carriages. Gu Yeshi glanced over and confirmed it was indeed Jian. What esteemed guests does the Wuho residence host that requires Jian Gongzi to come personally? Young master, shall we greet them? Not necessary. They have guests, and it would be improper to intrude. Let's move on. Diane acknowledged with a soft "oh," not pursuing the matter further, as they were headed to the Duke's residence and would naturally pass by the Wuho residence, hoping the young master might converse with Jian Gongzi along the way. Gu Yeshi slowed his pace, feeling a twinge of curiosity. At the city gate, Jian was momentarily taken aback. His parents had sent him to greet his grandmother, but he did not expect the entire first branch to accompany her. Unsure of what to say, he led them toward the Ho residence, pondering why such a large family had come to see off his grandmother, and sensing an uneasy feeling as they appeared to be laden with gifts. Grandmother, this imperial city is indeed bustling. The third daughter of the Jian family's first branch, Jian Qingxin, who adored excitement, found her eyes overwhelmed with sights upon entering the city, chattering incessantly. Accompanying the matriarch in a carriage were the second daughter, Jian Qingyi, and the fourth daughter, Jian Qinghua. Jian Qingyi, quick-witted and sweet-tongued, was the matriarch's favorite, while the other two received slightly less affection. However, compared to Jian Qingwan, the matriarch was quite fond of these two granddaughters. Third sister, lower the curtain. We do not want others laughing at us for being inexperienced. The matriarch cast a satisfied glance at Jian Qingyi and nodded. You two should learn from your second sister. This is the imperial city, the heart of the realm, where decorum and etiquette are paramount. Be mindful. Yes, grandmother. The three granddaughters obediently responded, seeing them so well behaved. The matriarch finally revealed a hint of a smile. She maintained her appearance well, though she often wore a stern expression and dark colors to convey seriousness. Her hairstyle was meticulously arranged, giving her a polished, yet intimidating aura. In truth, she was quite unapproachable. As the carriage rolled along, it suddenly came to a halt before reaching the Ho residence. Who has blocked our way? The couple from the Ho residence had sent their son to greet them to prevent any unforeseen complications, hoping to delay the external rumors. As the flower viewing banquet was to take place the next day, after the banquet, they would discuss matters with the matriarch. Yet, trouble arrived unexpectedly, as the Wan family intercepted them. An elderly woman presented a waste token from Wan Fu and bowed towards the matriarch's carriage, saying, "Madam, I serve the Wan family matriarch. Upon learning of your arrival in the city, she sent me to deliver a letter." The serving woman outside the carriage immediately passed the letter inside. Everyone knew that the Wan family matriarch and their old lady were close friends, and the two families had even arranged a marriage. The date was nearly set. It seemed the Wan family matriarch had sent someone to deliver a letter out of affection before the formal visit, requesting that I convey her regards, stating that she would visit soon. Once the letter was delivered, the serving woman took her leave. Her demeanor was not particularly respectful and could even be deemed rude. This scene unfolded before Gu Yeshi, who had been trailing not far behind. "Young master, it is a member of the Wan family. This is quite intriguing. They stopped us to deliver a letter, and I overheard that the matriarch of the Jian family is inside the carriage." Although the young master had stated he would not disturb Jian Gongzi, it was clear that he was quite interested in the Jian family affairs, prompting Dai into eavesdrop. The Jian family matriarch and the Wan family? It seems this letter carries more weight than it appears. Let us follow and see. It conveniently aligns with our path. Dai nodded with a smile. When has the young master ever been so unpredictable? At the city gate, Jian Jianya, upon seeing the first branch, instructed Yingwu to head back to the residence to inform them. Upon learning that the first branch had accompanied the matriarch, Chimulian's first instinct was to look at her daughter. Indeed, her daughter had been right, and a sense of discontent brewed within her. For her daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, she had sent someone to invite them. Yet the matriarch had used the excuse of not being able to attend, only to arrive now with the entire first branch. Was it truly as her daughter suspected, that this was all for the marriage prospects of the first branch's daughters? Was a matriarch truly so biased? Why does mother not say a word? "Madam, quickly instruct the servants to prepare several rooms." "Father, there is no need to rush, since it was not mentioned before. Perhaps uncle's family is merely here to bid farewell to grandmother and will not stay for long." "Father, mother, Wanwan is grown up. Let her take care of uncle and aunt this time." Jian Qingwan discreetly gave her mother a meaningful glance, relieved that she had already mentioned it to her. Qi Mulian, already feeling disheartened, naturally complied with her daughter. "My lord, Wanwan is indeed no longer a child. I've been unwell these past few days, so let this girl learn to manage the household. I will guide her from the side. Our Wanwan is grown up, but there is no need to rush." "Father, leave it to Wanwan. Did they not say they would be arriving soon? Come, let us go to greet them." In her previous life, the cousins from the main branch, relying on grandmother's favor, lingered in the Marca residence, employing all sorts of schemes to secure advantageous marriages, ultimately tarnishing the reputation of the Marca residence. As a result, father was also affected in the court. When the Wan family framed the Jian family, there were few in the court willing to speak up for father. Many things start with small matters. In this life, she would not allow them to harm the Marca residence. Chapter 12. The Trouble Arrives. Back then, when I wanted to take this girl to Duanyang, her mother was unwilling to let her go. Now look at this. It's a disgrace. What could the letter from the Wan family's matriarch possibly say? It would be nothing more than rumors about Gu Yeshi and Jian Qingwan, and how much her precious grandson was wronged. It would also state that the marriage was arranged by the two old sisters, and now she cannot explain to the Wan family. What a disgrace. No wonder they were so eager to intercept us on the street. I have lived a long life, but now, in my old age, I am left with no face to show. The matriarch, who had always valued her reputation, was utterly humiliated by this letter. "Grandmother, what has happened?" The three granddaughters were initially stunned and did not react. After a while, Jian Qingyi, mustering her courage, asked in a small voice. The matriarch, clutching the letter tightly, remained silent, her face turning ashen. She was truly furious, her teeth chattering. She could not bring herself to speak, fearing that it would taint her granddaughter's ears. The Marca residence was just ahead, and Jian Jianya had no time to warn them. The Wan family was truly ruthless. Who knew what was written in that letter? "Grandmother, we have arrived." The carriage stopped, but the matriarch did not move. The three sisters from the main branch cautiously accompanied her. The matriarch took a deep breath but remained seated. "Mother." At the entrance of the Marca residence, Jian Ho immediately went to greet the carriage, but there was no movement. Instead, the people in the carriage behind had already disembarked. "Father." Jian Jianya quickly approached and whispered a few words to Jian Ho. Jian Ho stopped, turned, and instructed his wife to take the daughters to the hall. He knew his mother's temper all too well and was afraid she would lash out at the daughters at the entrance. "Mother, we have arrived. It was a long journey. Let me welcome you into the residence." Although Jianfu was puzzled, she still followed Jianho's instructions and turned to go back. Jian Qingwan had a rough idea of what was happening. She patted her mother's hand and said, "Mother, it would be impolite to go in without her. Let's go and greet grandmother." She then stepped forward. Wan. On the way here, the Wan family intercepted the carriage and handed a letter to grandmother. I could not stop them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed difficult to act rashly. Jianya, seeing his sister did not move, quickly explained, "Father must be afraid that grandmother will cause a scene at the entrance. Brother, it's fine. It is better if it happens. This way, there will be no room for reconciliation. After all this trouble, I do not want it to end in vain. Reputation, it is indeed valuable, but it can also be worthless. In this life, I want to live with clarity." The carriage curtain opened, revealing the matriarch's livid face. She was about to speak when she saw Jian Qingwan approaching. The pent-up anger finally burst. She still has the nerve to show her face. Jianho, turning and seeing his daughter had not gone in, was also somewhat flustered. "Mother, let's discuss this inside. She is not ashamed to leave the residence, so why should I, an old woman, be afraid to speak? She has no shame, but I must bear it for her? Should I pretend I know nothing and let others laugh at the Jian family for having no manners and raising such a disgrace?" Jianho's face also turned grim. "Is it proper for mother to shout and scold at the entrance of the marquis residence? Grandmother, what has Wan done wrong? Wan was taught by you. How could she be so wrong?" Jian Qingwan stepped forward, her face stern as she faced the matriarch. "Even if she is labeled as unfilial, so be it. Should she endure this humiliation for the sake of a false reputation? You." The matriarch was clearly taken aback. She had never expected her granddaughter, who had always been timid, to speak to her so boldly in public. "Grandmother." Seeing the matriarch nearly faint, Jian Qingyi quickly helped her out of the carriage. "Oh, what's going on? Everything was fine on the way. Mother, what is the matter?" Wan, no matter what, if grandmother scolds you, it is for your own good. There must be something you did wrong. How can you speak to your grandmother like that? Jian, look at how this girl has upset mother." The main branch's wife, Dai Wei, who had just stepped out of the carriage, immediately began to scold. Dressed in dark green, with several golden hairpins, she seemed to want everyone to know of her wealth. What is happening? Jian Mingzhong, the eldest son, also stepped forward. Though middle-aged, he still dressed like a scholar and, with a stern face, asked what was going on. "Father." Grandmother was upset by Wan. Jian Qingxin was about to tattle, but her second sister stopped her. "Father." Grandmother was angered by a letter from the Wan family on the way. "We do not know what it said." Jian Qingyi successfully diverted her father's attention to the letter in the matriarch's hand. In the carriage, she had been curious, but the matriarch did not speak, and she did not dare to ask further. Now, she could finally find out. From the matriarch's words, it seemed that Wan had done something disgraceful, and the Wan family was here to complain. The marriage between the Wan family and this cousin had always been a thorn in her side. The matriarch had once wanted to betroth her to Wan Hong, but a letter? What letter? Jian Mingzhong looked at the matriarch. The matriarch, with a dark face and trembling hands, seemed unable to speak, allowing her granddaughter to support her. "Yes, grandmother, as soon as you entered the city, the Wan family intercepted the carriage and handed you a letter. What could have been so serious that it angered you so much?" Jian Qingwan, knowing full well, asked. She was not afraid of the matriarch. The Wan family wanted to disrupt the Jian family, and they were using such tactics. They were afraid the matriarch would find out too late. Well, let everyone know the true nature of the Wan family, who, like a common woman, could not wait to spread rumors. Why did they not come to the marquis residence to ask directly? It has been almost 3 days since the incident, and the Wan family has not made a move. Do they really not care? You wretch, you still have the nerve to stand here, you. The matriarch, seemingly revived, regained her energy. "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, let's discuss this inside." Jian Ho and Qi Mulian, seeing the growing crowd, wanted to get everyone inside as quickly as possible. "Mother, let me see. Eldest brother, there is nothing that cannot be said in front of others. Let me see what the Wan family wrote that angered mother so much. And this girl, eldest brother, how did you raise her? It is unbecoming and disrespectful. We have been standing here for so long, and she has not even greeted us." Jian Mingzhong, acting like the head of the family, took the crumpled letter from the matriarch. After reading it, he turned red with anger and threw the letter at Jian Ho. "Eldest brother, is what is written in the letter true? It is truly the height of shamelessness. For a woman already betrothed, she actually Seeing how the eldest son of the Jian family so openly humiliated her husband in public, Qi Malian, who had been enduring silently, could no longer hold back. Elder brother, this is the Marquis's residence. The Marquis is a martial Marquis personally appointed by the imperial family. Even if you are the elder brother, you cannot treat our Marquis with such disrespect. A letter, the source of which is unknown, with who knows what filthy language, has caused our family to lose face in public. The Wan family is a family of scholars, known for their upright conduct. Could this letter possibly have come from the Wan family? For the sake of a letter of unknown origin, elder brother, mother, you reprimand and blame us without even inquiring. Do you consider us family at all? Qi Malian, hands on her hips, had decided to abandon all pretense of dignity. She could not bear to see her daughter and her husband being humiliated in front of her. Had they asked for her opinion? Had she agreed? Her scathing remarks about the Wan family, along with her rebuke of the matriarch and the eldest branch of the Jian family, left Marquis Jian and his children, Jian Qingwan and her brother, dumbfounded. Jian Qingwan swallowed. Her mother had preemptively said everything she was going to say, who was the one who had been counseling her to endure and be patient all along. But it was truly satisfying. Chapter 13. Taking the initiative, sir. Marquis Jian's wife is indeed formidable, Diane, watching from a distance, said, swallowing nervously. Gu Yeshi glanced at him. Marquis Jian's wife has accompanied Marquis Jian on military campaigns, so naturally, she is different from ordinary women. But she, I believe, had planned to do this from the start. Otherwise, she would have entered long ago. I wonder what she will do next. This younger sister Jian is quite different from what I had heard. The crowd gathering in front of the Jian residence was growing, and everyone loves a spectacle. You, after she has done such a disgraceful thing, you still stand here defending her? Who would dare to impersonate the Wan family in public? Can you say that what is written in the letter is not true? The matriarch, having recovered from her shock, pointed at Jian's mother and questioned her fiercely. Just as Qi Malian was about to respond, Jian Qingwan gently tugged at her sleeve and picked up the fallen letter, reading it carefully as if she were an outsider. This matter has been circulating in the capital for several days. During this time, the Wan family has not inquired at all. Father and mother said that the Wan family, being a family of scholars, is clear-sighted and fair. Grandmother, you truly arranged a good match for me. It turns out the Wan family does care. If that is the case, why do they not come to inquire? I have a clear conscience, and I have nothing to hide. Why must it be like this? Jian Qingwan said, beginning to wipe her tears. You speak so lightly of it. After committing such a scandalous act, the Wan family has the right to speak. This is a sin. The matriarch grew more and more agitated. This wretched girl still had the nerve to claim innocence in front of her. Could the Wan family have made up such a thing? Jian Qingwan knelt before the matriarch. The Wan family, without asking for the reason, assumes that I have brought shame to their family, disgracing young Master Wan. If that is the case, why do they not come to break the engagement? Grandmother also believes the letter from the Wan matriarch without asking. Even if I defend myself, it is in vain. But I will not accept it. Today, I will make it clear. If the Wan family does not trust me, then I will not the news spread like wildfire throughout the city, causing a commotion that rendered the streets impassable. Such audacity! How dare they show their faces? Upon hearing the news, old lady Wan nearly fainted from rage, while Wan Hong wore an expression of disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. Chapter 14. The accusation, my lord. The Jian family has gone too far. This marriage has already wronged Hong. Mrs. Wan seethed at the news from outside, anger and indignation boiling within her. The Jian family had committed such a scandalous act, and yet dared to approach the Wan family. Truly, the world is full of surprises. In a fit of rage, Wan Jingji shattered the teacup in his hand, lamenting his wife's foolishness. Why not just endure the situation until after the marriage, then teach them a lesson? Wanda Ren pounded the table in frustration, exclaiming that women are prone to causing trouble. Mrs. Wan pursed her lips, recalling how her husband had compromised their son for the sake of the Poole family's assets and the Jian family's newfound military influence. Was it not enough that Jian Qingwan had committed such an affront? Old Lady Wan, feeling sympathy for Hong, resolved to use Jian family matriarch's hand to discipline that girl. But was it wise to act on impulse? All their careful plotting over the years had now unraveled with a single letter. If they withdrew, they could reconsider their strategy later. Mrs. One was also stifling her anger. Do you not understand, woman? Do Do you have any idea how much trouble this marriage's withdrawal will cause? Wang Jingji paced back and forth in agitation, barely noticing the shards of porcelain beneath his feet. Mrs. Wang began to speak again when a young servant rushed in with urgent news. My lord, my lady, the Jian Marquis has come with his entire family to our doorstep, requesting an audience. Show them in, my lord. Even a clay statue has its pride. Wang Jingji's invitation ignited Mrs. Wang's fury. The Jian family had the audacity to impose themselves, and yet her husband remained so courteous. Father, you need not involve yourselves. I shall meet them and directly annul this engagement. With a grim expression, Wan Hong stepped into the hall. Qing Wan had brought him such disgrace, and now they had the nerve to demand an explanation. If the engagement were to be broken, it would be he who did it. Stop. Do you really think that after causing such a ruckus, there is any room for negotiation? Do you believe they came merely to break the engagement? They arrived with your grandmother's letter to confront us. Where is the evidence for these rumors? Without proof, it is mere slander. Do we intend to summon young Master Gu to testify? Slender? She has committed such shameless acts that the entire city is aware, and she dares to claim we slander her? Who does she think she is? Mrs. Wan's chest heaved with indignation as the invitations from the Duke of Ronhua's residence felt like slaps to her face. To suggest slander. Did she truly believe that Jian Xingwan was so enchanting that young Master Gu would fall for her at first sight? What woman had he not encountered? Were it not for Jian Xingwan's underhanded tactics, could she have ensnared young Master Gu in such a manner? She had even sought favor from the imperial family. Yet, Mrs. Wan, though seething, refrained from openly defying her husband, choosing instead to bide her time and unleash her wrath on the Jian family later. However, Wang Jingji sought to keep matters from escalating, while Jian Xingwan was determined to publicly disgrace the Wan family. What? Refusing to enter the estate? Wang Jingji looked incredulously at butler Wan Lufang, who shared his indignation. My lord, in my humble opinion, the Jian family is shameless. We should simply expel them. Has the Jian Marquis come as well? Yes, the entire Jian family has arrived, and the crowd outside has swelled. They are unashamedly dragging the Wan family into this mess. The butler was visibly agitated. Mrs. Wan could no longer contain herself. Drive them away. What is the Wu Hofu? Jian Mingji, riding on a modicum of military merit, has forgotten who he is and dares to bully our family, thinking he has found a shield in his daughter-esque connections with young Master Gu. That young Master Gu is nothing but a debauched playboy, merely indulging a fleeting interest. Madam, mind your words. While the Jian family was a new power in court, the Duke of Ronhua's residence was not to be trifled with. My lord, Mrs. Wan fumed. Her family had always thrived, never having faced such humiliation. Her maternal family, the Yin family, was a well-established and influential clan. Since the Jian family refused to enter, they would go to confront them. Wang Jingji, a man of deep reserve, showed no outward signs of anger, but his calmness only heightened the tension. Bring forth the engagement token with the Jian family. Hunger, you must join me. Mrs. Wan followed her husband. If they were to break the engagement, it would be done publicly. She was eager to see whether the Duke's residence would accept a woman publicly rejected, perhaps even deem her unworthy of becoming a concubine. This time, Wang Jingji did not stop his wife. Is this too much, my lord? At the Wan estate, a crowd had gathered, and Qi Mulian was not afraid of anything else. The one most affected by this turmoil would be her daughter, for the world was inherently unjust toward women. Mother, I have no regrets. Regardless of the outcome, I stand firm in my actions today. Jian Xingwan understood her parents' concerns and wished to convey that she was fully aware of her choices. Thus, she could bear any consequence. Jian Marquis said nothing, patting his wife's shoulder, standing tall as Wang Jingji approached. As long as their daughter knew her resolve, that was sufficient. Jian Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Jian Marquis, Wang Jingji sighed heavily, feigning politeness to invite them into the estate. Jian Marquis responded with a slight bow, but made no move to enter. Vendaring, Yin Mingxi, Administratsfoldmen. I will speak plainly. Recently, there have been rumors, and I trust you have heard them as well. The Wan family, known for its scholarly reputation, ought to discern right from wrong. I believe that if the Wan family had any doubts regarding these rumors, you would come to inquire. Yet, today, as my mother was returning home, you intercepted her with this letter. Since the Wan family has already deemed my daughter's behavior inappropriate and dishonorable to your family, why not directly annul the engagement? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wan's fury ignited. The refusal to annul the engagement was due to my husband's generosity, wishing to avoid scene. Yet the Jian family has the audacity to come here, demanding an explanation. Do you think my mother could not even speak a few words for her grandson? How dare you feel wronged? Who is truly lacking in manners here? And does your son not know his own worth? Jian Qingwan stepped forward, positioning herself before her father, raising the letter in her hand. So, you admit this letter was penned by your matriarch? Wan Jingji's brow furrowed as he regarded the letter in Jian Qingwan's possession. As he opened his mouth to speak, Mrs. Wan interjected. And if it is so? Looking at Jian Qingwan, Mrs. Wan felt a twinge of doubt. The girl seemed different from her memories. Yet she had never thought highly of her future daughter-in-law. Had it not been for her husband. If so, then we have a matter to discuss. The matriarch's letter clearly defames me. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. The words within the letter, I do not acknowledge. Today, either you present evidence to substantiate your claims, or you publicly apologize. Otherwise, what will you do? Will you take this to court? Mrs. Wan laughed in anger. Was this Jian girl mad? Perhaps she was. Jian Qingwan smiled enigmatically, never once glancing at Wan Hong. Chapter 15. The engagement is finally annulled, you insolent girl. Do you not yet feel ashamed? Return to me at once. Old Lady Jian, supported by Dai Yuwei and her daughters, staggered through the throngs of people. Jian Marquis was resolute, instructing his family to halt. Mother, if you wish to discipline your grandchildren, do so later at home. It is too crowded here. You should return to rest. Jian Jianya, escort your grandmother home. Without hesitation, Jian Jianya and the household staff rushed forward. Second brother, what do you think you're doing? Jian Mingzhong shouted at Jian Marquis, attempting to assert his authority, but Jian Jianya quickly positioned himself in front of him. Uncle, after your long journey, please return home to rest. Father, grandmother, let us head back first. Jian Qingyi, fearing that the elderly lady might disrupt the engagement's dissolution, hastily stepped forward to sweetly persuade them. That must be Master Wan at the entrance. Jian Qingwan, oblivious to her own fortune, deserves this engagement's termination. Today marks the end of it. Let us see if she can marry again in the future. Jian Jinya personally led the invitation for the elderly lady and the family of the first branch. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice. Jian Ho, a seasoned warrior from the battlefield, exuded a certain imposing presence that was quite intimidating. Jian Ho, your daughter possesses quite the temper, he began. As you mentioned, the rumors are rampant, and my mother has always cherished her. Upon hearing such talk, she inevitably felt distressed for her grandson. Given that the two families' engagement was arranged by the elderly ladies themselves, and now that Jian Tai has entered the city, she couldn't help but reach out to her old friend about her grievances, which led to this letter. If the Wan family truly believed those rumors, they would have come to annul the engagement long ago. Jian Ho, one can understand an elderly lady's concern for her grandchildren, can't one? Now that matters have escalated to this point, this engagement may have to be dissolved. As for my mother's impulsive actions, I hope Jian Ho can overlook this for the sake of Wan's reputation. Wan Jingji's words were impeccably crafted. If the Jian family continued to make a fuss, they might appear unreasonable and only tarnish their own reputation. However, the courage shown by the Jian family girl in bringing the letter to them contradicted the rumors about her character. Jian Qingwan's purpose for coming today was to break off the engagement. She never truly expected an apology from the Wan family matriarch. Now that her aim had been achieved, it was prudent to withdraw, for there would be more opportunities in the future. Master Wan, your esteemed matriarch has been concerned for her grandson, and her words may have been somewhat excessive, which is only natural, since she feels that her grandson has been wronged and believes that my daughter is unworthy of your esteemed family. Let us consider this engagement nullified. Coincidentally, my wife has brought the engagement token, which we shall return. From this day forth, let the paths of our children diverge. Jian Ho, being a sensible man, understood that his daughter's intent was to dissolve the engagement, and thus, it was best to conclude matters decisively. Indeed, Jian Ho, just remember today's words. Should your precious daughter find herself unable to marry in the future, do not attribute it to our Wan family annulling the engagement. Today I have gained insight. Your daughter is truly a fierce woman, and my Honger is unworthy of her. Madame Wan scoffed lightly, realizing that the Jian family genuinely intended to break off the engagement. Deeming her son inadequate, she was curious to see how Jian Qingwan would fare henceforth. From now on, the affairs of the young lady would be of no concern to Madame Wan. Jian Qingwan concealed her delight. Having severed ties with the Wan family was a relief, and other matters could be addressed in due course. Madame Wan dismissed her with a contemptuous smile. Did this impudent girl really think she was worthy of engaging in conversation with her? Wan Hong remained silent throughout, observing the fleeting figure at the gate, his emotions complex. This wretched woman had embarrassed him thoroughly, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. She was entirely different from his recollections of her meek demeanor. He remembered her as someone unworthy of the spotlight, her voice barely above a whisper, yet today, Wan Jingji silently watched the two families exchange tokens, his heart heavy with foreboding. Just days prior, he had personally visited the Ho residence to discuss the wedding date, aiming to secure the treasures of the Qi family and support Jian Ho's Fengshan army in aiding the Wang of Suzhou. Now, everything must be reconsidered. The situation had shifted unexpectedly, and he needed to inform the Wang of Suzhou promptly. What a lively scene! Among the crowd, Gu Yeshi dismounted gracefully. His mere presence ignited excitement among the onlookers. Was this not Master Gu? Things were about to get interesting. Young Master, Dai, and holding the horse, gazed longingly as he watched his master walk by, unable to intervene. Was he not just adding fuel to the fire? Gu Yeshi? Jian Qingwan blinked in surprise. How could he possibly be here? Young Master Gu. Wan Jingji and the Jian couple were momentarily taken aback. Master Wan, Madam Wan. I happened to pass by and felt compelled to speak. Coincidental, indeed. What a farce. Without waiting for the Wan family's response, Gu Yeshi swiftly bowed to Jian Ho and his wife, greeting them with utmost politeness, a stark contrast to his demeanor towards the Wan family. He then turned to Jian Qingwan, his gaze sincere. Miss Jian, everything is my fault. The first day I laid eyes on you, I was smitten, and in a moment of impulse, I sought a heavenly match for us. Only later did I learn of your engagement to Master Wan. Heartbroken, I retreated to Qingxin Temple for 2 days to reflect. Upon my return, I intended to clarify matters between our families, but I never anticipated it would escalate to this point, causing you such great distress. I am truly remorseful. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this truly the case? Master Gu had fallen for Miss Jian at first sight, unaware of her existing engagement, which had led to this absurd situation. In light of this revelation, it was no wonder Jian Qingwan had exhibited such a fiery temperament. She had indeed suffered a great injustice. Had the Wan family not inquired at all? What a splendid performance. No wonder the entire royal city had been deceived. What a delightful scoundrel. Had she not witnessed his past exploits in her previous life, Jian Qingwan might have almost believed him. Nevertheless, she could discern that Master Gu was evidently attempting to vindicate her. Reluctantly, she played along, feigning distress, her eyes glistening as she turned her face slightly, bowing her head to speak softly. It is my fate to be unrelated to Master Wan in this life. If Master Wan believes me, I will not mind whatever Master Gu chooses to do. Since the engagement has been dissolved, I wish to no longer dwell on this matter. Father, mother, let us return home. With that, she turned resolutely. Jian Ho and Qi Mulan were bewildered by Gu Yeshi's sudden appearance. Yet they felt that he had inadvertently aided their daughter. As for the reason behind his assistance, they could not fathom. They followed their daughter in a daze, completely forgetting to greet the Wan family. At present, the Jian family was indeed the one wronged. Jian Ho, madam, it was all my oversight. If you do not mind, I, Yeshi, wish to seek your daughter's hand in marriage. Gu Yeshi observed the Jian family's retreating figures, eager to stoke the flames further. Alarmed, Jian Ho hastily urged his wife and daughter to quicken their steps. How could he possibly let this happen? Gu Yeshi scrutinized the scene, reflecting on his actions, then turned with a smile toward the visibly distressed Wan family. My apologies. I never expected things to escalate to this level. Chapter 16. Excessive favoritism with the engagement dissolved. Jian Qingwan did not rush to celebrate. Her family was still entangled in a multitude of unresolved issues. Wan, young Master Gu. Father, do not ask. I did not summon him. I do not possess such influence. He must have truly been passing by. Jian Ho and his wife exchanged incredulous glances at their daughter, questioning whether she believed her own words. Ho Yi, that Madam Wan is clearly formidable and difficult to deal with. I had previously worried that Wan would face hardships marrying into the Wan family. As for Wan Hong, he maintained an air of superiority, never uttering a word. If Wan had truly married him, would he have spoken up for her if she faced grievances? The dissolution of this engagement may not be a bad thing after all, but as for matters on your mother's end, I fear there will be some commotion. On the road, Chi Mulan felt a wave of emotions. She had always thought that although the engagement was arranged by the elderly lady, the Wan family was indeed respectable. A family of scholars, and Wan Hong was renowned for his talents. Who could have known? Father, mother, they say harmony brings prosperity. Yet grandmother has always favored the first and third branches excessively. It is not that I am unfilial, but I must voice my concerns about our elders. Everything we have now is a result of your sacrifices on the battlefield. You understand the court better than I do. Any misstep could lead to ruin. Throughout history, many officials have been dragged down by their relatives. Uncle is overly ambitious, and aunt is greedy and petty. Several cousins are of marrying age. If any trouble arises at the Ho residence, if they were merely guests for a few days, it would be one thing, but if they were to stay long-term, it could become problematic. Jian Ho and his wife were unaware that their daughter understood everything so well. In the past, they had worried about her spending all her time with books, fearing she would not know how to navigate the world once she became a wife. Our family has already separated, and your uncle's family will not reside here for long. Wan, do not worry, my lady. Simply have someone keep a closer watch. Lord Ho. Wan previously mentioned that this time the old lady in the first branch of the family came over, and she was tasked with entertaining them. Wan has grown up, and it is an opportune moment for her to learn how to manage the household. The daughter's words instilled a newfound perception in Chi Mulian about her daughter. Perhaps it would not hurt to let her try. She must learn sooner or later. However, the matter of her marriage will likely be a difficult one in the future. At the Wu Ho residence, the old lady was invited back home, seething with anger as she sat in the hall. Her expression exceedingly grim. It was unexpected. She aspired to far greater heights. Looking down upon the Wan family's stature while dreaming of associating with the heir of the Duke's residence, she seemed oblivious to her own limitations. It was one thing to be shameless herself, but how could she tarnish her cousins' reputations, jeopardizing their futures in marriage? TSK, the heir of the Duke's residence. Our Wan certainly harbors lofty ambitions. Dai Yue failed to consider her own standing. Yet she did not hesitate to fan the flames with her scornful remarks. This second child truly did not know how to educate his offspring. What a disgrace. Jian Mingzhong bore an expression of deep shame, lowering his head as he defended himself. Your second brother is a man. When would he have time to discipline his children's morals? When Wan was under my care, she was relatively well-behaved. Just look at her demeanor today. If there is blame, it should lie with her mother. I opposed the marriage initially, and see how that girl has turned out. Our family has fallen into misfortune. Grandmother, uncle, the situation is not as you perceive. Wan has done nothing wrong. Wan Hong is not a commendable match. Jianya could no longer remain silent. Although it was inappropriate to interject while the elders spoke, their words were far too harsh. Look at this. Everyone is learning to retort now. The old lady, already troubled, found this a perfect outlet for her frustration. Fortunately, Jian Ho and the others returned in time. Upon seeing her son, the old lady immediately shed a few tears and began to whimper. Jian Ho felt overwhelmed. Mother, it is not as you think. Lord Gu has already publicly clarified the matter. Now, both families have withdrawn from the marriage. The Wan family did not even regard us. And in my son's view, there is nothing regrettable about this disengagement. What? Is truly withdrawn? Oh dear, a fine match has just vanished like that. I expended so much effort to secure this good match for that stubborn girl. Since it has been publicly explained, why retract the engagement? The old lady, upon hearing of the withdrawal, began to lament loudly, her focus solely on the connection with the Wan family. She had completely forgotten the harsh words she spoke to her granddaughter moments ago. Jian Ho, feeling somewhat disheartened, had no desire to continue the conversation. If it is withdrawn, so be it, mother. You have worked hard. Take a rest. I have military duties to attend to and will return later. Second brother, do not leave just yet. You must accompany me to the Wan family. If there is nothing wrong, then what of the marriage, mother? Marriage is not a trifling matter. Both families have publicly withdrawn. It is impossible to reverse the decision. If we seek reconciliation now, how will I stand in the court in the future? I must take my leave. This matter must not be mentioned again. You treat your own granddaughter with such disdain. Is the Wan family truly that admirable? Jian Ho turned and left without hesitation. Such a splendid match with the Wan family is hard to find, and now this. The father, in a moment of confusion, has failed to restrain the mother. A woman who has been cast off an engagement, who would still want her. Once the son departed, the old lady's ire turned towards Qi Mulian. Jian Xingwan grasped her mother's sleeve, intent on preventing her from speaking, for the sake of supposed harmony and to spare her father from difficulty. She understood how much her mother had endured under her grandmother's rule over the years. Grandmother, first and foremost, I was not rejected by the Wan family. We proactively sought to withdraw. Secondly, it is not that the Wan family looks down upon me. Rather, I hold them in disdain. A family of scholarly lineage, known for their integrity, why not come respectfully to inquire? Instead, they sent a message midway to complain, causing discord in our family. What is their true intention? Yu, the old lady, was taken aback by Jian Xingwan's transformation, momentarily at a loss for words. This is outrageous. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Kneel before me. Wan. Qi Mulian, with a worried expression, tugged at her daughter's sleeve. The old lady's face turned ominously pale as she pointed at Jian Xingwan, bellowing, "Kneel. Remain kneeling. No one is to let you rise until I permit it. It is easy to learn misbehavior, yet difficult to learn decency. It is utterly outrageous." Jian Xingwan remained unmoved, raising her gaze slightly. Regardless of what the outside world claims, her grandmother believes them, yet she does not trust her own words. If punishment is to be meted out, it must be with reason. Grandmother, please articulate where I have erred. Yu, the old lady, glared at Jian Xingwan, unable to believe her audacity to retort. Wan, do not speak to your grandmother like this. We are family. Let's converse amicably. Jian Xingyi hastily intervened, attempting to soothe the situation. Mother, you witnessed it. Indeed, a person can change in just 3 days. Climbing high branches brings different treatment. This girl was not so rebellious when she was under your care. Dai Yuwei again fanned the flames, subtly implying that it was Qi Mulian's influence that led to this behavior. Jian Xingwan regarded her coldly. Aunt, this is the Ho residence. It is not your place to meddle. I respect you by calling you aunt. Should you continue to overstep, do not blame me for being ungracious. Let's not forget, we have already separated. At that time, she was still young, and news from the battlefield about her father's uncertain fate reached them. Her mother followed the military, yet instead of inquiring about the situation, they clamored for separation. The old residence in Duanyang was overtaken by the first and third branches, while the second branch was left with only a few dilapidated rooms, years without habitation, and a shop and land were given the least valuable portions. Wan, how can you speak so? You cannot write the character Jian with just one stroke. Blood ties remained strong despite separation. When your second uncle and aunt were away, you lived with grandmother in Duanyang. Even if we are separated, we are still family, are we not? Jian Xingyi, noticing Jian Xingwan's defiance, immediately altered her attitude. She needed to remain in the Ho residence. Duanyang could not compare to the imperial city. Second cousin, as uncle once said, brothers must settle accounts clearly. I believe this is wise. You are guest today, and the Ho residence will host you well. However, please remember the principle of guest following the host. Attendance. Please escort my aunt and cousins to the guest quarters for rest. Should they wish to continue meddling, I regret to inform you that it shall not be tolerated. Goodness. Those who are kind are often taken advantage of, a phrase she would remember always. Chapter 17. What treachery lies beneath the news of the engagement withdrawal between the Jian and Wan families spread rapidly throughout the region. Gu Yeshi's public defense of Jian Xingwan also gave rise to various interpretations. Some claimed that Jian Xingwan was so stunning that she made the young master of the Gu family reconsider his ways, while others suggested that she possessed remarkable skills that captivated him to the point of declaring she was the only one for him. Of course, there were also those who depicted her as a victim, merely caught in the chaos initiated by the Gu heir, ultimately leading to the disruption of the engagement. In any case, the multitude of narratives sparked considerable intrigue, with all eyes turned towards the imminent flower appreciation banquet hosted by the Duke's residence, eagerly anticipating whether the Jian and Wan families would attend. The Duke's residence was rife with tension as the old Duke glared at his grandson, who had been absent for 2 days. It was just in time for the grandson to witness the events firsthand. Gu Yeshi, undeterred, jested. The old Duke raised his hand, ready to strike, but Gu Yeshi swiftly dodged. You rascal! Speak, did you cause mischief? Grandfather, do not wrong me. I specifically intervened to clarify matters. If you doubt me, you may inquire further. The old Duke was disinterested in banter with his grandson. Explain? You nearly drove the Wan family to their wits' end. I hear you proposed to Jianho in public? Gu Yeshi's demeanor shifted as he ceased his playful antics. Grandfather, you have already gathered ample information. Why inquire further? You scoundrel. Marriage is not a game. I ask you earnestly, do you mean it? The engagement of the Duke's heir was of great interest to many. Rather than leave the decision to external influences, it would be wiser for me to choose myself. The Jian family lacks foundation in the court. Jianho is straightforward. And as for Jian girl, if I must marry, the Jian family is indeed a commendable choice. The old Marquis's eyes brightened. For the initial chatter was mere trifles. It was the 3 words that followed which held significance. He understood the gravity of the situation. Grandfather, in recent days, I have looked into the Wan family and found that their connection with the Jian family is far from simple. Although the Fengshan army under the Jian Marquis comprises only 3,000 men, the territory they guard is a crucial passage for troops entering the imperial city. This statement struck a serious note, and the old Marquis immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. He had heard that the engagement between the Jian and Wan families was arranged many years ago, at a time when Jian Mingji had yet to be conferred as a Marquis or become the commander of the Fengshan army. Is my grandson overthinking? Gu Yeshi shook his head. Even if such notions were absent before, they were not implausible now. In his eyes, the engagement between the Wan and Jian families was indeed suspicious. Setting aside other matters, the Wan family's matron held herself in high regard. Could she truly allow her beloved son to wed the daughter of a newly minted Marquis? As for Madame Wan, the old Marquis admitted he had not paid much attention to her, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. The 2 families have already called off the engagement. However, I am curious about tomorrow's flower viewing banquet. The old Marquis cast a meaningful glance at his grandson, acknowledging that the eldest branch of the family was indeed becoming increasingly outrageous. He felt a twinge of anticipation for the banquet, while Gu Yeshi smiled quietly, pondering whether she would attend. In the late spring, the night air was fragrant. At a secluded pavilion within the city, curtains fluttered gracefully in the scented breeze. Inside, the sound of a guqin resonated melodiously as a young woman delicately plucked the strings. As the final note faded, she rose and bowed, her breathtaking beauty captivating all who beheld her. You flatter me, young Master Gu. I wonder if the 2 gentlemen wish to hear more? The beauty not only played exquisitely, but also sang with a voice as sweet as a golden oriole. Let us not tire Miss Niao Huan today, please. All of you may leave. I wish to share a drink with Brother Du and converse. Du Chunfeng, sitting beside Gu Yeshi, raised his cup and jested. Is the prodigal truly returning to the fold? Is there a problem with that? Gu Yeshi replied, aware of his playful tone, as she took a sip from her cup. The 2 gentlemen, however, remained oblivious to the melancholy that shadowed the beauty as she departed. Chunfeng, take a look at these poems. Gu Yeshi set down her cup, and Dian promptly stepped forward with the collection of poetic drafts he had gathered. How curious. Did you invite me today merely to discuss poetry? What occasion is it? Let me see what extraordinary work has inspired you. Wait, are these not composed by Wan Hong? Gu Yeshi asked, her brows knitting in concentration. Indeed, these few pieces are rather unremarkable, lacking in distinction. It appeared that he shared her sentiment. Can you discern if these poems are from a single author? Du Chunfeng furrowed his brows, shaking his head. Upon closer inspection, it was clear these works bore the hallmarks of a master, while the others were decidedly mediocre. At best, they were merely coherent and rhymed well. What do you mean, Yeshi? Are you suggesting these were all written by Wan Hong? That seems implausible. Even if they were composed in different periods, the disparity should not be so stark. A poet's style reveals their essence. It does not appear to be the work of one individual, he remarked. I am familiar with Wan Hong's renowned pieces, which are indeed commendable masterpieces. He came to the imperial city with the intent to forge connections, but he has yet to find the right opportunity. These few are Wan Hong's famous works, while the rest are drafts I had Dian collect, his early attempts while in the academy. It is hard to believe they stem from the same hand. Du Chunfeng, the most esteemed student of Master Yu, the foremost scholar of the time, scrutinized the drafts before him. You have seen them all. You must have formed an opinion. I merely wish to confirm. The Wan family is indeed a scholarly lineage. You cannot suspect there is a problem with Wan Hong's poetry, can you? That would be a disgrace to scholars, Du Chunfeng replied, his playful demeanor fading into seriousness. Gu Yeshi did not rush to respond, but instead produced 2 sheets of poetry from her bosom. These are recent works by Wan Hong composed at the Liuli Pavilion. You must have heard of them. They've spread rapidly among the students, garnering much praise. Curiously, I was at the Liuli Pavilion that day and encountered Wan Hong. At the moment he penned this verse, another individual was present and wrote simultaneously, producing an identical piece. Look, had he not known Gu Yeshi well, Du Chunfeng would have deemed such a claim absurd. Is that truly possible? The handwriting is elegant, though lacking in vigor. Yet it possesses a certain grace. It must have been honed through practice. Yeshi, did you truly observe the individual writing? Indeed, she replied, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Du Chunfeng stared at the poem on the table, silent for a considerable time. He had come with the intention of discussing this very piece. Its artistry led him to believe Wan Hong was a person worth befriending, yet he was taken aback by the implications. You must have more than a mere curiosity today. Speak, what do you wish me to do? Chunfeng, you have studied diligently since childhood, absorbing poetry, literature, and the works of celebrated scholars. I know you have read extensively. Can you find poems that share the stylistic qualities of Wan Hong's published works? Du Chunfeng's gaze grew heavy, and he spoke directly. Are you suggesting that someone is ghostwriting for Wan Hong, aiding in his rise to fame? Precisely. Gu Yeshi did not conceal her thoughts. Upon my arrival in the imperial city, I heard tales of your romantic exploits, particularly your engagement to a lady from a noble family, which coincidentally aligns with Wan Hong's betrothal. Du Chunfeng smiled as he tucked away the poetry drafts. Prodigal, you seem a bit out of the loop. She has already called off the engagement. How adeptly you handle yourself, he remarked. So, what is the true nature of the situation? Chapter 18. The soft persimmon becomes firm, the flower viewing banquet. Indeed, grandmother, such a significant event. Yet second aunt and sister Wan did not even inform you. The flower viewing banquet at the Duke's residence will undoubtedly be attended by the noble ladies of the imperial city. Jian Qingyi, upon hearing the news early that morning, felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. She was astute enough to realize that invoking the elderly matriarch could provide her a chance to attend. Mother, the second branch of the family has flourished. They likely look down upon us. Sister Wan has us staying in the guest quarters, and neither my second brother nor his wife has uttered a word. It seems we have become an eyesore. We should return to Duanyang, even if it means inconveniencing you. After all, they left for years with Jian Yen tow, and Sister Wan was raised by you. Now that the second branch has succeeded, it is one thing for you to be absent at the flower viewing banquet. But now that you are here, they still wish to keep it from you. What are they afraid of? That someone might discover the Marquis still has a matriarch? Dai Yui may have lacked other talents, but she excelled in sowing discord. The second branch of the family is becoming increasingly unrecognizable, allowing a young girl to manage affairs. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. You shall remain here. I shall see who dares to drive you away. There are only 3 brothers. What difference does it make if they have divided? Are we not still a family? Go, summon the second branch, and inquire about the flower viewing banquet. Grandmother, they are likely busy preparing for the banquet right now. Speaking of which, Sister Wan just called off her engagement. It may not be fitting for her to make a public appearance. Indeed, the Marquis is not comprised solely of my second sister-in-law and Sister Wan. You are present, are you not? You may attend. Yes, take and the others along. They're always eager to listen to you. You mentioned wanting to bring them to the imperial city to see the world. This is the perfect opportunity. Azdai Iwi. She began organizing the girls to prepare the matriarch for her adornment. Jian Qingyi's observation was not unfounded. At that moment, Jian Qingwan and her mother were indeed in the midst of their preparations. Outside the window, birds chirped merrily, and the spring breeze caressed their faces warmly. Qi Mu Yin donned a flowing gown of ginger yellow with dark green trims, vibrant yet composed. The skirt was of a plain hue, while the top featured an embroidered collar adorned with orchids, understated yet adding a touch of vitality. The fabric was of exquisite quality, complementing today's orchid hairpiece splendidly. Mother, you should wear this style from now on. It looks lovely. You child at my age, what is lovely and what is not. Today is the banquet of the Duke of Ronghua. If we are to attend, we must not lose our decorum. Wan, you just called off your engagement yesterday. Do you truly wish to go? Shimu Yin harbored a lingering apprehension. She had originally resolved not to attend. Mother, the invitation has been responded to. If we do not go, it would be a breach of etiquette. It is true that I have been jilted, but I do not consider it a disgrace. I wish for everyone to know that my rejection was not due to any fault of mine. If I fail to attend today, those who thrive on gossip will surely embellish the tale. Do not worry, mother. I can manage. She then asked her mother for her opinion. Jian Qingwan rose, allowing Chimu Yin to admire her attire. The apricot-colored gown complemented her exquisite features and fair, delicate complexion, rendering her an embodiment of beauty. It is indeed fitting that this apricot silk is put to use. It should have been worn thus long ago. The pink pearl hairpin, while not overly ostentatious, possesses a subtle elegance. It was a gift from your uncle and is said to be quite rare. One cannot purchase it for any amount of silver. The timing is just right. Jian Qingwan gently touched the hairpin atop her head. Her maternal grandfather had passed away early, leaving her mother as the sole daughter in the family. Her grandfather and uncles doted on her mother, never neglecting to send precious gifts. In her previous life, her grandmother forbade her from maintaining close ties with her maternal family, often asserting that they were a family of merchants, steeped in the scent of copper coins. She insisted that Jian Qingwan was destined to marry into a scholarly lineage and should avoid mingling with them to prevent being sullied by their commonness. At that time, she was young and naive, and with her parents absent, she dared not defy her grandmother's strictures. When her maternal relatives visited, she obediently refrained from meeting them, which gradually diminished their interest in her. Wanwan, why are you in a daze? It is nearly time. Your elder brother is waiting with the carriage outside. Chimu Yin still felt a hint of unease. A jilted daughter was, after all, not a matter of pride. Mother, let us go. Seemingly understanding Jian's mother's concerns, Jian Qingwan smiled and reassured her. In her previous life, she had lived in timidity and self-doubt, rarely making public appearances until her marriage. Hence, the malicious whispers spread by Wan Hong and Shui Yin gradually became accepted as truth, as she had never defended herself. As the mother and daughter stepped through the second gate, they were halted by the elderly matriarch and her entourage before they could reach the outer courtyard. Jian Qingwan observed the matriarch's finery and that of her granddaughters, and a bitter smile crept onto her lips. She had deliberately leaked the news to Jian Qingyi that morning. Mother, a few days ago, the Duke's residence sent an invitation for the ladies of the Marquis household to attend the flower appreciation banquet. Wanwan and I were just about to go. Chimu Yin, gazing at the extravagantly dressed matriarch, felt a wave of unease. I have just heard of this matter. You should remain at home. Since the Duke's residence has sent an invitation, it would be discourteous not to attend. It is a tiring journey for me. The matriarch spoke as if it were the most natural thing. For the first time, Jian Qingwan felt the matriarch's audacity was astonishing. Grandmother, that may not be appropriate. The invitation from the Duke's residence has already been acknowledged, stating that mother and I shall attend. The customs of the royal city dictate that an invitation is issued prior to a banquet, with a reply indicating acceptance. The invitation clearly states who will be attending, allowing the host to make corresponding arrangements. If a guest has urgent matters and cannot attend, it is not customary to substitute another without notice. The matriarch's lips twitched, revealing her awareness of this protocol. This is of little consequence, merely changing a few attendees. All are ladies of the Marquis household. What does it matter? Wanwan, you have just been jilted. Is it wise to expose yourself to public scrutiny? Regardless, a woman being rejected is not a matter of honor. And do you not realize that your appearance will invite gossip? Dai Yue's words were sharp and cutting. Chimu Lian's expression soured immediately. The rejection was not Wanwan's fault, so why should they speak ill of her? Those opinions belong to others. Besides, today's gathering is at the Duke's residence. Wanwan ought to avoid unnecessary attention. Since mother is here, why can't she represent you? Aunt, Wanwan stated yesterday that this is the Marquis household, and it is not your place to dictate terms. Is this how you speak to your elders? Oh dear, I am utterly shamed to be scolded by a younger generation. Jian Qingwan ignored her, raising her gaze to the bewildered matriarch. Grandmother, today's flower appreciation banquet is organized by the matriarch of the Duke's residence, and it must be executed flawlessly. You are aware of the etiquette among the noble families. The host has already arranged seating according to the guest status. If you attend, you would find yourself seated with a group of younger relatives. It might be inappropriate. As Aunt just mentioned, those opinions belong to others. One has done nothing wrong. Why should she shy away? Why fear the words of others? Grandmother, the hour is late. Mother and I must depart for the banquet. Chapter 19. Attendance at the Flower Appreciation Banquet. Wanwan, when did you become so audacious? You used to cower before your grandmother, as if you were a mouse before a cat? Jian Qingwan mused self-deprecatingly. Inside the carriage, Qimou Yin held her daughter's hand, silently observing. She felt that her daughter had undergone a significant transformation in recent days. Mother, Wanwan, we're nearing the residence of the Duke of Ronghua. Today's gathering is exclusively for the ladies. I shall remain outside to await your return. Janya, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. Just instruct the coachman to come back for us later. Qimou Yin peered out the carriage curtain and noticed that the area was filled with carriages, indicating they had arrived a bit late. It is all right, Mother. I will return shortly to fetch you. It seems we should hurry. You both should enter. Jian Jinya assisted Qimou Yin and her sister down from the carriage, surveying them with an affectionate smile. Elder brother, what do you think? Jian Qingwan asked playfully, tilting her chin. My sister is undeniably beautiful. All right, hurry inside. I wouldn't want you two to become the subject of ridicule. Seeing the siblings' harmony, Qimou Yin encouraged them with a smile. After adjusting her attire, Jian Qingwan followed her mother toward the grand entrance of the duke's residence. The royal city boasted 3 dukes, but the Duke of Ronghua was the most prestigious, not merely for his family's connections to the imperial lineage, but also due to the old duke, Gu Yanqing, who had formed a deep bond with the imperial family during their youth. Their friendship was unlike any other, and after the imperial family ascended to the throne, Gu Yanqing served as a vital minister. Now, having aged, he retired to enjoy his twilight years at home. The Gu family was truly a noble lineage. The Duke's residence was magnificent, guarded by a pair of imposing lions at the entrance. Through the vermilion gates, one could behold the grandeur of pavilions and towers. Which ladies are these? Is this your first visit to the Duke's residence? Behind Qimou Yin and her daughter, a group of ladies approached in unison. Jian Qingwan glanced back, her heart skipping a beat. It was Cui Yinyin. One unfortunate coincidence. The speaker was not Cui Yinyin, but rather her friend Do Fong, the youngest daughter of the Minister of Justice, Do Conwen. Fong you mustn't be so impolite. Let us move along. Do Fong mother, Madame Jia, nodded slightly toward Qimou Yin as a greeting, while several other ladies raised their chins, avoiding any glance in their direction. After handing over their invitations, they proceeded into the residence. Yin Yang, following behind Qimou Yin, also presented her invitation. The doorman hesitated for a moment upon examining it, then lowered his head and beckoned the maid to lead the way. Madame Wuho, Miss Jian, this way please. Hearing the maid's words, the ladies ahead paused momentarily. Qimou Yin and Jian Qingwan observed silently as they passed by. Yin Yin, is that Jian Qingwan? How dare she show her face here? As the crowd regained their composure, they turned their gazes toward the mother and daughter duo. Having been jilted yesterday, and yet attending the flower appreciation banquet today, it was indeed. The ladies hastily cautioned their daughters against associating with her. A woman bold enough to seek a rejection so brazenly, emerging so soon after, displayed a certain lack of shame. Rumor had it that the Duke's residence had also invited the Wan family. If Madame Wan were to attend, a spectacle was sure to unfold. Hui Yanyan, the daughter of the Minister of State, Cui Yuan, was of the highest rank among the gathering of noble ladies. Cui Yinyin, possessing a delicate and enchanting beauty, has garnered considerable renown in the imperial city, earning her a favorable reputation and a multitude of suitors. However, her discerning taste, coupled with the indulgence of her parents, has prolonged her marriage prospects. In truth, it is not merely her lofty standards that delay her betrothal. Rather, she has already set her affections on Wang Babin of the Wan family. Aware of Wang Babin's existing engagement, she continues to engage in clandestine flirtations with him. It must be acknowledged that Wang Babin possesses a certain charm when it comes to wooing women. Let us refrain from disparaging others. Cui Yinyin lowered her gaze, exuding an air of gentleness, while internally reveling in her joy upon learning of Wang Babin's broken engagement with Jian Qingwan, a daughter of a military general, rumored to have a mother of merchant lineage. How could such a woman be deemed worthy of her esteemed Wang? Don't be anxious, Wan. Feeling her daughter's arm tense, Qi Muyan assumed it was due to the remarks of the women behind them and gently patted her daughter as a form of comfort. In truth, she too felt a degree of nervousness, as she seldom attended such gatherings. Mother, I am fine. Her unease stemmed not from the situation, but from the sight of Cui Yinyin, the very visage that haunted her dreams, a face that concealed a heart of malice beneath its gentle and courteous facade. Merely thinking of her sent shivers down her spine. The Duke's residence was indeed vast, and it took some time for the mother and daughter to navigate through the winding paths before reaching the rear courtyard. "Madam, miss, the back garden is ahead. Your sister will lead you in." The maidservant, adhering to proper decorum, curtsied before departing. Shortly thereafter, another maid from within the inner courtyard approached them. Having received the necessary introductions, she could not help but steal glances at the two. "Madam Wu, Miss Jian, your seats are this way. Please follow me." The flower viewing banquet was organized in honor of Jian Qingwan. Thus their seating was prominently placed. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not have been afforded such a privilege. Some of the early arrivals had already discerned the identity of the guests seated nearby. "Might I inquire where the old matriarch and the Duke's wife are?" "Please, lead the way. My mother and I must first pay our respects," as it is customary to greet the host before taking a seat. Arriving and sitting immediately would be deemed impolite. The maid, with her head down and slightly bent, replied, "The old matriarch has yet to arrive. My lady is attending to guests over there. The old matriarch has instructed that today all should feel at ease, and we shall meet later." It is often said that guests ought to follow the host's lead. Since the host had expressed such sentiments, Jian Qingwan did not press further. Understanding that the host preferred a more relaxed atmosphere, she recognized that if there were any distinguished guests wishing to speak privately, they would certainly convey their intentions through the maidservants. "Is this the famed Wanwan's sister?" "Indeed, she is quite different from the rumors and rather lovely." As Jian Qingwan settled into her seat, a young woman approached, radiant in her peach-pink attire, speaking in a casual manner that belied the strictness of decorum. She appeared refreshingly candid and was undeniably attractive. "Jingjing." A matron followed closely, letting out a gentle sigh. "Mulian, forgive me for the ruckus. You know, my daughter has always been a bit of a handful." Upon hearing the woman speak, Jian Qingwan surmised her identity. It was said that her mother had become acquainted with a general's wife during her time with the military. And this must be the lady from the guide General's household. The guide general held a third-rank title, and the standards of the Duke's flower viewing banquet would not be low. They were indeed a special case. "Wanwan, quickly greet Lady Qin." "Greetings, Lady." "Mulian, you are too formal. Come, let me have a look at this child. She is so charming and demure, far more pleasing to the eye than my own." "Mother, is it customary to belittle your own daughter?" "Displeasing or not, there's nothing to be done. You are my daughter. Wanwan's sister, let's sit together." Qi Mulian was well aware of Qin Jingjing's spirited nature, and while feeling somewhat awkward, Jian Qingwan took the initiative to approach. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sister Jingjing. Quite lovely. Enough of the formalities. Come, sit with me." Chapter 20. She is Jian Qingwan as fragrant blooms wafted through the air. The spring sun cast a delightful glow. The Duke's estate was abuzz with a grand flower viewing banquet, hosting an array of invited guests. "Young master, Miss Jian and Lady Wu have arrived. The Wan family matriarch is also on her way." Gu Yeshi, donned in a deep blue robe, appeared more reserved than usual. "Who would have thought? Miss Jian truly came. I had assumed." Diane quietly remarked that you thought she would not return. "You underestimate her. Come, let us see." Those who dared to arrange a match and publicly withdraw an engagement would surely not shy away from attending a flower viewing banquet. "Young master, today's gathering comprises only ladies. There are no seats for men. It would be inappropriate for you to attend." "Why are you so anxious? Am I so reckless? The rear garden is vast. Is it necessary to make an appearance?" "Madam, nearly all invited ladies have arrived, save for Lady Wan, who is said to have entered the estate." The Duke's wife, engaged in conversation, acknowledged her maid's words with a nod. "Since all have arrived, let's take our seats. I shall go fetch the old matriarch." Several ladies around her readily nodded and moved to sit. Although the Duke's wife was a secondary wife and her son not the heir apparent, she had a reputation for being resourceful and came from a respectable family. With the Duke's son's notoriety and the old Duke's advancing age, the future remained uncertain. Thus all treated the Duke's wife with utmost courtesy. While the flower viewing banquet was ostensibly organized in the name of the old matriarch, it was the Duke's wife who orchestrated the entire affair. Since the old matriarch had delegated the management of the inner courtyard to her, she seldom made appearances. The Duke's wife understood that today, the old matriarch would merely sit for a while before departing, making her the true host of the occasion, necessitating her elaborate preparation. "Is everything in order for the old matriarch?" Upon entering the old matriarch's quarters, the Duke's wife began inquiring of the maid who had greeted her. "Yes, madam. All is prepared. The old matriarch is ready to go. The maid spoke while lifting the curtain to allow the duke's wife to enter. Old matriarch. The ladies have taken their seats. I have come to escort you. Inside, a robust elderly lady adorned in opulent attire sat regally. Her deep purple gown exuding an air of nobility, clearly crafted from extraordinary material. Her hair, streaked with gray, revealed she had maintained her appearance meticulously. She held a string of jade beads, each one lustrous and well-formed, their subtle green hue indicating their preciousness. Let's proceed. Our guests have been kept waiting. As she spoke, the old matriarch raised her hand slightly. The duke's wife promptly stepped forward to assist her in rising, adjusting her attire with utmost respect. Has the young lady from the Wu family arrived? She has. The duke's wife replied softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. The old duke specifically instructed me to arrange this gathering to invite the young lady from the Wu family to our residence. Do not neglect her. How could I dare to be negligent? The old duke has always been fond of the heir. This is an opportunity for the old matriarch to assess her. Previously, I felt it might be inappropriate, but now it seems acceptable. I heard that the Wu family withdrew an engagement with the Wan family yesterday. If the young lady from the Wu family catches the old matriarch's eye today, our duke's estate may soon celebrate a joyous occasion. The duke's wife beamed, as if she were matchmaking for her own son. The old matriarch retained a neutral expression, though her brow furrowed slightly. Do not speak foolishly, lest others overhear. I have no say in his marriage. I have heard. Did you also invite Lady Wan? A seemingly innocuous remark caused the duke's wife's expression to shift subtly. Yes, the matriarch has entrusted me with this matter. I considered that inviting only the ladies from the Wu family may not be appropriate, given that the Jian and Wan families still have a marriage engagement. I feared it might provoke discontent, thus I decided to invite everyone. Had I known that the two families would withdraw their engagement before the banquet, I would not have invited Lady Wan. The Duchess appeared troubled and sighed. The matriarch cast a casual glance and replied, You indeed consider every detail. After that, she fell silent. The Duchess lowered her head and also began to brood, sensing the underlying message from the matriarch. However, it mattered little, for if the matriarch truly cared about this matter, she would not have delegated it to her. Lady Wan has arrived. The banquet was about to commence, and the ladies had taken their seats. Lady Wan entered under the gaze of all, radiating an extraordinary presence. Dressed in a dark green gown with silver embroidery that shimmered under the sunlight, she appeared particularly striking compared to the other ladies present. Upon her arrival, all eyes naturally turned towards Jian Qingwan. Whether by coincidence or design, Lady Wan's seat was directly opposite Jian Qingwan. From the moment she entered until she settled in, Lady Wan seemed entirely oblivious to Jian Qingwan's presence, disregarding her completely. Jian Qingwan, unfazed, welcomed their scrutiny with an air of composure, prompting even more glances. The matriarch has arrived. As she entered, the ladies rose to pay their respects. After all, the matriarch of the Romewood Duke's family held a prestigious title, and this was a formality she could rightfully command. Please be seated, she said, her face aglow with vitality. As spring blooms beautifully, I noticed the pleasant weather lately and thought it fitting to gather for some merriment. With a cheerful demeanor, the matriarch, supported by the Duchess, greeted the ladies warmly. Look at you all, each one more splendid than the flowers in the garden. Once seated, the matriarch did not miss the opportunity to compliment them. The ladies responded with the usual flattery. Ah, my memory wanes with age, and I seldom venture out. Many here appear unfamiliar, especially those young ladies like budding flowers. Do tell me, who are your families? The matriarch seemed quite animated, and after exchanging pleasantries with several elder ladies, she began to inquire about the young women at the banquet. Allow me to introduce you. Matriarch, the Duchess interjected, smiling as she began the introductions. The young ladies immediately straightened up, ensuring their appearance was impeccable, anxious to leave a good impression on the matriarch and the other esteemed ladies, particularly those yet to be engaged. The Duchess tailored her introductions accordingly, some brief and others more elaborate. Matriarch, this is the third daughter of the Chui family, known as Yin Yin. She is renowned for her accomplishments in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lady Chui is truly fortunate. Yin Yin, pay your respects to the matriarch. Chui Yin Yin stood and performed a graceful bow, her every move enchanting, embodying the epitome of a well-bred young lady. Very well. The matriarch smiled broadly. offering compliments to everyone as if each were equally precious. When it was Jian Qingwan's turn, the Duchess, with a knowing smile, introduced her. Grandmother, this young lady is quite exceptional. She is the one my elder brother has his heart set on. Jian Qingwan. A cheerful voice interrupted the Duchess, causing both her and the matriarch's expressions to darken. Junior, do refrain from such foolishness, exclaimed the Duchess, her displeasure evident. This foolish child. Why must she speak out in such a setting? The Duchess's countenance was far from pleasant, for this unaware child was indeed her own. Scolded publicly, Gu Ziqian lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling wronged yet unrepentant, muttering, I wasn't speaking nonsense. Everyone knows about it. The Duchess shot her a fierce glare, prompting her to finally fall silent. In contrast, Jian Qingwan remained unaffected, gracefully rising to offer her respects, as if she had not heard Gu Ziqian's words. Qingwan pays her respects to the matriarch and the Duchess. Seeing her daughter respond aptly, Qi Muyan felt a sense of relief. Come closer, let me have a look. The matriarch, with a loving expression, beckoned Jian Qingwan forward. The other ladies couldn't help but cast sidelong glances, speculating whether the matriarch had taken an interest in this young lady from the Wu family. It seemed absurd, especially since they had just withdrawn their engagement with the Wan family, who was present. This would be a public affront to them. One by one, they examined Jian Qingwan, noting her pleasant appearance, though not striking enough to be considered extraordinarily beautiful. Jian Qingwan herself felt puzzled, but approached as instructed, remembering that she owed her smooth withdrawal from the engagement to Gu Yeshi's assistance. Such a pleasing appearance. What are your hobbies? The matriarch scrutinized her, even inquiring about her preferences, a courtesy not extended to the other young ladies. Matriarch, I do not have any particular hobbies. I simply enjoy reading and writing. Jian Qingwan replied graciously, as it was indeed true. Ever since her grandmother had informed her that her future husband would belong to a scholarly family, she had diligently pursued her studies to match his intellect. It was both pitiable and laughable, yet she found solace in the fact that her pursuits were not entirely in vain. Reading cultivates the mind. It is no wonder you appear so cultured. What have you read? The matriarch seemed genuinely interested, her inquiries more detailed than those posed to others, inviting speculation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with curiosity, Lady Wan stood up amidst the crowd. Indeed, reading and cultivating manners is commendable, but alas, it seems she has studied in vain. Her manners are lacking, and her temperament is rather fiery. For a mere few words from an elder, she demands an apology, and she treats matters of marriage as a trivial game. The Wu family has only one precious daughter, and it is no surprise that she has been spoiled, allowing her to act out without fear of ridicule. Matriarch, please forgive my candor, but I cannot help but comment on her reading and writing, Lady Wan remarked, nodding slightly towards the matriarch. As she spoke, the matriarch's smile took on a more enigmatic quality, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lady Wan was certainly a woman of temperament. It appeared that today would be entertaining. The ladies were left puzzled. If the Duke's family truly intended to pursue a match with the Wu family, why had they sent a formal invitation to the Wan family? There must be more to this than met the eye. Lady Wan, I have also heard of the engagement withdrawal between your two families. As the saying goes, fate in marriage is all about timing. It seems that the stars have not aligned for you. The young master of the Wan family is exceptionally talented, and I believe he will find a suitable match. Miss Jian appears to be quite agreeable, and surely she will not lack suitors. Today, our matriarch has graciously invited us to admire the flowers. Let us delight in the beauty of spring and perhaps indulge in some literary pursuits as well. The Duchess intentionally fanned the flames of tension, not wishing to offend Lady Wan, but rather to achieve a dual purpose. Indeed, our matriarch seldom shows such enthusiasm. It is a splendid idea to allow the children to liven things up a bit. These ladies were adept at reading between the lines, promptly cooperating with the Duchess to ease the tension. Regardless, today promised to be lively. Earlier, the Jian family's young lady had mentioned reading. The Duchess was now keen to weave this theme into the conversation. It was common knowledge that young Master Gu was not the Duchess's biological son, and the rumors of his desire to marry Jian Qingwan had spread widely. If Jian Qingwan were to falter today, it would reflect poorly on young Master Gu. Jian Qingwan, born of a military family, daring to claim superiority in reading was quite audacious. After all, were not all these young ladies from esteemed families well-versed in literature? The Duchess, ever the strategist, observed these vibrant young women, feeling a renewed spirit herself. Very well, I shall add some flair to this gathering, the matriarch declared, prompting Lady Juan to momentarily suppress her ire. The elderly matriarch, with a flick of her wrist, removed a jade bracelet from her arm, declaring, "This shall be the prize. Whoever performs well shall claim it." The matriarch's granddaughter gasped, "But this bracelet is your cherished possession. Something you have worn for so long." The Duchess of the State observed the glimmer in the matriarch's eyes, recognizing the significance of the moment. Indeed, it was a grand gesture. This bracelet was part of my dowry. At my age, these are merely material possessions. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively, signifying her intent. Upon hearing that it was the matriarch's dowry, and one she had cherished for many years, excitement swelled among the onlookers. It was a rare opportunity to shine. "Master, why is the matriarch in such high spirits today?" In the distance, behind a faux mountain, Dian craned his neck, straining to listen. Gu Yeshi quietly observed the familiar figure amidst the crowd, pondering, are they admiring flowers or engaging in some trickery? "Master, did not the royal family summon you to the palace? There must be pressing matters at hand. You may go. I shall ensure that Miss Jian does not suffer any disadvantage. I will be swift in my return." The sudden summons from the royal family left him with an inkling of its purpose, making it imperative that he attend. Recognizing the urgency, he understood that the gathering would not conclude anytime soon, allowing him to make a quick trip. Rest assured, the matriarch is present, regardless of the situation. She would not turn a blind eye to any schemes directed toward her family, especially since it was the late patriarch who requested her to invite you, Dian reasoned. Gu Yeshi nodded in agreement and decisively turned to leave. The matriarch had already put her dowry on the line as a prize. The young ladies should not be modest today and should showcase their abilities for the sake of merriment. The Duchess of the State appeared radiant, as if she had finally arrived in her element. Jian Qingwan had already returned to her seat, while Qi Mulian cast her a nervous glance. What was the Duchess's true intention? The matriarch had treated her daughter favorably, and, with Madame Wan still present, was this not pouring oil on the flames? Jian Qingwan, sensing her mother's anxiety, smiled reassuringly. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not allow herself to be easily manipulated as she had in her previous life. What she needed to ascertain was whether the invitation from the Wan family stemmed from the matriarch's wishes or the Duchess's intentions. At present, it seemed highly likely that it was the Duchess's doing. The reasons behind it would soon become clear. Chapter 22. Kindred spirits. The Duchess of the State had indeed invested considerable thought into this flower-viewing banquet. She had initially believed that the garden's floral display was sufficient. Yet she took the extra step of preparing some exotic potted plants. "Ladies, do not fret. Once the maids bring in all the flowers, we shall discuss the rules. For now, let us admire the blossoms, enjoy some refreshments, and partake in this honey made from 100 flowers." The atmosphere needed to be orchestrated. It was clear that the main event revolved around these flowers. "Madame Wan, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. I had only considered the rumors circulating outside," the Duchess began. "I was unaware until yesterday that the two families had already broken off the engagement, which is indeed regrettable." Seizing an opportunity, the Duchess engaged Madame Wan in private conversation. While others assumed she was merely attempting to smooth over the situation, engrossed in the flowers brought forth. Despite her inner displeasure, Madame Wan maintained a facade of cordiality, for she understood the significance of the Duchess's position. "Your words are too kind, madam. Life is unpredictable, yet this unfortunate turn of events need not be lamented. That engagement was initially arranged by the matriarch, and to speak candidly, I was not entirely satisfied with it. It seems it was not meant to be. Moreover, this matter does involve my son somewhat. I extend my apologies to you, Madame Wan. It is no secret that my son is not my biological offspring. As the saying goes, stepmothers are often difficult to please. I find myself in a quandary whether to intervene or not. He has been raised under the care of my late husband, and the royal family dotes on him excessively, which may have led to his being somewhat spoiled." The Duchess continued, reflecting on her son's temperament. "Why do I ramble on? I merely wish to assure you that my son did not intend to disrupt the union between your families. He himself was unaware of the engagement prior to its dissolution. He is merely headstrong." Madame Wan felt somewhat relieved, for the Duchess had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch. She recognized the Duchess's challenges and understood her son's disposition. However, as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. We both experienced this, and we are well aware of the nature of men. It is not as if he is a paragon of beauty. Who knows what means were employed to end the engagement? Truly, it is fortunate for my son, for a woman of such temperament entering our home would surely stir unrest. Although the Duchess is not the boy's biological mother, by virtue of familial hierarchy, he must still address you as mother. Thus, the matter of his marriage will inevitably require your involvement. The Duchess, with a rosy complexion, smiled and sighed. Madame Juan, you have spoken to the depths of my heart. That young lady from the Jian family is indeed rather fiery. While there is no fault of hers, it would have been better to clarify matters with your family rather than incite such a storm. Now that the engagement has been dissolved, it will certainly be difficult for a young lady to seek another match. But your son, I have personally seen him. He is quite the handsome gentleman. At the time, I was unaware that your family had already arranged an engagement, and I had jested about my own daughter having many suitors, thinking she covered her mouth with a laugh. For both were astute individuals, having cast a glance at each other. If Madame Juan were inclined, she would surely make her intentions known. Indeed, Madame Juan's eyes brightened. The prospect of a union between her son and a daughter from the Duchess's family seemed quite fitting. Immediately, her demeanor towards the Duchess shifted, her smile appearing more genuine. Having heard of the Duchess's amiable nature, she had always been hesitant to engage deeply, fearing accusations of social climbing from others. What nonsense! Social climbing? We were acquainted long before. One was earnest, the other receptive, and they quickly found common ground, engaging in fervent conversation. By the way, Madame Juan, why did you not bring your daughter along today? It would have added to the festivities. The Duchess skillfully diverted the topic, to which Madame Juan was well aware of the implications. My matriarch has been in low spirits these past few days. The maids are dutifully attending to her at home. I have seen the daughters from the Duchess's household. Each is exceptionally talented, but have they all been matched? I can only imagine the suitors must be thronging at your door. Their sentiments resonated, becoming a harmonious exchange of mutual understanding. The Duchess did not fail to grasp the subtlety in Madame Juan's words. She was well aware that not just anyone could gain entry into the esteemed household. The matter of her son's marriage was one that required her utmost attention, for he was still young and easily swayed. Marriage is a serious affair, Madame Juan. What do you think? The Duchess cast a knowing glance at Jian Qingwan, clearly signaling to Madame Juan that entry into the Duchess's household would not come easily for her. This was a significant favor bestowed upon Madame Juan. Indeed, Madame Juan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She responded, "You speak with great wisdom, madam." That little vixen Jian Qingwan thinks she can ascend to greatness just by ensnaring my son? Dream on. The Juan family looks down upon her, and even more so the Duchess's household. With the engagement broken, how can she ever hope to enter the Duchess's family again? Does she think she can marry into a good family? As the flowers were nearly arranged, Madame Juan excused herself with "We shall continue our conversation later." This promise held a deeper meaning, for Madame Juan eagerly anticipated the prospects that lay ahead, ready to scrutinize the daughters of the Duchess's household. After a prolonged wait, the main event of the flower viewing banquet was finally set to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, gather around to behold these exquisite flowers, meticulously selected by my hand. Among them are many rare species, some of which are not in season. They have blossomed due to special methods employed to coax them into bloom. As we indulge in this floral feast, let us truly appreciate the beauty before us. Today, we shall revolve around the theme of elegance. The matriarch has set the stage, and it is only fitting to challenge the young ladies present. Take a close look at these flowers. Each pot bears a number. For our first challenge, let us test your knowledge. Each flower corresponds to a number, and those who can identify the flowers and write down their names will earn victory in this round. The rules are simple, and it is evident that the Duchess of the State has orchestrated this event with great foresight. However, the atmosphere is lively, and all are eager to partake. After all, appreciating flowers is an art form that our noble ladies are well versed in. Since the flowers have been brought forth, let us commence. Time must be allotted for fairness. The matriarch joins in the excitement, and the atmosphere becomes vibrant. Today, the Duke's residence is bustling with activity. I hope the matriarch and the Duchess will excuse any idle chatter. Just as the excitement peaks and the young ladies prepare themselves, a gentle voice interrupts, prompting everyone to turn in anticipation. Before them stands a woman clad in red, strikingly beautiful and exuding an extraordinary presence. Her arrival immediately eclipses all others. It is Miss You. Oh, why did you not announce your arrival? Come, take a seat. It has been so long. Allow me to admire you. The matriarch's response is not mere formality. Her fondness for the young lady is palpable. We have met the county princess. It is clear that everyone recognizes her. Jian Qingwan is also aware, having heard of such a figure in the royal city. Let me tell you, this Lu Xiuyu is formidable. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She won first place in the hunting competition at the age of 13. Qin Jingjing, ever familiar, leans on Jian Qingwan. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gazes at Lu Xiuyu. First place in hunting. Such accolades to inspire envy among her peers. Jian Qingwan cannot suppress her curiosity. It is hard to imagine how she must have looked galloping on horseback and drawing her bow. The presence of the county princess makes our floral banquet all the more exhilarating. Everyone knows she has inherited the martial prowess of General Qin. If we could witness her literary talents today, we would be truly fortunate. As the hostess, the Duchess of the State naturally takes this moment to speak. Indeed, it is serendipitous that you have arrived. Come, join the festivities. The matriarch's warm demeanor towards Lu Xiuyu reveals the deep-rooted friendship between the Qin and Gu families. Having shared many years of camaraderie, Lu Xiuyu's arrival intensifies the competition of the floral banquet, though all maintain smiles and laughter on the surface. How absurd! Why does she come to bask in our limelight? Indeed, she seems to revel in the attention. To come uninvited. How presumptuous for a county princess. It would be rather awkward for us to do the same. The members of the Lu family, wielding military power, are somewhat intimidating, while the more unassuming Lu family members are merely idle officials. Are you afraid of the county princess? Who does not know her prowess in both literature and martial arts? Qin Jingjing cannot stand the duplicity of those around her. If you have something to say, then say it aloud. Whispering behind closed doors is beneath contempt. What does it matter to you, Qin Jingjing? The retort comes from Gu Zijuan, the foremost among the young ladies, who casts a pointed glance at Jian Qingwan, who is being pulled along by Qin Jingjing. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Jingjing, unfazed by the status of the duke's residence, retorts sharply. Sister Jingjing, it has begun. Jian Qingwan, disinterested in the fray, finds it difficult to extricate herself from Qin Jingjing's grasp. Among the young girls, such lively exchanges are inevitable. The distant matrons are not overly concerned, knowing that their squabbles are but minor disputes. Esteemed ladies, the floral appreciation begins now, lasting until the incense burns down. The Duchess has invited any interested young ladies to participate. A maid interrupts the minor quarrel, just in time, addressing Jian Qingwan with special attention. Miss Qingwan, the Duchess has specifically instructed me to prepare ink and paper for you. This way, please. How considerate of the Duchess. Jian Qingwan smiles and nods, appreciating the Duchess's thoughtfulness. Is she being coerced into participating, perhaps to witness her embarrassment? Unbeknownst to others, she has observed the Duchess and Lady Wan exchanging knowing smiles. Sister Wan, let's go. It is merely a floral appreciation. I am familiar with many. Qin Jingjing hastily pulls Jian Qingwan towards the blooms, eager to partake, lest they miss out. I cannot bear to see them sour grapes, when they cannot reach the fruit. Furthermore, you dared to initiate a breakup. You have quite the audacity, which I admire. Qin Jingjing whispers in Jian Qingwan's ear. Jian Qingwan is somewhat speechless. Qin Jingjing's forthrightness is distinct, and her actions are deemed unconventional by many. The others, aside from those two, Cui Yinyan included, are hardly worth my attention. However, Cui Yinyan does possess a certain reputation, being called a talented young lady. I do not favor her, though. Her demeanor is overly enigmatic and amiable towards all. By the way, Sister Wan, how much do you know about these flowers? Qin Jingjing, full of vivacity. Jian Qingwan glances at the flowers, aware of some. That will suffice. I shall write down a few names, as their skills seem rather similar. We shall observe the spectacle. The matriarch's prize will likely depend on the performances of the county princess and Cui Yinyan. As for Cui Yinyan, Jian Qingwan casts a casual glance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let's see for now. She muses about the unruly nature of her sister, reminiscent of a mischievous monkey, which is rather vexing. From a distance, Lady Qin and Qi Mulian watch, shaking their heads. Jingjing is so spirited, a true daughter of a general. I find it quite endearing. My Wanwan was previously too reserved. She seems to have improved. Indeed, I have invited you to bring her to the Qin residence several times, but she never came. She seems quite different now. Do not worry about the broken engagement. She is still young. In a few years, suitable matches will arise. Lady Qin understands Qi Mulian's concerns as a mother. Qi Mulian nods, resigned to this reality. But with the Wan family, this engagement seems to have ended well. Lady Wan's temperament is quite difficult to manage. Have you heard about the county princess? I have heard that the matriarch wishes to see her as a granddaughter-in-law, though I am uncertain why that did not come to pass. Yet, the county princess remains unengaged. It is hard to predict. Look at the matriarch's demeanor. Her fondness is genuine. Qi Mulian's heart skips a beat at this revelation, having not heard such rumors before. She knows that the person beside her is not one to gossip casually. Perhaps she is hinting at something? The potential granddaughter-in-law must refer to the heir apparent. At this floral banquet, various groups harbored different intentions, and how many truly come to appreciate the blossoms. It is a pity that such vibrant blooms are overlooked. The Duchess of Estate is indeed thoughtful. To ensure fairness, the young ladies of the Duke's household shall not participate. Surrounding the flowers, they engage in lively discussions and observations. Some have already summoned their maids to begin grinding ink, claiming it to be refined, yet each carries a hint of competitive spirit. Only Jian Qingwan remains calm, leisurely observing each pot. What pretentiousness! Let them put on their airs. The truth shall reveal itself once the incense burns down. You are formidable. Let us see you in the prize from the old lady. Qin Jingjing does not indulge them. She will not hesitate to confront them if disagreements arise. Jian Qingwan, with a smile, held the hand of her companion, suggesting that admiring flowers is an endeavor for the eyes, not the mouth. Sister Wan speaks the truth. Let us disregard them and enjoy the blossoms. The camaraderie shared in the face of competition made Qin Jingjing beam with delight. Time, however, is fleeting. Let's not be caught unawares. Yin has completed her work. Oh dear, even County Princess Yu has finished hers. Let's hurry to see where the blossoms have fallen. Everyone swiftly rushed over to witness the spectacle, finally silencing the naysayers. Sister Wan, we must write quickly. Time is of the essence. Who emerged victorious? Qin Jingjing chuckled, surprised you would not be curious. You continue writing, I will take a look. My guess is County Princess Yu. Qin Jingjing, with an air of urgency, lifted her skirt and dashed off, returning shortly with a downcast expression, leaving Jian Qingwan to deduce the outcome. To everyone's astonishment, Cui Yinyan had narrowly triumphed. However, did Cui Yinyan truly win? Alas, she was not inclined to let Cui Yinyan bask in her victory. She intended to gradually peel away her facade. With sleeves rolled up and pen in hand, she wrote, leaving Qin Jingjing utterly astonished. Chapter 24. Well-read and knowledgeable Sister Wan, we need only write a few, as long as we do not submit blank sheets. There is no need to scribble aimlessly. Observing the dense array of flower names Jian Qingwan penned in one go, Qin Jingjing could not restrain her comments. Sister Jingjing, how many types did Cui Yinyan write? Jian Qingwan paused, lifting her head to ask earnestly. It seems 16? At any rate, that is 2 more than County Princess Yu. Yet what does appreciating flowers have to do with study? Only they could concoct such a tedious competition. Qin Jingjing scrunched her nose, murmuring softly. There is indeed some connection. Each pot of flowers stems from tail. 16, that is sufficient. We need not list them all. Just a few more than Cui Yinyan will suffice. Setting her pen down to dry the ink, Jian Qingwan rose. Oh, you have finished. Let us see. After writing for so long, surely you have outdone Yinyan. Some matters cannot be resolved by sudden inspiration. Gu Zijuan, taking advantage of her home turf, behaved with quite the arrogance. Juner, you must not be rude. The Duchess, clearly exasperated with her daughter, stepped forward to personally take the paper from Gu Zijuan and turned to Jian Qingwan. Do not take offense, Miss Jian. My child simply enjoys causing a stir. Jian Qingwan offered a gentle smile and a nod, choosing to remain silent. Such disrespectful behavior, in the Duchess's eyes, was merely youthful exuberance. No wonder she had raised her like this. The young girl even dared to present herself before her. The Duchess turned on her heel, evidently dismissing Jian Qingwan's presence. Jian Qingwan did not mind, though she cast a curious glance at Lu Xiuyu, who had been observing her with apparent interest since her arrival. Was the esteemed county princess curious about her? Their eyes met momentarily, both unflinching, before they averted their gazes, as if nothing had transpired. I concede, County Princess, Cui Yinyan proclaimed, adopting the posture of a victor, striving to suppress her glee. Lu Xiu glanced at her, Unperturbed, the outcome is not yet determined. No need for early gratitude. Is there not another round to come? Chui Yinyan's face flushed with embarrassment, forcing a smile and stepping back. Do not take offense, Miss Xiuyu. She has always been straightforward. Gu Zi, the third miss of the Gu family, approached with grace to alleviate the awkwardness, seemingly quite familiar with Lu Xiuyu. Just then, exclamations erupted from the servants, revealing the answers. Miss Jian is correct. 24 types? More than Miss Chui. This revelation left the other young ladies momentarily stunned. How could this be? Gu Zijing was the first to express disbelief, rushing over to check for herself. How could it be? Chui Yinyan's expression faltered, murmuring to herself, her gaze betraying a hint of resentment as it drifted toward Jian Qingwan. How could this wretched girl possibly defeat her? Ha ha ha, Sister Wanwan, you are truly remarkable. Qin Jingjing delighted in the misfortune of Gu Zijuan and the others, whispering excitedly to Jian Qingwan, you are impressive, so adept at concealing your talents. Jian Qingwan smiled wryly. What concealment? All credit goes to Wan Hong. To live up to his reputation as a scholar, I have immersed myself in books since childhood. However, under my grandmother's constant suggestions, I have always felt that no matter how much I read, I remained an uncut gem. My deep-seated inferiority complex rendered me timid and reluctant to venture outside. Of course, no one knows precisely how much I have read, nor that I possess an extraordinary memory. Even obscure texts, once seen, are retained in my mind. To her surprise, Jian Qingwan, knowledgeable as she was, flawlessly listed the flowers from 1 to 24 in order, without a single mistake, leaving Gu Zi in awe. Surely, you recognize the rest of these flowers as well? Gu Zi, having obtained Jian Qingwan's answer sheet from her sister, was equally astonished. Her amazement stemmed not from Jian Qingwan's ability to name 24 varieties, but rather from the order in which she listed them. In an instant, all eyes fell upon Jian Qingwan. Some were curious, others skeptical, some envious, and many astonished. Bring it here, I wish to see. The matriarch's voice commanded attention. Gu Zi glanced at Lu Xiuyu, whose expression was complex, before handing the answer sheet to the matriarch. Such skill in handwriting. It has been long since I have seen such beautiful characters. Young lady of the Jian family, come forward. Being praised by the matriarch was no small feat. Qi Mulian found herself momentarily dazed. While her daughter enjoyed reading, she rarely observed her writing, let alone discerned its quality. Mulian, my dear, you are indeed a gem. Qin Madam subtly nudged Qi Mulian, for the esteemed matriarch of the Rongwood Duke's family was highly knowledgeable. If she praised Jian Qingwan, it must indeed be exceptional. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, Jian Qingwan composedly approached to pay her respects. What is all this formality? Young lady of the Jian family, do enlighten me on how you recognize these flowers. In my lifetime, I have seen many wonders, yet I could not identify even one of those pots. Please, share your insights. Jian Qingwan, wishing to vex Chui Yinyan, did not intend to draw too much attention to herself, yet the matriarch's inquiry compelled her to respond. Glancing at the flower to which the matriarch pointed, she replied, this flower is called cliff plum, thriving on the seldom-trodden cliffs, resembling but not quite a plum. It blooms in June, and as it is now late spring, to encounter it here and now is indeed a stroke of fortune. Cliff plum. It appears like a plum, yet is not. Grandmother, Miss Jian is indeed extraordinary. This flower is precisely the cliff plum. Gu Zi provided the answer, hinting that Jian Qingwan had answered correctly, identifying it as the 28th type beyond her answer sheet. It appears you are fond of flowers and plants. Young lady of the Jian family, you possess quite the knowledge at such a young age. The matriarch inquired with a warm smile, evidently intrigued by her knowledge. The surrounding ladies fell silent, still in disbelief. This unassuming girl did not align with the rumors of her character. Was she not said to be devoid of virtue and talent, lacking refinement? At this moment, the most displeased was Madame Wan, who had not anticipated Jian Qingwan's brilliant display. The Duchess felt a tinge of embarrassment, as this was not her intention. As for Chui Yinyan, regardless of her discontent and resentment, she could only endure. In response to the matriarch, Jian Qingwan is not particularly fond of flowers and plants. Her familiarity with these flowers merely stems from having read a few books. The origins of these flowers can all be found in literature, and the one who prepared them truly possesses great elegance. Is it truly related to reading? The crowd exchanged glances. Those who recognized a few did so from their own experiences, yet none had connected them to any sources. You are being modest. To recognize all these flowers is indeed a testament to your extensive learning. The profound words of the matriarch once again left everyone in stunned silence. The phrase "well read" carries immense weight, and it is not a title befitting just anyone. However, once uttered by the matriarch, it compelled reflection and contemplation. In chapter 25, the young lad, as discerning, I was commendable. Just as Dian was engrossed in his reading, he heard a voice and quickly turned around. Old master, when did you arrive? For a while now. You have no sense of vigilance, and you still dare to ask, the old master replied, stroking his beard as he slowly turned away. You came to see Miss Jian? That seems a bit exaggerated. There are only ladies ahead. What are you doing peeking? Leave. The old duke feigned seriousness with a slight snort. Wasn't he the old master here for the same purpose? Dian felt troubled. He was tasked with guarding this place, and what if? What are you still doing? Hurry up and leave. This is the Duke's residence. A gathering of women. What could possibly happen? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. This brat has truly taken a liking to Miss Jian. Dian dared not defy the old duke's wishes and had no choice but to leave, glancing back as he walked to the door to wait for Gu Yeshi. In the palace, after the inquiries, the atmosphere turned grave. The crown prince, plagued by prolonged illness, was deteriorating, and undercurrents surged within the court, causing turmoil. Should anything happen to the crown prince, a new heir must be selected, and with the elder's advancing age, a storm of bloodshed seemed inevitable. Though everyone understood this, no one dared to voice it. For now, the surface remained calm. Your Majesty, what Gu Yeshi has discovered thus far is limited. The uncles have not stirred much. Though their interactions with court officials have become somewhat more frequent than usual, one advisor remarked. What constitutes a significant stir? The connections between the princes and court officials. Does anyone need to explain the implications? Gu Yeshi remained silent, feeling it inappropriate to interject as an outsider. Assisting the elder in secret investigations was already a rare exception. The elder is growing old. The ministers act independently, and your grandfather has withdrawn for politics. You should consider your grandfather's feelings. Gu Yeshi quickly interrupted. Your Majesty, are you urging me to enter the court again? The elder frowned, his expression grave. Are you aware that at your age, you should have already entered the court? You are now grown. With your grandfather and me here, what is there to fear? Do you enjoy being the most notorious young rake in the capital? Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, if I enter the court, I will undoubtedly attract many adversaries. Remaining outside is more advantageous. Once I enter, I shall be trapped within the capital. Gu Yeshi spoke candidly, and the elder understood, for he had 100 ways to compel his grandson to serve. Enough of this. If you do not wish to enter the court, you may leave. Your mind is elsewhere, and I shall not keep you for dinner. Gu Yeshi bowed and took his leave, but after just 2 steps, he was called back. Wait, I have heard. The Wu family and the Wan family have broken off their engagement. You were present when you publicly sought to marry Miss Jian. Were you serious? After holding back for so long, the elder could no longer contain his curiosity. Gu Yeshi could only pause. I assure you, both the Jian and Wan families have withdrawn from the engagement. My public proposal was entirely appropriate. It was merely that they did not agree. But there is no rush. There is plenty of time. After all, are you truly serious? The elder, hearing the gravity of his tone, felt a twinge of apprehension. Marriage is no jest, and this matter could not be taken lightly. Observing Gu Yeshi's earnest demeanor, the elder's heart began to race. My grandson, does the Jian family not regard you highly? Such audacity. Indeed, your Majesty, why not grant a marriage decree outright? Even the Jian family would not dare to disobey. What nonsense is this? How shameful. You have grown up without securing a single bride. Now leave? Quickly, I find it bothersome. At your command, I take my leave. Gu Yeshi departed, pondering the situation at the flower appreciation banquet at home. The elder sighed, unable to decipher this young man's intentions. The line between truth and deception had become blurred. Gu Eihi, do you think this lad has genuinely taken a liking to the Jian family girl? The steward chuckled awkwardly, unable to respond. If the elder could not see through it, how could he dare to speculate? Have someone investigate the Jian family girl, an unmarried daughter publicly requesting to break off an engagement. Find out the details. Also, inquire about what transpired at the Duke's Flower Appreciation Banquet today. The weight of concern was palpable. After being praised publicly by the matriarch for being well-read, Jian Qingwan had undoubtedly become the center of attention. No one anticipated that Gu Zi, who assisted the Duchess in creating the questions, would be equally astonished, while others were oblivious. She was acutely aware that the references to flowers were not merely derived from a couple of books. One must not only have read extensively, but also retain that knowledge. The truth would soon be unveiled, and the second round of challenges would reveal all. In the previous question, Miss Jian had truly astonished everyone, and anticipation grew for the next round. This time, the theme remained flowers with a simple format. The young ladies would draw lots, divided into red and blue. Those who drew red could choose anyone with a blue slip and a flower. The one who could recite the most poetry related to the designated flower would win. The rules were indeed uncomplicated. They not only tested one's literary foundation, but also required a touch of luck. Drawing a red slip conferred a distinct advantage. Wanwan. Qi Mulan looked at her daughter with concern. Even before the competition began, their daughter was already the target of envious gazes. Do not fret, mother. I have spent these years only reading. It was not boasting, it was the plain truth. Sister Wanwan, let's go draw lots. If fortune favors us, we may form a pair. This time, Qin Jingjing was not worried about Jian Qingwan being bullied. Instead, she feared being mocked for her own inability to study. However, this time, everyone's focus was on Jian Qingwan, and Qin Jingjing's worries were unfounded. I drew red. Sister Wanwan, quickly see what you have. As they received their lots, Qin Jingjing beamed with joy upon seeing her red slip. When she noticed Jian Qingwan's blue slip, she quickly said, no worries. We shall partner up. I choose you, and the flower. Let us select the orchid. You shall have no problem with that, as I know a few poems about orchids. Jian Qingwan nodded at the slip in her hand. The maid who handed her the lot had clearly tampered with it, and since someone had gone to such lengths to prepare this lot for her, she could not let their efforts go to waste. She had always claimed her only interests were reading and writing, yet no one seemed to believe her. Shall we begin? I choose Sister Wanwan. Qin Jingjing had just raised her hand when a group of girls approached them, all holding red slips. Among them were Cui Yin and Lu Xiuyu. Wait, what are you doing? I chose Sister Wanwan first. Go find someone else. Qin Jingjing interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Jian Qingwan. Did you not hear the rules? Jingjing? The one with the red slip can choose anyone. Once you select them, you cannot select again. Of course, if she is too timid to accept, that is another matter. Gu Ziqian stood to the side, smugly instigating trouble. What do you mean? Are so many of you ganging up on one? Have you no shame? Qin Jingjing, mind your words. My grandmother has praised her for being well-read. We merely wish to seize this rare opportunity to gain insight and learn from her. What is wrong with that? No one expected so many to align in thought. Indeed, it was rather inappropriate. They could only seek another opportunity to consult Miss Jian later. Observing Cui Yin feigning regret and acting magnanimous, Jian Qingwan was curious to see her mask torn away. No matter, one more or one less makes no difference. You need not wait for another chance. I shall accept all your slips. Shall we proceed one by one, or together? Chapter 26. This is true humiliation together. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd. Was she out of her mind? Such audacity. Jian Qingwan, you said this yourself. Do not claim later that you were bullied. Gu Zijuan finally realized the situation, fearing that Jian Qingwan might have a change of heart, and quickly interjected. Gu Zi initially intended to pull Gu Zijuan away, but reconsidered. After all, Jian Qingwan was indeed quite audacious. Let's begin. Sister Jingjing chose me first. So it's your turn. Jian Qingwan uttered not a single superfluous word. If we are to speak of bullying, let us see who triumphs first. I forfeit. Qin Jingjing elegantly tossed her sign into the tray held by a nearby maid. Sister Wanwan, if they are shameless, you need not hold back. Qin Jingjing retreated to encourage Jian Qingwan, though she felt a pang of uncertainty. It was evident they had come prepared to intimidate. Jian Qingwan smiled slightly. All right. She appreciated the sentiment. She realized that living like Qin Jingjing was quite liberating, saying what one wished, doing as one pleased, unrestrained, and indifferent to the opinions of others. Having been granted a second chance at life, she aimed to live with clarity and transparency. Who shall go first? Jian Qingwan turned to the group of young women, pondering why she had ever felt so inferior to them. I shall go first. Lotus. Dufang responded promptly. Some individuals had thick skin, unashamed to overwhelm the few. Please. Jian Qingwan regarded the bowl of lotus flowers before her with composure. Although with lotus, to speak of the demeanor befitting a military family. My dear Wanwan indeed has some grace. Madame Qin's compliment was genuine. At that moment, Jian Qingwan displayed the poise of a military lineage. Even the quietly observing matriarch could not help but nod in approval. A young girl, unperturbed by the multitude, exuded an admirable confidence. After all, her age suggested she had rarely stepped outside. Dou Feng, who designated the lotus, fully aware of her choice, and after reciting the first half of the quatrain, she cast a provocative glance at Jian Qingwan. Without missing a beat, Jian Qingwan seamlessly delivered the second half. Miss Dou, it is my turn. As Sister Jingjing rightly said, they may be shameless, but I shall not be polite. In the garden of flowers, who comes from which realm, standing gracefully, showcasing her beauty. The warm sun and fragrant breeze are endless, as branches extend and leaves flourish in boundless verdure. Miss Dou, please respond with the next couplet. Dou Feng Oi's face flushed with urgency. Though she was familiar with numerous poems about lotus flowers, this particular piece felt unfamiliar. After a moment of thought, she felt both embarrassed and anxious, her ears turning red as she reluctantly retreated in defeat. This style of wordplay was akin to a game of flying flowers, where one typically exchanged pleasantries and engaged in simple exchanges. It was rare for someone to start with such challenging lines, as no one wished to earn a reputation for being harsh. However, Jian Qingwan was truly unfazed. Miss Dou, I concede the next couplet. Though the coolness shield against the scorching summer, why, then, remain languid in the cold winter? Since one is unwilling to be tainted by dust, why stand in the mire? This was from the Questions of the Lotus, an anonymous compilation. No wonder Dou Feng could not respond. This book was seldom explored by women, as even ordinary female scholars found it difficult to comprehend the poetry within. Men who were not scholars generally did not study it either. This collection featured renowned works whose origins were lost to time, yet were universally acknowledged as fine poetry, some of which were exceedingly obscure and challenging. Sister Wanwan is truly impressive. Qin Jingjing was too preoccupied with her own delight to care about Dou Feng's feelings. Next contestant. The flower viewing banquet was undeniably dull. She was still unaware of the matriarch's intentions, but the Duchess was decidedly unfriendly. Observing Dou Feng's defeat, the other young ladies felt a pang of regret. They had no particular grudge against Jian Qingwan. Initially, they had been skeptical after witnessing the matriarch's praise of her, combined with Dou Feng and Gu Zijuan's attempts to provoke her, which had momentarily clouded their judgment. Miss Jian, I choose the Qiong flower. I seek your guidance. Lu Xiyu stepped forward amid the silence. As a county princess, her demeanor was markedly courteous. In truth, she had not anticipated that everyone would choose Jian Qingwan, but she genuinely wished to compete with her. Therefore, even upon realizing the misalignment, she would not feign pretense like Cui Yinyan. I dare not seek your guidance. Thus, I shall not hold back. The trees of Jumong Palace have already bloomed. The jeweled petals of the Qiong flower compete in elegance. Falling snow blankets the Shanglin tonight, ushering in the vibrant colors of spring. Jian Qingwan responded with poise, acknowledging the invitation to begin. Though Lu Xiyu hesitated, she continued, and before long, they had exchanged 3 verses. The Qiong flower was rarely seen in the imperial city, and references to it in poetry were scarce. Many of the verses discussed moments ago were unfamiliar to several young ladies present. In an instant, 6 or 7 young women discreetly returned their signs to the tray. Rather than risk embarrassment like Dou Feng, they preferred to follow Qin Jingjing's lead and forfeit. Even the dimmest observer could discern that Jian Qingwan possessed genuine talent. The first question might have suggested the possibility of cheating, but now there was no room for argument. Gu Zijuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of frustration. Thankfully, Gu Zi managed to restrain her just in time. Today, her sister had crossed the line, and further unruliness could lead to ridicule. Jian Qingwan, indeed, as their grandmother had indicated, was not merely arrogant. She possessed the capability. The Qiong flowers danced beneath the jade platform, a millennium of ambition reduced to dust. County Princess, please. Unbeknownst to them, this was already the 8th verse, and the atmosphere grew tense. To exchange verses for so long with the County Princess was a testament to their wisdom in conceding. Jian Qingwan was indeed well-versed in poetry, and Xiyu humbly acknowledged her defeat. Lu Xiyu was straightforward. Unable to respond, she did not prolong the exchange. You overpraise me, County Princess. I concede. Jian Qingwan remained gracious, not allowing her victory to inflate her ego. Next contestant, please. Having been deeply engrossed, Jian Qingwan did not notice that the only remaining contestant was Cui Yinyan. At that moment, Cui Yinyan was also preparing to submit her sign. As all eyes turned toward her, Cui Yinyan paused, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. Just as she was about to speak, Jian Qingwan preemptively addressed her. I have long admired the esteemed Miss Cui. It is said that you are a woman of remarkable talent. Today is a rare opportunity. I wish to seek your guidance, Miss Cui. Please. At this, Cui Yinyan felt cornered. She could hardly back down now, with so many watching. Her reputation preceded her, and holding the sign in her hand, she felt that refusing would invite unwelcome speculation. With no way out, she steeled herself. Deep down, she felt an ounce of defiance, convinced she could hold her own. Most importantly, she did not wish to be bested by Jian Qingwan. However, she could only say, "It is I who will learn from you, Miss Jian, please." Jian Qingwan scrutinized her closely for the first time, recalling how in her previous life, Wan Hong had belittled her, the wife he had married, reducing her to mere dust. The sudden intensity of Jian Qingwan's gaze unsettled Cui Yinyan, causing an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Miss Cui, I have heard you say that only a man of talent, like Master Wan Hong, is worthy of your company. Is that so? Jian Qingwan's abrupt comment left everyone taken aback. What did she mean? Both Qi Mulian and Madame Wan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they considered Jian Qingwan's unexpected reference to Wan Hong. To be frank, before this moment, countless young ladies in the imperial city envied Miss Jian, believing her fortune stemmed from her past life's merits. Alas, such unions are ultimately dictated by fate, and the concept of fate is the most elusive to compel. What say you, Miss Jian? Cui Yinyan had long suppressed a torrent of anger. She had thought that Jian Qingwan, having the foresight to reject her engagement with Hong Lang, would have the decency to withdraw from the limelight. Who would have imagined that today, Jian Qingwan would steal the show? In previous gatherings, whenever Cui Yinyan was present, she was always the center of attention. Amidst the crowd, Madame Wan held her head high, exuding an air of superiority, while some were keenly aware of their mismatched status. Upon hearing this, Qi Mulian's expression darkened. In a quarrel between ladies, it was best to remain silent, particularly when one hailed from a scholarly family and had expertly navigated her own engagement. It became evident that Miss Cui harbored feelings for young Master Wan. How intriguing it was that both were unmarried. However, one could only wonder if Miss Cui possessed the fortune and fate to match her aspirations. Madame Wan, I lack the merit to be associated with your son. How about this Miss Cui? They spoke without regard for the harshness of their words, and she saw no reason to show them courtesy. If they had no shame, why should she? In an instant, both Cui Yinyan and Madame Wan wore expressions of disbelief. One was flushed with embarrassment, eagerly awaiting Madame Wan's response, while the other found herself at a loss for words. To declare compatibility would necessitate a union with the Cui family. Yet to dismiss it would imply that the Cui family, descended from the Minister of Rights, was not to be trifled with. Though none knew the underlying tensions between Cui Yinyan and Jian Qingwan, it was apparent that the Cui lady held affections for the Wan gentleman. The question remained whether the Wan family reciprocated these sentiments. Madame Cui observed her daughter's anxious demeanor, fearing misunderstandings that could arise from such interactions. At this age of matchmaking, who could predict the rumors that might circulate? The most troubled of all was Madame Wan, who silently cursed Jian Qingwan 1,000 times over. Indeed, Miss Jian was exceptional. How could she be so bold as to play matchmaker before she herself was wed? Young ladies ought to heed the wisdom of the ancients instead of treating it as mere jest. Miss Cui was renowned for her talents, and many suitors from the imperial city sought her hand. Young Master Wan had just severed ties with her. It was unlikely he had the heart to consider another union so soon. Miss Jian was truly well-meaning, but it seemed both families would not require her assistance. Let us return to our poetic exchanges, for Miss Cui is celebrated for her literary prowess, and Miss Jian is equally well-versed in the classics. We eagerly anticipate a display of skill. As the Duchess spoke, the matriarch furrowed her brow slightly. It was her duty as the host to alleviate the awkwardness. Yet her words left much to be desired. Those unfamiliar might mistake it for the attitude of the Ronghua Duke's household. Facing the smiling, yet muddled Duchess, Jian Xingwan raised an eyebrow and smiled at Cui Yinyan. Let us share poetry, Miss Cui. Please choose a flower. Cui Yinyan, unable to contain herself, thought Jian Xingwan was quite pretentious. Yet, the flush on her cheeks betrayed a hint of disappointment. Orchid. Ladies first, please. Orchids have long been regarded as the gentleman among flowers. It is said that Miss Cui is known as the elegant orchid scholar and has a particular fondness for orchids. She must know many poems related to them. So listen closely, Miss Cui. Atop the mountains, amidst sheer cliffs, the exquisite fragrance lingers. Upon hearing the first line, Cui Yinyan's brow furrowed. As the self-proclaimed elegant orchid scholar, she prided herself on her knowledge of orchids and the poetry surrounding them. Yet, the words spoken by Jian Xingwan were unfamiliar to her. She pondered, but could recall no such poem. Yinyan, think carefully. Gu Zijuan, unable to bear Jian Xingwan's rising prominence, urged her friend. Cui Yinyan wished to respond, but alas. Jian Xingwan, are you fabricating verses? This hardly seems related to orchids at all. Sixth sister. Gu Zi whispered urgently to stop Gu Zijuan from speaking further. In such a setting, no one was a fool. Could one truly bluff? Had she forgotten their grandmother was present, a woman of great literary knowledge? Meanwhile, the matriarch, brow furrowed in contemplation, straightened her posture to scrutinize Jian Xingwan earnestly. Under the collective gaze of those present, Cui Yinyan felt utterly mortified. Never had she experienced such shame. Her reputation was on the line, and she faltered on her very first response. Miss Cui, the next line is, not without the floating clouds beneath. Neither do they linger nor leave. I beg your pardon. This poem is inscribed on a painting by a renowned master. Titled Inscription on Orchid Painting. I heard that Miss Cui is proficient in music, chess, and literature, and has a fondness for orchids. So I assumed you might have seen the painting and recognized the poem. Jian Xingwan disregarded Gu Zi's inquiries and presented her answer directly. It must be said that the adage birds of a feather flock together holds some truth. Wan Hong was a hypocrite, and the authenticity of his intellect is debatable. As for Cui Yinyan, it appeared she was not particularly remarkable either. This was not an issue. Who could verify the poem inscribed on a painting? Furthermore, there were countless paintings of orchids. How could one ascertain the truth of her claim? Not to mention, the poem did not even mention the word orchid. Silence. Gu Zijuan, still unwilling to concede, attempted to argue, but was silenced by the matriarch's sharp reprimand. The matriarch raised her hand for assistance to stand. This poem, though a tribute to a painting, was exquisitely composed, capturing the noble character of the orchid while expressing sentiments of high-minded recluses, unaffected by worldly disturbances. It celebrated the orchid's elegance in harsh conditions and its serene disposition. Especially the latter two lines were truly masterful. To call one well-read was no exaggeration. You are indeed worthy of such praise. With the matriarch's endorsement, no one dared to voice further objections. Cui Yinyan bit her lip, feeling even more humiliated by the matriarch's words. What a clever ploy by Jian Xingwan, subtly insinuating that she lacked the qualities of an orchid, using veiled language to accuse her of seeking fame without merit. Truly, she was more astute than Gu Zijuan, recognizing that Jian Xingwan was mocking her. Grandmother, I heard you invited Miss Jian to admire the flowers, and I couldn't resist coming to see. The garden was filled with ladies, and Gu Yeshi stepped forward with an air of confidence. Upon his arrival, the women immediately straightened their postures. The matronly figures observed discreetly, while the younger ladies cast furtive glances. Regardless of Gu Yeshi's reputation, his standing and appearance commanded attention, and many young ladies harbored thoughts of admiration. The most evident among them was Lu Xiuyu, as their families were old acquaintances, well matched in status, having known each other since childhood. Greetings to all the esteemed ladies. In gatherings of women, a young man's presence could feel out of place. Yet, as the host's grandson, his presence was not entirely unwelcome. Nevertheless, his immediate focus on Jian Xingwan drew curious glances from those present. The ladies collectively returned the greeting. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be in the palace? The matriarch observed her grandson with a stern expression. Gu Yeshi treated the palace as if it were his own home, quite unorthodox for someone of his status. Grandmother, I just arrived from the palace. He spoke nonchalantly while helping the matriarch. The matriarch lightly swatted his hand. Today's flower appreciation banquet is for the ladies. Why did you rush back? You're rarely one to join such gatherings. Enough, you have greeted the ladies. Your grandfather is waiting for you. Go on." With the matriarch eager to dismiss him to avoid any potential mishaps, her stern demeanor belied her affection for him. "I will be there shortly, grandfather. I brought several pots of rare flowers from the northern regions as tribute. I found them quite beautiful and requested them from the emperor." Look, the rare flowers from the northern regions, so distant from the imperial city, were indeed precious and difficult to transport. Gu Yeshi gestured for Dai and to bring forth the flowers, and his arrival with such esteemed gifts was met with approval, leaving no room for criticism. The matriarch, a lover of flowers, smiled at her grandson's thoughtful gesture. How fortunate you are to have the emperor's favor." Who could have imagined that grandmother's fondness for gardening would leave the grandson with no choice but to muster some audacity? "Grandmother has entrusted you with this responsibility, Diane. Kindly bring that pot over here." Guishi gestured to a servant who was cradling a flower pot, prompting Dai to hastily take it and present it. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers. This pot was unlike any other, resembling a small tree yet devoid of flowers. Indeed, there were no leaves, merely a few bare branches, igniting their intrigue. Gu Yishi cradled the peculiar flower as he approached Jianqing Wan, inciting a look of wariness and confusion on her face. "This pot is a gift from Miss Jian." The rumors about the heir presenting flowers publicly were indeed substantiated. This visit had proven worthwhile. The atmosphere shifted subtly, all eyes fixated on the unusual pot, which, while undoubtedly a valuable offering, remained enigmatic in its rarity. The matriarch's expression flickered. Guishi's bold move had made it difficult for her to voice any objection. The rumors were confirmed. The heir of the duke's residence certainly harbored intentions towards a young lady of the Wu Ho family. Did this young man not realize that by doing so, he had effectively sealed the fate of Jian's family? The engagement had already been tenuous, and now that the heir's interest was evident, families that had previously overlooked her withdrawal would be compelled to reconsider. At this moment, the most anxious was Qi Mulian. The matriarch's thoughts mirrored those of the others. As a mother, how could she not be concerned about her daughter's future? Fortunately, Madame Qin managed to steady her. In this situation, it was prudent for her to refrain from speaking out, as it was vital to observe her daughter's response. Under the collective gaze, Jianqing Wan regarded the flower pot extended by Gu Yishi but did not accept it. Instead, she scrutinized it earnestly. "Your Grace, this flower. I am not particularly fond of the title Your Grace. If Miss Jian does not mind, you may call me a she. That is how my grandfather addresses me." Jianqing Wan hesitated momentarily before shaking her head vigorously. "That is unacceptable. I am not Mr. Gu's elder. Such a familiarity is inappropriate." Her earnest refusal elicited an involuntary laugh from Qin Jingjing, who could not help but find the situation amusing. The laughter, however, felt jarring amidst the atmosphere, prompting the usually carefree Miss Qin to cover her mouth in embarrassment. Jianqing Wan was puzzled. She had made no error in her words. A she was merely a term of endearment from elder to younger, as Gu Yishi himself had indicated. "Well, you may call me whatever you prefer, even if you dislike it. What was it you said about this flower? You do not like it? What flowers do you favor?" Some individuals truly possessed a fortitude thicker than walls, seemingly oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. Ahem! The matriarch could no longer restrain herself and admonished her grandson. "Enough. Do not overstep. Consider the occasion. This is sheer folly. Ah, Yishi, this is where you err. Today, with so many ladies present, you bestow flowers solely upon Miss Jian. We can overlook it, but the county princess grew up alongside you. You cannot show such favoritism." The Duchess feigned joviality, yet her pointed remarks captured everyone's attention. It was no wonder the county princess had arrived uninvited today. Her usual aloofness meant she seldom attended gatherings of noble women in the imperial city, and even when she did, she remained reticent. Today was indeed different, and the connection between the Liu and Duke families hinted at a deeper relationship. Could there be a budding interest between the county princess and Gu Yishi? Such implications were too overt to ignore. Surely, the Duchess's words were not mere idle gossip. Were the Liu and Gu families contemplating a union? This news had been kept well under wraps. Had it not been for the Duchess's revelation today, few would have known. Stealing a glance at Lu Suyu, the now flustered county princess only served to affirm the suspicions swirling among the crowd. Following the Duchess's remarks, the matriarch's expression darkened. Feigning modesty, she appeared inwardly elated, yet maintained a facade of decorum. "Gu Zijun, seeing Jian Qingwan disregard her mother's words, could not help but mutter under her breath. Although her voice was low, it was audible to all. Gu Zijun, if you cannot speak appropriately, it would be wise to remain silent to avoid inciting annoyance. While others regarded her as a lady of the Duke's residence, Gu Yishi was not inclined to indulge her. Just as Gu Zijun and the Duchess were about to retort, Jian Qingwan interjected, "Miss Gu, I was invited to attend your esteemed flower viewing banquet today. If I have inadvertently offended you, I would appreciate your guidance, as it seems you have taken it upon yourself to belittle me as though we are strangers. You, a lady of noble birth, presume to judge my character without knowing anything about me. Such sharpness is unbecoming. One must wonder who has instilled such notions in you. Were it not for today's encounter with the matriarch and other young ladies of the Duke's residence, I might have questioned the upbringing of your family." Jian Qingwan's words were laden with weight, chastising Gu Zijun while subtly ridiculing the Duchess. The synergy between her and Gu Yishi was undeniable, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Chapter 29. The right fit someone. Escort the sixth young lady home to rest. Who could have anticipated that a delightful flower viewing banquet would culminate in such chaos? The matriarch was visibly incensed. "Grandmother!" Gu Siyun exclaimed, unable to believe the turn of events. The matriarch remained unmoved, uttering not a single word. Gu Zijun was forcibly led away, humiliated before the gathering of highborn ladies. Word of this incident would undoubtedly hinder her prospects for a suitable marriage, relegating her to a lower status. The Duchess was acutely aware of her daughter's conduct. She had long harbored resentment for Gu Zijun's actions. Reflecting on her daughter's behavior today, it became clear that someone had been manipulating her, using her as a pawn. This realization only deepened her frustration and fury. Moreover, the matriarch's stance was a public reprimand. After dealing with Gu Zijun, she stepped forward, holding her jade bracelet. Jian Qingwan recognized her approach and respectfully moved to greet her. "Jian family young lady, I sincerely apologize. It seems my household's guidance has fallen short, resulting in this embarrassment before everyone." The matriarch, with a glance towards Qi Mulien, continued, "Madame Wu Ho, I regret that you have witnessed this. I hope you will not take offense. I assure you, I shall properly instruct that sixth young lady and ensure she pays her respects in due time." Who was this matriarch? Few in the entire imperial city could elicit such humility and graciousness. The atmosphere grew solemn and serious. Qi Mulien approached, and both mother and daughter bowed deeply to the matriarch. "Your words are too grave, matriarch. Children at this age are often impressionable and easily swayed by others. The sixth young lady appears to possess a spirited nature. Her excessive words are understandable, and an apology is unnecessary. After all, this was the Duke's residence." And given the matriarch's understanding and sincerity, Qi Mulien knew her daughter would not dwell on the matter. Still, there was a veiled message in her words. Both the matriarch and the Duchess were astute individuals, and she trusted they would comprehend her hint. One must acknowledge their faults. There was no need for Madame Wu Ho to speak on her behalf. "However, your family is genuinely remarkable, and I find myself humbled by the contrast." The matriarch's words were met with respectful refusal from Qi Mulien, who offered a few courteous responses in return. The matriarch, holding the bracelet, turned to Jian Qingwan, then glanced at her grandson, who held the flower pot motionless beside her, secretly sighing. This young man was clearly intent on courting the Jian family daughter. "This adornment is yours. Try it on." The matriarch presented the bracelet personally. In this context, Jian Qingwan could not refuse without appearing resentful over Gu Zijun's earlier behavior. Thus, she accepted it, grateful that the bracelet was framed as a gesture of goodwill, alleviating any awkwardness. "Grandmother has gifted you the bracelet. As for my flowers." Gu Yishi had not anticipated that she would confront Gu Zijun so brazenly. He had been momentarily taken aback, yet intrigue danced in his eyes. Had he known that Jian family's young lady was so uniquely remarkable, he would have sought her company sooner. Her unpredictable demeanor, coupled with her sharp intellect and audacity, along with a hint of vindictiveness, made her utterly extraordinary. No, she was truly one of a kind. Such a woman. To marry and share a life with would ensure that existence would never be dull. As she gazed at the flowers on the tree, the elderly matriarch remained silent and motionless, curious to see if Jian Qingwan would accept the offering. The gifts presented by the young men in public were inextricably tied to their intentions. Young Master Gu, my daughter Wanwan, does not nurture flowers. This is a tribute. How could she waste such a treasure? Qin Mulian fretted, pondering her daughter's earlier mention of collaboration. What was young Master Gu implying? Madam Wu, your words carry weight. It would be rather inappropriate to give these flowers to anyone else, but for Miss Jian, it is most fitting. Gu Yeshi's cryptic remarks only heightened the curiosity surrounding the potted plant in his hands. Why was it deemed suitable? Qin Mulian stared at the bare branches, feeling speechless. Did her daughter not deserve the vibrant and exquisite flowers? Young Master Gu, this truly is not appropriate. Although she had called off her engagement and was not inclined to discuss marriage, surely young Master Gu could not jest in such a manner. Yeshi, if you wish to gift flowers, there are many beautiful ones here. You need not be so casual with such a barren offering. You are typically quite charming. Yet it is no wonder Miss Jian declined this gift. Any girl would feel displeased. The Duchess of the Duke's manor seemed relentless in seizing every opportunity to undermine Gu Yeshi, and it was no surprise. Her son coveted the title of heir, which Gu Yeshi seemed to disregard. Miss Jian, do you not feel the flowers are unworthy? Gu Yeshi paid no heed to the Duchess's words, his gaze lingering on Jian Qingwan, as if nothing else mattered. His slightly aggrieved tone stirred the hearts of the ladies present. Young Master Gu, what you jest about is the yin lian, which is exceedingly rare, found only in the deep valleys of the north. When it blooms, its fragrance wafts for miles. And there's a saying that one flower scents an entire city. The flower resembles a peony, its petals indistinguishable from its leaves. Such a precious rarity could hardly be deemed undesirable. It is precisely because it is so rare that I do not dare to accept it. The matriarch is knowledgeable about flowers. Thus, gifting it to her would not be in vain. Indeed, it was a treasure, as Jian Qingwan earnestly explained. Her knowledge of these flowers stemmed from her extensive reading, yet she was not particularly fond of flowers nor adept in their care. Accepting such a gift would truly be a waste. Is this truly the Yinlian? The matriarch's eyes sparkled with astonishment, then shifted to her grandson with a complex expression. There were indeed connoisseurs of flowers present, and though none had seen the Yinlian, its name was well known, prompting a collective curiosity directed at Jian Qingwan. Gu Yeshi, are you certain this flower is suitable for Miss Jian? Lu Shiyu's remark cast an intriguing shadow over the atmosphere. The uninformed remained oblivious, while those in the know exchanged glances filled with gossip, deepening the matriarch's complex demeanor. Gu Yeshi glanced at the Yinlian, then at Jian Qingwan, affirming, I have said, there is no one more suitable than her. His words held double meaning. Lu Shiyu appeared slightly disheartened, her eyes reddening as she gazed defiantly at Gu Yeshi. Am I not suitable? At this moment, even those who had been oblivious began to grasp the underlying implications. The conversation was no longer about the flower, but clearly about people. There were many flowers appropriate for the county princess, yet this pot of yin lian was not one of them. Lu Shiyu, upon hearing this, gently closed her eyes. Matriarch, I feel unwell. I must take my leave and will visit you another day. She bowed and turned to depart. Mother, is this pot of flowers truly as miraculous as Sister Wanwan claims? Is it a treasure? Qin Jingjing examined it from every angle, but failed to see its extraordinary qualities. I have no clue about such matters, Mrs. Qin replied, casting a glance at her daughter. It was indeed difficult to discern. Aside from its rarity, there must be other meanings attached. It seemed the rumors were not entirely baseless, while the Jian family appeared oblivious. It appeared that young Master Gu genuinely favored the Jian girl. Miss Jian, you claim not to understand flowers. Yet you're the only one here who recognized this as the Yinlian. Is that not too modest? The matriarch, with a complex expression, watched Lu Shiyu leave before turning her attention to Jian Qingwan. Miss Jian, I must confess, I recognize this flower because I read about it in a book titled Chronicles of the Northern Lands. Initially, I did not realize it, but when young Master Gu mentioned that these flowers are rare treasures from the north, I recalled the descriptions of the Yinlian. When not in bloom, it resembles a withered branch with deep brown, wrinkled stems. Indeed, you have read extensively. Is there a legend associated with this flower mentioned in the book? The matriarch inquired, her gaze fixed on Jian Qingwan. A legend? Unfortunately, I must shake my head. There is none. Chapter 30. Just nurture it upon hearing Jian Qingwan's response. The matriarch fell silent. This matter was no longer her concern. Having invited the ladies from the Jian family at her husband's behest, her task was complete. As for her grandson's marriage, even she, as his grandmother, could not dictate terms. Above her was the imperial family. The matter of the heir to the Duke of Rong's estate was inherently complicated. It was evident today that her grandson had genuine intentions. The Wu family had not anticipated this. Perhaps no one in the entire capital had foreseen it. Whether her grandson's wishes would be realized remained uncertain. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she decided to rest. Miss Jian, although you may not understand flowers, you have indeed read many books. This flower, while it is indeed rare, is merely a pot of flowers. If you like it, accept it. If you do not, let this young man care for it himself. I have already received so much today that I cannot take on more. The matriarch glanced at the flower in Gu Yeshi's possession, and with a smile, nodded at Jian Qingwan and Qi Mulian before departing. See her off. The ladies curtsied, and, as the matriarch exited, their scrutinizing gazes became increasingly unabashed. It turned out that these unremarkable branches were indeed treasures, and young Master Gu's intentions were not frivolous. Whether Jian Qingwan accepted the gift or not, if she did, it would imply, Jian Qingwan mused, considering that the matriarch's words hinted that her grandson was indeed a noble heir, unable to offer even a pot of flowers without it seeming somewhat embarrassing. Regardless, Gu Yeshi had rendered her a significant favor, and she ought to reciprocate. She could not allow him to lose face. After all, it was merely a pot of flowers. She could nurture it. Gu Yeshi's eyes brightened as he observed Jian Qingwan extending her hand to receive the flowers. It may be heavy. I shall have someone deliver it to your residence. When it blooms, I will visit to admire it. Very well. It seemed there was nothing wrong with accepting a gift and expressing a desire to see it bloom. Moreover, she could hardly ask the heir not to visit. Observing this scene, Qi Mulian felt a whirlwind of emotions. How could this be clarified? Thank you for the Duke's family's warm reception today. We must take our leave now, as there are still guests at home. Qi Mulian hurriedly led her daughter away from this place of gossip, as the matriarch had already left. The invitation had come from her, and there was no obligation to the Duchess. The Duchess offered a forced smile, showing no intent to retain them. No need for anyone else. I will personally escort the Wu family and Miss Jian. Please. Young Master Gu himself saw them off, bestowing significant favor upon the Wu mother and daughter. Qi Mulian accepted this silently. They had already accepted the flowers, so it mattered little. After the Wu family departed, the Qin family followed suit. So that is how it is. No wonder they shamelessly cause a scene over an engagement cancellation, seeking to climb the social ladder while blaming others. Madame Wan finally could no longer contain her anger. Her face flushed as she watched Jian Qingwan and the others depart, indignantly stating her thoughts. Alas, the young ladies of today are not like us in our time. I have heard that the Wu family has only one daughter, and naturally, she has been spoiled too much. Those who speak ill never lack. It is primarily envy. Just now, young Master Gu's tender and open admiration for Jian Qingwan showed no trace of frivolity. For her sake, he even publicly rejected the county princess, evoking the saying, from the vast waters of the world, I seek but a single sip. How many women yearn for such a thing? Just now, young Master Gu did not even glance at anyone else. Indeed, what charm does Jian Qingwan possess? In the past, she had never been seen moving about. So how did the young Master Gu come to notice her? Nonetheless, she possessed a certain talent. This scene evoked whispers of envy among several young ladies. They remarked that Master Gu was merely momentarily bewitched. After all, what background did the Marquis' residence possess, and how could she possibly be worthy of him? It was no wonder that Dofeng found Jian Qingwan displeasing. It turned out she had her sights set on Gu Yeshi. Cui Yinyan also felt humiliated today, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Jian Qingwan. She had thought that after breaking off the engagement, Jian Qingwan would find it difficult to marry again, yet unexpectedly, she displayed such capability to elicit Master Gu's public affection. With the main guests of the flower-viewing banquet departed, it was clear that the gathering had lost its purpose. The Duchess had invited so many guests with the intention of causing Jian Qingwan to stumble in front of the Emperor's court, thereby making it difficult for her to hold her head high again. This served two purposes: to repay a favor to the Wan family and to suppress Gu Yeshi, allowing everyone to witness his poor judgment in women, further cementing his reputation as a wastrel and complicating his prospects for marriage. Lastly, there was Lu Xiyu, unbeknownst to outsiders. The matriarch had previously expressed a desire for a union with the Liu family. Surprisingly, the proud Liu Xiuyu had consented to the match, indifferent to Gu Yeshi's infamous reputation. However, for reasons unknown, this proposal was later abandoned. Nonetheless, the Duchess had kept this matter close to her heart. If Gu Yeshi were to marry Liu Xiuyu, it would only strengthen his position, leaving her son with even less hope. In any case, the Duchess would surely do everything in her power to meddle in Gu Yeshi's marital affairs. Wan, how can you accept this flower? On the way home, Qi Mulian gazed at the potted plant in the carriage, recognizing it as a hot potato. Jian Qingwan sighed helplessly. Mother, in that moment, if I had not accepted it, the young master would have lost face, and the matriarch had said it was merely a potted flower. As long as the Duke's residence does not take it to heart, it matters not how others perceive it. Although we attended, it was thanks to the young master that we managed to break off the engagement smoothly, allowing him to be unfairly criticized in the process. While her reasoning held merit, it still felt inappropriate. Wan, you are a woman, and the world is often unjust towards women. As you mentioned, the young master may face criticism, but when it comes to proposals, such matters do not affect him. You must understand that regardless of his reputation, there will always be families eager to marry their daughters to him. You, however, are different. Qi Mulian's words were intended to make her daughter aware of the disparities between men and women. A single misstep could cost a woman her entire future. Mother, I am well aware of this. In truth, the young master is not as others depict him. In this world, there are indeed hypocrites like Wan Hong, but there are also those who disdain seeking fame and fortune. A fox will eventually reveal its tail. Gold will not fear the test of fire, regardless of his intentions. I believe that the young master has no malicious thoughts in sending me this flower. Mother, I understand your and father's concerns regarding my marital prospects after the engagement was broken. However, I truly do not mind. Those who genuinely care for me will not hold my past against me. And if they do, why should I force myself to conform? At worst, I shall remain single and accompany you and father for life. Besides, I hold no blame in this broken engagement. In time, everyone shall come to know the truth. Jian Qingwan's heartfelt words left Qi Mulian feeling both pained and helpless. What do you mean, not marrying? What girl does not wish to marry? Do not speak such nonsense. My dear Wan, you shall surely encounter a suitor who truly cherishes you, leading to a loving and harmonious union. This was the utmost hope of a mother for her daughter. Very well, I shall strive to fulfill your wishes, mother. By the way, do you know how to care for flowers? It would be unfortunate if a precious offering were to perish in our care. Well, have you seen me tending to such things? Now, what shall we do? Let's give it a try. I shall look up the tale the matriarch mentioned when we return. Thus, Jian Qingwan steeled herself to attempt nurturing the plant, especially since Master Gu had mentioned he would come to admire it. Chapter 31. A Battle of Wits. How petty is the Duke's residence? For a flower-viewing banquet, they could at least present a more substantial gift. This is hardly worth receiving, Jian Jianye remarked as he assisted his sister and mother from the carriage. Glancing at the potted lotus being carried away, he had wished to voice his thoughts upon seeing it at the Duke's gate, but had held his tongue until now. Do not speak such nonsense. This is a rare offering from the north, an exquisite flower, even if it does not appear so. Qi Mulian retorted inquietly, lifting her skirts as she stepped into the residence, exuding an air of disinterest. Jian Jianye scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems I misspoke. The Duke's residence is indeed generous, offering a precious flower, although it is rather difficult to discern its value. Jian Qingwan, observing her brother, quietly noted, it was sent by Master Gu. After stating this, she entered the house. Master Gu? Yes, she sent it? Is it not from the Duke's residence? What does he mean by this? Upon their return, Yun Yang hurriedly approached, her face marred with concern. Upon hearing the matriarch, the expressions of the two ladies darkened. They had anticipated a ruckus upon their return. Is the Marquis not back yet? Yin Yang shook her head. The matriarch is insisting on seeing the Marquis. Jianya, go find your father and tell him to delay his return for now. Having a biological mother and a brother present would spare the Marquis from being caught in the middle of a difficult situation. Mother, is that wise? Grandmother has never favored you, and our uncle is difficult to deal with. Can you and Wan manage this? Brother, listen to mother. You need not worry. Everything will be fine. Jian Qingwan urged Jian Jianye to depart quickly. Go on. Qi Mulian smiled at her son, encouraging him to hurry, and Jian Jianye reluctantly left, his expression filled with concern. Let's see what commotion they are causing. At this moment, Qi Mulian felt less fearful than before. Her daughter was right. Elders should be reasonable and fair, deserving of filial piety. If they were to act immorally, they could not be indulged too much. As for the first and third branches, to put it bluntly, the Marquis' residents had no ties with them. They had long since parted ways. The Marquis had earned this estate through his own sacrifices on the battlefield, and they should not attempt to scheme against it. Mother, when you go in, refrain from speaking. Leave everything to me. If they become too unruly, you may feign fainting. This tactic was a common ploy of her grandmother. Qi Mulian nodded without hesitation, entrusting everything to her daughter. If things became untenable, they would address it then. The flower-viewing banquet had provided her with new insights about her daughter. The transformation was significant, and she understood that it was largely connected to Wan Hong and the Wan family. However, since the engagement had been broken, her daughter's current state was quite satisfactory. Mother had never realized that my Wan Wan was a lady of great literary prowess. Qi Mulian felt as if she were still dreaming. Mother, you have been sighing all along. Jian Xingwan had already voiced this sentiment numerous times on their journey. Her sole passion since childhood had been reading. She had perused many books and had a good memory. Yet, she had seldom ventured outside, and no one had inquired about her knowledge, leaving no one the wiser. Devoid of comparison, she had never formed a concrete concept of being a talented woman. Today's flower-viewing banquet had made a profound impact on Qi Mulian, leaving her momentarily unsettled. Mother, let us go. Sewer, take the flower to my room. After giving her instructions, Jian Xingwan took her mother's arm and headed towards the main hall. Inside, the matriarch and the first branch had been creating a ruckus, but upon hearing the return of someone, they immediately shifted their attention. Do not drag me. At my age, I attract enough disdain. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial child? I warned him against marrying a merchantess daughter, but he would not listen. Look at how poorly I've raised my children. And what about the matriarch? How have your granddaughter and brother turned out? Jian Xingwan interjected as she supported Qi Mulian into the hall. Where is that unfilial child? The matriarch turned her gaze towards Qi Mulian and her daughter, her expression softening upon noticing the absence of her son. Oh, look who has returned from the banquet. Dear sister-in-law, it is not my intention to cause trouble. But since our arrival, your younger brother has been preoccupied, and you have also been busy with the feast, leaving us unattended. While we do not mind, what about our mother? A venerable elder traveled a great distance, deeply preoccupied with the marriage of Wan Wan, only to find. Madame Dai Yui of the main house shook her head in disapproval, her expression laden with dissatisfaction as she chastised, while the old matriarch feigned wiping her eyes, appearing as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. Aunt, you cannot blame father and mother. Father is preoccupied with state affairs and lacks the time to entertain. Grandmother did not mention your visit in her letter, so naturally, we were unprepared. Furthermore, this banquet was not arranged at the last minute. Invitations were sent and replied to. If we do not attend, would it not be a breach of etiquette? Grandmother, do you not agree? The old matriarch was momentarily at a loss for words, unaccustomed to such straightforwardness from Jian Xingwan. Grandmother, this is the imperial capital, not Duanyang. A mere word spoken carelessly could lead to unimaginable consequences. Grandmother, the term unfilial child rolls off your tongue so easily. If it reaches the ears of those with ill intentions and is reported to the court, do you know the repercussions? It would be a minor shame for father to lose his position, but it would implicate the entire Jian family. Jian Mingzhong, who was about to scold, stared wide-eyed at Jian Xingwan, then glanced nervously at the old matriarch. Mother, I have heard that one must be cautious with their words in the imperial capital. Unfiliality is a grave sin. If it reaches the officials, my younger brother could find himself in trouble, and it might indeed implicate us all. How can you speak of such severity? Am I so ignorant? I merely spoke at home, and besides, is it not because they have angered us that we have yet to see their faces? Does he still care for me, his mother? How busy can state affairs truly be? A promising match has vanished just like that. I thought to take him to the Wan family to plead on my behalf. Perhaps the eldest sister of the Wan family would reconsider for the sake of my old face. The thought of still clinging to the hope of begging the Wan family. In her eyes, was her granddaughter truly so worthless? Jian Xingwan recalled the myriad events of her past life, a flame of unnameable anger igniting within her. Grandmother, I have already broken off the engagement with the Wan family. I shall repeat myself. From this day forth, The Wuho residence has no ties to the Wan family. Do you know what Madame Wan said at the flower banquet in the Duke's residence today? She claimed, "I am unworthy of her son." Did you truly believe that the Wan family sought us out due to their connection with you, grandmother? Was it not the case? Madame Wan spoke no falsehood. We are indeed unworthy. Had it not been for the eldest sister of the Wan family taking pity on me, would you have been able to aspire to this union? Do you understand that this is a high marriage? You are oblivious to the blessings you possess. The Wan family, a lineage of scholars, values promises. If you had not acted thoughtlessly and withdrawn from the engagement, would the Wan family have done so? Now, do you truly believe you can find a match better than this? How many suitors covet the Wan family's young master? You truly know not your own worth. This marriage had become the old matriarch's bragging rights, a means to control the second house. Now that the engagement was broken, it was remarkable that she could bear it. Jian Qingwan felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, the one uttering these words was her own grandmother. Yet she would no longer allow herself to be affected as in her past life, for her heart had turned cold. Grandmother, is your face truly so grand? Awaken from this delusion. Outrageous. How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? Jian Mingzhong erupted, indignant at the audacity of his daughter to publicly reprimand an elder. The old matriarch could not fathom being scolded by a junior and, without a second thought, slapped Qi Mulian across the face. Qi Mulian, standing close to the old matriarch, was taken by surprise. The sharp crack echoed through the hall, plunging it into silence. The old matriarch, startled, quickly resorted to theatrics, pointing at Qi Mulian with scorn. Look at what you have raised. This girl has the audacity to confront me, her grandmother, in public, and you stand by in silence. She used to be so obedient before me. Look at her now. Do not think I am unaware. It is you who have instigated her misbehavior. To marry well is our family's fortune. What sin has the Jian family committed to deserve you as a daughter-in-law? Mother, as the old matriarch began to shift the blame, Jian Qingwan finally reacted, rushing to support Qi Mulian, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the old matriarch. The old matriarch felt an inexplicable unease under Jian Qingwan's gaze. At that moment, Qi Mulian suddenly fainted. Mother, madam, the hall erupted into chaos. Mother, do not frighten Wanwan. Mother, someone, quickly summon the doctor. Although she knew her mother was feigning unconsciousness, seeing Qi Mulian's swollen face pained Jian Qingwan immeasurably. She had promised herself in this new life to protect her parents and brother well, ensuring that no one could harm them again, not even her grandmother. You wretched girl, why do you glare at me? This is the way of things. I am teaching the daughter-in-law. Do not think that a single slap, or even several, would draw criticism from others. The old matriarch, feeling somewhat guilty under Jian Qingwan's fierce gaze, realized the force behind her earlier slap. The more guilty she felt, the louder she became. Then pray tell, grandmother, what wrong has my mother committed? Were my words incorrect? Do you truly think we in the second house are oblivious? You, who once sought to elevate our family by marrying off your most cherished granddaughter, Jian Qingyi, to the Wan family, now resent me because the Wan family chose me instead. You cannot change that, so you find fault with me at every turn, treating this marriage as an immense favor to the second house. Have you considered why the esteemed Wan family would even consider the Jian family, let alone pick me? Do you believe your old face holds any value in the Wan family? Strike her mother. Then do not blame her if her words are harsh and her actions unbecoming. Filial piety. That also depends on whether one is worthy. The old matriarch had never endured such indignity or been scolded in such a manner, her chest heaving with anger, trembling as she pointed accusingly at Jian Qingwan. Grandmother, mother, Dai Wei, and her daughter quickly stepped forward to appease. Wanwan, how can you speak to your grandmother like that? Even if she struck your second aunt, it was unintentional. It was your provocation. Jian Qingyi, harboring resentment all along, felt that this marriage was rightfully hers, only to have Jian Qingwan seize it. Wanwan, you're being unfilial. Your grandmother's slap was not unwarranted. It is your mother's poor upbringing that is to blame. I believe the old matriarch should take charge of the Wuho residence. There is no discipline to be found. At this moment, Dai Wei did not forget to cast aspersions on the Wuho residence. Someone, please escort the eldest uncle's family out of the residence. The Wuho residence lacks the decorum to serve them properly, and we dare not offend them. Jian Qingwan scoffed at Dai Wei's command. Yun Yang and the others had long been standing by in indignation, having seen shamelessness before, Yet this was unprecedented. The old matriarch's bias was so blatant that she did not even regard the second house as family, treating outsiders with more kindness. Let go of me. What my mother says is not wrong. This is truly disgraceful. To refuse family at the door. Go, summon your lord back. Today, as the elder brother, I shall demand to know who truly holds authority in this household, allowing a mere girl to dictate terms. Jian Mingzhong, hands on hips, failed to grasp the situation, still attempting to command the servants of the Wuhou residence. My lord, my lady, the gifts have already been prepared. Please. Yin Yang, accompanied by several servants, approached Jian Mingzhong and the others, believing that the young lady was right to expel them. You ungrateful wretch, what are you planning to do? You wish to drive your eldest uncle and his family out of the residence? Very well. Have you grown wings now that you've moved into the Wuhou residence? Assuming the status of a young lady, disregarding elders and familial bonds? You wretched child. As the old matriarch lamented, tears streaming down her face. She had genuinely not anticipated that Jian Xingwan would have the audacity to expel others. Grandmother, you exaggerate. My mother is ill and has been injured by you. She will require time to recuperate. As I'm still learning to manage the household, I may have been remiss. I fear that if we do not ask them to leave soon, they will feel wronged. Why not expel this old woman as well? I wish to show the entire imperial capital just how ruthless you are. Jian Qingwan let out a cold hum. If this were in the past, she might have been intimidated, but now she felt no such embarrassment. She had no desire to marry into the Wan family, nor was she afraid of any threats to her reputation. It was her grandmother who had overlooked the situation, accustomed to living with her uncle and others. She would surely feel out of place in the Ho residence. Thus, it would be best for her grandmother to return to Duanyang with her uncle. Her uncle, aunt, and cousin were all well-mannered and filial, and her grandmother would surely live a long life with them. Yinggu, please have someone pack the old lady's belongings as well. Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was a young lady truly going to drive them away? She thought it was merely for show. Even the old lady was to be sent away? If this were to get out, it would be a serious matter. Jian Xingwan's gaze fell upon Yin Yang, and meeting her eyes startled Yin Yang, who quickly lowered her head and replied, Yes, I will have someone do it right away. The young lady's expression was, seated in a chair and feigning unconsciousness. Qi Mulian was also struck with fear, wanting to speak out but suppressing her urge. Jian Qingwan, have you gone mad? You dare to drive away, even your grandmother? Once we step out of the Ho residence, you will be inundated with scorn, and it won't just be you. Your second uncle and cousin will suffer too. Jian Xingyi was indeed cunning, already plotting to threaten Jian Qingwan. Here, let her go. This grand Ho residence can no longer accommodate us. We need not wait for her to drive us out. We shall leave. The old lady suddenly understood Jian Qingyi's intention and became alert. No need for you to worry, cousin. I've already broken off the engagement, making this marriage difficult. Their essay saying, when the pot is broken, one has nothing to lose. My reputation may be tarnished, but do you think you will remain unaffected? You often say, one cannot write two characters Jian with a single stroke. Although we have separated, outsiders do not care about such matters. The Jian family has produced a daughter who has broken off an engagement and is unfilial. You all can forget about good marriages. Go ahead and make a scene. I welcome it. If I am to suffer, I will take you all down with me. As for my father, if anyone reports him, the court will have to investigate. Do not forget how you treated the second branch when we split. You know your grandmother is biased. In the end, we all suffer together, at worst. The court will only strip my father of his title, and similarly, my uncle and third uncle will have their careers cut short. As Jian Qingwan spoke, her lips moving with calm deliberation, the first branch and the old lady were left dumbfounded. Grandmother, a moment of conflict can lead to a lifetime of resentment. Would you like to see if our second branch dares to retaliate? Chapter 33. Counterattack. The first branch and the old lady were thus expelled from the residence. Their faces dark with rage, yet forced to endure it. Jian Xingwan's earlier ruthlessness left them anxious, for it was clear she was not joking. Having broken off her engagement, she had nothing left to lose. Indeed, one who is shameless is invincible. To deal with the shameless, one must be even more shameless. Watching her daughter boast so boldly, Qi Mulian was at a loss for words. Wan, you nearly scared me to death just now. Was it really appropriate to drive them away like that? And your grandmother too. Qi Mulian was still sweating, unable to comprehend her daughter's directness in expelling them. Mother, Do you think they can return to Duanyang so easily? They came to the capital with a plan. How could they leave without a fight? Just wait and see. But they have already left the residence. Qi looked at her daughter, puzzled. How could they possibly return? She knew her mother-in-law and eldest brother well. Both were proud individuals. Jian Qingwan gently placed an egg to help alleviate Qi dizziness, gazing at her mother with concern. Mother, how about we make a bet? I wager that they will not leave, that they will remain in the capital, likely waiting not far from the residence for father. They plan to intercept your father? Qi was no longer calm. This whole affair seemed futile. Do not worry. I have already sent someone to find my brother. He will lead father back through the back door. Mother, just endure for a moment. No, let me help you a bit more. As Jian Qingwan spoke, she set the egg aside, loosening Qi hair and slightly disheveling her clothes. Wanwan, what are you doing? Are you trying to make your father suspicious? No need for that. I know him well enough. He is aware of your grandmother's favoritism and understands the nature of your uncle's family. So what if he knows? They are still kin. Outside of us, your grandmother and uncle have no one else in the capital. If you do not raise suspicions, your grandmother may cause a scene, and can your father withstand that? Qi sighed. Silly girl, how can I not understand? But this way, your father will be put in a difficult position. After all, they are still family. Mother, I am not unfilial. I want our family to be harmonious and happy. I do not wish for father and you to be put in a dilemma, nor do I want you to bear the weight of unfiliality. I never intended to act recklessly. Truly, I do not care about the broken engagement. It does not affect me because I believe that future fate will unfold naturally. As long as you, father, and my brother are safe, that is enough. My insistence on driving away my grandmother and the others is for the good of the whole residence, and also for their sake. At least if they return to Duanyang, they will not be exploited. There was more she could not express to her mother. If her uncle and the others returned to Duanyang, they would naturally have less contact with the Wan family, thus avoiding being manipulated into ruin. Furthermore, regarding the yet-to-return third uncle, if her grandmother returned to Duanyang, she would not scheme to bring him to the capital, and thus, there would be no further trouble. For their good? Qi was confused, unable to comprehend. Mother, trust me. I am not acting on a whim. Wanwan, do you know something? Is it related to the Wan family? Qi was astute. Her daughter had mentioned that they had no one else in the capital. So who could exploit them? Mother, I had a long dream when I was ill, in which our Jian family was destroyed by the Wan family. To prevent Qi from overthinking, Jian Qingwan could only share a simplified version of her experience. As she recounted it, she felt a tremor run through her body. For her, it was a nightmare from the depths of hell. Mother, although it was just a dream, it felt so real. I'm terrified. The mere thought sends chills down my spine. After that dream, I knew about the warm bed maid at the Wan residence. Initially, I thought such things were commonplace among wealthy families, but after that dream, I could not help but let my imagination run wild. You have seen it too. The Wan family is certainly not a good family. Despite their reputation for scholarly pursuits, Madame Wan is particularly sharp-tongued. If I truly married into that family, would I have a good life? Qi felt her daughters trembling and pulled her into an embrace. What kind of dream could frighten her child so? The fear was palpable and genuine. It dawned on her that her daughter's decision to break off the engagement stemmed from this fear. At first glance, it might seem absurd, but Qi did not think so at this moment. There were details from Jian Qingwan's nightmare that aligned with reality, such as the Jian family's private mine along the river, information she had never shared with her daughter and which even the Marquis might not know. This was part of her dowry. On the day of her marriage, her parents and brothers were concerned about her potential hardships in her new home. Aware of her mother-in-law's disdain for her merchant background, they invested significantly in her dowry, providing not only the visible portion but also a hidden sum, hoping to ensure she had something to rely on should her circumstances in her husband's family become unfavorable. Be obedient, fear not. Your mother is here, they comforted her, as though it were merely a dream. We are all well now and will be in the future. There is nothing to fear. They regarded the situation as a warning from heaven, as they had already severed ties with the Wan family. The thought of a mother-in-law like Madame Wan was unbearable. Her mother would never allow her to endure such suffering. Furthermore, Wan Hong, raised in a scholarly family, was yet to marry and already had 2 servants in his household, indicating he was not a good match. Mother, that dream felt all too real. It left me no choice but to act. I had to send grandmother and her family away, urging them to return to Duanyang, so we would have no further ties to the Wan family. understanding her daughter's intentions. Chi Mulian ceased to fret. Now that we have already expelled them, your father will ensure they return home. She hoped for the best. Regardless, she was resolute in her determination not to allow them to reside in the Marquis's residence. You should have confided in me sooner. I could have devised a plan. After all, you are still an unmarried girl. Do you comprehend the consequences if they act recklessly? Reflecting on the earlier scene, Chi Mulian felt her heart race. What if they truly caused a disturbance outside the door? No, I must consult your father to ensure they leave Duanyang swiftly. What if they resort to desperate measures? Do not worry, mother. It will not come to that. Have you forgotten grandmother's favoritism? If she truly made a scene, her cherished granddaughter would find it difficult to marry. Ironically, grandmother's bias became a means of counteraction. Chapter 34. United in purpose, Jianho was led back to the residence by his son through the back door, his expression somewhat displeased. What are you up to, boy? You better explain yourself, or I might just take it out on you. Despite his son being grown, Jianho's military demeanor remained unchanged. In his eyes, Jianjianya was not only his son, but also a soldier under his command. Father, it wasn't me who made you enter through the back door. It was mother. Jianjianya was filled with confusion, wondering why they chose the back entrance as if they were hiding something. He hoped Wanwan was not causing trouble. Upon learning that his wife had instructed them to enter through the back, Jianho immediately reflected, Jianya, have I done anything recently to upset your mother? His survival instinct kicked in. Jianya feigned ignorance. I wouldn't know, father. You should think about whether you've angered mother. Jianho pondered seriously. We have arrived home. What more is there to consider? You will find out as soon as you see mother. When the father and son beheld Chi Mulian's swollen face and disheveled hair, they were taken aback. What happened to you, my lady? Mother. They rushed over, concerned. Father, brother. Mother was struck by grandmother. Jian Qingwan quietly recounted her grievances. What? Their expressions conveyed disbelief. Why did she strike you? What could possibly justify such violence? Where is she? Jianho's anger flared. He had never raised his voice at his wife. So why had grandmother resorted to such actions? I must find out why. Jian echoed, regretting having allowed his mother to confront grandmother and uncle alone. Father, Wanwan is unfilial. Jian Qingwan abruptly knelt. Why are you kneeling? Get up and explain. Jianho commanded. What is going on? Father, I sent grandmother and uncle's family away from the residence. I'm unfilial. Please punish me. Sent them away? Both father and son stared in astonishment at Jian Qingwan. Father, Wanwan had her reasons for this. Please listen to her before you become angry. Fearing his father would lash out at his sister, Jian knelt beside her, convinced that Wanwan's actions were justified by grandmother and uncle's prior misconduct. Jianho was speechless. Did he seem so irrational as to strike without understanding? Get up and explain. Was it because grandmother was unreasonable and mistreated your mother that you expelled them? My lord, this cannot be entirely blamed on Wanwan. The moment his wife spoke, Jianho's anger softened. Chi Mulian recounted the events briefly, ending with tears in her eyes as she looked at Jianho. My lord, since joining the Jian family, my mother has never favored me. Yet I have never complained to you, always believing that harmony leads to prosperity. As long as our family is well, I can endure some grievances. However, today my mother and uncle's family went too far. Wanwan is my flesh and blood. As her mother, I seldom speak harshly, but the words that came from my mother were hurtful. I cannot even bear to repeat them to you, claiming that you are unfilial. As she spoke, years of pent-up grievances spilled forth, and her tearful expression broke Jianho's heart. My lord, I must also declare that my decision to send them away was not solely Wanwan's doing. I shared the same sentiment. This is the imperial city, and with my mother's reckless words, it is only a matter of time before she provokes a great calamity. Wanwan has already severed ties with Wanhong, yet she continues to insist on having you seek reconciliation with the Wan family, disregarding your dignity. In this city of noble families, our Wuhou residence stands on shaky ground. A gust of wind could sweep it away. Jianho's expression darkened as he helped his children to their feet. Did you truly think me foolish? My lady, I am well aware of the grievances you have suffered over the years. Your mother harbors prejudice against you due to your merchant lineage. I am stubborn and have long been away from home, leaving you to fend for yourself. Among the 3 brothers, my mother and I share the least affinity. But if we were to speak of filial piety, do the families of the other 2 brothers exhibit it? They remain silent when funds are required for the ancestral hall or the old residence. Yet it is you who have used your dowry to supplement these needs, while your mother never acknowledges it. Enough. If she claims I am unfilial and disapproves of you and our children, perhaps it is best she returns to Duanyang. As for my elder brother and the others, the Jian family has long been divided. I welcome them as guests, but will not tolerate lectures. The mention of the family's division darkened Jian Ho's expression further. This issue was a thorn in his heart. During times of uncertainty, when both he and his wife faced death, they had discussed division amongst themselves. He could hardly bear to think of what would become of their children had they truly perished on the battlefield. Father, grandmother will not allow this to go unchallenged. That is why I had brother bring you in through the back. With their family united, she feared nothing. You are concerned that I might be cornered and feel sympathy for them at the door, allowing them into the residence. Fear not. I know what to do. Do you think I would avoid your grandmother for no reason? She has come this time to conspire with your elder brother and third brother. The political landscape is intricate. Your third brother is ambitious, while the elder brother aims high. I fear they may inadvertently become embroiled in disputes, making it difficult for the Ho residence to extricate itself. As Jian Ho spoke, he hesitated, realizing these matters were not suitable for his daughter to hear. She would not comprehend them. Ultimately, her reckless actions had inadvertently spared him from difficulties. Qi Mulian paused, glancing at her daughter, realizing her husband understood everything. My lord, perhaps you should stay at the military camp for the next few days? Mother would not dare to cause a ruckus there. Madam, there is no need for concern. Please rest well. Since you have mentioned your physical discomfort and entrusted Wanwan with the management, let her oversee things. As a novice, any missteps on Wanwan's part will likely go unnoticed. Gently reaching out, I touched Qi Mulian's face. Mother's hand was indeed rather heavy. My lord, I assure you, I am well. How can that be? In truth, Jian Ho felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Mother was becoming increasingly muddled. Jian Qingwan initially thought that expelling the old matriarch and the first branch's family from the residence would avert further troubles. Yet matters seldom unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The matriarch had, in defiance of Jian Qingwan's wishes, rented a residence in the imperial city with her own funds, primarily to support the first and third branches, and to assert her own stance. Furthermore, she shamelessly corresponded with the matriarch of the Wan family, disregarding Jian Qingwan's words entirely. They have not left. Jian Qingwan, unable to quell her unease, instructed Jian Jianya to keep surveillance. To her dismay, not only had they not departed, but they had also settled temporarily in the imperial city. Chapter 35. What to do? It was impossible to evict the matriarch and her entourage from the imperial city at this juncture. She could only proceed one step at a time. It appeared that the matriarch was resolute in her support for the first and third branches. Despite being equally her sons and grandsons, the disparity was striking. The expenses in the imperial city were considerable. It seemed she was exhausting her resources. Miss, since they are not residing in the Marquisate, we can simply ignore them. Su harbored no goodwill towards the matriarch and the first branch. For a time, they remained silent, and no one recognized their identities. However, as time passed, others would inevitably learn their identities, even if they did not embellish their stories with lies. Gossip would arise. While the first branch might manage, the matriarch's residence outside would lead to whispers of her son's filial negligence. What troubled her most was the prospect of the matriarch maintaining ties with the Wan family. Su expressed her indignation, lamenting the Marquis's perceived unfiliality. The matriarch's favoritism had reached absurd levels. How much silver did the Marquis and his wife send to Duanyang each year? During festivals, whatever was available in the residence was always sent to Duanyang, along with the matriarch's seasonal garments, never once neglected. Let's not dwell on them, Su. This pot of yinlian requires your utmost care. I recall that the text mentioned this flower cannot endure a lack of water and is intolerant of high temperatures. During summer, it should be fully submerged. Thankfully, the current weather is. Regarding the matriarch and the first branch's affairs, we can only keep watch and react accordingly. Jian Qingwan instructed Su while perusing a book. Casting her gaze upon the rather unremarkable flower, Su felt a tinge of curiosity. Such a precious flower was so difficult to nurture, and she wondered what it would look like when it bloomed. It is said to blossom in winter. If you tend to it well, you shall see it in due time. Oddly enough, there seems to be no recorded legend about it. Suya, please hand me those few books. Perhaps there are related records in other texts concerning the northern lands. Jian Qingwan's curiosity was piqued. After roughly an hour of searching, she finally stumbled upon the so-called legend in a book documenting the history of the northern lands. Upon finishing, she felt utterly dismayed. Gu Yeshi had truly ensnared me in a predicament. What troubles you, miss? Su'er became anxious upon hearing this. Jian Qingwan closed the book, her gaze fixed on the pot of Yinlian, wearing a bitter smile. The historical records of the northern lands contain a tale of the Yehe king and his beloved queen, a cherished legend still recounted today. The text narrated how the Yehe king had sought to marry the queen by presenting Yinlian incense, which perfumed the entire royal city for over a month. Over time, the nobility in the northern lands adopted the custom of proposing with Yinlian. Clearly, the matriarch and that county princess were aware of this legend. Moreover, gifting an unbloomed Yinlian from the northern lands subtly implies a wish to blossom together in matrimony. Gu Yeshi actually bestowed this upon me, and I accepted it publicly. Miss, what does this mean for Gu Gongzi? Considering that the young lady had just broken off an engagement, Jian Qingwan cast a sidelong glance at Su'er. What could it mean? But to create chaos. Should we return it? That Gu young master is famously known as a wastrel in the imperial city. Naturally, Su'er was concerned for her lady's well-being. Su'er, one must never judge solely by appearances. Miss, is this flower not from the northern lands? Perhaps the young master is unaware of the legend. It may simply be coincidence. Listening to Su'er's naive assertion, Jian Qingwan rolled her eyes. Coincidence, indeed. The young master who deliberately presented Yinlian in public was currently facing scrutiny from the elders. It was rare for both the old duke and matriarch to intervene together. Although few were familiar with the rare and exquisite Yinlian, it did not mean it was entirely unknown. Sire, have you inadvertently hurt Suyu today? You know she has held affection for you since childhood. You must be aware of that, or else. In contrast to Jian Qingwan, the matriarch was evidently more fond of the young lady, Lu Xiu, whom she had watched grow up, a rarity among women, being both cultured and skilled in martial arts. With impeccable character. If the grandson were truly interested, he would not have delayed until now. She is not without merit, merely unsuitable. The matriarch's expression soured. Was that girl from the Wu Ho residence suitable? The old duke raised his hand to interrupt the dialogue. My lady, how do you perceive that girl from the Wu Ho residence? What use is my opinion? Your precious grandson presented flowers in public, almost as if proposing. The matriarch shot Gu Yeshi a glare, her tone laced with irritation in the absence of others. This boy has been rather reckless, my lady. Do share your thoughts on that girl. Is she acceptable? The matriarch maintained her stern demeanor, huffing softly. You want me to invite her to our residence? You do not observe? How can one discern anything from just a fleeting glance? His mischief is merely a reflection of your indulgence. The old duke quickly offered a smile, insisting that my lady's judgment could not be mistaken. Please, do share your thoughts. Seeing the old duke's attitude, the matriarch could not help but grow serious, her gaze shifting between the old duke and Gu Yeshi. If you insist I speak, then I shall. The girl from the Wu Ho residence deserves the title of a well-read individual. She is clever and possesses a certain charm. Though she may lack the grace of Suyu, she remains composed in the face of challenges. Overall, among the young ladies at today's banquet, she stands out. However, she is rather sharp-tongued. In the presence of Madame Wan and her daughter, her emotions were far too apparent. Such a woman would not suit a family like theirs. If she were to marry into a family of equal standing, she would likely thrive. Is my grandmother referring to her attitude towards Madame Wan? Gu Yeshi inquired slowly. The matriarch nodded, given that the two families had just severed ties. It was hardly surprising for them to feel animosity upon meeting. Yet the more they struggled, the more it tested their character. However, in comparison, Madame Wan displayed greater lack of decorum. Her temperament remained unchanged since her youth. Gu Yeshi raised an eyebrow, smiling as he recalled that Madame Wan had nearly entered their esteemed Gu family, all due to his grandmother's disapproval. The matriarch shot him a sideways glance. You seem to know everything. My lady, this evaluation is quite generous, indicating that the scoundrel possesses decent taste. The matriarch refrained from further comments. Perhaps she had indeed been overly critical. Was it truly this girl? It ultimately depended on him. My lady, do consider how old he is now. Many his age are already fathers. The matriarch understood. The old duke was eager for a great-grandson. Since the old duke had expressed his wishes, she had no objections. After all, her approval was not paramount in his marriage matters. The old duke must not assume complete authority. lest it lead to an unnecessary fuss. The matriarch spoke plainly. Their grandson's marriage was not solely the concern of the Gu family. Did you hear your grandmother's words? If you lack the ability to secure a wife, do not cause unrest. Should you stir up a storm, it may ultimately harm that girl from the Wuho residence. The old duke resorted to provocation, testing the waters. If that is the case, I cannot bring harm upon her. Grandfather, grandmother, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Gu Yeshi uttered this ambiguous statement before departing. What does this young man mean? The old marquis is somewhat bewildered. Is it a marriage proposal or not? Fine. I am too weary to meddle in this young man's matrimonial affairs. However, the matters concerning the elder family do require attention. As for the affairs in the back courtyard, they shall fall to the lady. Chapter 36. Madness. A flower-viewing banquet has elevated Jian Qingwan's reputation, making her the talk of the imperial city. Initially, there were various rumors of her passionate entanglement with the young Master Gu, followed by the grand announcement of her engagement annulment with the Wan family, and ultimately, her brilliant performance at the banquet. What a curious turn of events. She has indeed gained notoriety by aligning herself with the Marquis's heir, shamelessly using my name to facilitate her withdrawal from the engagement and casting a slanderous shadow upon the Wan family. This slight is truly intolerable. The matriarch of the Wan family, upon overhearing the gossip among the servants, immediately erupted in fury. Madam, one has been suppressing her anger these past few days, and now that the old matriarch has let it out, she can no longer hold her tongue. Rest assured, this matter will be addressed. The master has stated that the current political climate is intricate, and the Wan family must not create unnecessary disturbances. As Madam Wan spoke, she had already dismissed the attendants. If this grievance goes unaddressed, the Wan family would surely become a laughingstock. Jing'er is being overly cautious. Even a mud Buddha has its temper. This cannot be tolerated. You must. The old matriarch gestured for her daughter-in-law to step forward obediently. Madame Wan eagerly anticipated releasing this pent-up frustration. After hearing the old matriarch's plan, she nodded. Do not worry, mother. I shall handle this matter, though typically not the most harmonious of in-laws. The two women now found themselves united in their resolve against the Jian family. Meanwhile, Wan Hong sat in his study, contemplating. He had not anticipated that the girl he was once betrothed to, Jian Qingwan, possessed such talent, so different from his previous impressions. Jian Qingwan. Wan Hong took a sip of wine, her name swirling in his mind these past few days. Hearing his own young master repeatedly murmur her name, his attendant, Li San, darkened his expression. Young master, at your command, I shall ensure she deeply regrets her decision. Do not forget where we are. Curb your reckless behavior. Otherwise, do not follow me. This is the imperial city. Foolishness will not be tolerated. After being reprimanded for his misplaced flattery, Li San lowered his head and ceased speaking. The master was right. Even if Jian Qingwan does not marry me, she shall not wed another. Though the Fengshan army may only have 3,000 men, their garrison is a vital route for the Wang family entering the city. Additionally, the Qi family possesses private iron mines along the river, which are precious resources that must not fall into the hands of others. Li San, venture out of the city and investigate the state of the Fengshan army. If anything were to occur at the Wuhou mansion, who would dare pursue her then? At once, young master, be cautious. This is a crucial moment, and there can be no missteps. Have you kept a low profile during your recent visits to Suzhou? Rest assured, exercise utmost caution. We cannot allow anyone to discover the Wan family's connection to Suzhou. By the way, keep an eye on Gu Yeshi, the heir of the Marquis's estate. Indeed, a prudent ship sails for 1,000 years. The heir of the Marquis is not unfamiliar with women, yet he seems utterly captivated by Jian Qingwan. Although he is known for his absurdity, I sense something is amiss. Originally, he had no intention of acting against the Jian family so soon. This predicament is of their own making. As for Jian Qingwan, she has always been a woman he had no interest in. Just wait and see. Jian Qingwan understood that even if the engagement were annulled, the Wan family would not easily let the Jian family off the hook. Fear not the thief who steals, but rather the thief who covets. The Wan family had long set their sights on the Jian family's possessions. Given her understanding of the Wan father and son, it was clear they would not relent. Even if they could not obtain what they desired, they would find a way to destroy it. She would not allow the Wan family to succeed. The two things the Wan family coveted were the Fengshan army and the iron mines along the river. In matters of state, she could not intervene directly. She must ensure her brother and father remained vigilant. Wan Jingji was profoundly astute and would not act unless absolutely necessary. Yet Wan Hong would not easily swallow his pride. First, they must resolve the situation regarding the iron mines. Wan, is this the private mine along the river you spoke of? Perhaps by some divine intervention. This is a warning from the heavens. Qi Mulian handed her daughter the mining contract, which was originally intended as her dowry. I wonder what the Wan family seeks from this. Jian Qingwan adjusted the candlelight to illuminate the room more brightly. Mother, where is this river located? It belongs to Suzhou. Why do you ask? Do you know what kind of mine this is? Qi Mulian shook her head, her anxiety evident. Child, speak plainly. Your mother is becoming confused. This private mine was purchased by your maternal grandfather during a business trip to Suzhou. Perhaps due to the challenges of mining in Suzhou, it has remained untouched. I do not know what kind of mine it is. Surely it cannot be gold or silver. From her dreams, Jian Qingwan believed the mine to be an iron mine. Mother, this mine is located within the territory of Suzhou. The iron mine can forge superior weapons. I have previously mentioned the Wan family's connections with the Wang family in Suzhou. Do you understand now? With such clarity, Qi Mulian could not help but comprehend. Her hands trembled, causing her handkerchief to fall. Having accompanied the Marquis in military campaigns, she understood the significance of weapons. Wan, this matter is serious. We must inform your brother to tell your father. Qi Mulian was suddenly alarmed. If all of this were true and aligned with their suspicions, the Wang family must have their own designs for weaponry. The implications were clear. Mother, sending my brother to the military camp to find father would only frighten him. Moreover, upon further reflection, father is a Wuho, commanding 3,000 soldiers. If word were to leak, and malicious individuals took advantage of it to frame him, this dowry would become a perilous burden. How could father defend himself against such accusations of treason? Jian Qingwan's reminder sent Qi Mulian into a further panic. The contract in her hands became a hot potato. This mine must be handled swiftly. But how? Qi Mulian fretted. If the Wan family truly has their sights set on it, they will undoubtedly scrutinize this mine closely. Sell it. Sell it? To whom? How we sell it? Perhaps I should return to my maternal family and have my uncle find a way to deal with it. The Qi family has conducted business for years and should have some connections. It should not be too difficult to sell a mine. That won't do. In the past, it might have been feasible to consult my uncle privately about selling, but now, if the Wan family is truly watching, they will know at the first hint of activity. It would only complicate matters and potentially implicate my uncle. Mother, you must sell the mine. Me? How can I sell it? To whom? Qi Mulian frowned at her daughter. This was no trivial matter. To the Wan family. What? Wan, are you mad? You fear the Wan family covets it, yet you wish to sell it to them? Furthermore, how will we even sell it? No, even if we must forego it, we cannot sell it to the Wan family. If they're truly colluding with the Wang family. Mother, one cannot guard against thieves every day. Rest assured, I will consider this carefully. Once I have devised a thorough plan, I will explain everything to you. For the time being, let's keep this from father to spare him worry. Primarily, she wished to avoid the arduous task of recounting her dream to her father. Chapter 37. A meeting with young Master Gu again. It is said that fame is a double-edged sword. Ever since the flower viewing banquet, Jian Qingwan began receiving numerous invitations. The Fushan Poetry Gathering? What time do I have to attend such a tedious assembly? I must devise a perfect strategy to resolve the situation with the mines and outmaneuver the Wan family. Miss, do you not wish to witness the festivities? The blossoms in the outskirts of Fushan are splendid this time of year. The flowers bloom later there, while spring blossoms elsewhere have faded. Those at Fushan are in full bloom. Oh, have you been? This girl has been by my side every day. When did she go? My home is at the foot of Fushan. As Su spoke, she suddenly fell silent, her gaze dimming. Are you homesick? Su shook her head and softly murmured. I don't want to think about it. I have no home left. My father sold me at the age of 5. I can scarcely remember what home was like. All I recall is my mother's visage. In my memory, my father had a terrible temper and often struck my mother. If you do not wish to think of home, then perhaps you should visit your mother, suggested Jian Qingwan. Su-er's eyes brightened, but hesitation quickly followed. You have half a day off. Go prepare. Tomorrow we shall attend the poetry gathering at Fu Mountain. Miss, are we truly going? I thought you had no desire to attend? Su-er asked uncertainly. Jian Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Did I ever say I wouldn't go? You mentioned that the flowers in the mountains are in full bloom, did you not? Let's go and buy something for your mother. If you lack silver, let me know. Tears welled in Sue Ayer's eyes, and she nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mississippi I. All right, off you go. And try to find out who will be attending the Fu Mountain Poetry Gathering, Jian Qingwan instructed. Does the young lady not know? Every year at this time, the talented youths of the Imperial City host a grand poetry gathering. Many young ladies and gentlemen return to participate. I have heard that some scholars from nearby areas also make an effort to attend, and perhaps even some renowned literary figures will be present. In any case, it is quite lively. There is such a grand event. I have indeed not paid attention before. So, does Wan Hong also plan to attend? Sue Ayer cautiously inquired after hearing Jian Qingwan mention Wan Hong. He should be going, she nodded. Understood. You go on with your tasks. Tomorrow we shall join the festivities and invite brother along. After all, it is a trip outside the city, and our parents will worry. Wan, what good fortune should I be informed of? Upon hearing the voice, Jian Qingwan turned toward the entrance and could not help but smile upon seeing Jianya. It seems my words summoned you. I was just speaking of you. Brother must be here regarding matters concerning grandmother. Sue Ayer performed her curtsy and withdrew to wait outside. You are indeed a sensible girl, Jianya remarked. Sue Ayer is quite admirable, but brother is here because of something concerning grandmother, he sighed. You understand grandmother well. She has indeed gone to the Wan family to see old Madame Wan. What she sought from old Madame Wan remains unknown. It appears the main residence has recently acquired several items, indicating they plan to stay in the Imperial City for an extended period. The Wan family's attitude is quite bold. Grandmother intends to visit them. This infuriates Jianya, but they are elders, so he refrains from speaking out. Yet, he still opted to visit the Wan family. Brother, please keep a close watch on Uncle's every move and inform me immediately of any unusual occurrences. Jianya noticed the significant change in his sister, but he considered this transformation to be quite positive. Why must a woman be delicate and frail? Rest assured, I shall ensure that someone keeps a close watch. Speaking of unusual matters, there is something I wonder if it qualifies. Jian Qingwan immediately sat up straighter, pray tell. It concerns Aunt. This morning, she took Jian Qingyi and the others out to shop. Our informant followed them and discovered they were purchasing jewelry and clothing. You see, they just arrived in the Imperial City and have not yet fully settled in. Why would they be so preoccupied with acquiring such items? Clothing and jewelry? Does she buy for several of our cousins? Aunt is notoriously stingy. This behavior does not suit her character. I did not inquire too deeply. The underlings would not observe so closely. Should I have them investigate further? Wan, let us disregard them. If they wish to remain in the Imperial City, so be it. Grandmother may associate with the Wan family if she desires. Out of sight, out of mind. The matter regarding the old lady's dealings with Chi Mu Lien left Jianya feeling disheartened. Brother, even if they do not reside here, should they engage in any wrongdoing, it will still implicate the Ho residents. They are too close for comfort. It is impossible to completely avoid it. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to keep watch? By the way, brother, do you have any plans for tomorrow? If not, would you accompany me to Fu Mountain? If I go alone, our parents will worry. Fu Mountain. Wan. ISNT there a poetry gathering there tomorrow? You are not planning to attend, are you? You have never participated in such festivities before. Indeed, it seems my disposition has changed. Brother, you are aware of the Fu Mountain poetry gathering? It seems I have indeed missed out on many things by being so oblivious to the world around me. Surely everyone in the Imperial City knows of it. Are you truly going? Every year at the gathering Wan Hong attends, Jianya feared she might face some inconvenience. He will pursue his affairs, and I shall pursue mine. We have already broken off our engagement. We will merely be strangers from now on. There is no need for concern. I simply wish to enjoy the pleasant weather and partake in the festivities. Upon hearing Jian Qingwan's words, Jianya hesitated before nodding. Very well. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. By the way, Wan, since the engagement has been broken, you and Yishi should maintain some distance. He had heard many rumors circulating recently, all too detailed. Although Yishi assisted Wan in ending the engagement, he had publicly proposed and sent flowers. Brother, I assure you there is nothing between Gushitsi and myself. However, Gushitsi may be somewhat playful. If the opportunity arises, I shall have a word with him. Best that I handle it. Jianya interjected immediately. If there is nothing between you, it is better to keep your distance. Should others witness you together, who knows what rumors may arise? Jian Qingwan lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. She had just intended to find a way to meet Gu Shitzi before nightfall. Wan, should he act foolishly again, do not engage with him. Allow me to speak to him. All right. Jianya finally felt at ease and took his leave. Once he departed, Jian Qingwan announced her intention to take Su-er out to buy some items. Miss, truly, there's no need to buy anything. I merely wish to see her. After so many years, she may not even remember me. Su-er's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Having come this far, we might as well purchase something. Su-er felt a sense of grievance, which Jian Qingwan discerned, perhaps with a hint of resentment as well. Employing the same tactic, Jian Qingwan once again utilized the ornament given by Gu Yishi. Mississippi, are you going to see young Master Gu again? Having learned from her previous experience, Su-er quickly grasped Jian Qingwan's intentions. Even she, as the young lady's closest maid, could not discern her mistress's true feelings. It was peculiar that, despite having no prior interactions with young Master Gu, her demeanor had suddenly shifted. The young lady insisted there was nothing going on, yet even she was becoming uncertain. Chapter 38, Are you consuming alcohol? I have made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate, though it is not entirely conclusive. You should understand that each individual experiences different thoughts and insights at various stages of life, particularly among scholars. The works they produce can vastly differ from one period to another. I am aware. Please proceed. Gu Yishi understood that fully clarifying this matter would not be straightforward. Nonetheless, one crucial detail had emerged. The Lioli building has intricate ties to the Wan family, and it is reasonable to conclude that the Wan family owns it. Through investigating the Lioli building, he discovered that the Wan family conducts its affairs with remarkable caution. Wan Jingji, a prominent counselor, outwardly appears as a mere literary official. Yet his words can often influence the decisions of various officials in political matters, showcasing the power wielded by literary officials. The impression Wan Jingji leaves aligns with that of a traditional literary figure, upright, incorruptible, and impartial in court. Were it not for his personal visit to Suzhou, he would scarcely believe that one was clandestinely engaging with the nobility. It may be premature to accuse them of forming secret alliances, yet their covert interactions are undeniable, especially at this critical juncture. Du Chunfeng, aware of Gu Yishi's character, would not engage in baseless speculation. It is likely that Wan Hong has indeed acted improperly. Please take a look at these two poems and this piece of prose. Coincidentally, the individual who penned these works was once a student at Lin Shan Academy. He is known for his aloofness and disdain for social interactions, yet he possesses considerable knowledge. Upon close examination, I found that the style of these two poems bears some resemblance to Wan Hong's renowned works, though merely similar. We cannot draw conclusions based solely on that. For the scholarly individuals, this is a matter of utmost significance. Thus his words must be meticulously precise. How fortuitous! Gu Yishi picked it up and began to read it attentively. The fact that Du Chunfeng presented this poetry to him indicated that, in his estimation, it possessed at least 70 to 80% merit. Indeed, after you mentioned that matter, I returned to the Academy overnight. I had previously encountered these poems in the Academy's library, and they inexplicably resurfaced in my mind. Given the considerable passage of time, I dare not confirm my recollection without comparison, so I brought them back. What do you think? What is this person's name? Where is he now? The stylistic approach does appear somewhat similar, and Gu Yishi's demeanor turns serious. This individual, bearing the surname Dong, is named Dong Fengyu. He hails from a humble background, but gained admission to the Academy due to his exceptional talent. Oh, I inquired about him with the teacher, and, surprisingly, he had a profound impression of this person, stating that he indeed possessed talent, but was somewhat obstinate. Initially, he had a quarrel with a classmate, and subsequently left the Academy. The teacher had attempted to persuade him to stay, but was unsuccessful. Do you know his whereabouts? Du Chunfeng shook his head. At that time, it coincided with the imperial examinations, so he must have gone to the capital to take the exam. It seems he did not pass, and thereafter, there has been no news. Perhaps he returned to his hometown in Langtai. Langtai? Indeed. It is several thousand miles from the capital. Inquiring would likely be quite difficult, and the journey would consume a considerable amount of time. This is all he can provide. Chunfeng, there are no outsiders here. What is your perspective on this poetry? Upon seeing Gu Yishi's earnest expression, Du Chunfeng did not dare to be negligent. After pondering for a moment, he took the poetry and began to critique it. Compared to the somewhat juvenile poem Wan Hong composed at Lioli Tower not long ago, these verses are indeed a tad more mature. However, the more temperamental the individual, the more distinctive their literary style tends to be. One can still discern certain nuances within the lines. In contrast, when comparing this to other compositions by Wan Hong, it appears that Dongfang Yu's style aligns more closely with Wan Hong's renowned works. Yet, as you know, for scholars, this is a significant taboo without concrete evidence. I cannot vouch for it. Yeshi, could you perhaps disclose who is the individual who simultaneously penned those verses at Liuli Tower alongside Wan Hong? Du Chunfeng was exceedingly curious. Having known Gu Yeshi for many years, he understood that this matter was not fabricated. This individual, I shall elucidate when the opportunity arises. Once I have clarified this matter, you lack vigor. If you truly wish to investigate this, accompany me to the Fushan Poetry Gathering tomorrow, and you will glean much. Whether there is genuine talent and learning can be discerned through direct interaction. The Fushan Poetry Gathering? Gu Yeshi typically despised attending gatherings of literary figures, primarily due to their inherent monotony. However, if there is a purpose to observe, it would not be an inconvenience. Young master, before Gu Yeshi could respond, Dian entered from the tea room and whispered a few words in his ear. Gu Yeshi's brows arched. It was indeed serendipitous that she appeared just as she was mentioned. Joy was evident in his demeanor, prompting a teasing remark from Du Chunfeng. Could it possibly pertain to a woman? It should be spring breeze triumph, should it not? Gu Yeshi, rather magnanimously, rose and stated that he must take his leave today, but would accompany Du Chunfeng to the gathering tomorrow to appreciate young Master Wan's talents. Departing already? A fair maiden awaits. Is this for real? How delightful. I had never noticed before that you are indeed a man who forgets friends in the presence of beauty. Over time, one becomes increasingly acquainted, and thus I must take my leave. Observing Gu Yeshi's graceful departure, Du Chunfeng shook his head with a bemused smile. Yet he was also curious as to what kind of woman could elicit such visible delight from him. Others labeled him as a frivolous libertine. Yet he understood that this was merely a fade. Spring breeze triumph. Could it be? Alas, after such a lengthy discourse with this fellow, I neglected to inquire about the most pressing matter, recent rumors circulating in the capital. Clearly, it is somewhat too late for that now. Du Chunfeng lamented his oversight. My lady, there are too many people here. If one were to catch sight of us, it would be troublesome, especially given the current scandalous rumors. Su Er regretted accompanying her mistress, for she was aware that her mistress had come to meet Gu Shitzi, and she would have surely intervened. It is indeed quite lively here. Quite good. Good? In what manner? This is an establishment for men, and although the lady is dressed in male attire, she remains a woman at heart. Su Er fidgeted restlessly, surveying the surroundings as if fearful of being recognized. Be more natural. The more anxious you are, the more conspicuous you become. Alternatively, you may wait for me outside. Gu Yeshi should be arriving shortly. Addressing him by name, Su Er inhaled deeply, suspecting that her mistress was not being entirely truthful. It could not be as inconsequential as she claimed. Just look at this pile of items we purchased. Her generosity was evident. He arrived quite promptly. Su Er's gaze darted toward the entrance of the establishment, and she spotted Gu Yeshi amidst the crowd. She found it difficult to avert her gaze, for Gu Shitzi was indeed quite captivating. Su Er, if you wish to avoid drawing excessive attention, refrain from being overly startled or tense. Observing Gu Yeshi approach, he drew curious glances from those around. Jian Qingwan, composed and unflappable, lifted a cup of osmanthus wine and took a sip. You drink? I truly did not know. She is indeed bold, daring to meet a man in broad daylight and even drink in a tavern. Please, young Master Gu, take a seat, given that this is a tavern. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate to order tea? She poured him a glass and offered it with grace. Chapter 39. What a coincidence. Unable to refuse the kind gesture, Gu Yeshi graciously accepted the drink. This wine is truly delightful. I wonder why I had not discovered its exquisite taste before. The wine poured by the fair maiden indeed possesses a distinct flavor. If young Master Gu enjoys it, you may take a jar home later. The taste would differ significantly. Such an opportunity, with the fair maiden herself pouring for me, is indeed rare. After Gu Yeshi seated himself, Dian instinctively began to observe their surroundings. As a means of expressing gratitude for Gu Yeshi's floral gift, Jian Qingwan had realized the implication. She contemplated briefly. Gu Yeshi's actions were likely intended to shield her from unwelcome advances. The reaction of the county lord on that day was unmistakable. Will you be able to peruse the tale of Yin Lian upon your return? Gu Yeshi smiled charmingly, causing Jian Qingwan's cheeks to flush as she had not anticipated him to bring up that matter so boldly. Not backing down, Jian Qingwan retorted that it seemed Gu Yeshi was well aware of that tale. If so, it was somewhat inappropriate for young Master Gu to publicly present Yin Lian to her. Was it not rather ungracious of him to push her into the limelight? Ha ha ha. As I stated that day, it was perfectly appropriate. Do you take offense? If one dares to refuse a marriage proposal, how could they fear mere gossip? The status of the Wuho family is rather low. Young Master Gu's gesture may prove futile and unable to withstand the test of time. Using her as a vessel for marital entanglements might yield little effect. Yet he discerned one truth. She genuinely did not care, for she had no intention of marrying. The lessons from her past life had imparted sufficient wisdom. Whoever I wish to marry, I shall marry. No one can dictate that. Do you believe it? Gu Yeshi abruptly made this profound statement, his gaze fixed intently on Jian Qingwan, who could not help but lower her eyes to evade his penetrating gaze. Those infuriatingly enchanting eyes. If young Master Gu is so at ease, why must he drag me into this? While I am indifferent, my family is deeply concerned for me. Sometimes a person can indeed be exceedingly dull. What does that imply? Is he suggesting that this is merely a whimsical act on his part? How absurd. Let's return to more serious matters. Young Master Gu, are you satisfied with the grand gift I bestowed upon you last time? Jian Qingwan boldly addressed the crux of the issue. It was apparent she sought something from him. Ah, this is indeed more like her. She is truly unlike any other woman, devoid of romantic notions. Acceptable. Pray tell, does Miss Jian intend to present me with another grand gift today? If so, I must first ascertain the cost of this offering. Gu Yeshi stroked his chin, revealing a glimmer of his cunning nature. Gu Gongzi has truly overestimated Qingwan. To him, it remains an effortless task. Qingwan is merely a young woman, rather small-minded, who, upon discovering that her possessions are coveted by others, is determined to thwart their desires, especially the Wan family. Thus, she contemplates selling the item, not for profit, but merely to recover her costs. Jian Qingwan intentionally lowered her voice, as such a bustling environment is indeed the most suitable for discussing matters. Are you suggesting that I assist you in selling something? Each time, the situation becomes increasingly intriguing. Last time, she sought help in retracting her engagement, and now she seeks assistance in selling an item. Does Gu Gongzi have any interest? I assure you, there will be no loss. Oh, with that said, I find myself rather intrigued, but why has this business fallen to me? Do you not have brothers to assist you? Or perhaps, Miss Jian enjoys engaging with me? His audacity is unparalleled. Jian Qingwan took a deep breath, raised her glass, and signaled for a toast. Though inwardly he mused about the nature of the drink. This was wine, not tea. Had the young lady any sense? If my father and brothers could assist, would I trouble you, Gu Gongzi? There is no need for you to hastily agree. Merely observe the deal before making a decision. As she spoke, Jian Qingwan produced the contract she had obtained from Qimu Lian and handed it over. You just mentioned this matter involves the Wan family? The moment she uttered their name, Gu Yeshi could not resist intervening. With a hint of confusion, he opened the document she had passed him. Is this a deed? For mine? After scrutinizing the details, Gu Yeshi furrowed his brow, awaiting her elaboration. Indeed, it is a mine. My maternal grandfather learned of it by chance when a business associate settled his debts with it. At the time, my grandfather even added a little to it, subsequently gifting it to my mother as a dowry. Due to personal reasons, this dowry was not officially registered, being a private gift from my maternal family. I inadvertently discovered that someone wishes to purchase this mine, and lo and behold, it is the Wan family. What does the Wan family want with a mine? Do they still engage in trade? Moreover, most mines are directly governed by the court. Private mines are rare. However, those with deeds have passed the official scrutiny, unless it is an iron ore mine, which is strictly prohibited for private extraction. Wait a moment. Gu Yeshi hastily re-examined the deed. This mine is located along the river? Indeed, she confirmed. No wonder Gu Gongzi is so astute. You grasp matters with remarkable ease, thus I need not elaborate further. It is situated along the river in Suzhou. Gu Yeshi fixed his gaze upon Jian Qingwan, who remained composed. A young lady, such as yourself, who rarely ventures beyond the threshold of her home, would indeed be unaware. However, Gu Gongzi, with your vast experience, should be well informed. You wish to sell this mine because you are aware the Wan family desires it? If you do not sell, they would have no means to procure it, regardless of their intentions. This woman, he realized that his understanding of her was still too superficial. Was this truly the will of Jian Ho, or her own? If it were Jian Ho, it warranted careful consideration. If it were her own volition, it required even more deliberation. How curious. This is the first time I have encountered a woman who eludes my comprehension, he thought. Gu Gongzi, did I not mention previously? I am rather petty-minded. Since the Wan family seeks to possess it, I shall deliberately frustrate them by selling the mine to someone else. After all, this mine was gifted to me by my mother, and I may dispose of it as I wish. It is merely a mountain to me, situated far from the imperial city. Would it not be more pragmatic to convert it into silver to purchase fertile lands in the countryside? You will not be toiling in vain, for I require only the principal amount. The profit shall belong entirely to you, Gu Gongzi. I am aware you do not lack for silver, yet who would ever disdain a bit more wealth? That begs the question, why can't your father and brothers manage this sale? Jianqing Wan smiled gently, feigning calmness. Surely, Gu Gongzi is aware of the simplicity of this matter. The Wuhou residence has shallow roots, and my retraction of the engagement has already created animosity with the Wan family. Should I proceed further, it is conceivable that they might create obstacles for my father. This is not an uncharitable suspicion. One must always be wary, no? You, Gu Gongzi, are different. You do not hold a position in the court and share a certain familiarity with me. Assisting me would be quite typical. Even if the Wan family were to learn of it, they would have to endure it. They would not dare to easily offend the Duke's residence. Very well. You have articulated your points well. If one were to speak of shamelessness, Gu Yishi found himself conceding this moment. He was clearly being used for his noble status. Yet at least it was done with a degree of integrity. Observing Jianqing Wan's shrewd demeanor, he could not help but nod in agreement. They say that where there is one, there is often another. If a lady does not fear entangling herself with me, why should I? You are correct. Who would ever find themselves in want of silver? However, I confess that I am not particularly interested in wealth. It pains me to see a lady in distress. But I have a condition. Please, Gu Gongzi, speak. Tomorrow at the Fushan Poetry Gathering, I am in need of a lovely companion. Agreed. I shall await you at the foot of Fushan tomorrow. Gu Yishi was left bewildered. Is that it? She has simply acquiesced? Chapter 40. Self-awareness. Yishi. You seem rather enthusiastic this early. Could you not allow me to sleep a bit longer? For the past few days, I have been tirelessly rushing about for your affairs. You, my friend, are beyond excessive. Awakened abruptly from his slumber, one invariably possesses a touch of morning irritability. Come now, do not waste time chattering. Is it truly necessary to be up this early? Just yesterday, you seemed indifferent, yet now you are so impatient. Pray tell, what is the reason? If you do not speak, I shall refuse to go. Pulling his horse to a halt to catch his breath, Du Chun Feng began to apply pressure. Did you not wish to meet the poet who penned verses at the Liuli Tower alongside Wan Hong? You should hasten to await him. Gu Yishi did not pause, spurring his horse onward. Wait, Gu Yishi, explain this matter clearly. Who is to attend? Must we rise so early for that? Awaiting someone? Could it be a renowned poet? Since when did you become so polite? Yet, upon hearing that we might meet this individual, Du Chun Feng's spirits were lifted. At this moment, countless individuals were preparing for the Fushan Poetry Gathering, each eagerly anticipating the event. Mother, grandmother, how do we appear? The Jian sisters, each adorned in their newly purchased garments, looked splendidly picturesque. To the unknowing observer, one might mistake them for a gathering of flowers. I instructed you to dress up appropriately, not to look so frivolous. Look at your second sister. She embodies the essence of a cultured young lady. Those who are educated disdain vulgarity. Quickly change your attire. There is no need to dress so flamboyantly. Upon seeing them, the elderly matriarch felt a wave of dizziness. Casting a disapproving glance at her eldest daughter-in-law, she continued, Your father is, at least, a scholar. How could you allow them to choose such attire for a poetry gathering? Look at what they are wearing. Such wastefulness. We are currently in the imperial city, where every coin is precious. If we do not spend wisely, how shall we manage in the future? We must save for the men's prospects. Mother, we are merely going to enjoy the spring scenery in the mountains. I thought it best to be vibrant. Very well. Let them change now. Mother, do you truly believe that the young master from the Wan family will attend today? The matriarch's thoughts were elsewhere. This was a golden opportunity. Her daughters were each as radiant as spring blossoms. Should any of them secure a good match, she would bask in the fruits of her labor. The eldest daughter of the Wan family herself has assured us of her attendance. How could it be false? Today, many noble young masters from the capital shall be present. Have you reminded them to maintain decorum and propriety? They must not act recklessly. The more distinguished the family, the stricter the etiquette. I understand, mother. I have already instructed them accordingly. Rest assured, they are well aware of the significance of this rare opportunity and will conduct themselves admirably. Indeed, it is good to know. A visit could leave a favorable impression on these esteemed young ladies and allow her to forge connections with such acquaintances, enhancing their chances of socializing within the royal city. Rest assured, Sister Wan has assured me that, in consideration of her long-standing relationship with the matriarch, she will remind the Wan sisters to look after our few. Just look at how that girl Qing Wan has behaved, yet Sister Wan still holds no grudges. Such magnanimity is rare indeed. You may not know, but when I met Sister Wan, I was quite embarrassed. Thankfully, she is a reasonable person and is still willing to maintain connections. As we spoke, I began to extol the virtues of the Wan matriarch and how gracious she has been, as if to emphasize my own status. Dai Yui enodid in agreement, asserting that the bond between our mothers is beyond the comprehension of that girl Qing Wan. Speaking of which, that girl has indeed changed. She dares to defy our mother and even insult her elders. How outrageous! If second brother continues to indulge her, he will surely regret it later. Alas, the status of the second branch has risen too high for us to reach them. Otherwise, with such a large duke's residence, why must we reside in this rented place? Our lives need not be so frugal. We could bear it, but it is our mother who suffers. Just look at the grandeur of the Wan matriarch. Though our mother has given birth to a duke, she cannot enjoy the privileges of the duke's matron. Whenever there is an opportunity, Dai Yui does not hesitate to stoke the flames. The duke's residence is indeed comfortable, and it carries prestige. If the daughters were to go out as ladies of the duke's house, their status would be elevated. Jian Qingwan and Qi Mulian are truly insufferable. Upon mentioning this, the old lady was filled with indignation. Has the eldest not yet found the second? That ungrateful wretch. Indifferent even as our mother and elder brother are cast out of the residence, he truly is. Just wait. I will ensure that the insolent girl and her mother come to welcome me back to the duke's residence. Rest assured, I shall not remain here for long. This is merely a temporary measure, a pause. Mother, we cannot even catch a glimpse of second brother now. What is there to discuss regarding the duke's residence? Alas, mother, you are suffering here. Fear not. As long as we have a meal to share, you shall not be wronged. Dai Wei seems to have employed every tactic she knows, and now she resorts to provoking. I know you all mean well. Just wait. I have my methods to handle them. Right now, I merely fear that girl will throw caution to the wind and ruin Er and the others. Just wait. The old lady appeared visibly agitated, treating Jian Qingwan as an adversary rather than a granddaughter. Dai Yui smiled demurely. As long as the old lady is present, there will surely be a way back to the duke's residence. The old lady is, after all, the biological mother of second brother. If she were to create a scene, could second brother withstand it? Mother, do you have a plan? Enough of this matter. Do not concern yourself with it. Quickly go see if they are ready. We must depart early. Delays are unwise in such matters. Yes. Only then did Dai Yui hurriedly take her leave. The old lady clapped her hands at Jian Qingyi, who had been quietly assisting her by kneading her shoulders. No more kneading. You are a dutiful child. Today, you must perform well. You're not a child anymore. I have brought you to the royal city specifically to discuss a match for you. You see, this royal city is a realm of nobility, entirely different from Duanyang. If you secure a high marriage here, a bright future awaits you. Grandmother, Jian Qingyi blushed at the words, lowering her head to play with her hair. What is there to be shy about? Boys grow up to marry, and girls to wed. Initially, grandmother intended to match you with someone from the Wan family. But who would have known that they favored that insufferable Qing Wan instead? They simply lacked the fortune for such a match. This time, you must seize the opportunity. That young master one you have seen is truly a remarkable talent, one that cannot be found even with a lantern. However, due to matters concerning that girl Wan, it may be, you should try your best. If it does not work out, do not be stubborn. There are plenty of eligible young men in the royal city. With your qualities, you need not worry about finding a suitable match. It is unclear where the old lady derives her confidence from, believing that the noble young men of the dynasty would be interested in her precious granddaughter. One must possess self-awareness, yet the old lady is devoid of it, as is her granddaughter. Jian Xinguan was taken aback to discover that several from the first branch had also attended the poetry gathering at Fushan, making for quite a lively event. Chapter 41. A suitable match. They arrived early, but Fushan was still sparsely populated. After waiting for quite some time, one might wonder which esteemed individual could have young Master Gu eagerly awaiting their arrival. There are 3 paths leading up Fushan. Surely they have not taken a wrong turn, as this entrance is rather secluded. Fear not, they should be arriving soon. She is known to be punctual. Du Chunfeng surveyed his companion, sensing something amiss. Yeshi, your expression is identical to that of yesterday. Do not tell me you dragged me out here early to wait for a woman? What of it? I did not ask you to wait. You could have gone ahead, as we will not be taking the same path. Du Chunfeng, a respected teacher at Lin Shin Academy, stood in stark contrast to Gu Yeshi, whose reputation as a dandy had been well established over the years. The two together would undoubtedly attract curious glances, for they were perceived as fundamentally different. If they were to be seen together, speculation would inevitably ensue. Gu Yeshi was not ready to ruin his carefully crafted image just yet. You're quite dull, aren't you? If that is the case, why did you drag me out here at dawn? I still must see who this person is. Du Chunfeng stood on tiptoe, scanning the path ahead. Time was passing. They should be arriving soon. Just as he pondered, a carriage slowly approached from the distance. Du Chunfeng squinted, recognizing the driver. Jianya, Yeshi, look. Is that Jianya? You cannot be waiting for him, can you? No, that does not make sense. Why would he be driving a carriage? Today, he is likely acting as a coachman. A coachman? Who could possibly make the son of the Wuhou residents take on such a role? Du Chunfeng regarded his friend with skepticism, but moments later, his eyes lit up as he deduced who might be inside the carriage. Are you waiting for Jianya's sister? Gu Yeshi smiled knowingly, but did not respond, thus tacitly confirming his friend's suspicion. It seems the rumors are true. Tell me honestly, the girl you met yesterday, was it the one in the carriage? His curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of woman Jianya's sister could be. Gu Yeshi smiled faintly and strode forward to greet the approaching carriage. Du Chunfeng could only follow silently, greatly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yeshi? Chunfeng? What are you doing here? It appeared the three shared a good rapport, but at that moment, Jian Jinya was somewhat bewildered, questioning why his two friends were present and whether they were also attending the poetry gathering. How coincidental. Unable to resist, he glanced at Jian Xinguan, who was just about to step down from the carriage. A thought crossed his mind, though he was not entirely certain. Young Master Gu, my apologies for making you wait. Not at all. I just arrived. That is a blatant lie. Du Chunfeng interjected incredulously. Just arrived? Is this the sister of Jianya? Ah, so you're Du Chunfeng. It is an honor to finally meet you. Jian Xinguan gracefully disembarked from the carriage, adjusting her attire before kneeling in respect, exuding poise and confidence without a hint of awkwardness. Jianya's sister seems quite impressive. Du Chunfeng clasped his hands in greeting, silently assessing her. In recent days, rumors about her had circulated throughout the royal city, and he was pleased to finally see her in person. Indeed, rising early today was not in vain. You, Jian Jianya looked between his sister and Gu Yeshi, disbelief etched on his face, as it was clear this was no coincidence. Jianya, come down from the carriage. It has been a while since we last met. Shall we chat for a moment? Du Chunfeng observed his friend, who appeared equally perplexed, feeling a sense of balance restored in his heart. Brother, I have some matters to discuss with young Master Gu. Jian Jianya felt as if his heart had shattered into countless pieces, realizing his sister was keeping secrets from him. Gu Yeshi remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Jian Jianya. Young Master Gu, my sister's home is nearby. I will accompany my brother to take her home first. You may proceed to the gathering, and Xinguan will arrive shortly. After all, this was a private matter, and it seemed inappropriate for the esteemed heir to accompany them. Gu Yeshi raised his gaze to the summit of Fushan, still shrouded in lingering mist. There was no rush. The scenery here was quite splendid, providing a perfect opportunity to observe while others tended to their affairs. Beside him, Su'er displayed a demeanor of quiet obedience, her expression a mixture of complexity and apprehension. Miss, we are not far now. I wouldn't want to trouble you, my lady. I shall go and take a look myself and return shortly, she said, grateful for the kindness bestowed upon her. With Gu Yeshi's calm disposition, they might as well ascend together. Su'er, let us proceed. We need not enter the village, he suggested. Su'er cast a glance upward and nodded slowly. The kindness of the young lady was etched in her heart, and she vowed to serve her with utmost diligence in the future. Jianya, let us linger here for a moment. I wish to stroll ahead, Gu Yeshi stated. However, he promptly boarded the carriage, signaling his intent to take the reins. Sir Gu, that is not appropriate. I cannot impose upon you, Jianya protested, attempting to seize the reins from him. Hurry aboard. If we delay any longer, it will indeed be late, Gu Yeshi replied, seemingly intrigued by the act of driving. Yeshi, what is the meaning of this? Jianya turned to his sister, Jian Qingwan, who was equally perplexed. Let be. It seems Gu Yeshi is quite determined to play the role of the coachman, she resignedly commented, urging Su'er, who appeared bewildered, to board the carriage. Until it started moving, Su'er remained in a daze, furtively glancing at Gu Yeshi, who was now driving. Oh my, how extraordinary. Do explain, what is happening here? Du Chunfeng, feeling ignored, nudged Jianya, who was bristling with indignation. I too wish to know, he exclaimed, realizing his sister had concealed something from him. This is quite serious, is it not? When have you ever seen Yeshi so attentive? I was awakened before dawn and brought here to wait. How is it that you remain oblivious? Do not speak of such nonsense. Jianwan and Yeshi are not as you suggest, Jianya stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Du Chunfeng scoffed indeed. Jianya, it is said that elder brothers often feel a pang of jealousy when their sisters consider marriage. It appears to be the case here. There is no question of marriage. We are merely acquaintances. Nothing more, Jianya insisted, his emotions a whirlwind. How could this be? Du Chunfeng replied. From my perspective, they seem quite compatible. Though generally, such a pairing would be deemed unsuitable. Jianya's sister was no ordinary girl. Despite their brief encounter, Du Chunfeng had an innate ability to discern connections. What compatibility are you speaking of? Jianya's heart was in turmoil. When had his sister begun associating with Yeshi? He was utterly unaware. There is no need to provoke my brother unnecessarily. I shall have to clarify things later. But can such matters truly be explained? As if hearing the unfolding conversation, Gu Yeshi, his back to them, responded cheerfully from the carriage. Am I? Chapter 42. An encounter with a bully miss. Sir Gu, this is the village. Su'er announced as the carriage halted at the foot of Fushan, revealing a quaint hamlet where villagers had begun their daily toil. Fields carved from the mountainside bore crops, presenting a serene fade. Yet, this tranquility belied a deeper unrest. From a distance, a group of imposing men approached, their attire suggesting a certain importance. But their demeanor was menacing. Today is the deadline. Do not expect mercy if the rent is not submitted, one of them growled. Soit es powerful vite. The village was composed entirely of tenants, and it was far too early in the season for rent collection. Typically, each household had carefully calculated their remaining grain, and paying rent now would leave them destitute before the harvest. Are all the villagers tenants? Jian Qingwan mused, contemplating the village's lineage. Could their ancestors have all been tenants? I am no farmer, but I have read that harvests occur in autumn. What rent could possibly be due before summer? My grandfather's generation was not. Each family once owned their land. However, over time, these lands were appropriated. The villagers were deceived into selling their fields for a pittance, lured by the promise that they could continue farming if they paid an annual rent. Some, enticed by the silver, agreed, believing they could remain on their land without relocating. But soon, those who resisted selling found their water sources cut off. Until they too succumbed, Su'er recounted with a heavy sigh, her gaze drawn to the rent collectors. You should return home and gather your belongings. We shall wait for you here, Jian Qingwan advised. This was the outskirts of the imperial city, and such land grabbing should be met with resistance. Yet, the avarice of some could lead them to exploit the common folk. I shall only glance at my mother. I will return swiftly, Su'er assured them before departing. Jian Qingwan and Gu Yeshi strolled nearby, observing as the tenants entered the village. Gu Yeshi ascended the field ridge, prompting Jian Qingwan to follow. Be cautious. You should remain by the bank while I investigate, she instructed. It is quite pleasant here, he remarked, appreciating the verdant hills that nourished both body and spirit. The ridge is a bit slippery. Take care. Fortunately, it is still relatively wide. Good sir, pardon the intrusion. Are you all tenants here? Gu Yeshi inquired, engaging with the farmers in a manner that belied his noble status. He spoke with a gentle demeanor, bending slightly to show no airs of superiority. Indeed, this young master and lady are here for the poetry gathering at Fushan, I presume? It grows late. You should hurry and avoid soiling your garments, an elderly farmer replied amiably. Such is the nature of travel. One cannot avoid the dust, Gu Yeshi replied. I overheard that your landlord has sent someone to collect the rent? The old man sighed, lowering his head in resignation. It is not yet harvest season. Why must they demand rent now? Alas, the landlord collects as he pleases. What choice do we have? We've exhausted our remaining grain, and the future is uncertain. The farmer lamented, shaking his head. Gu Yeshi continued conversing with him, and learned that the situation was similarly dire in neighboring villages, with rent collection occurring earlier than ever this year. Could it be the same landlord? Is he short on grain? As they conversed, commotion arose ahead. What has happened? It appears to concern the Gue family. They may be in trouble for failing to pay the rent, one farmer speculated. Sue? Jian Xingwan's keen eyes spotted Suer rushing towards them. Do not fret. I shall accompany you. As Jian Xingwan prepared to dash forward, Gu Yeshi instinctively grasped her hand to steady her, navigating the slick ridge. Sue? Miss. Suer, her eyes red-rimmed, hastened her pace upon seeing Jian Xingwan. The men who had approached the old farmer were now chasing her, their intentions clear. Foolish girl, why run when you could enjoy the comforts of my young master? Behave, and your family's rent could be waived, the leader of the thugs snarled, his demeanor threatening. On the edge of the field, Dai and hastily approached, sensing that the situation was amiss. What are you planning to do? Suer had rushed over, and Jian Xingwan scrutinized the scene, her eyes landing on Su, who was in tears and shot an angry glare. Behind several men stood a somewhat frail, older man, panting heavily, accompanied by a woman who began to point and berate Suer. Are you going to stand by while your father and brother are taken away as laborers? It's a rare opportunity for someone to take an interest in you, and they've already stated that you will be living with their young master. So why must you act like a servant? When my father purchased me, it was under a death contract. I am no longer his daughter. What gives him the right to sell me again? Suer wiped her tears, waiting for the woman to continue her tirade. She never expected that upon returning, her home would be utterly transformed. Her mother had long since passed. Her father had remarried and even had a son. As soon as she entered her house, she was confronted by several men. These individuals were here to collect rent, the woman claimed, and upon spotting her, they decided to target her. Throughout all this, her father had remained silent. You must be the young masters and Mrs. attending the poetry gathering. I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. The burly man at the forefront cast a glance at Jian Xingwan and Gu Yeshi, warning them not to interfere. This is my servant. You expect me to refrain from intervening? Jian Xingwan pulled Suer behind her protectively, showing no fear in the face of the man before her. Your servant? Where's the contract? The burly man was clearly trying to play tricks. Who would carry a contract with them on a normal day? We will take her with us. If she truly belongs to you, we will not be unreasonable. You can bring the contract to claim her. Oh, and where shall we go to retrieve her? Gu Yeshi finally spoke, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed. Shan Shui Manor. Surely you are familiar with it? Ah, so, it is the Chui family. I have heard that the master of Shan Shui Manor is a relative of Lord Chui. The burly man crossed his arms with a smug grin. Oh, I see you know about our Shan Shui Manor. If you do, then you should know your place. After all, she is merely a servant, right? Merely a servant? What audacity! Gu Yeshi's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he dismissed the men entirely. Dian received the signal and swiftly dealt with the situation, incapacitating the men in a matter of moments. Mr. Gu, you mentioned the Chui family. Are they not related to the Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Chui Yuanji? Indeed, a pack of bullies relying on their connections. Gu Yeshi glanced at the incapacitated men on the ground, sneering. Jian Xingwan shot a glare at the woman who had been so boisterous moments ago, and the woman shrank back, intimidated. Miss, let us depart. Suer wished to leave immediately. She should never have returned. Throughout this ordeal, her father had said nothing. Jian Xingwan nodded and helped Suer prepare to leave, wishing to spare her further heartache. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have preferred not to come. The girl seemed utterly heartbroken. You, which family dares to strike me? The bruised, burly man on the ground began to shout as they turned to leave. State your name and see how my master deals with you. Gu Yeshi turned with a cold smile. Very well. I shall be waiting for your master at the Duke of Rong's residence. If he fails to come, let him try. As Gu Yeshi finished speaking, Dian had already delivered a swift kick. The others, upon hearing the mention of the Duke of Rome's residence, were so frightened that they dared not breathe a word. This was the outskirts of the imperial city, where the powerful and affluent abounded. Surely no one would dare impersonate someone from the Duke's household. As they watched Guyeshi and his companions depart, the men hastily abandoned their rent-collecting mission and rushed off to find their master. If the landowner is not short on grain, why collect rents so early? Is it not merely an attempt to make things difficult for the tenants? Once in the carriage, Jian Qingwan could not suppress her curiosity. Guyeshi nodded, acknowledging the unusual nature of the situation. If it were just this village, it might be excusable, but several nearby ones are experiencing the same. When events deviate from the norm, it is often indicative of deeper issues. Die and see if you can uncover the connections among the landowners in the nearby villages. Yes. Mr. Gu, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Su'er said, lowering her head to wipe her eyes. The carriage curtains fluttered, and Jian Qingwan gently patted Su'er's shoulder in a comforting manner. It's nothing. Do not dwell on it. Everything will be all right. Should she alert Guyeshi? Yet, it was merely speculation. In her previous life, when a crown prince passed away, the king of Suzhou used the funeral as an excuse to return to the imperial city with troops. The imperial family sent soldiers to block him outside the city, which led to the rebellion of the Five Kings. During the ensuing chaos, the Cui family provided a substantial amount of grain to the king of Suzhou, while the Wan family supplied weapons, allowing the king to emerge as the most powerful among the five. It could be said that the king's eventual success was inextricably linked to the Cui and Wan families, who rose to prominence as a result. She was uncertain what connection Shanshui Manor had with the Cui family, but collecting grain before the autumn harvest. Did it imply that the king of Suzhou had some plans? In her memory, the rebellion of the Five Kings was still a while away. Guyeshi had already sent someone to investigate. They would surely uncover the truth. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Jian Jianya was still waiting, while Du Chunfeng had already ascended. By now, all the expected guests should be here. Let us head up the mountain. Guyeshi appeared unfazed. Wan, Jian Jianya, falling a step behind, caught Jian Qingwan's arm. Brother, I will explain everything later, for now. Let us go up the mountain. A brief explanation would not suffice. With his sister insisting, Jian Jianya had no choice but to follow, imagining the scene of his sister and Guyeshi together. On the summit of the mountain, the scenery was breathtaking, adorned with blooming flowers that uplifted the spirit. Su'er's mood improved considerably. The poetry gathering was held at Tianfu Academy on Mount Fu, bustling with talented scholars and beautiful women. When Wan Hong arrived with several ladies from the Wan family, they immediately drew attention. Wan Mungud, while the Wan ladies took Jian Qingyi and her sisters on a leisurely stroll. How lively this year's poetry gathering is. Even Mr. Du from Linshan Academy has come. I've heard that Mr. Chun Jian will also be attending. Wan Xiongfeng, the second daughter of the Wan family, exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Sister, why are you telling them about this? They wouldn't know who Mr. Du and Mr. Chun Jian are. Wan Xiongfei, the fourth daughter, smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She admired their grandmother's audacity. Despite the rift with the Wan family, they still shamelessly sought to associate with them. It was only due to their grandmother's compassion that they were allowed to join the gathering. Wan Xiongfeng shot Wan Xiongfei a glare. It's merely our grandmother's kindness to let them have some fun. Is it necessary to take it seriously? To argue with them would only diminish our own stature. Jian family sisters, do not mind her. The crowd over there, that is Mr. Du, and Mr. Chun Jian is a highly esteemed scholar, renowned even in the imperial court. It is a pity that he is devoted to academia and refuses to take office. He has yet to arrive, but once he does, you will see his extraordinary demeanor. Wan family sisters, you truly are well versed in knowledge. We have learned much from you. Jian Qingyi, struggling to contain her emotions, felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet she understood that she must endure. Such opportunities were rare. Once she entered the Wan family, they would have to address her as sister-in-law, and then she would see if they dared to humiliate her again. Jian Qingyi felt bolstered by the glances Wan Hong had cast her way earlier. Little did she know that Wan Hong was just a hypocrite, presenting an image of propriety while being entirely different in nature. Disdain filled Wan Xiongfeng's heart for Jian Qingyi's flattery, yet she maintained a smile. Jian family sisters, take a look around. Tianfu Academy is one of the 3 major academies and is seldom open to the public. Today is indeed a rare opportunity. Wan Xiongfang's keen eye spotted Cui Yinyan and her companions arriving, prompting her to consider distancing herself from Jian Qingyi and her sisters. Sister Wan Jia busied herself, leaving me to take my younger sisters around. Jian Qingyi spoke awkwardly, clearly indicating her intent to abandon us. Second sister, fourth sister. Grandmother has entrusted you with the care of the Jian family sisters. How can you leave them behind? It will be good for you to introduce them to some friends, as I hear they will be settling in the capital soon. Just as Wan Xiongfang and the others were about to depart, Wan Hong appeared at the right moment. With a few words and a glance, the Wan sisters complied, albeit reluctantly. This maneuver stirred a tumult of emotions within Jian Qingyi. Little did she know, Wan Hong had his own methods for dealing with women. He discerned her intentions at a glance. It was merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation. A woman who was not only pleasing to the eye, but also presented to him on a silver platter. With no significant background, such a woman piqued his interest for mere amusement. More importantly, she was Jian Qingwan's cousin, and he had been concerned about severing ties with the Jian family after the engagement was called off. This was a fortuitous opportunity that fell into his lap. By maintaining the connection between the Wan and Jian families, he ensured that external parties would not sever their ties with the Wan family. The Fengshan army was a prize that the Wan family could not afford to lose. Heavens, is that young Master Gu? Why is he here? Look behind him. That is the son of the Wuhou mansion, and suddenly, the previously lively atmosphere quieted significantly. Chapter 44. A bustling poetry gathering. Jian Qingwan. Seeing Jian Qingwan again left Wan Hong at a loss for words, especially as he noticed her arrival alongside Gu Yishi. The atmosphere turned peculiar, and all eyes shifted towards them. Glances were exchanged towards Wan Hong, who was usually not present at the spring poetry gatherings, leading to much speculation today, particularly given that the Jian siblings accompanied him. Young Master Gu. Some attendees felt compelled to greet him, aware of his esteemed status as the heir of the Rongwu Palace, and they were cautious not to offend him. The Wuhou mansion was merely a rising power, and as a military family, they were not as necessary to appease. That wretched girl, Jian Qingwan. The Jian sister's eyes turned red upon seeing her, astonished that she had the audacity to appear in public. Jian Qingxian could not suppress a low curse. The moment she spoke, eyes turned toward her in disapproval. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, you should keep quiet. Jian Qingyi hurriedly whispered to her sisters, reminding them that most attendees today were scholars, and they needed to be mindful of their behavior. Observing Jian Qingwan's elegant attire and the attentive manner in which she was being guarded, they were met with envious glances. How brazen of her to seek attention in broad daylight. It was no wonder she dared to call off the engagement. Among the crowd, Dofang could hardly contain herself upon seeing Jian Qingwan, recalling the grievances from the flower banquet. Cui Yin noticed Jian Qingwan lowering her head, remembering the humiliation she had endured, but she was not foolish enough to act like Dofang, especially with someone willing to defend her. A murmur of whispers began to circulate. Some of Wan Hong's supporters, hailing from humble backgrounds, began to slyly mock her. This was the Tianfu Academy, a place of learning. Some must have wandered into the wrong venue. Indeed, one would think that a few verses could qualify one as a talented woman. One must maintain their dignity. Yet some seem oblivious to it. The decline of societal standards is evident. Jian Qingwan chose to ignore the caustic remarks. However, young Master Gu was not inclined to let it pass. After all, he was renowned as the most extravagant young man in the capital and could not let this reputation slip. Director Yang, I hear someone has wandered into the wrong place. Should we not escort them out to preserve the integrity of this scholarly venue? As soon as Gu Yishi made his presence known, Director Yang of Tianfu Academy quickly stepped forward, not due to anything else, but because of his status as a young master. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Director Yang awkwardly smiled. Young Master Gu, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Today we celebrate the spring poetry gathering, and the gates are open to all esteemed guests. Those present surely have not strayed. Is that so? Listening to their remarks, I could have sworn I was in the wrong place. Gu Yishi glanced knowingly at the students who had spoken earlier. They had been so vocal, but now bowed their heads in silence, clearly aware of his reputation. It seemed they had heard tales of his exploits. They were preparing for the imperial examination this year and could not afford to jeopardize their futures over a frivolous young master. You are too kind, just jesting. Gu Yishi responded, turning to Jian Qingwan with a gentle smile. Qingwan, let's find a place to sit. I have heard this poetry gathering is quite lively, and we should partake. Qingwan, the Jian siblings were momentarily taken aback. What an inappropriate way to address her. Jian Yi nearly rushed over to cover Gu Yishi's mouth. Jian Qingwan furrowed her brow. What was he doing? It was over now. She would truly never marry. To call her by her given name. How shameless. Many voices echoed the sentiment in unison, though spoken in hushed tones. The two main parties simply pretended not to hear. Young Master Gu, do not overstep. Jian Qingwan took the opportunity to quietly interject as they settled in. After all, the engagement was already broken. What was there to fear? Jian Qingwan chose silence, her temper flaring as she took her seat, inadvertently occupying the place that Director Yang had prepared for Gu Yishi. He followed suit, sitting beside her, and the sight was indeed striking. Jian Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as they exchanged whispers. Or rather, they were now seated together under the watchful eyes of many. Brother Jian, sit here, Do Chuanfeng timely intervened, pulling the stunned Jian Yi to join him. Observing this scene, many were taken aback. How did Do Feng know the young master of the Wuhou mansion? The young master had joined the military with the Wuhou. So when had he formed such a bond with a scholar like Do Feng? The way he addressed him suggested a familiarity beyond the ordinary. Realizing he was seated with Gu Yishi, Jian Yi regretted his decision to attend, feeling trapped and unable to rise again, only to draw attention to himself. Jian Qingwan sighed, unable to articulate her thoughts. You must be tired from your journey. Have some tea to refresh yourself. Gu Yi personally poet healthy. And several women watching Jian Qingwan could not help but feel envious. Young Master Gu, are you trying to make me a recluse? Jian Qingwan remarked while accepting the tea, feeling that there was nothing left to hide. She was ready to embrace the situation. Your worldly attachments remain. Perhaps the Buddha will not accept you. Gu Yishi replied with mock seriousness. Jian Qingwan chose silence, opting to sip her tea instead. How shameless. It seemed young Master Wan was indeed quite charming. How could she bear to call off the engagement? It appeared she had latched onto a young master. Grandmother claimed she would never admit it. Seeing Jian Qingwan's radiant demeanor, Jian Xin and her sisters gritted their teeth in frustration. Throughout their lives, Jian Qingwan had always been their punching bag, yet now she was basking in the limelight, causing a stark contrast that they found hard to accept. Grandmother? Which family are you from? Nearby, Do Feng Air's ears perked up. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, after all. The Wan's sisters exchanged glances, feeling that Jian Qingwan had gone too far, stepping on their brother's toes for her gain. How shameless. Let her embarrass herself thoroughly. Miss Do. These three are the cousins of Miss Jian, visiting from Duanyang and temporarily residing in the capital. Wan Xiong's face stated loudly, disregarding the expressions on Jian Qingyi's faces. Residing? Do Feng Air scrutinized them incredulously, questioning why they would attend a poetry gathering under such circumstances. The glances cast their way made Jian Qingyi wish to disappear. The humiliation they faced today was all Jian Qingwan's doing. If you are indeed cousins of Miss Jian, that makes you relatives of the Wuhou mansion. Why would you stay in the capital without residing in the Wuhou mansion and instead choose to rent a place? As far as I know, the Wuhou residence comprises merely 4 family members, yet it is quite spacious. Chue Yinyan is undoubtedly more perceptive than Do Fenger, as she quickly discerns the underlying issues. Relatives? We dare not presume such a connection. She has even expelled her grandmother from the estate, let alone us. Jian Qingyi could no longer contain herself, looking utterly aggrieved, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking an involuntary sense of compassion. Chapter 45. Have you finished speaking? You have expelled your grandmother and uncle's family from the residence. Such an act is the epitome of unfilial behavior and heartlessness. Once Jian Qingyi voiced this, Jian Qingwan became the center of attention. Even Gu Yeshi could not shield her from scrutiny. In the eyes of scholars, such a deed is utterly intolerable. Even if this were to reach the imperial court, she would find no defense. Jian Jia understood the so-called scholarly temperament all too well. He knew that if today's incident were confirmed, not only Jian Qingwan, but the entire Wuhou residence would be implicated, and even the Wuhou would struggle to extricate himself. That is not the case. Chuanfeng, things are not as she has described. There are reasons behind this. Jian Jia, not being particularly eloquent, found himself at a loss for words in his urgency. Strictly speaking, It was indeed Jian Qingwan who had expelled their grandmother and uncle's family. Hold on. Du Chuanfeng looked at Jian Qingwan, noticing her calm demeanor. Gu Yeshi was genuinely unaware of the situation. The incident occurred suddenly, and being uninformed, he could not speak freely. Is this true? He needed to ascertain the facts before knowing how to proceed. The sin of unfiliality cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, it is true, though it is of little consequence. Although it is somewhat troublesome, Jian Xingyi and the others were relying on their connections with the Wan family, unafraid of the repercussions, attempting to leverage the scholars' pens and tongues to condemn her. So, she truly did expel her elders from the residence. How unexpected. In the crowd, Wan Hong remained silent, merely observing quietly. It was only when Jian Qingyi spoke that he began to react. The current situation was not what he wished to witness. He needed to act wisely. Jian Qingwan, you actually expelled your grandmother from the estate. How surprising. You are indeed unfilial. Your uncle's family is your closest kin, yet the Wuhou residence has made them seek lodging elsewhere. How heartless. Gu Gongzi, do not be deceived by her appearance. Upon hearing Jian Qingyi's words, Dou Feng'er excitedly approached Jian Qingwan alongside other women, knowing that with such a damning accusation, Jian Qingwan's reputation would surely be tarnished today. In the eyes of the public, Gu Yeshi did not even cast a glance at Dou Feng'er, responding lazily, "Is this how Dou Congwen raises his daughters? To jump to conclusions without thorough inquiry? The Dou family has been in officialdom for generations. How could their upbringing be so lacking? A noble daughter behaving like a chirping sparrow. Has the Dou family not taught you the virtue of composure?" Such sharp words. Jian Qingwan stared at Gu Yeshi in astonishment. Though acerbic, his words were quite refreshing. You. Dou Feng'er, both embarrassed and furious, could not retaliate against Gu Yeshi and instead continued to target Jian Qingwan, pulling Jian Qingyi into the spotlight. "If you do not believe me, ask this Miss Jian." After finishing her statement, she turned to Jian Qingyi. "Do not be afraid. There are many witnesses here. Please tell everyone, did Jian Qingwan not expel your grandmother and your family from the Wuhou residence?" "Miss Dou, Gu Gongzi is correct. This is a matter of our Jian family. What is your incessant prattling about? Are you seeking to champion a cause? Who are you to meddle?" Although engaging in disputes with women is not the conduct of a gentleman, at this moment, Jian Jie could not stand idly by as they bullied his sister. Du Xiongfeng, likewise, could not interject and merely tugged at his friend, unsure of the unfolding events. "Jian Gongzi, are you implying that this incident is indeed true?" Du Feng'er proclaimed triumphantly. "Miss Dou, Jian Gongzi speaks the truth. This is indeed a family matter. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficulties. Today is the spring poetry gathering. It is not appropriate to discuss others' family affairs." Wan Hong's sudden interjection left many in shock. Young Master Wan truly embodies the virtue of repaying grievances with kindness. He is indeed a gentleman. In an instant, praises for Wan Hong filled the air. Though this is a family matter, it concerns filial piety. In our Daong, we have always held filial duty in high regard. Yin Yin does not believe that Miss Jian could be unfilial, nor would the Wuhou residents commit such an act of cruelty. Since the matter has been brought to light and the parties involved are present, why not have them clarify publicly? If there has been a misunderstanding, resolving it would be beneficial, would it not? Shui Yinyan had not intended to speak up, but witnessing Wan Hong defend Jian Qingwan, she could no longer restrain herself. She and Hong Lang were indeed a match made in heaven. Previously, she had endured their engagement, but now that it had been severed, Hong Lang claimed it was not yet the time for their relationship to be known. She understood that he feared gossip behind their backs. Thus, she continued to bear it, thinking that soon enough, she would be able to openly accompany Hong Lang. She could endure everything, but she could not tolerate Hong Lang speaking on behalf of Jian Qingwan. Even a pretense of politeness was unbearable. Upon hearing Chui Yinyan speak, Jian Qingwan's eyes glimmered with mockery. Chui Yinyan could no longer contain herself. Did Wan Hong truly think he understood women so well? Just then, Jian Qingyi abruptly turned to the crowd, declaring, "All the blame lies with me. My grandmother has always favored me. It is only natural for my cousin to feel resentment." Jian Qingwan remained composed, waiting patiently for Jian Qingyi to finish. Jian Qingyi spoke with feigned grievance, tears streaming down her face, continuing to address Jian Qingwan, "But who among us can truly treat our elders with absolute fairness? Regardless, during the years when uncle and aunt were away, it was grandmother who raised you. Your marriage was also arranged by her. Now, because she spoke harshly regarding your broken engagement, you expelled her from the residence. Do you not understand how deeply this has hurt her? We can bear it. But grandmother is aging. During the Duanyang festival, she often reminisces about uncle, wishing to reunite with her son and daughter-in-law. Her words were delivered with such emotion that it almost suggested Jian Qingwan was not only unfilial, but also envious and heartless, having expelled her elderly grandmother who had nurtured her from the estate. Have you finished? Jian Qingwan stood up, having not uttered a single word of defense until Jian Qingyi concluded. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her skirt and calmly walked toward Jian Qingyi amidst the accusatory gazes. Wan Yu, Jian Qingyi met Jian Qingwan's gaze, gritting her teeth to suppress her fear. During this visit to the imperial city, she recognized that Jian Qingwan had indeed changed, becoming entirely unlike her former self. Previously timid and self-deprecating, she would have quaked in fear at a mere glare from her grandmother. Jian Qingwan allowed her to kneel, relishing the act. Glancing around at Jian Qingxin and Jian Qingwei, who glared at her with clenched teeth, she inquired, "What about you two? Do you have anything to add? If not, it is my turn to speak." Miss Chue is correct. Some matters are best clarified in person to prevent individuals from making unfounded accusations against the Wuhou residents. Jian Qingwan, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Did you not expel them from the Wuhou residence? Dou Feng'er, unable to endure Jian Qingwan's arrogance, interjected once more. Jian Qingwan chose to ignore her, as she could not stoop to squabble with a mere sparrow. Ladies and gentlemen, my cousin speaks the truth. It was indeed I who expelled their family from the residence. As for my grandmother, she was reluctant to part ways with uncle's family, insisting on accompanying them in their departure. As a junior, I cannot force her to stay. Chapter 46. Retaliation. Miss Jian, though family squabbles are inevitable, your actions in expelling your elders from the residence are rather. Fortunately, they are still in the imperial city. As a family, what cannot be resolved? It would be best to invite them back, lest the Wuhou and his wife find themselves in a difficult position, torn between their daughter and their mother and brother. You cannot place them in such a predicament. Cui Yinyan's eloquence surpasses that of Dou Feng'er, as she deftly engages in extending the conversation. Miss Kui, having heard of your reputation as the foremost talented woman of the imperial city, you must be familiar with the adage. A wise judge finds it hard to resolve family affairs. Today, you boldly step forward. Are you advocating for me or seeking justice for my cousin? You are neither our elder nor a person of esteemed virtue. May I inquire, Miss Chui, on what grounds do you claim to administer justice in the name of harmony? Jian Qingwan had no intention of addressing her so soon, yet she insisted on making a scene, harboring malicious intent, not content with merely targeting her, but also attempting to involve her parents. Thus, she should not be surprised if I respond unkindly. Cui Yinyan, meeting Jian Qingwan's gaze, suddenly felt an ominous premonition, her face flushing with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Jian Qingwan remarked, "In the face of injustice, anyone may speak up. Yin, kindly offering to assist, provides you an opportunity to explain, yet you remain ungrateful." Dou Feng'er observed Jian Qingwan's defense of Cui Yin and noted her loyalty to her friend. Jian Qingwan, disinclined to stoop to the level of this foolishness, found herself unable to ignore it. Good intentions? In the presence of so many, I might believe anyone claiming to act with goodwill on my behalf, but Cui Yin. I harbor no doubts about her ulterior motives. Dou Feng'er, as your close friend with Cui Yin, are you aware that she has long been secretly communicating with Wan Hong? You speak nonsense. Jian Qingwan, your words are absurd. Miss Jian, what do you mean by such slander? Jian Qingwan's statement ignited a wave of uproar among the audience. Wan Hong could no longer maintain his facade of poise and decorum. Is this true? I find great interest in such revelations. Qingwan, please continue. I am eager to see who dares to interrupt you. Gu Yeshi interjected with a commanding tone. This was indeed unexpected. He had originally come to test Wan Hong. Yet before he could begin, so much drama unfolded. Truly, this journey was worthwhile. Jian Jia, is your sister the one seeking to break off the engagement? Du Chunfeng could not suppress his curiosity. Jian Jia, furrowing his brow, was genuinely unaware of this matter. No wonder Wan wished to annul the engagement. Wan Hong, that scoundrel. In Jian Jia's mind, his sister would never speak falsely. If she claimed it, he believed it. With Gu Yeshi present, anyone wishing to defend Wan Hong would have to endure in silence. Everyone knows that family scandals should remain private, but given the current circumstances, I fear no ridicule. What I am about to share, consider it a tale to be heard. After Jian Qingwan spoke, she smiled and bowed to the crowd, her every gesture exuding grace. I have indeed broken off my engagement with Wan Hong. While I had no desire to delve into matters concerning him, today, as my cousin publicly accused me of being unfilial and expelled my family and grandmother from our home, and Miss Chui has intervened to administer justice, I shall speak. These events are intricately linked. My engagement to Wan Hong was arranged by my grandmother and the matriarch of the Wan family. But her original intention was to ally my cousin with Wan Hong. Unexpectedly, the Wan family took a liking to me instead. The Wans are a family of scholars, and our family is but a humble ascent. My grandmother had no reason to refuse. From a young age, she constantly reminded me that I was unworthy of Wan Hong, insisting that my connection to the Wan family was a blessing I had earned in my previous life. She urged me to cherish this fortune and to make the second branch grateful. Without her, how could Jian Qingwan ever hope to rise to the Wan family? I never anticipated that one day I would publicly recount these matters. I thought facing them again would cause me distress, yet I find myself peculiarly calm. Because of my grandmother's words, I have been timid and reclusive since childhood, too fearful to step outside. At a recent flower banquet, the old lady praised my literary knowledge, a compliment that, to others, might seem splendid, yet I felt only sorrow, for throughout my upbringing, I rarely ventured beyond my home. To avoid disappointing my grandmother and to render myself worthy of the fourth word in the phrase family of scholars, I immersed myself in study. Once I finished the books at home, I had the maid procure more. I endeavored to ensure that when I married into the Wan family, I would not bring shame upon them. I truly read an immense number of texts. Yet, I remain oblivious to the extent of my knowledge. As no one has ever inquired, I simply engaged in endless reading, hoping for even a single word of affirmation from my grandmother, but none ever came. Due to my mother's merchant background, my grandmother looked down upon us, and thus, I was also scorned. I longed to change this perception, but all my efforts proved futile, and my grandmother accused me of trying to curry favor. Throughout my childhood, I was never taken to any gatherings, only able to watch enviously as my cousins enjoyed themselves. Jian Qingwan did not wish to portray herself as pitiable, yet the reality was even harsher. I had long accepted the truth. My grandmother despised the second branch. When I was 5, my father went to war, and my mother followed my brother in service. News came that my father was missing in action, leaving his fate uncertain. May I ask, how would any ordinary family member react upon receiving such news? If not seeking him, they would at least feel sorrow and concern. Yet at this moment, my closest relatives proposed a division of the family assets, capitalizing on the fact that I was the only young girl left in the second branch. Division of the family? So, the Jian family has already split? Gu Yeshi interjected at an opportune moment, focusing on the crux of the matter. Now he understood the extent of her childhood suffering. So her extensive literary education stemmed from such a background. Wan, I had no idea you endured so much hardship. Why you never shared this with me or our parents? Jian Jia, moved by compassion, rushed to stand beside Jian Qingwan, vowing never to let her endure such injustice again, regardless of being scolded for being unfilial. Brother, it's all in the past. Yan Wingdan Reasured Yanya. As there were truths she had intended to keep buried for a lifetime. Wan, your grandmother has been a bit harsh on you. You truly misunderstand her intentions. She fears you may marry into the Wan family. Jian Qingyi, do you take us for fools? Misunderstanding? If our grandmother truly cared for Wan, why did she not consider her during the family division? Knowing she was to marry well, she not only seized the share that belonged to the second branch, but also attempted to claim my mother's dowry. Had it not been for my maternal grandfather and uncles arriving in time, my mother's dowry would have been distributed as well. Did my grandmother ever speak up for the second branch? Did she ever consider Wan's plight? She fears Wan may be unworthy of the Wan family, yet never contemplates how Wan will survive in the Wan household without a dowry. As Jian Qingyi spoke, Jian Jie retorted fiercely. The audience gasped in astonishment. Such a revelation was unprecedented. The expulsion from the Wu Ho residence was indeed merely a courteous gesture. As elders, even if they cannot maintain fairness, they should not display such blatant partiality. Chapter 47. The secret of the acrostic poem, what began as a refined poetry gathering, had devolved into this. Mr. Chun Jian, I apologize for this spectacle. It seems the youth are quite passionate. Gu Shizhi spoke, and Yang Yuanzi hesitated to interrupt, yet at that moment, Mr. Chun Jian arrived, creating an awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued. This was indeed more captivating than mere storytelling. Sabalas Jian Yang, a contemporary literary giant known as Chun Jian, was addressed with respect by all. At this moment, Mr. Chun Jian stood with 2 students and a bookkeeper, silently observing the unfolding drama. Clad in a gray-white linen robe, his frail figure belied the sharpness of his gaze. In earlier poetry meetings, there were few women present, but now the scene had changed. The lady had just claimed that the old matriarch praised her literary prowess. In the imperial city, only a handful of women are worthy of such a title. Does Director Yang know of this? Unexpectedly, Mr. Chun Jian did not turn to leave, but was willing to remain and speak a few words. Director Yang quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have heard of this matter. Some days ago, the Duke of Rongwa's residence hosted a flower banquet. So, it was the old matriarch of the Duke of Rongwa who praised her? The elder stroked his beard, appearing quite surprised. Precisely. Mr. Chun Jian ceased to speak, instead choosing to listen intently, showing no inclination to depart. Dean Yang, intrigued yet apprehensive, remained by his side. Jian Xingwan spoke only truths, rendering Jian Xingyi's rebuttals hollow and ineffective. They could only cling to the notion that the elder was at fault, which did not absolve the younger of their perceived lack of filial piety. Yet today, with Jian Xingwan's voice raised, it was evident that she intended to discuss matters beyond mere familial banter. Her cousin was correct. Regardless of any favoritism displayed by the elders, they remained elders, and the younger generation was expected to show respect and reverence. Reflecting on this, I find myself compelled to express gratitude towards my grandmother. Had it not been for her, I would not have immersed myself in such extensive study, nor would I have comprehended the subtleties of the acrostic poems exchanged between Chui, Yin Yin, and Wan Hong. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I have meticulously collected Wan Hong's poetry, diligently studying each line, hoping to understand my future husband and foster a harmonious relationship that lasts until old age. On the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, Wan Hong presented yet another poem. Although it may not be widely known, I trust that many present were aware of it. Wan Hong, dear sir, will you read aloud? Yet, this particular poem eludes my memory, for prior to my engagement with the Wan family, I had always regarded Wan Hong as a paragon of virtue, a man of exceptional talent. I only learned of this poem later from Chui, Yin Yin, who recounted it to me. Jian Xingwan gazed steadily at Wan Hong, whose expression was now a mask of distress. Jian Xingwan, do not slander me so recklessly. It is clear that you, in your desperation to elevate yourself to the status of the Duke's family, are attempting to besmirch my reputation with Wan Hong. What is your true intention? Wan Hong remained silent, but Chui Yin was less composed. She had longed for a public acknowledgement of her relationship with Wan Hong, yet not in this manner. If the assembly were to believe Jian Xingwan, how could she ever face society again? When she was with Wan Hong, he had not yet withdrawn his proposal. Chui Yin, were you not eager for an open relationship with Wan Hong? Why do you now falter when faced with the truth? Should you deny it today, this opportunity may never arise again in your lifetime. Jian Xingwan was not inciting discord. The facts were as they were. If one does not acknowledge the truth now, how could they ever face Wan Hong in the future? Should they wish to remain together, it would necessitate a lifetime of secrecy. Chui Yin, at this moment, was truly panicked. To admit the truth would ruin her reputation, yet to deny it would mean she could never marry Wan Hong. In an instant, she saw no retreat. Her gaze filled with a flicker of hope directed at Wan Hong. With matters reaching this juncture, she had no choice but to gamble everything. For the acrostic poem indeed existed. Wan Hong, avoiding Chui Yin's gaze, felt a chilling realization. He had never anticipated being cornered by a woman he had never regarded seriously. The Chui family was not to be trifled with. They were allies of the Wang family from Suzhou, and should a rift occur, his father would be the first to hold him accountable. Wan, regarding the reputations of Miss Chui and Master Wan, you must refrain from fabricating stories. What acrostic poem? Do not speak so foolishly. How could Master Wan possibly be such a person? Jian Xingyi's remarks were sharp and cutting. Such romantic entanglements spark curiosity among all present. Miss Jian, your assertions are so definitive. Please enlighten us. Indeed, we know quite a bit of Master Wan's poetry as well. Do not speak without basis. Jian Qingwan, please do share. Up until this point, Dofeng Heir remained foolishly loyal to Cui Yin Yin, unable to discern the truth, which was rather foolish of her. It was no wonder she was often manipulated. Well then, since everyone is intrigued, allow me to recite. Wan Yao, Feng Fei, cherished love, Hong Zhang, splendid heart, engraved in memory. The long moon over Yin mountain witnesses our sincerity, sweet as honey until old age. Through life's trials and tribulations, may our hearts resonate with true affection. Forever may the romantic moon cast its twin shadows, binding our fates in love for a lifetime. This poem is known to few, yet not entirely unknown. Master Wan composed it on the eve of young Master Jiao's wedding, and young Master Jiao is present here. One may inquire for confirmation. It seems that aside from young Master Jiao, several gentlemen who were friendly with you are also in attendance. And young Master Jiao has always believed this poem to be a wedding gift from Wan Hong to you. Upon hearing Jian Qing Wan recite the poem, Wan Hong realized there was no room for retreat. Jiao Chongwen stared at Wan Hong in shock, then at Cui Yin Yin. Being a scholar himself, he grasped the significance of the acrostic poem. If one could not decipher its true meaning, then all their education would be in vain. What a beautiful sentiment of unity between Wan Hong and Yin Yin. Wan Hong, how could you be so reckless? If you have affections for another, why not have ended the engagement sooner? Jian Jian, ye comprehended the situation fully, let alone the scholars present. Could this be mere coincidence? Inwardly questioning, he found that few truly believed the situation. Brother, do not be agitated. Has the engagement not been annulled? My sister, upon learning of Wan Hong's true feelings, willingly consented. Though we cannot ascertain if Miss Cui is truly his beloved, especially since Miss Cui was nearby during their revelries. Who knows if it was merely intoxication? No, it was poetic inspiration, poorly expressed, poorly articulated. Du Chun Feng wished to laugh, but stifled his mirth, as he was a gentleman and a teacher. Thus he contained himself. Others, however, could not hold back, erupting into laughter and applause. Qingwan, you ought to be invited to narrate stories at Ju Fu Lu. This is simply marvelous. Master Wan, Miss Cui, may your union be blessed with harmony and progeny. Gu Yishi offered his congratulations with a flourish. What a revelry. Yet at that moment, Jian Jianyi added in a serious tone, Qingwan speaks truly. Miss Cui, while you may have wronged my sister, I offer a kind reminder. This promise of eternal love from Wan Hong may not be genuine. I have heard whispers that he may have two beautiful maids attending to him in his household. No need for subtlety. Everyone comprehended the implication. Young Master Jian, are you suggesting that Master Wan has concubines? Or perhaps two? It is no surprise that Dofeng Heir was the one to voice such inquiries. She alone seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon finishing her question, she pulled along the two young ladies from the Wan family, Qiong Feng, Qiong Fei, quickly. Corroborate from Master Wan. He must be speaking nonsense. The Wan sisters, caught in this tumult, were speechless. Their expressions spoke volumes. Both lowered their heads, flustered and silent. Their faces flushed like that of cooked duck. Indeed, I have a kindred spirit in Yin Yin. The engagement was arranged by our grandmothers, and I felt powerless to alter it. I have adhered to the engagement out of respect, and my feelings for Yin Yin are bound by propriety. The poem was merely the result of overindulgence in drink. I owe an apology to Miss Jian. Nevertheless, the claims made by young Master Jian are utterly unfounded. Wan Hong acknowledges his own faults, yet he refuses to admit to things that do not exist. This was the essence of Wan Hong. He would not yield unless faced with dire consequences. Now he found himself trapped, unable to foresee such a turn of events. Even if Cui Cheng would remain silent, his expressions were enough to fuel speculation, especially since others were present. Given that Jian Qing Wan had publicly exposed this matter, there was no way to sweep it under the rug. Furthermore, with Cui Yin Yin being the daughter of Cui Yuan, should he fail to clarify matters today, the Cui family would inevitably confront the Wan family. Jian Qing Wan, no matter how well planned, I could never have anticipated that you would put me in such an embarrassing position. No, this was not the first time. It was the second time he had faced such humiliation since the engagement was broken. As for Cui Yin Yin, her emotions were a turbulent mix. She felt her dignity stripped away, bracing for the inevitable scrutiny, yet she had also secured Wan Hong's promise. From this day forth, she would no longer need to be secretive, believing that after this incident, their families would hasten to finalize their union. Though she had achieved her desires, it was through such an undignified manner that her heart brimmed with resentment. All of this was orchestrated by Jianqing Wan. No, it cannot be like this. Jianqing, he had been lost in a daydream, never expecting to awaken so swiftly. She struggled to accept the reality. Now, no one paid her any heed, nor did they concern themselves with her. Others, including Dofeng Heir, were momentarily stunned, unable to grasp that the true victim of this engagement debacle was Jianqing Wan. No wonder Jianqing Wan was so furious in her decision to break the engagement. This clarity was now evident. The complexities of life often catch us unawares. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Wan Hong, we have already severed our engagement. Your affairs are no longer intertwined with mine or the Wuhou residents. There is no need for you to make grand proclamations before us. You ought to speak with Miss Cui instead. It is precisely due to your actions that my mother has faced reproach from my grandmother for failing in her duties as a matriarch. In front of everyone, disregarding my mother's ailing condition, she struck her unconscious. My grandmother, due to her ties with your family and your esteemed lineage, without inquiry, hastily deemed the dissolution of our engagement my fault. Consequently, my uncle and aunt have subjected me to scornful insults. As a junior, I can endure this. But what wrong has my mother committed? A few harsh words from elders could be tolerated, as my mother is accustomed to such treatment. But my grandmother should never have laid a hand on her. That is my mother. Young Master Wan, I have long wished to ask, if the Wan family originally looked down upon the Jian family and myself, why pursue this engagement at all? Had it not been for this betrothal, perhaps none of this turmoil would have ensued. Jianqing Wan's seemingly innocuous inquiry left Wan Hong at a loss for words. He could only silently bow his head, suppressing his frustration, and inwardly scold the matriarch of the Jian family for instigating trouble. Were it not for her audacity in approaching us, my grandmother would not have disclosed the details of today's poetry gathering, and the ladies of the Jian family would not have attended, thus avoiding this entire debacle. Had the matriarch treated Jianqing Wan with more respect in her youth, such grudges would not have festered. After Jianqing Wan's veiled explanation, the assembly finally grasped the situation. The matriarch not only acted unreasonably and distrusted her own granddaughter in favor of outsiders, but she also favored one side and resorted to physical violence against the lady of Wuhou. At this point, no one was inclined to investigate how the matriarch had exited the residence. Empathizing with the situation, they recognized that had it been in their own families, their reactions might have been even more extreme. Ladies and gentlemen, it was I who facilitated the departure of the main branch from the Wuhou residence. It was I who allowed my grandmother to leave without a word of entreaty. This has nothing to do with my parents. Should anyone claim my parents are unfilial, I, Jianqing Wan, will be the first to object. You may inquire as you wish. My grandmother, although not residing in the Wuhou residence, has always been provided with seasonal clothing, fresh fruits, and sustenance by my parents, who have never faltered in their care. Additionally, every year, they allocate a sum for her support. Furthermore, during the recent calamity at Duanyang, which was exacerbated by a fire, it was my parents who financed the repairs, while the main and third branches contributed nothing. According to their own words, they had exerted effort, yet everyone is aware of my father's modest salary. The renovations of the ancestral home largely utilized my mother's dowry, and she has not uttered a single complaint, despite the fact that the ancestral home has long been divided among the main and third branches, leaving us of the second branch unrelated to it. My parents merely observe my grandmother residing there. Let us clarify matters. Very well, let us speak plainly. From now on, no one shall dare use the term unfilial to suppress the Wuhou residents. Ultimately, whether one is truly filial or not should be weighed in the hearts of all. The main branch and my grandmother must come to terms with their actions. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe that the second branch owes them something. Wan, enough said. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. Jianya tugged at Jianqing Wan, eager to depart. These individuals were simply repugnant. Qingwan, Jianya, let us pause. This poetry gathering was intended for you to enjoy the spring and to engage in a bit of cultural refinement, yet it has taken a turn I did not foresee. I too bear some responsibility. From now on, should anyone speak ill of Qingwan or the Jian household behind their backs, I will not stand for it. Qingwan, you have suffered unjustly. Gu Yeshi, in a display of earnestness, appeared somewhat out of place. Yet his words shifted the atmosphere dramatically. In the eyes of the assembly, it seemed that young Master Gu harbored genuine feelings for Jian Qingwan, and her severance of engagement bore little relation to him. Only a short while had passed, and yet the excitement was palpable. Mr. Chun Jian had arrived, signaling the commencement of our poetry gathering. It was not only Mr. Chun Jian who had arrived, but numerous esteemed guests whose status made it inappropriate for them to speak earlier. They had all been attentive listeners. At this moment, Wan Hong's expression was distinctly complicated. Among the younger generation, he was indeed a standout talent, having produced several exceptional works, and typically exuded an aura of propriety. However, the events of today certainly warranted deep reflection. A scholar's worth lies in their character. If their moral integrity is lacking, even the most exquisite prose becomes difficult to accept. Wan Hong recognized that, following this incident, his carefully cultivated image was tarnished, if not entirely destroyed. You intended to attend the poetry gathering today, did you not? The scenery in the mountains is delightful, yet few, like Jian Qingwan and Gu Yeshi, seem to relish it without concern. Jian Qingwan glanced back at the lively gathering and nodded, determined that she would not be the only one to endure hardship while he enjoyed himself. There is indeed some merit to this thought. However, it appears she is not merely seeking to unsettle him, but is rather pressing Wan Hong, or perhaps the Wan family as a whole. But what of it? Jian Qingwan smiled as she posed a question, and Gu Yeshi inferred her intention. She aimed to compel the Wan family to hesitate before acting against the Wuhou residents, while also compelling Wan Hong, who would undoubtedly face admonishment from Wan Jingji. In his eagerness to rectify his standing, Wan Hong would likely act hastily, especially if he were to receive news of the iron or deposit now. It is nothing, merely a marvel at how some individuals meticulously strategize. The poetry gathering did not cease due to the earlier disruption. However, some attendees departed early, including the capital's most talented maiden, Cui Yin, who found the situation too embarrassing to endure, as did the Wan sisters and Jian Qingyi. Thus, one could not help but reflect on Wan Hong's audacity in remaining behind. Although the poetry gathering had yet to conclude, he proposed a solitary excursion with her, seemingly unperturbed by the potential distress of his brother. You are correct, young Master Gu. To spare my brother any worry, let us return. Observing Jian Qingwan's unflinching demeanor, devoid of the expected modesty, Gu Yeshi felt a pang of frustration, questioning his own allure. Pray, enlighten me regarding the minerals found along the river. Young Master Gu, you are clever. Surely you have surmised the answer. We are all astute individuals. There is no need for such explicitness. As they walked, Gu Yeshi cleared the overgrown branches from their path. The entire capital knew him as a frivolous youth, yet he had received compliments for his intellect. Few had praised him as earnestly as she did. Though they had only met a handful of times, her familiarity with him piqued his curiosity. This simply indicates that there are far too many fools in this world, and few with discerning eyes like mine. I do not claim to know you well, young Master Gu. Rather, I am aware that you are not the frivolous youth others portray you to be. Upon hearing Jian Qingwan's self-aggrandizing words, Gu Yeshi could not help but laugh. Rarely did he encounter a woman so unreserved. Yet her statement held a kernel of truth. There are indeed many foolish individuals in the world. Enough, let us return. Jianya, if you have queries, save them for later. Do not act impulsively. Du Chuanfeng had been holding Jianya back, weary of the situation, while he was still curious about what had transpired. Wan, where have you been? Seeing his sister return with someone, Jianya hurriedly interposed himself between them. To enjoy the spring. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to appreciate the beauty of the mountains. Dear brother, you should take a moment to do so as well. Still admiring the scenery? Jianya, at that moment, lacked the leisure for such pursuits. You have returned. Do sit down. Everyone is currently reciting poetry. Join us and listen. Du Chuanfeng's hint was not lost on Gu Yeshi, who discreetly glanced at Wan Hong, who, in turn, met their gaze. Wan Hong himself was unaware of why he was so captivated by Jian Qingwan. The moment she appeared, his eyes instinctively followed her. As Gu Yeshi deliberately averted his gaze to speak softly with Jian Qingwan, he mused, "What do you surmise, young master, one will compose poetry about today?" Jian Qingwan lowered her head and smiled. Let us see. It was indeed absurd how her previous fixation on Wan Hong had transformed into a means of retaliation. Reflecting on it, She could not recall the specifics of the Fushan poetry gathering, but she did remember that Wan Hong had released a notable poem following his renowned piece at the Liuli Tower, perhaps at some poetry gathering. After careful consideration, she decided to leave it open-ended. Let's take our seats. Wan, come sit with me, Jian Jianya said, hastily pulling Jian Qingwan over. Although such actions seemed futile now, they could not simply let things continue as they were. Jianya, this place is spacious. Let everyone gather and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Du Chunfeng chimed in, clearly eager to observe the unfolding drama. As Gu Yeshi took a seat next to Jian Qingwan, their laughter and conversation caused Wan Hong to retract his gaze, his fists clenching involuntarily. That wretched woman. She spoke of him and Cui Yin, yet it was evident she had already entangled herself with Gu Yeshi. She thought that by breaking off her engagement with the Wan family, she could step into the Duke's residence. Such dreams. It was only ever the women Wan Hong rejected who would come to regret it. Jian Qingwan would one day kneel before him, filled with remorse. Today, the esteemed Mr. Chunwan graced the gathering, and all present were eager to showcase their talents, hoping for his esteemed critique. With elders like Mr. Hu and Mr. Chu in attendance, everyone looked forward to the emergence of remarkable works. As the head of Tianfu Academy, Yang Yuanzi assumed the role of host for the poetry gathering. When Jian Qingwan and the others had just departed, discussions about recent poetic works had already commenced, with Wan Hong's poem receiving unanimous acclaim, even praised by Mr. Chunwan. However, while Mr. Chunwan spoke highly of the poem, he refrained from mentioning Wan Hong as a person, which Wan Hong understood was due to the earlier incident that had tarnished his reputation in Chunwan's eyes. Despite this, many scholars still supported Wan Hong, recognizing his years of effort. To them, the gossip surrounding him could merely be regarded as romantic tales, as tales of dashing artists have existed throughout history. They had hoped to hear Miss Cui Yinyan's Guqin performance today, but alas, at this moment, someone mentioned Cui Yinyan, and a few echoed compliments. Miss Cui was renowned among the noble ladies of the capital for her exceptional Guqin skills. Many had been captivated when they heard her play at last year's poetry gathering, earning praise from Mr. Chu. Perhaps in their eyes, Cui Yinyan and Wan Hong were a perfect match. Mr. Chu, being called out, felt somewhat embarrassed. While Miss Chui's Guqin skills were indeed commendable, it was concerning that she was aware of Wan Hong's engagement, yet continued to pursue him, that spoke to her character. Jian Qingwan, the matriarch of the Duke's family, praises your extensive literary knowledge. You must be a talented woman, well-versed in the arts. Since you're here at the poetry gathering, why not showcase your skills for everyone to see? Dou Fenger, who had not followed earlier, felt a pang of jealousy towards Cui Yinyan, given that not a word about this had been shared with her. However, she found herself even less fond of Jian Qingwan. As soon as the challenge was issued, others quickly joined in, and all eyes turned towards Jian Qingwan. Unfazed, she gracefully rose to acknowledge the audience, saying, I apologize for disappointing everyone. Beyond literature, I have little knowledge of the arts, and as for the Guqin, I truly cannot play. Cannot play. Ha ha ha. Only those proficient in all four arts can be called talented women. Jian Qingwan, do you even qualify? The poetry gathering, intended for appreciation, turned into a quarrel, causing several elder scholars to frown deeply. Miss Dou, I have never considered myself a talented woman, but you, Miss Dou, do you truly qualify? If you are still lacking, what right do you have to critique others? Today is a poetry gathering. If you wish to dispute, do so another time, and spare everyone from this beautiful spring day. Initially unwilling to engage, Jian Qingwan found herself provoked by Dou Fenger's relentless taunts. She was not a soft target. After her retort, she returned to her seat, leaving Dou Fenger fuming. Thankfully, her brother was not foolish enough to let her continue. The atmosphere eventually quieted, and the gathering resumed its poetic rhythm. At last, it was Wan Hong's turn. He rose, surveying the picturesque surroundings, while Gu Yeshi prepared ink and paper for Jian Qingwan. Since Mr. Gu holds me in such regard, I shall give it a try. Perhaps luck will favor me. Wan Hong, can you withstand the growing scrutiny? The spring breeze whispers across the horizon in February's mountain city. Flowers remain unseen. The lingering snow weighs on branches, yet the orange trees await the thaw. The frozen thunder stirs the bamboo shoots to sprout. Though wildflowers bloom late, there is no need for lament. As Wan Hong finished his recitation, thunderous applause erupted, momentarily overshadowing his earlier entanglement with Cui Yinyan. His eloquence was undeniable, garnering nods of approval, even from the elder scholars. However, Gu Yeshi and Du Chunfeng wore grave expressions, as did Jian Jianya, who was filled with apprehension. This was because Jian Qingwan had almost finished her poem precisely as Wan Hong concluded, and their verses matched word for word. How fortuitous! To think that her poem mirrored Wan Hong's composition so closely, yet hers was not of her own making. She wondered whether Wan Hong had truly penned his poem. Setting down her brush, she directed her gaze toward the adoring crowd surrounding Wan Hong, who was now basking in their praise. Mr. Wan, this poem is splendid. I wonder if it is truly your composition? Gu Yeshi's inquiry, amidst the acclaim, felt jarringly out of place, leading others to believe he was foolishly questioning the obvious. Only Wan Hong felt a pang of anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He reassured himself that only he and his father were aware of the truth. Even his mother was in the dark. Mr. Gu, this is undoubtedly Mr. Wan's work. Everyone has heard it. A scholar who admired Wan Hong replied sarcastically, Are you suggesting Mr. Gu has encountered this poem elsewhere? Gu Yeshi cast a dismissive glance, uninterested in engaging with the fool. Wan Hong, uncertain of Gu Yeshi's intentions, seized the opportunity to compose himself. This poem emerged from my musings inspired by the breathtaking spring scenery. I hope it does not offend. It is a rare honor to meet you, Mr. Gu. I humbly request your critique. Wan Hong bowed in respect, inviting Gu Yeshi to share his thoughts. Everyone knew Gu Yeshi was frivolous and disinterested in literature. If he sought humiliation today, Wan Hong was more than willing to oblige. The atmosphere grew tense as the literati regarded Gu Yeshi with disdain. Had he not been of noble birth, he would hardly belong here. I dare not claim to teach, but merely express my astonishment. His astonishment was not at Wan Hong's talent, but rather at the talent of the young lady seated beside him. Everyone, please observe. Gu Yeshi lifted Jian Qingwan's poem, which he had written simultaneously with Wan Hong, to circulate among the attendees. This was done with Jian Qingwan's consent. I witnessed it firsthand as Mr. Wan composed his poem. Miss Jian penned hers almost concurrently. The content matches perfectly. Has anyone ever encountered such a phenomenon? Du Chunfeng, a man of some renown, spoke up, causing the expressions of all present to shift. His reputation assured them he would not joke about such matters. In an instant, curiosity surged, and everyone turned to see Jian Qingwan's work. Although Wan Hong was skeptical, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. After all, he knew better than anyone whether the poem was his own creation. When the poem reached the hands of Mr. Chun Jian and others, their expressions turned grave. Young Master Wan, please take a look, Dean Yang said, handing it to Wan Hong. Among scholars, nothing is more intolerable than academic dishonesty. The likelihood of two individuals composing identical poetry is nearly non-existent, indicating that this poem was most likely plagiarized. Esteemed gentlemen, I am but a humble woman. This poem is not my work, but something I stumbled upon just now. While gazing at the spring mountain scenery, it inspired me to write. I did not anticipate such a coincidence, that my words would match young Master Wan's exactly. Jian Qingwan stood and bowed to the assembly, briefly explaining the origins of her poem. Meanwhile, Wan Hong's complexion darkened, and even as he continued to act, he thought, no, this cannot be happening. How could this be? Miss Jian, may I inquire from which book you have seen this? It was impossible. He had composed the poem out of sheer inspiration and had never encountered it before. Most present were well-read scholars. He questioned them. Has anyone here read this poem? The author of the poem was locked away in the basement of the Wan family. It had been written there, and aside from him and his father, no one else knew of it. There was no way Jian Qingwan could have seen it unless that damn Dongfang Yu had written it before entering the Wan residence, and it had somehow circulated. Yet, how could it be that Jian Qingwan happened upon it, while others had not? Wan Hong forced himself to remain calm, convinced that there was a reason behind this, and that Jian Qingwan was unaware of the truth. Something must have gone amiss. Miss Jian, please clarify where you encountered this. It concerns young Master Wan's reputation, and we must not take it lightly. Dean Yang inquired seriously. The atmosphere in the room was tense. As Dean Yang had stated, this was no trivial matter. Wan Hong held considerable esteem among the impoverished scholars. If Miss Jian had indeed seen it, she should share it with everyone. This poem we have not encountered before. In contrast, despite not fully grasping the situation, some chose to believe in Wan Hong, for he had been renowned for a long time, while Jian Qingwan was merely a sheltered lady. Since everyone is asking, I shall speak the truth. It is not surprising that you have not seen this poem. as its author is not a celebrated figure. He was a student from Lin Shan Academy named Dongfang Yu. I wonder if anyone here knows him. She had just gone out to enjoy the scenery with Gu Yeshi, but it was not simply for leisure. Now that she had unearthed a clue, yet could not delve deeper, it was better to throw a stone to find the path. If Wan Hong truly had stolen someone else's literary work, something would surely emerge. Indeed, when Jian Xingwan spoke the name, a flicker of fear crossed Wan Hong's eyes, though he did his utmost to conceal it. However, it did not escape Gu Yeshi's notice. Wan Hong's reputation was indeed substantial, and it was unexpected. Oriental Yugoslavia. A scholar exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to Jian Xingwan. Wan Hong's brow furrowed. It seemed this young man recognized the name. I have great admiration for his literary style, but have regrettably never had the chance to meet him. I wonder if today. Jian Xingwan feigned a casual glance around. The scholar sighed heavily and shook his head. He is from my hometown. Ever since he left Lin Shan Academy, he has been missing for nearly 6 years. His family has been searching for him all this time. Missing? Jian Xingwan pretended to be puzzled, a chill creeping up her spine. She was now certain of the identity of the person locked in the Wan family study. Esteemed gentlemen, if this person is indeed a student of Lin Shan Academy, the younger generation can verify this upon their return. Du Chunfeng feigned ignorance and stood up, bowing solemnly to the elder scholars. This matter is indeed perplexing. Young Master Wan, might you provide an explanation? As Mr. Chun Jian spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward Wan Hong. The previously supportive impoverished scholars fell silent. Under their scrutiny, Wan Hong's expression was far from pleasant. He had suppressed his emotions to the utmost. Now, he could only stubbornly deny the truth. Mr. Chun Jian, esteemed gentlemen, there are indeed some hidden truths regarding this poem. It is true that it was composed by me, but not at the moment claimed. Rather, it was written some time ago. I failed to clarify earlier, believing it was fitting for the occasion, and thus, it was my mistake that allowed a discerning person to exploit this situation. As you all witnessed, Miss Jian came here prepared, and I admit I'm already engaged. But it was my fault to develop feelings for her. I owe Miss Jian an apology. However, as a scholar, I find it intolerable to endure such slander. I too seek justice in this matter. Wan Hong spoke passionately, as if genuinely aggrieved. Truly, he was skilled at rhetoric, able to argue his case even in such dire circumstances. Jian Xingwan felt a modicum of respect for him. Indeed, Miss Jian claims it was the work of another, yet that individual is untraceable. With no evidence to counter, it seems a personal vendetta may be at play. We are well aware of young Master Wan's talent. We cannot believe he would plagiarize. Thus, I implore Miss Jian to restore young Master Wan's honor. The impoverished scholar who spoke earlier again interjected. It must be said that Wan Hong had some talent. His eloquence had swayed the crowd to believe him to a significant extent, redirecting the discourse toward personal grievances. Gu Yeshi leaned thoughtfully on his hand as he observed Wan Hong, realizing that he had underestimated him. Even when cornered, he remained composed enough to articulate such arguments. This indicated that he had indeed committed plagiarism, specifically of Dongfang Yu's work, relying solely on the fact that Jian Xingwan could not locate Dongfang Yu, and thus, Wan Hong was aware of his whereabouts. How would she respond next? What you say is quite right, yet the false can never become true, and the true can never be false. The gentleman earlier claimed that I should restore young Master Wan's honor. It seems you believe his words, thinking I intend to maliciously slander him. I ask you, esteemed gentlemen, had you ever heard this poem before? How could I possibly know of a hidden masterpiece created by young Master Wan? Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that I possess incredible skill in stealing his talent. How could I know he would choose to use it today? I'm not a parasite within young Master Wan's mind. Just now, I was inspired by the spring scenery and recalled this poem, which I then wrote down. I understand that in your eyes, I am merely a sheltered woman, while young Master Wan is a rare young talent. It is only natural for you to believe in him. If I, Jian Xingwan, were to surpass Wan Hong in talent, would you then believe me? Jian Xingwan stood tall, addressing the gentleman, yet directing her steady gaze at Wan Hong. She aimed to dismantle everything he had painstakingly built. Ahem, I misspoke. If we speak of eloquence, in your presence, Wan Hong is but a novice. In the midst of the audience's silence, Gu Yeshi cheekily teased Jian Xingwan. She is openly challenging Wan Hong. I await with bated breath to see the extent of her abilities. You, such a silver-tongued woman, how shameless. You dare to challenge young Master Wan, truly. The scholar was a loss for words, throwing down his sleeves in a huff, pretending to dismiss her. Wanong, your reputation is at stake today. Will you dare to compete with me in front of these literary gentlemen? Jian Qingwan maintained her unwavering gaze, stepping forward a few paces until she stood at the center, just a few steps away from Wan Hong. Is this for real? Gu Yeshi sat up straight, intrigued. Wan, Jian Jianya, astonished, stood up, utterly bewildered. Could this truly be a sister? Wan Hong now finds himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. To acquiesce would be to admit defeat without merit, yet to decline would render him the subject of ridicule. The young lady from Jianya possesses a remarkable cunning, prompting Du Chunfeng to shake his head in disbelief. Chunfeng, it seems you have misjudged the situation. If Wan Hong concedes today, it would undoubtedly become a farce, he remarked. Gu Yeshi, for reasons unbeknownst to him, held a firm belief that should Wan Hong comply, the poised woman before them would not necessarily falter. Oh! Du Chunfeng grasped the underlying tension. His curiosity piqued further. In this current age, the youth are indeed formidable. This woman's audacity commands respect. Suddenly, Mr. Chunjiang smiled, subtly shifting the atmosphere. After all, to openly challenge Wan Hong's literary prowess required a certain audacity that elevated her in the eyes of others. Observing the young lady's demeanor, marked by grace and confidence, prompted a question. Wan Gongzi, do you dare to compete? Jian Qingwan, seizing the moment, inquired again, aware that Wan Hong awaited her next words. Very well. Since Miss Jian exhibits such enthusiasm, I shall indulge her. Whether I win or lose, I seek only the elegance of the exchange. Jian Qingwan, keen to demonstrate her capabilities, resolved to show that Gu Yeshi, despite his noble status, was nothing more than a mere pretender, a vessel of emptiness. Moreover, I am no refined individual like Wan Gongzi. I am but a commoner. In a competition, there must be a victor and a vanquished, surely. Wan Gongzi is not afraid of defeat. Jian Qingwan's candidness left no room for ambiguity. She warned him not to claim victory without merit. Wan Hong felt his temper flare slightly, adopting a nonchalant stance. Since you are so insistent, I shall oblige, he conceded. Earlier, I mentioned the 4 arts of the scholar. I am somewhat proficient in calligraphy. Shall we compete in that? Excellent. A woman who has read a few more books than others now considers herself knowledgeable. Chapter 52. The contest of wits begins. The poetry gathering and the discourse on calligraphy were set to commence. Mr. Chunjiang's approval signaled the start of an extraordinary competition. Some scholars, unable to contain their disbelief, lowered their heads, astonished that a mere woman could challenge Wan Gongzi to a contest of skill. To witness such boldness from a female was indeed rare. Yet, as they observed further, they noted her spirited demeanor. Could she truly engage Wan Hong in a debate on calligraphy? Du Chunfeng swallowed nervously, feeling a long-forgotten tension. Gu Yeshi, despite his outward demeanor, felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within him. Jianya, your sister, has she read extensively? Du Chunfeng couldn't help but inquire softly. Jianya nodded blankly. How much has she read? What has she studied? It seems an entire library's worth, he mused, noting her silence. Nevertheless, the truth would soon reveal itself. Jianya, visibly nervous, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Wan Gongzi, since I initiated the calligraphy contest, you may begin. Jian Qingwan gestured gracefully, compelling the audience to shift their perspectives. Shall we commence with the 100 schools of thought? Wan Hong, now fully engaged, responded without hesitation, of course. Let's begin. As the audience anticipated, Wan Hong's inquiry into the most influential schools of thought sparked intrigue, albeit some found it uninteresting. The various schools of thought in the ancient world were indeed numerous, yet only a handful achieved widespread recognition. In summary, only a few have evolved into prominent schools. Given the flourishing literary tradition of Daong, among these dozens, which do you consider superior? Upon hearing this, Gu Yeshi couldn't help but roll his eyes, perceiving Wan Hong's question as shameless. The richness of Daong's literary culture indeed fostered a multitude of schools, but such a question seemed designed to provoke Jian Qingwan into offending someone. Moreover, it was a question without a definitive answer, given the very nature of the discourse. Such a query is rather tricky, for to claim superiority among the 100 schools is to misunderstand their essence, Professor Yang remarked with a chuckle. This contest is more of a jest. Miss Jian's persistence in challenging Wang Gongzi makes it difficult for him to decline. Jian Qingwan, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. The most prominent schools among the 100 are Confucianism, legalism, Taoism, Moism, Yin-yang, the school of names, the miscellaneous school, agriculture, novels, diplomacy, military, and medicine, among others. Each possesses unique characteristics, with their teachings documented extensively. The enduring legacy of Daong indeed reflects a vibrant literary culture. And as for your question, why must we distinguish one as superior? Imagine a scenario where only one school prevails. If everyone reads the same texts and pursues identical studies, where lies the diversity? She continued, the survival of these teachings throughout the ages attests to their validity. Historically, no single work has ever been deemed superior to all others. Thus, Wang Gongzi's inquiry misses the mark. If you hold Confucianism in high regard, does this imply it is superior? In a world of unity, the flourishing of diverse schools symbolizes peace and prosperity, indicating that there is no clear distinction between them. Indeed, Gu Yeshi found himself genuinely moved by Jian Qingwan's eloquence. The discourse on calligraphy is not merely about presenting questions and expecting answers. One can also persuade through their own theories, thus winning the argument. The audience recognized the brilliance of her points as Wan Hong stood momentarily stunned, contemplating her insights. Do you have any rebuttal, Wang Gongzi? Professor Yang inquired, though it was clear that the tide had turned in favor of Jian Qingwan. Very well, Miss Jian, Wan Hong gestured amicably. Let us proceed. Jian Qingwan, having long envisioned such a scene from the book she had read, felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. As we discuss the 100 schools, I would like to inquire about your views on the military school. This inquiry, while not a direct argument, invited discussion. However, it lacked the depth of a true debate, leaving some in the audience puzzled at her choice of question. Are you certain you merely seek my opinion on the military school? Wan Hong asked, intrigued. Indeed, Jian Qingwan replied with unwavering clarity. The term bingjia refers to military strategists or practitioners of warfare. It also denotes schools of military thought and can refer to powerful warlords or generals commanding troops, as well as private soldiers. Bingjia is categorized into 4 types: strategists, tacticians, experts in the interplay of forces, and masters of military techniques. In ancient times, wooden bows and arrows were employed to command respect across the realm. Later, metal blades and leather armor were used to restore order and aid the populace. In truth, the Bingjia school of thought holds little to elaborate upon. It is well known that it does not rank among the myriad schools of thought. Its singular influence on the course of history grants it a unique status among the 100 schools. Indeed, few individuals, particularly scholars, discuss Bingjia. Jian Qingwan's inquiry arises from her understanding of Wan Hong's disdain for Bingjia. To her, the essence of discourse lies not in victory or defeat, but in the strength of the argument. Upon completing his statement, a hush fell over the audience, for there was little to be said about Bingjia, especially given the simplicity of Jian Qingwan's question. It seemed I had mistaken the person to ask. I had assumed that the learned Wang Gongzi would possess a wealth of knowledge on the subject, hence my desire to hear his unique insights. Jian Qingwan sighed, feigning disappointment. If Miss Jian finds Wang Gongzi's responses unsatisfactory, she may pose her own questions and answer them herself, and if her arguments are compelling, she may declare victory. Din Yang, hearing Jian Qingwan's words, fairly remarked on the situation. Jian Qingwan smiled gently at Din Yang, ready to engage in a discussion on Bingjia. Among the existing texts on Bingjia are the Lu Tao and San, Le. While these doctrines possess their differences, they are rich in fundamental materialist and dialectical thought. Currently, academies, schools, and the gentlemen present predominantly discuss Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism, often neglecting Bingjia. In fact, Bingjia does not engage in debates with Confucian, Taoist, or legalist schools. On the contrary, it shows remarkable compatibility. Moism advocates for non-aggression, which is also a military stance. Legalism and agrarianism emphasize both agriculture and warfare to strengthen the nation. Yin-yang scholars study geomancy and terrain, focusing on divination of outcomes. Diplomacy and warfare are closely related, as military matters are of utmost importance to a nation. Thus, one must not overlook the significance of military affairs. I humbly offer this perspective, hoping it elicits a smile. What she intended to convey is that Bingjia, while not vying for recognition among the 100 schools, is nevertheless present in various forms throughout them. Wan Hong, who dismisses Bingjia, is unlikely to grasp this notion. Well, the venerable Mr. Chun Jian, who had previously agreed to this discussion, stood up and expressed his approval, unabashedly displaying admiration in his eyes. Wan Hong fell silent, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his back. The question posed was seemingly straightforward, yet the outcome showcased her brilliance. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he could not deny her unique insights and reasonable arguments, which were irrefutable. It was evident that Jian Qingwan had once again emerged victorious in this discourse. In that moment, the gaze of the audience shifted towards Jian Qingwan. Their expressions altered. Jianyi, why did you not mention earlier that you have such a sister? Du Chuanfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Had I known, what would you have done? Gu Yeshi raised an eyebrow at his friend. Du Chuanfeng pursed his lips, realizing that today was a revelation. His earlier public proposal was no jest in light of such a remarkable woman. How about it? A certain someone beamed, as if their treasured possession had been praised. Such a woman may not readily agree to marry you. They relished in dousing the flames of pride, particularly in the presence of the individual in question. Wan, my sister is truly formidable. Jian Jianya's praise was direct and uncomplicated, devoid of any circumlocution. His joy evident as he feared others might not recognize Jian Qingwan as a sister. Su Er's expression was equally animated, alternating between moments of foolishness and joy. At this moment, Gu Yeshi found little desire to banter with his friend. Might she not be willing to marry? After all, it was she who declared her intent to be with him. He had acquiesced, thus the matter was settled. Yet, the more he interacted with her, the more surprises he uncovered. No one had anticipated that the outcome of their debates would unfold in such a manner, and Wan Hong was certainly unable to accept this result. Thus, the discourse did not conclude. However, he was taken aback to discover that in subsequent discussions, despite the heated exchanges, he still could not surpass her arguments. Jian Qingwan's extensive knowledge was entirely unexpected for Wan Hong. How many books has your sister actually read? Du Chuanfeng could not resist asking again. With her knowledge, she could easily excel in the imperial examinations. Even if he were in her place, he would struggle to achieve such results today. Not only was her breadth of knowledge impressive, but she had also retained it all. During the debate, her references were nothing short of extraordinary, leaving Wan Hong speechless. Jian Jianya had no answers, truly unaware. All he knew was that his sister had always been engrossed in her studies. As the debate concluded, many in attendance were left in a daze. For Wan Hong, it had become a farcical affair. Have you spent all these years neglecting your studies? You were bested by a mere woman. The efforts he had invested over the years seemed utterly wasted. Wan Jingji, upon hearing the news, was infuriated. Wan Hong returned only to be summoned to the study and ordered to kneel. The news spread like wildfire. Shortly after the poetry gathering, the entire imperial city was aware of the event. You useless fool. Those two maids in the house should have already been dealt with. Instead, you provoked the daughter of the Chui family. In a fit of rage, Wan Hong seized an inkstone and hurled it across the room. Yet as his father, he could not bring himself to harm his own son. The inkstone veered off course and shattered upon hitting the ground. Wan Hong trembled slightly, having never witnessed his father's fury at such a magnitude. He knelt, fists clenched, afraid to move, blaming Jian Qingwan for his predicament. Master, Madame Wan, having heard the commotion, rushed in. Upon seeing the shattered inkstone, her heart dropped, and she hurried to her son's side to check for injuries. My lord, at this point, we must focus on damage control. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. Honor is at fault, but Chui Yinyin is no saint, and that Jian Qingwan, riding on the coattails of young Master Gu, has the audacity to... Enough! A doting mother spoils her child. How much effort have I expended for this useless child? Now, thanks to a mere woman, my reputation is in tatters. My dignity is shattered, and not only that, but the entire scheme of the king of Suzhou has also been thwarted. At this point, Wan Jingji's voice softened somewhat. Had he not been driven to the edge, he would never have so carelessly mentioned the king of Suzhou. Fortunately, his study was a sanctuary, visited only by those closest to him. My lord, what does this have to do with Suzhou? Madame Wan, well aware of her family situation, remained perplexed as to how the matter was entwined with the king of Suzhou. Ignorant woman, do you not grasp why I have invested so much effort in him over the years? It is to establish his reputation among scholars for future utility. The initial investment in Liuli Tower was for this very purpose. Now all is ruined, As for the Chui family, we could align with any family in the imperial city. Yet the Chui family is a different matter. The Wan and Chui families are pawns in the game of the king of Suzhou. Now, this fool has utterly disrupted that game. I cannot even fathom the consequences. Hearing of the depth of these two matters, it was no wonder Wan Jingji was nearly driven to bloodshed in his fury. Then, let us not pursue an alliance with the Chui family. Madame Wan, not entirely lacking in understanding, grasped part of the situation. If the Wan and Chui families were to unite, would it not serve as a thorn in the side of the king of Suzhou? Consider, if her left-hand man were to share a bed with the enemy, could she retain her composure? Given the current chaos, this marriage is no longer feasible. The Chui family would never allow their daughter to be ruined, and a respectable maiden would never wed into the Wan family. Both families found themselves with no options left. Realizing this, Wan Jingji could not help but kick out in frustration. My lord, what purpose does kicking him serve? It is already too late. Jian Qingwan, that wretched woman. And you, how did your poetry end up in her hands? Madame Wan remains oblivious to this matter, feeling inexplicably troubled. Wan Hong steals a glance at Wan Jingji, biting his lip in silence. Chapter 54, A Business Rival. Wan, did you truly best Wan Hong? Jian Ho and Qi Mulian regarded Jian Qingwan in disbelief, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Father, I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there were numerous literati present. Could it possibly be false? Father, mother, you have no idea how formidable Wan is. She left Wan Hong utterly speechless, proving that no one dares to claim that the household of military generals consists solely of boors, nor to assert that our Wan is uncouth and unrefined. Jian Jianye remained exhilarated, unable to contain his excitement. Even the venerable Mr. Chunjiang praised Wan. Wan, you outperformed Wan Hong in literature? Jian Ho seemed not to hear his son's words, instead asking his daughter once more. Jian Qingwan could only nod. She did not wish to be so ostentatious. However, today at the poetry meeting, she realized that although they accused Wan Hong of potentially fabricating his poetry and being involved in plagiarism, many scholars still chose to believe him. This reminded her of a significant event. When the Wang of Suzhou entered the city to become the crown prince, he garnered the support of numerous scholars, and these individuals openly backed Wan Hong. Such an endeavor could not have been accomplished in a single day. It was likely that preparations were made long before the Wang's arrival in the city. Once the Wang solidified his power, the Wan family would rise along with him. And given their vindictive nature, they would certainly not overlook the humiliation they suffered at the hands of the Jian family. Thus, she must seize every opportunity to thwart the Wan family schemes. Splendid. Wan is thriving. One of those literary families. They cannot compare to my daughter, Jian Mingji. Wan, I have heard of this marriage being called off. I had no idea, and you were nearly subjected to a great injustice. How can Wan Hong, who pretends to be a scholar, make vows with another woman before even marrying? Jian Ho began with a smile, but soon became furious. Wan Jinner, I heard that today. Did the main house's members also attend? The events of the day had largely spread, and Qi Mulian was aware. Jian Qingwan found it unsurprising. They had accompanied the Wan family's two young ladies. What? So they did seek out the Wan family? Mother, how could you be so foolish? Jian Ho stomped his foot in anger. What is the Wan family that they would need to curry favor? Father, it seems grandmother intends to reside in the imperial city for a long time. I heard the house has been rented for 6 months. Abandoning our home in Duanyang? What is mother thinking? Eldest brother has no official title and is not skilled in earning a living. Does the entire family not require funds for food and shelter? I usually remain silent, but I know well that it is mother who discreetly supports them. Jian Ho sighed. Well, we have already separated. I cannot meddle in their affairs if they choose to remain in the imperial city. Jian Ho genuinely wished to disregard the matter. Father, as the saying goes, a broken bone is still connected to the sinews. While we may choose to ignore others, we must consider how others perceive us. Today I spoke openly, and for now, everyone understands, but in time, who knows what may arise. Should they act out, others will naturally associate it with our military household. We cannot simply turn a blind eye. Wan, do you mean we should bring them into our household? Would that not lead to chaos? Qi Mulian was decidedly unwilling. Absolutely not. Jian Qingwan shook her head firmly. We must find a way to send them back to Duanyang. If they choose to live peacefully, we can assist within our means. But if they continue to treat us as enemies rather than kin, then we shall cease all interactions. In any case, Their presence in the imperial city is not sustainable. Father, mother, I fear they may be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Grandmother believes in the Wan family, and my outburst today has undoubtedly created animosity. Father, please exercise caution in the court henceforth. Jian Xingwan's words deepened Jian Ho's furrowed brow, and he nodded in agreement. Wan is correct. Wan Jingji, though typically taciturn and upright, is truly a man of profound cunning. Previously, it sufficed to be cautious when dealing with him, but now we must remain vigilant. Wan, do not worry about your uncle and his family or your grandmother. I will handle it. Hearing Jian Ho's words, Qi Muyin felt a sense of relief. As long as the Marquis remained resolute, there would be a way to send them back to Duanyang. In the past, she might not have been so decisive, but the old lady's slap had genuinely wounded her heart. Jianya, come with me to the study. Wan, you've been out all day. Go rest with your mother. Yes. Jian Xingwan understood that her father wished to inquire about the day's events in detail. Not only did Jian Ho want clarity, but the entire imperial city was abuzz with intrigue. As night fell, tea houses and taverns throughout the imperial city were lively, all discussing the events of the Fushan poetry meeting. Chunfeng, do you know who the owner of the Liuli Tower is? Upon re-entering the Liuli Tower, Gu Yeshi felt a tumult of emotions. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Duke Chunfeng shook his head. I heard that the Liuli Tower is a gathering place for literati in the imperial city. The owner must be a person of refinement. The Wan family. Gu Yeshi set down his teacup and surveyed the surroundings with a smile. The Liuli Tower belongs to the Wan family. The Wan family? Du Chunfeng was somewhat taken aback, but it was merely a surprise. Regardless of whose family it was, they must have some means of livelihood. Do you not find it remarkable? Indeed, it is merely a business, but the Wan family seems to be rather secretive. Were it not for informed individuals, even I could not uncover the owner of the Liuli Tower. Is that not intriguing? You cannot ascertain it? Du Chunfeng was perplexed. What was there to hide? The court did not prohibit officials from engaging in business. Moreover, there is something even more intriguing. I have discovered that Dongfang Yu visited the imperial city 6 years ago and came to this Liuli Tower, after which he vanished without a trace. Du Chunfeng's expression shifted. Are you suggesting Dongfang Yu's disappearance is likely linked to the Wan family? It is possible he is within the Wan family. Once Wan Hong returns to the city, I will have someone keep a close watch on the Wan family. There were matters Gu Yeshi chose not to disclose, as he did not wish Du Chunfeng to become entangled in court affairs. Du Chunfeng was astute. In just a few words, he had already gleaned some unspoken implications. To confirm Wan Hong's deceitful reputation, one must locate Dongfang Yu. If Dongfang Yu is indeed, as you suggest, residing within the Wan family, would that not be perilous? Should Dongfang Yu perish, there would be no evidence to confront Wan Hong's plagiarism. Such an eloquent charlatan, as a scholar, is simply intolerable. Strangely, I have already instructed others to investigate, but the Wan family does not seem to harbor such a person. If he is not publicly recognized, then Dongfang Yu must be a clandestine presence within the Wan family, which complicates matters. Chunfeng, do not involve yourself further in this. Du Chunfeng understood Gu Yeshi's good intentions. If it is as you say, I cannot intervene, but before Du Chunfeng could mention Jian Xingwan, a commotion erupted. Young Master Chung, what did you just say? I said, as long as Miss Jian is willing to marry, I shall take her as my bride. Chapter 55, A Storm Approaches. It seems at the Fushan poetry meeting, the Jin family's daughter has gained considerable fame, even attracting the previously aloof young Master Chung. Du Chunfeng had not anticipated witnessing such a spectacle. The sensation of delivering sarcastic remarks was rather delightful. However, today, the Jin family's daughter truly shone. Yet, wait, did young Master Chung not attend the poetry meeting today? Hearing others speak of his intentions so openly was uncharacteristic of the Chung family's eldest son. Chung Zi, you have arrived too late. Gu Yeshi suddenly stepped forward, unabashedly under the scrutinizing gazes of all present. Du Chunfeng raised an eyebrow. Was he no longer intending to maintain the guise of dandy? Gu Gongzi, it seemed an interesting scene was about to unfold. The Liuli Tower erupted into a flurry of activity. Chung Zi, a disciple of Master Chungon, is undoubtedly talented and, like Wan Hong, enjoys a reputation in his youth. Hailing from a scholarly family. However, the Chung family is genuinely distinguished in the realm of literature, with generations of eminent figures, including several literary giants. And their lineage is far superior to the Wan family. The elder Chung has even served as a grand tutor. Guyeshi? Chung Zi turned to look at Guyeshi, then glanced at Du Chunfeng behind him, clasping his hands in greeting. Mr. Du, it has been a long time. Young Master Chung, indeed, it has been a while. Chunfeng, let us depart. Guyeshi brushed past Chung Zi. Mr. Du, be cautious in your friendships. Chung Zi's remark was rather blunt, given his master and Guyeshi's strained relationship. Young Master Chung speaks wisely. Du Chunfeng nodded in agreement, yet he did not pause his steps, following Guyeshi out of the Lioli building. TSK, why do I sense a hint of jealousy? Upon leaving the Lioli building, Du Chunfeng teased, fanning himself with a hint of sarcasm. It is not my concern. Guyeshi replied confidently, casting a sidelong glance at the two figures hastily retreating at the street corner. You and young Master Chung have never seen eye to eye since childhood, and it remains so. I hear he is preparing to enter the court. What about you? His entry into the court is of no consequence to me. With that, Guyeshi strode forward, prompting Du Chunfeng to hastily catch up. Let's speak of serious matters. The Jin family's lady has humiliated Wan Hong. Will Wan Hong let rest? Naturally, he will not. However, it seems he lacks the time to deal with the Jin family at present. Du Chunfeng nodded thoughtfully, considering the matter. Indeed, the Chui family alone is enough to give him a headache. Both families are not ordinary. This engagement is rather well matched, albeit lacking in honor. But it is not solely the Chui family. Guyeshi smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Some matters were not suitable for Chuanfeng's involvement. Having heard that Wan Hong had left the residence to drown his sorrows in drink, he had already prepared the antidote for him. The mines? After parting ways with Du Chunfeng, Guyeshi returned to the Duke's residence, where the old Duke had been waiting for some time. With such a commotion at Fushan today, the elder naturally had questions. After all, this granddaughter-in-law was no ordinary person. She even engaged in literary discussions and, crucially, emerged victorious. And it concerns the fine iron mine. Guyeshi reclined lazily in the elder's room, the night growing late. He wondered how the old man remained so spirited when he himself felt drowsy. What? Upon hearing the words fine iron mine, the old Duke perked up even more. Grandfather, it is late. Please lower your voice. Sit up straight and speak properly. Are you telling me that the Jin family's girl has sold you the fine iron mine? Not explicitly stated, but your grandson is astute enough to infer. She also mentioned that the Wan family has been covertly eyeing this mine, and today was merely a trial run. If true, the relationship between the Wan family and the Wang of Suzhou will be anything but ordinary. Where did the Jian family's girl acquire a mine? The situation seemed increasingly complex. One move could affect many. Unexpectedly, while the court appeared calm on the surface, there were already undercurrents swirling beneath. Her mother's dowry, I hear, was given to her maternal grandfather as payment for debts. Since it was not easily accessible, it remained untouched. When her mother married into the Jian family, it was directly given to her as part of her dowry, though it was not included in the formal list. The elder, feeling for his daughter, provided it privately, and now her mother has passed it on to her. As a young lady, being so far away, she finds selling it for something tangible, like land, quite practical. It has not been mined? Indeed not. Thus, the Jian family is unaware of what kind of mine it is. Had it been mined and identified as fine iron, the local authorities would have reported it to the court long ago. The old Duke cast a sidelong glance at his grandson. Well, you haven't even become her fiancé yet, and you're already defending her. If it truly is a fine iron mine, the Jian family would do well to handle it promptly. Given the current unstable situation, possessing such a thing is akin to holding a spark. It could ignite at any moment. Should the Wan family take action, how do you plan to handle it? Keeping it in the Jian family's hands is unwise, and the Duke's residence is no better. The court has established regulations. Private mining of fine iron is strictly prohibited. If discovered, it will be confiscated, and if the mine owner is unaware and has not yet mined it, the court will provide a certain compensation. I have already dispatched someone to investigate that mine along the river. Once confirmed as fine iron, it will naturally be reported to the court. Then why did you agree to help that young lady sell the mine? Indeed, since the Wan family desires it, I shall sell it to them. Once I receive the silver. Guyeshi revealed a mischievous smile, intending to see what kind of waves a stone would stir. You rascal. You aim to have the Wan family lose both their lady and their forces? Grandfather, it is not so simple. This is merely a matter of willing participants at the bait. The old Duke nodded. If the Wan family had no ulterior motives, then this young lad's tricks would be of no consequence. However, do not be too careless. Do not forget, the riverbank is the territory of the Wong of Suzhou. Rest assured, grandfather, I will make proper arrangements. I have heard. The second son is entering the court? Upon hearing this, the old duke snorted coldly. You, the heir apparent, have yet to enter the court, and I wish to see who dares. In the court, with 2 members from one family, that is already quite formidable. Adding more would only unsettle the one on the dragon throne. Currently, the duke's residence already has 1 duke in the court. The second must be reserved for the heir apparent. If the heir has not entered the court, yet another young master does first. Then the heir must wait until the duke no longer serves in the court for him to enter. By then, who knows how many years will have passed. The other young master from the duke's residence will have already taken flight, and who would willingly see the duke's position handed over to the heir apparent. Grandfather, excessive anger harms the liver. I mention this not to incite you to intervene, but rather to encourage you to relax a little. Allow them to pursue their course. Only then will we discern the path they tread. Rest assured, I will not allow the duke's residence to become embroiled in the struggle for succession. Direct assaults are easy to evade, but covert strikes are difficult to guard against. Grandfather fears that is unnecessary. They will not act lightly until it comes to that. The old duke sighed. Very well, it is late, you should rest. As for the mine, handle it as you see fit. I will remind you, the struggle for succession is fraught with danger in your marriage. You must exercise caution. Chapter 56. A trap for the king amidst the rumors swirling outside. While Wan Hong's image as a talented gentleman may not have crumbled overnight, it was still a dire situation for him. After being chastised by Wan Jingji, he returned to his room in a foul mood before taking a carriage to the residence. Naturally, he was too wary to frequent crowded places. Lushu Alley is renowned in the imperial city as a unique establishment of indulgence compared to other locations. It is relatively quiet and discreet. Each visitor enjoys their own courtyard, and guests are not easily disclosed. Wan Hong is a regular here, which Gu Yeshi discovered during his investigations. My lord, you have had too much to drink. The courtesan was Wan Hong's regular drinking companion. One thing he was careful about was that he never engaged with the girls while drinking. However, today, feeling somewhat reckless, he abandoned his usual restraint and began to make advances after a few cups. In the past, he had to endure for the sake of his image, but now... Shoo, do not speak. I intend to stay here tonight. My lord, the courtesan bit her lip, gazing at Wan Hong with tear-filled eyes. Such a gentleman, who had always maintained a respectful distance, had long since captured her heart. Whatever Wan Hong wished to do, she would not refuse. Yet it was evident that he had come to vent his frustrations. The events of the Fushan poetry gathering had circulated widely, and Wan Hong must be feeling quite distressed at this moment. Who is making such a racket next door? Someone, go chase them away. Having imbibed a bit too much, Wan Hong felt somewhat disoriented, primarily due to the pent-up frustration he was seeking to release. The courtesan quickly called for her maid. My lord, do not engage with them. They will leave shortly. To some merchants, they're simply loud after a few drinks. Li San, please go and see if they can keep it quiet for me. Upon hearing that it was a few merchants, Wan Hong became even less concerned. After Li San returned, his expression was somewhat grave. He requested that the lady and her entourage step outside for a moment. Seeing this, Hong Yang quickly rose after exchanging a glance with Wan Hong. You were sent to chase people away, yet you returned to send her off instead? Young master, I have something to report. Fortunately, Wan Hong was not truly intoxicated. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly waved for Hong Yang to close the door. Speak. Once the others had left, Wan Hong voiced his impatience. Young master, I just overheard those merchants discussing the mines along the river. Li San quickly lowered his voice. The mines? A hint of confusion crossed Wan Hong's face. But then his eyes widened, the effects of the wine dissipating. You mean the mines along the river? Yes, the very mine belonging to the Jin family that you had me investigate last time. Knowing how much Wan Hong cared about this mine, Li San hurried back with the news. The Jin family speak quickly. What were they saying? I overheard that the mine owner intends to sell the mine, but the seller's surname is Qi. Li San was certain it was that mine because he had been to the location they mentioned. Qi, is that not the maiden family of the Wuho? It must be. This matter is of great significance. Li San, you must investigate thoroughly and leave no detail overlooked. I will await your return here and also ascertain the true identities of those merchants next door. Yes, I shall go at once. Be swift and return quickly. With this commotion, Wan Hong lost all interest in drinking and seeking amusement. He became instantly alert. Jian Xingwan's mother intends to sell that mine? Surely, the Wuhou would not require the lady of the house to liquidate personal assets for expenses. This matter must be clarified. We must proceed with utmost caution. At this moment, Wan Hong maintained a semblance of vigilance, though the waiting was exasperating. Li San was gone for 2 hours, and by the time he returned, dawn was approaching. Throughout the night, Wan Hong had not closed his eyes, yet he noticed Li San appeared quite refreshed. What news? The room was empty, but Li San remained cautious. Young master, I have confirmed their identities. Those merchants are indeed legitimate. 2 of them are from a trading house in the Imperial City, while the other hails from Suzhou. I could not investigate the Suzhou merchant in detail at this moment, but I have verified that the trading house in the Imperial City has ongoing business with Suzhou. Afterward, those merchants went to the trading house, and I followed to listen in. They were discussing the mine again, stating that the mine owner found it inconvenient to manage the mining operations and wished to sell it, but could not find a suitable buyer. Hence, they were bringing people to the Imperial City to see if there were any appropriate buyers. Li San, you have worked hard. Go directly to Suzhou and ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Be swift. Yes. As soon as Li San departed, Wan Hong wasted no time in returning home. By the time he arrived at the Wan residence, the sky had not yet fully brightened. Wan Hong had initially intended to inform Wan Jingji about this matter, but recalling his father's previous words, he held his tongue, deciding to wait until everything was clarified before directly acquiring the mine. At that point, he would reveal it to his father, who would surely regard him with newfound respect. It was evident that Wan Hong was quite concerned about Wan Jingji's opinion of him. Perhaps having been pampered since childhood, he was now eager to prove himself after a sudden fall from grace. Gu Yeshi awoke to learn that Wan Hong had dispatched someone outside the city, and could not help but smile. Young master, our people have followed closely. If they do not stop, they should reach the riverside by midnight, ready to deploy. Once Wan Hong's people arrive, everything should be in order. I did not expect Wan Hong to be so anxious, but Wan Jingji is much more astute than he. Every detail must be double-checked to avoid any mistakes, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Rest assured, I personally oversee matters in the Imperial City. As for the riverside, Chung Bo is in charge. He is meticulous and diligent in his work. Gu Yeshi nodded and stretched. The Wan family, how many Wan families remain in the Imperial City? The task entrusted to him by the elder was indeed challenging, and he needed to seek some reward. Young master, someone has arrived. Just as Gu Yeshi was contemplating tidying up to enter the palace after breakfast, someone from the palace had already come. What business could require someone from the palace this early? Dian, curious, pushed open the door, and Gu Yeshi followed him outside. Upon seeing that it was someone from the old duke's side, Gu Yeshi furrowed his brow. What is happening? Young master, someone from the palace reports that the crown prince is critically ill and has been in a coma for the entire night. The imperial physicians have been attending to him, but have seen no improvement. The royal family was anxious and collapsed just as they were preparing for morning court. The messenger delivered the news and left, and the old duke is now ready to enter the palace with you. What? Gu Yeshi's expression changed dramatically as he rushed outside. The crown prince has been in a coma for a night, and no news has emerged from the palace. It must be that the emperor has sealed off the information. If there has been no improvement through the night, it means the situation is dire just then. The emperor fell unconscious again, and chaos must have ensued in the palace. The messenger sent to the duke's residence was likely someone close to the emperor. With this thought, Gu Yeshi hurried on his way. Chapter 57, Sudden Change Mother. What is happening? Wasn't father supposed to be resting today? Why has he been called away so early? Even in her secluded chamber, Jian Qingwan sensed an unusual atmosphere. They say there is something urgent. Do not ask too much. Your father instructed that everyone must remain in the residence today. Qi Mulian, having been on the battlefield, noted that when Jian Ho was called away this morning, he was donned in armor, suggesting that something serious must have occurred. Mother, I shall not question further. Let us have breakfast. Do not worry, brother and father are together. Jian Qingwan beckoned Su Er and Yungu to set the table, her heart filled with confusion. In her memory, it seemed that nothing significant was happening at this time, or perhaps her ears had been closed to the outside world in her youth, rendering her unaware of current events. Surely, this situation must be without peril, otherwise she would have some inkling of it. Wan, what are you thinking? Come sit down and eat. Let me tell you something. Jian Qingwan's head throbbed painfully at the mention of her mother wanting to speak. She suspected she knew the subject matter. Last night, her mother had likely intended to discuss the Wushan poetry gathering, which she attended alongside Gu Yeshi. Initially, she could explain it away, but after multiple occurrences, it could not always be attributed to coincidence, alas. Fortunately, before Qi Mulian could ask further, they were startled by a commotion from outside. Before the mother and daughter had finished their meal, a servant came to report that soldiers filled the streets and alleys. "Mother, let us remain indoors and instruct the servants not to leave the residence. Trust father, there is nothing to fear." Outside, chaos was certainly brewing, and it would not be wise to send anyone out to inquire. It was better to stay put and devise a plan to gather information later. Unbeknownst to Jian Xinguan, an atmosphere of panic had already enveloped the outside world. News of the emperor's coma and the crown prince's critical condition spread from the palace, and the situation outside transformed drastically. The Ronghua Gongfu was among the first to learn of the developments. When Gu Yeshi and the old duke entered the palace, the ministers were still en route to the morning court. Some, having heard the news along the way, hurried back to issue instructions before returning to the palace to prepare for court. How was the emperor? And what the old duke? "Old duke, young master, you have arrived. Please come inside." "Wait, so it is the old duke. It has been a while since I last saw him." Inside, the dignified and elegant Lady Chung emerged slowly, greeting the old duke with a respectful bow. "The old minister bows to you, my lady." Gu Yeshi also performed his respects, his anxious gaze darting toward the inner chamber. No need for formalities. It is merely the old duke and young master caring for the royal family. However, the imperial physicians are currently diagnosing the emperor and require silence. Let us wait outside. The royal family is under heaven's favor and shall surely overcome this calamity. Lady Chung stood there, delivering this message, clearly indicating that they were not to enter. Though the Empress Chung is a mere consort, her noble lineage and years spent managing the imperial harem with grace and virtue grant her considerable respect. At this moment, even the venerable duke and Gu Yeshi dare not intrude upon her presence. As Empress Chung speaks, she casts a discreet glance at Gue, recognizing the source of the news she has received. Though she maintains a composed demeanor, Gue he is inwardly terrified within the palace. The unpredictability of the next moment is palpable. "Your Majesty, the royal family has awakened and inquires whether the duke and young master Gu have arrived. If so, please allow them to enter." Empress Chung pauses briefly, her eyes gently closing as she nods, her tightly clasped hands betraying a moment of relief. Fortuitously, she has managed to prevent her son from entering. Otherwise, the ramifications would be unthinkable. It is indeed a fortuitous coincidence that the duke and young master Gu arrive just as the royal family regains consciousness. With the crown prince gravely ill, the royal household cannot conceal the truth any longer and must resort to this tactic to avoid the morning court and keep the ministers at bay. The calm and rational demeanor of the royal family during such a crisis is commendable. Jinji, return and inform Eir and the others not to worry. The royal family has awakened. They shall come to pay their respects when summoned. It is best to keep the number of visitors low, as the royal family requires tranquility for recovery. Yes. Empress Chung quickly sends a message, urging her sons not to act rashly or crowd around at this critical time. Being born into royalty is indeed a harrowing experience. The current tranquility can be attributed to Empress Cheng's swift decree, instructing all palace personnel to remain on standby for further updates. Standing at the entrance before the grand vermilion doors, Empress Chung maintains her dignified and regal posture, her expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. The imperial physicians gradually exit, leaving only the duke, Gu Yeshi, and the royal family in the chamber. "Your Majesty, how do you fare?" Your countenance appears quite pallid. Upon hearing of the royal family's awakening, Gu Yeshi surmises the situation. Yet his heart sinks at the sight of the elderly figure on the bed, pale as death. "Fear not, I shall not perish. I merely endured a sleepless night, which has taken a toll on my complexion. I am fine. Yanqing, do not worry." At the mention of Yanqing, the duke's eyes glisten with nostalgia, perhaps recalling his youth. "Your Majesty, I have heard that the crown prince." The duke cuts to the chase, aware that the royal family's performance is a ruse to convene a strategy meeting. Time is of the essence, even if there is no morning court today. The crown prince's dire condition requires a plan of action. Didn't they say there was at least another year to go? Why the sudden change? "Yeshi, come assist me in sitting up." The royal family gestures for Gu Yeshi to help him rise. It seems the crown prince may not survive much longer. The physicians have indicated that he possibly caught a chill, resulting in the abrupt deterioration of his health. He fell into a deep slumber last night and has yet to awaken despite several doses of medication. Should he remain unresponsive by nightfall, the implications will be dire. It is a tragedy when a parent must bury a child, especially one as significant as the crown prince. Should anything happen to him, turmoil would surely ensue in the court. Can the princes remain composed amid such chaos? The duke's expression grows grim, his lips quivering as he struggles to find words. Your Majesty, the crown prince is attended by skilled palace servants. How could he have fallen ill? Gu Yeshi states resolutely. I shall keep vigil at the crown prince's side. Though the situation is critical, there will be time to investigate later. What matters now is how to prevent chaos should the crown prince falter. The father's heartache is overshadowed by the burdens of leadership. If the court falls into disarray, it could lead to unimaginable bloodshed, the consequences of which even the royal family cannot foresee. Upon entering the palace, there were already signs of unrest in the city. That is of no concern. I had prepared for such an eventuality last night. My fainting serves as a signal. Without such commotion, the palace would have been in uproar long ago. Yanqing, your days of leisure may soon come to an end. For the sake of Yong, I must rely on you. The royal family speaks gravely. I have enjoyed years of peace and am content. Whatever the royal family decides, I shall comply. The Gu family is duty-bound. Chapter 58. Whispers of Wind, the Crown Prince. Must not falter. Absolutely not. Yeshi, I entrust you with my feather guard. I require you to remain steadfast at the Crown Prince's residence for an entire year, regardless of circumstances. Are you capable of this? The Duke gazes at his grandson, recalling how the royal family has cherished him since childhood. If it were not a dire necessity, they would not have entrusted him with such a weighty responsibility. Under the eaves, no egg remains unbroken. Should the situation spiral out of control, the Duke's residence cannot remain unaffected. I shall obey. Gu Yeshi kneels, bowing deeply to the royal family. His words signify his commitment. He has expressed before that if the Yong were peaceful, he would live his life as a carefree nobleman. However, should the nation require it, he would not hesitate to don armor and face death. Excellent. The royal family, trembling slightly, retrieve a small box from beneath the pillow. This is the Feather Guard's deployment order. I now entrust it to you. Mobilize them immediately to ensure the Crown Prince's safety. Yes, I shall act at once. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Gu Yeshi accepts the box, holding it tightly. He casts a deep glance at the royal family, pursing his lips. Take care of your health, Your Majesty. With that, he turns and departs. A year. Both the royal family and the court require a year to stabilize. The Crown Prince's residence must remain secure for that duration. Watching his grandson leave, the Duke feels an immense weight in his heart, understanding the implications of his departure. Are you worried about your grandson? The royal family leans against the bed, glancing at his old friend, as if to say that it is not solely the royal family who is concerned for the young man. The Duke mutters under his breath, prompting a faint smile from the royal family. It is indeed rare to find someone who can converse with him in such a manner. In truth, given his status, he has earned the privilege of peace over these years. It is his duty to shoulder such responsibilities. The Duke shifts the conversation back to the pressing matter at hand. Indeed, Yanqing, when you entered the palace, were there any signs of unrest outside? Finally, the two elderly gentlemen begin to address the serious matters at hand. As Gu Yeshi steps out of the royal chamber, Empress Cheng watches his retreating figure with a complex expression. She understands that he bears the weight of the royal family's command, yet the specifics of that command remain a mystery, one she may uncover in due time. The Crown Prince is the heir apparent, and his grave illness is an undeniable reality. How long can the royal family evade the truth? There must inevitably be an explanation. Once the emperor passes, can the multitude of princes remain placid? The royal family may wish for stability, but can they truly maintain order? As the empress, she might manage to suppress her 3 sons temporarily, but can the other consorts restrain their own princes? The answer is a resounding no. Even she can only ensure peace for a brief moment. After all, it is the throne, a temptation too great. Furthermore, with the Cheng family behind her, should her son falter, the Cheng family would not escape unscathed, regardless of their involvement. Your Majesty, the royal family requests your presence. Half an hour has passed since the Duke emerged, and Empress Cheng has been waiting outside the royal chamber. The Duke, After exchanging a glance with Empress Chung, instructs Gui he to summon the ministers for the morning court. He does not depart, but instead heads to the Hall of Governance. The Duke is returning to court. Gui, he exclaims, hastily setting off to convey the order. As the court bell tolls, the anxious ministers outside the hall quickly adjust their attire, preparing to attend court. This signifies that the royal family must be well. The ministers' expressions are a blend of complexity and concern, their faces etched with worry. Is that not Duke Gu? The elder Duke stood prominently in the Grand Hall. His presence unmistakable. Although clad in ordinary attire, his position signaled a significant development. The Duke was poised to return to court. This revelation sent ripples of shock through the assembled ministers. As his son, Gu Bingren realized the gravity of the moment. He approached without uttering a word, fully aware that the elder's sudden appearance was a summons from the imperial family. Old Duke, some senior officials rushed forward to offer their greetings. Even in the absence of the imperial family, outside the palace, tension hung thick in the air. It was nearly noon, yet there was still no word from his father. The city guards had not retreated, raising concerns about the unfolding situation. Rumors circulated that half of the shops in town had remained closed, and his mother was visibly anxious. Who wouldn't be alarmed by such a scene? Mother, do not fret. Even in the gravest situations, there are those who will take charge. I have dispatched Uncle Chun to investigate, and he will return shortly. It was indeed unusual. The day had dragged on without resolution. You must heed your father's orders and refrain from venturing out, Chimel Yin cautioned with a worried expression. Rest assured, I have instructed Uncle Chun not to inquire too deeply. Everything will be fine. As the mother and daughter conversed, Yin Yang entered with Uncle Chun, who appeared flustered and his gaze unsettled. Uncle Chun, do not panic. Simply tell us what you have observed. Madam, Miss outside. There are soldiers everywhere, and the streets are nearly deserted. I noticed many families of officials waiting at the estate gates. Oh, and Miss, I saw. Young Master Gu. Jin Qingwan paused. Gu Yeshi? Where did you see him? Noticing her daughter's heightened concern upon hearing Gu Yeshi's name, Chimu Lian's mind raced, scrutinizing her daughter's demeanor. This girl claimed all was well, yet her reaction betrayed her. At the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, young Master Gu was on horseback, though he appeared somewhat different. Yes, he was clad in armor. Are you certain? Jian Qingwan's heart raced. Gu Yeshi, in armor at the Crown Prince's residence? She began to piece together the alarming atmosphere outside. I have seen young Master Gu before. I believe I did not mistake him. Uncle Chun hesitated under Jian Qingwan's questioning, as he had only glimpsed him in passing. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Chun. Please take some rest. Yes. Once he departed, Jian Qingwan instructed Su Er and Yun Yang to remain vigilant outside. Mother, this likely pertains to the Crown Prince. Something must have transpired. What? Chimel Yin was momentarily taken aback. How does this involve the Crown Prince? Wait, the Crown Prince has been unwell. I heard from Lord Ho that the court is in turmoil due to his condition. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her daughter. Mother, the situation may not be as dire as it seems. If it were, chaos would have already ensued. Indeed, it should be manageable. My concern lies with your father and brother. Should unrest break out, they could be in danger. Do not dwell on it, mother. Father and brother are dedicated to their duties. They would never abandon their post. The Crown Prince's health had always been precarious. It was likely an unexpected complication had arisen. The fact that the imperial family had entrusted Gu Yeshi with a protective role at the Crown Prince's residence indicated a far more serious situation than they had anticipated. We must wait. News will come in due time. Let us hope for the Crown Prince's safety. Such sudden developments would surely lead to chaos if the Crown Prince were truly endangered. Chapter 59. Scheme's young master. The city gates are sealed, and we have no means of communication. The current circumstances remain unclear. Acting recklessly could lead to disaster. Upon learning that Gu Yeshi was stationed at the Crown Prince's residence with the Imperial Guard, Wan Hong immediately conceived a plan. His first instinct to send a message to the Wang of Suzhou. However, he was too late. The gates had already been shut. Honger, we must not act impulsively. We shall wait for your father to return from court. Father has been gone for far too long. Something significant must have occurred. Wan Hong paced restlessly in his room. Yet we still lack information about the events unfolding. Do not act rashly. Even if your father is delayed, he will find a way to send word. He always said to await his instructions, regardless of the circumstances. Though Wan's mother often exhibited a dismissive attitude, she took her husband's words to heart. Wan Ong is faz dafkunet. His restraint wavering. I cannot afford to remain idle while the Jian family stirs. This is a prime opportunity. Hunger, do not act recklessly. A mother's intuition was keen. Wan's mother recognized the calculating glint in her son's eyes. Yesterday, I was humiliated by Jian Qingwan. I cannot let this slight go unpunished. This moment presents a perfect chance. That wretched girl. This debt must be settled, yet your father cautioned against recklessness. Fear not, mother. I will not act indiscriminately. We merely need to exploit the situation with the Jian family and the old matriarch. Wan's mother's eyes brightened at this prospect. If they could manage to undermine the Jian family without risk, it was worth considering. Speak, what do you have in mind? Wan Hong's gaze darkened as he spoke coldly. Mother, what if the people from a Jian family were to cause a commotion at their estate, claiming the crown prince has passed away? How would the Jian family respond? Hongya, do not utter such nonsense. Wan's mother gasped in horror. Such words were dangerous, especially at this juncture. Look, mother, your pallor betrays your fear. Consider the Jian family's predicament. At this moment, even the slightest disturbance could spell disaster for them. Even if the imperial family does not take immediate action against them, they would still face imprisonment. Furthermore, Jian Mingji's control over the Fengshan army would be jeopardized. The situation at Fengshan Pass is critical. If their leader falters, morale will plummet, and the court will promptly dispatch someone to assume command. Who that might be is uncertain, but anyone would be preferable to the obstinate Jian Mingji. Moreover, with the current uncertainty, if such rumors spread, do you not think the capital could descend into chaos? Perhaps even involving our own people. Wan's mother found her resolve wavering. This was indeed a cunning plan with multiple benefits. However, the death of the crown prince was no trivial matter. Would the Jian family and the old matriarch be easily swayed? And even if they were, why would they incite a disturbance at the Wuhou estate? They cannot be that foolish. They must know such matters cannot be trifled with. Whether they believe it or not depends on my actions. When it comes to life and death, do you think they would hesitate to seek protection from the Wuhou estate? Wan's mother grasped the implications of his words. Excitement mingling with uncertainty. Will it work? We shall see. There is little risk involved. With that, the mother and son devised their scheme. Meanwhile, many others like Wan Hong were equally agitated, anxiously awaiting any sign of movement in the city. What? Eldest brother, did you mishear? The streets were teeming with soldiers, and the old matriarch had sent her son out to discern the situation. The return of his report left her in shock. Jian Mingzhong slammed his palm against the table in disbelief, his nerves frayed. Mother, how could I mishear? Such a momentous event. Would I dare speak without certainty? The crown prince is dead. Chaos is imminent. Mother, you cannot fathom how dire this is. I have studied history. The death of an heir while the king is aged will inevitably lead to turmoil. The imperial family has numerous princes. They will not miss this opportunity to vie for power. Once conflict erupts, the capital will be engulfed in chaos, and our family, bereft of resources, cannot survive for long behind closed doors. We must gather our things and seek out second brother. He is a marquis with troops at his command, ensuring our safety and security. At this moment, all semblance of pride had been cast aside. A conflict? This is the emperor's domain. Eldest brother, do not frighten our mother. The old matriarch remained skeptical. Although soldiers filled the streets, the absence of immediate action led her to doubt the reports. Even if the crown prince had indeed passed, the imperial family would still manage the situation. So how could chaos ensue? Ah, my dear mother, what you truly know? Your son is risking his life to gather this information. The news of the crown prince's demise is still being concealed within the palace, and once it breaks, we will have no opportunity to leave. We must act swiftly. Just now, I made a special trip to the crown prince's residence. The place is surrounded by guards, 3 layers deep. Jian Mingzhong seemed to be privy to some grand secret, urging Dai Yue and the others to hastily prepare their belongings. Fearing a delay would render them incapable of escaping, Dai Yue had already been contemplating a return to the marquis residence, and upon hearing the suggestion, she immediately agreed with her master. Mother, the master is right. This is no jest. We must quickly gather our things and retreat to the marquis residence for safety. This matter is a matter of life and death. Old Second's family could not be so heartless as to refuse us entry. After all, you are Old Second's own mother, and your return would provide him with a graceful exit. He would never deny you at the door. Dai Yue spoke eloquently, secretly contemplating that should Old Second's family refuse them entry, They could create a scene at the gates of the Marca residence, compelling Old Second's family to allow them in to avoid gossip. Meanwhile, Jian Qingyi and her sisters remained silent, recalling how they had lost face at the Chu Mountain gathering the previous day. Though they loathed Jian Qingwan, they dared not provoke her. Jian Qingwan had changed entirely from her former self, and that young Master Wan Hong did not seem to be the celestial being their grandmother had portrayed him to be. He clearly had a betrothal, yet declared his undying love to another. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pack your things. Life is at stake. Will Old Second not allow us into the residence? Jian Mingzhong lamented self-importantly, calling upon others to prepare while he remained immobile, embodying a typical master, as if his words were self-evident. Although the elderly matron valued her dignity, she cherished her life even more. She had always believed her eldest son to be knowledgeable, and his assertions must carry weight. Then let us hasten our preparations. Take everything we can, lest we face scorn upon arrival. We shall simply borrow a few rooms from a mother. What are you saying? You are not Old Second's mother, nor am I his biological brother. Previously, Old Second's family and that Qingwan girl were inconsiderate in driving us out. Could Old Second be as foolish as they? Jian Mingzhong displayed a clear self-centeredness. The Jian family and the matron were effortlessly pushed along, oblivious to the trouble their foolishness, selfishness, and ignorance were bringing upon the Marca residence. Chapter 60. Entering the residence again. What? The matron has come knocking? At such a critical moment. What are they doing here? And the Marquis is absent. What shall we do? Mother, do not panic. Sewer, go and see what the situation is. No need to inquire. Just observe and return with information. Jian Qingwan understood that their arrival boded ill, but she was puzzled. Her grandmother and uncle, though lacking in capability, possessed a touch of pride. With some silver still in hand, their lives were manageable, so they ought not to come over shamelessly. The large aunt, however, might be shameless enough to do so. Wan, if they truly wish to enter, do we dare to refuse them at the door? The rumors have already spread, Qi Mulian said, her head aching at the thought of those outside. Mother, do not worry. Let us first ascertain the situation. They have come knocking, and they surely do not come merely to check on us. Sewer dashed back, her heart sinking upon seeing the matron and her entourage at the door, laden with luggage. She quickly returned to report. They truly have the audacity to return. Packages? Luggage? Jian Qingwan was taken aback. The maid observes that the matron and her company do not seem to have come for a mere visit. It appears they intend to move back in. Miss, Lis Isue aside inwardly. Now that they had arrived at the gate, what could the young lady do? To chase them away again would likely invite further gossip. Jian Qingwan sneered. Mother, you have yet to fully recover. Please continue resting. I shall go out to investigate. Wan, let me go instead, Qi Mulian said, concerned for her daughter, not wanting her to provoke any further gossip. Mother, you must rest. They have brought their luggage, and today they undoubtedly intend to enter the residence. I shall first inquire into the matter. Do not worry, I will handle it appropriately. If necessary, I shall allow them entry. At that point, we can find a way to send them back to Duanyang. The situation outside is complex. We must endure to avoid additional troubles. Jian Qingwan was not foolish. She understood the gravity of the situation. Once Qi Mulian heard her daughter speak thusly, she felt reassured. Good, then you go. Do not create a scene with them. If necessary, we shall address matters once they are inside. Once the door is closed, everything can be discussed. Jian Qingwan, accompanied by Sewer and Yanu, proceeded to the entrance. At the marquee gate, the matron stood with an air of expectation, awaiting the second house's members to emerge. Jian Mingzhong looked on impatiently, wondering why they had not yet appeared. Do not fret, my lord. Mother and father are here. How could the second house dare to avoid us? Dai Wei felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking how stubborn the second house had become, disregarding their reputation entirely. In the shadows, Wan Hong quietly observed the scene, eager to see whether the Marca residence would permit these people entry. Sir, if the Marca residence allows them in, will our efforts have been in vain? In vain. A group of fools entering the Marca residence will inevitably stir trouble, Wan Hong mused, though he knew not all his plans would come to fruition. Nevertheless, he was determined to make life uncomfortable for the people of the Marca residence, particularly for Jian Qingwan. When he saw Jian Qingwan appear, clad in a flowing azure garment, her delicate features captivating, he could not help but gaze. Though she was not extraordinarily beautiful, there was an allure that compelled one to look twice. She was not inferior to Cui Yinyin in that regard. With a sigh of regret, he realized that after Jian Qingwan's outburst, he would be forced to marry Cui Yinyan, a match that had once seemed enviable compared to the Jian family, but now appeared less appealing. Sir, Jian Qingwan is coming out. I have eyes. Jian Qingwan approached the gate, observing her grandmother and uncle with an icy smile. Grandmother, uncle, what brings you here? Wan, have you lost all manners? You see your elders, and do not even bow. Dai Wei seized the moment to provoke. Jian Qingwan disregarded her, casting a glance at the luggage they carried. Grandmother, uncle, why do you bring so many things? Are you here to bid farewell to Duanyang? Upon her words, the expressions of all present soured. Child, given the circumstances, the city gates are closed, and while we wish to return to Duanyang, we are unable. This chaos has prompted us to seek refuge at the Marquis residence. Where are your parents? Why such a lack of decorum? Did the servants fail to inform you of my grandmother's arrival? Uncle, please tread carefully. In this era of peace, what chaos is there? This is the imperial city. If your words were to reach ears that misconstrue them, you could face charges of inciting unrest, a burden neither you nor the Marquis residence can bear. Child, what do you know? Enough. Where's your father? Jian Mingzhong attempted to enter, appearing as if he had urgent matters to discuss with the Marquis. Jian Qingwan frowned. Uncle, my father is occupied with official duties, and my mother is still recuperating and resting. If you wish to return to Duanyang, please enter the residence first. I will send word to my father, and in a few days, we can arrange for your escort back. For now, you may stay here. The residence can provide for your needs. There's no need to unload your luggage. It would only require repacking later. Grandmother, uncle, please come inside. They could enter, but let it be known beforehand that their dignity had already been tarnished. How could you be so heartless? Even before entering, you're already thinking of driving people away. After all, we are family. Aunt, since there's no one to watch the show, please refrain from acting. Aunt Yin, Sewer, please come into the residence. Throughout this exchange, the old lady remained silent, either disdainful or too proud to speak. It seems she has heard about the situation at the Fushan Poetry Conference. She appeared to have suffered a great grievance, holding back her lips, her eyes reddened, as if she was desperately trying to suppress her tears. Grandmother, Wan will help you inside. Jian Qingwan sensed something was amiss, and her demeanor softened. It was better to get them inside first. Her earlier attitude was merely a test of their intentions. Clearly, their sudden visit must be of great importance. In the past, such indignation would have been intolerable for both grandmother and uncle. Young master, they have entered. Wan Hong coldly snorted and turned away. After having set up the Jian family elder for so many days, it was time to put the plan into action. Rest assured, with Jian Ho absent from the residence, given the temperament of that elder from the Jian family, he certainly would not remain idle. Upon learning of significant news, he would naturally seek out a few friends to discuss matters. These so-called friends were, of course, arranged by Wan Hong. Wan girl, when will your father return? Uncle, please make yourselves comfortable. I do not know when my father will be back. And what of your brother? Are there soldiers stationed at the residence? Jian Qingwan stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Uncle, mind your words. What soldiers? If there were soldiers, they would be private troops. Are you trying to invite trouble? My father is merely a minor marquis. How could he have the privilege of private soldiers? Enough. You, young girl, dare to lecture your uncle? Am I unaware of the situation? But now, given the circumstances, he is a marquis and ought to find a way to ensure the safety of the family. Surely he cannot still be unaware of the prince's passing. Uncle, what are you blathering about? Jian Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly dared to speak such words. Chapter 61. Trouble approaches young master. What shall we do next? Outside the Wuho residence, Wan Hong wore a grim expression, staring at the estate. It would be better for them to have entered. This way, it would be difficult for the Wuho residence to extricate itself. Inform Zhang Jing that we may invite the elder from the Jian family for a drink. Yes, this servant will go at once. Jian Qingwan, no matter how clever you are, we shall see how you respond next. Wan Hong sneered as he turned, glancing toward the palace. The court had not yet dismissed. Something must have happened to the prince. Gu Yeshi, at such a critical moment, the royal family surprisingly allowed him to guard the prince's residence. It truly is unfathomable. Has the royal family lost its senses entrusting Gu Yeshi, such a reckless individual, with the feather guard? It is utterly insane. At this moment, many in the imperial city shared Wan Hong's incredulity, unable to believe the news, especially the second son of the Rongwu Duke's residence. The Duchess could hardly believe her son's words. "Ear, have you made a mistake? The feather guard? How could this be? Even if the royal family dotes on him. It cannot be this absurd." Gu Shi awaited the Duchess's response, his emotions running high. He had seen with his own eyes Gu Yeshi clad in armor, standing at the prince's gate, commanding the surrounding feather guard. Why should it be him? The feather guard has always been under the direct command of the royal family or the prince. How could the royal family allow him to take charge? Why is fate so unfair? Is it merely because his mother is a daughter of the royal family? Overwhelmed by jealousy, Gu Shi uttered words he later regretted upon seeing the Duchess's wounded expression. "You foolish boy, are you blaming your mother for not being of equal birth to his? Well, the princess. She is dead." Gu Yeshi's biological mother, Princess Qianghua, had always been a thorn in the Duchess's heart, buried too deep for too long, causing pain with just a mention. "Mother," I spoke thoughtlessly. The Duchess was well aware of her son's nature, glaring at him in anger. "While you waste time on such matters, you should be finding out what is truly happening. Has the prince encountered trouble? The prince's residence is sealed tight. Our people cannot send out any news, and the court has yet to dismiss." Gu Shi shook his head. "No, we must ascertain the situation promptly to gain the upper hand. Ear, you know well that only with a change in power do you have a chance to rise above, to seize the title of heir." The Duchess paced the room, hands clasped. "My son knows this, but right now, the news is tightly sealed. However, one thing is certain. Something must have happened to the prince. Even if he is not dead, his time may be limited. Mother, the city gates are sealed. The atmosphere is tense. We must not act rashly. We will assess the situation after the court dismisses and when father returns. You can find a way to probe for information." "No, it is too dangerous to probe your father now. He has warned me not to inquire about court matters. If they discover our involvement, then you should go to your uncle's house and wait there." The Duchess was exceedingly cautious, and Gu Shi could only nod. He feared that even in his uncle's house, he could glean no information. Yet, at this moment, there were no other options. Gu Yeshi's control over the feather guard made him restless, and he felt an ominous premonition. It truly seems the royal family has been deceived by Gu Yeshi all these years. For some reason, he felt this latter possibility was more likely. Upon this thought, Gu Shi could not help but clench his fists. His mother was right. To rise above, he needed one opportunity, a change in dynasty. And now, the opportunity has arrived. One must take a chance. At the Wuhou residence, Jian Mingzhong had been clamoring to see his second brother since entering the estate, declaring that his life depended on it. Second brother's affairs are of great significance. You women do not understand. Quickly send someone to inform the second brother. He will surely know. Qi Muyan appeared frail, sitting weakly to the side, coughing intermittently. "Elder brother, the Marquis is busy with official duties and is outside the city. I hear the city gates are currently sealed. How can we send a message? Moreover, the military camp is a critical area. It is not something one can simply enter." Do you not understand? The prince has passed away. It could lead to upheaval." Jian Mingzhong, acting as if he were a man of great importance, took charge. "Uncle, there has been no mourning declared, nor have we heard the mourning bells. You speak so recklessly. If anyone hears you, do you know it could cost you your head? Not just you, but our entire Jian family across 3 generations would be implicated. Where did you hear such nonsense? This must cease immediately. Where did this rumor come from? If the prince had indeed passed, how could it be so quiet?" Jian Qingwan thought to herself, feeling uncertain, as the external noise did not seem right, and some matters diverged from her previous knowledge. Jian Qingwan sternly warned Jian Mingzhong, who suddenly became enlightened. "Look, second brother's wife. Do you see how my elder brother could bring disaster upon you? Life and death are at stake, and you are truly ignorant. Second brother's wife. We may put other matters aside for now. Your husband is not here, and he is the only man in the house. For the time being, all decisions should rest with him. Your elder brother is educated. Does he not understand the gravity of the situation better than we women? He is acting for the good of the family. He is personally investigating the news. It has spread outside. Can it be false?" The old lady, though unaware of the specifics, trusted her son. "It has spread?" Jian Qingwan's heart sank. "Mother, regardless of its truth, we cannot speculate on such matters. As long as the palace has not announced any mourning, we must not utter a word. This is the imperial city. What of the imperial city, sister-in-law? We came here with good intentions. Moreover, there are no outsiders present. What harm is there in speaking a few words?" "Da yue shota a glance ati kimulyan." "Madam, miss, someone is looking for the elder." At this moment, a subordinate reported that someone was seeking Jian Mingzhong outside. Looking for uncle? Jian Qingwan furrowed her brows. The Jian family had no acquaintances in the imperial city besides themselves. As soon as he entered, someone came looking for him. Who is it? Jian Mingzhong inquired succinctly. The servant replied, "Is someone surnamed Zhang, a classmate of your uncle?" Upon hearing this, Jian Mingzhong immediately perked up. "Ah, Zhang Xiong, please do invite him in. However," he paused, "classmate? My uncle studied at Duanyang's private school. I have not heard of any classmates in the imperial city. Father instructed that no one in the household should leave or receive guests today." Jian Qingwan was momentarily perplexed and decided to intervene directly to avoid any complications. "How can you speak like that? When has your uncle's affairs become your concern? The guest is here. At your age, you should understand the basics of hospitality. My dear aunt, father has stated that it is inconvenient to receive guests today. Even if Wanwan's friends were to arrive, it would be the same. Sue, go and convey the message, stating that there are matters at hand today, and we cannot entertain guests." Jian Mingzhong was infuriated upon hearing this. "You ungrateful girl. Enough, enough. This is the Duke's residence." As he spoke, he stormed out, seemingly bearing an immense grievance. Chapter 62. If one plan fails, try another. Stop him. Father has said no guests are to be received, and no one in the household is permitted to leave. If my uncle finds this unacceptable, Wanwan can explain it herself to your classmate. He is well educated. I trust he will understand. Jian Qingwan's resolute stance left the extended family and the matriarch in stunned silence. What did this mean? They were not allowed to receive guests. Nor could anyone leave? Were they to be confined? Jian Qingwan, disinterested in further discourse, glanced at Qi Mulian, who nodded reassuringly to her daughter. Your uncle is indeed not suitable to be out and about. After all, we are in the Duke's residence. It is quite feasible to prevent them from leaving. Elder brother, Wanwan will speak to him personally. Your classmate will not hold it against you. Elder brother, please have a seat. Qi Mulian commanded, gesturing to Yun Yang, who nodded and stepped outside, only to be surrounded by the household servants moments later. Qi Mulian, what is the meaning of this? Dai Yui nearly leaped up, pointing at the encircled hall and questioning Qi Mulian. The matriarch had remained silent earlier due to her embarrassment regarding the Wan family affairs, but could no longer contain herself upon witnessing the situation. Mother, my actions are for the good of the Jian family. The outside is fraught with danger due to the soldiers being dispatched. Qi Mulian did not wish to elaborate further. Since they had entered, they could not easily leave. It is dangerous outside. I perceive that the true peril lies within this residence. Are you intending to treat us like prisoners? The matriarch began to shed tears as she spoke. Mother, some words I had not intended to utter. But since there are no outsiders present today, I wish to say a few things. You claim there is danger in the residence. Yet you have never treated the Duke as your own son, nor regarded the second house as family. You do not trust us, Mother. You are aware of how biased you have been over the years. As a parent, it is natural to show some favoritism among children, but your bias is outrageous. I can endure it, but what about the Duke? Do you know how much he has suffered? This was the first time Qi Mulian had expressed such heartfelt sentiments in front of the matriarch, not for her own sake, but out of concern for the Duke. The matriarch pursed her lips, gazing at Qi Mulian in astonishment. And Wanwan, she has been by your side for so many years. Have you ever shown her a kind word or a friendly countenance? You are gentle and kind to Qingyi and the others, yet you disdain Wanwan. What about the marriage with the Wan family? Qi Mulian could no longer hold back. Some matters needed to be voiced for her own peace of mind. Her sudden confrontation left the hall in palpable silence, while Jian Qingwan had already reached the entrance of the residence. Miss, this gentleman is here to see the Duke. At the door stood a man in his 40s, dressed similarly to Jian Mingzhong, who paused upon seeing Jian Qingwan and searched behind her with his gaze. Jian Qingwan performed a symbolic greeting, stating, I understand you are a classmate of my uncle. It is customary to invite you in. However, regrettably, due to pressing matters today, my uncle is unable to receive guests. The man was momentarily taken aback, then with a dismissive wave of his sleeve remarked, Indeed, the esteemed Duke's household is difficult to approach. Very well. He did not linger, turning away with an air of arrogance. Sue, have Chang Gue follow him at a distance and observe whom he interacts with. Observing the man leave, Jian Qingwan did not return, but rather contemplated the figure as she commanded. My uncle is easily deceived, but I am not so easily manipulated. There is a sharpness in his eyes, despite his scholarly guise. He does not appear to be an ordinary scholar. Su'er nodded, running off to relay the message. Miss, what does this mean? Su'er zemet puzzled. One must always be wary. As soon as my uncle arrived, this man sought him out. How did he learn of my uncle's return to the Duke's residence? Su'er, zolmavat understanding, nodded. Miss, the tributes from the extended family and the matriarch are still untouched in the carriage. Would they be willing to return to Douanyang? Whether they wish to return is irrelevant. If it comes to that, father will find a way. Come, we shall step out for a moment. What? But my lord said. Su'er hesitated, glancing back. There are still so many people in the residence. Why are we going out now? There is hardly anyone to be seen outside. We will return shortly. Mother can manage things here. In the past, Mother had chosen to ignore the situation, considering father's feelings, but now that she understood father's stance, she would no longer be lenient. You all stay here and ensure no one enters or exits. Inform my mother that I have returned to my room. Mother is perceptive. If she sees I have not returned, she will surely realize I have gone out. Jian Qingwan instructed the guards and the accompanying servants before stepping out with Su'er. Zhang Jing, who had failed to meet anyone, felt a sense of unease after coordinating with Wan Hong's people. All right, wait for news. I will report to the young master. Wan Hong's people had not anticipated the Wu Ho residence to be so vigilant, with individuals unable to leave once inside. Young master, what shall we do? Was this not a futile trip? Wan Hong frowned deeply, internally recognizing that Jian Qingwan was indeed astute. He himself had been overly hasty. Zhang Jing had gone too quickly. He needed to think more carefully. Such a splendid opportunity should not be missed. As he pondered, Wan Hong's eyes brightened. If events could not be set in motion as planned, then he would create a situation from nothing. Today, Jian Mingzhong went to the Feishui tea house to gather information. Correct? Yes. Was Zhang Jing there? He was indeed present, as Zhang Jing usually manages that area. Good. Inform Zhang Jing to make preparations and spread the word that he heard from the Duke that the Crown Prince has passed away. Young master, this. If Zhang Jing is implicated, will it not lead to trouble? With the city under lockdown, it will be difficult to evade. With gain comes loss. Tell Zhang Jing that as long as he firmly asserts it was Jian Mingzhong who said it, I will ensure his safety. Moreover, should anything arise, I will take care of his family. The imperial city is too quiet. Mother has instructed him to wait for Father's return, but he fears that by then, he may miss the opportunity. Creating some commotion is necessary. Chaos leads to more possibilities and opportunities. Clearly, something has transpired at the Crown Prince's residence, and it is his role to pierce through this veil of secrecy. Ha! Wan Hong was indeed a rather reckless individual, a fact even his father, Wan Jingji, had not perceived. Jian Qingwan, let us see how you will resolve this. Achoo! Walking through the streets, Jian Qingwan suddenly sneezed. Miss, are you underdressed? The streets were nearly deserted, making it difficult to gather information. Miss, we should return to the residence early. Are you not concerned about your mother managing the matriarch and the others alone? Su'er's face was full of worry. The outside seemed rather ominous, and no wonder they wished to retreat to the Duke's residence. They had not traveled far and had already encountered several military patrols. It is all right. Let's take a look at the Crown Prince's residence. It is imperative to ascertain the truth to find peace of mind. Uncle claimed that the Crown Prince has passed away, and it is surely not a figment of his imagination. He heard the news at a tea house. If it is false, then it indicates ill intentions from someone. Gu Yeshi is currently at the prince's residence, and she cannot think of anyone else hoping to encounter someone. Chapter 63. The divine physician in front of the prince's residence. Soldiers surrounded the area tightly. Jian Qingwan did not see Gu Yeshi, but she spotted Dian Miss Jian. Gathering her courage, Jian Qingwan circled around the front of the prince's residence. Fortunately, Dian's keen eyes caught sight of her, while Su'er was so frightened that her legs felt weak. Dian, is the young master here? Yes. Is Miss Jian here too? Find the young master? At such a time, Miss Jian certainly displayed remarkable boldness. The young master might not have time to see her. The prince's condition is worsening, and the young master is inside, keeping vigil. Jian Qingwan bit her lip and shook her head. Dian, could you convey a message to the young master for me? Delivering a message is manageable. Dian nodded without hesitation. Jian Qingwan wasted no time and approached Dai and to whisper softly. Dian appeared shocked upon hearing her words. I will inform the young master immediately. Miss Jian, do not worry. Everything will be fine. You should return home. There is nothing to see outside today. If everything is fine, it means the prince has not passed away, and Uncle S information is merely a rumor. Such rumors, when spread at this juncture, are undoubtedly malicious. Jian Qingwan nodded gently, urging Su Heir to return home swiftly. This matter is critical. She needs to clarify things. She fears nothing but the potential repercussions on the Wuhou residents. Ensure you guard this place well. Dian watched Jian Qingwan's retreating figure before turning and heading into the prince's residence. At this moment, Gu Yeshi stood vigil at the entrance of the prince's palace. Outside, the crown princess and the secondary consort were in tears, waiting silently, too afraid to weep aloud. Just moments ago, the court physician had declared the prince's condition dire, his eyes beginning to roll back. In the palace, someone had urgently summoned a divine physician, who had just arrived and was currently inside, tending to the prince. Young master, Dian hurriedly approached, whispering urgently. Gu Yeshi glanced over and walked briskly until he reached the corridor, then inquired, "What is happening outside?" "Nothing for now. The court has not yet dispersed." "Young master, Miss Jian came by earlier." Gu Yeshi's brow furrowed. "Jian Qingwan?" "Indeed, young master. Miss Jian mentioned." Dian stood on tiptoe and whispered in Gu Yeshi's ear what Jian Qingwan had said. Gu Yeshi's expression changed instantly. "What nonsense! Who spread such treasonous rumors?" Miss Jian did not dare to confirm it. Hence she came here specifically. She is likely returning to inquire further. "Young master, the prince is still well. But if this gossip spreads, it will surely incite chaos. Immediately send someone to the Wuhou residence to ascertain the situation and return promptly with the news." Before Dian could act on the command, another person rushed in with alarming news. "Young master, it's terrible. Rumors are spreading outside, claiming that the prince has passed away." "What?" Dian looked at Gu Yeshi in disbelief. "Has it spread in such a short time? Can we ascertain who originated it?" Gu Yeshi was not overly surprised, but felt some individuals were overly hasty. The prince's sudden illness would inevitably stir commotion in the capital. Yet the court had not yet dispersed. Was it not premature? "It's from the Boiling Water Tea House. We have apprehended a few individuals, and they revealed that a scholar surnamed Jian was behind it, allegedly related to Wu Ho's elder brother. The officials from the supervisory office have already gone to the Wu Ho residence." Dian's eyes widened. "Miss Jian just left. She probably hasn't even reached home. Dian, you must ride swiftly to catch up with her. Instruct her not to return home, but to observe the situation outside the Wu Ho residence." "Yes." Dian did not hesitate, for the officials from the supervisory office were relentless. This could lead to grave trouble for the Wu Ho residents. Heavenly Lord, how dare the Jian family's elders spread such rumors? Gu Yeshi glanced toward the palace and instructed the messenger to inquire about news from the supervisory office, ensuring to relay any developments immediately. The supervisory office, acting swiftly, Gu Yeshi dared not dwell further on it and turned towards the prince's palace. Upon entering, he refrained from disturbing the physician attending to the prince and exchanged glances with the motionless court physicians, signaling them to follow him behind the screen. "What is the situation?" The head of the medical office followed Gu Yeshi and shook his head. "Young master, we are powerless now. It all depends on the divine physician. The imperial family has issued a secret decree, allowing the young master to manage everything at the princess residence, and thus the condition of the prince need not be concealed from him." Initially, everyone was taken aback by the imperial family's secret decree. However, upon witnessing Gu Yeshi's swift arrangements, they realized the imperial family was not foolish. It was they who had been misled by the facade of frivolity. The prince, with divine favor, would surely emerge unscathed. He must emerge unscathed. If there truly exists a physician capable of curing the young master's ailment, why had the emperor not summoned him sooner? Why now, when he must remain guarded by the feather guard? As these thoughts lingered, the divine physician, Chong, suddenly emerged, his white hair drenched in sweat. "Physician, how is the prince?" Gu Yeshi inquired anxiously upon seeing the physician. The head of the medical office quickly bowed and excused himself, for there were matters not meant for their ears. "I have said before, under these circumstances, even a deity cannot save him. At most, he has a year left. I have warned against further exposure to cold. I have done all I can. This bottle of pills is sufficient for half a year, 1 pill per month. Once it is finished, do not seek me again. Each person has their fate. Why prolong his suffering?" Chong sighed as he handed the bottle of pills to Gu Yeshi. "Physician Chong, is there truly no other method?" In Gu Yeshi's memory, the emperor had always treated him with great affection, personally teaching him to play chess and write. Physician Chang glared at Gu Yeshi and sighed once more. I have no remedy left. It is all up to fate. Please inform the imperial family that I have repaid my debt of gratitude. Do not seek me again regarding the prince's affairs. I will never speak a word of it. Rest assured, I take my leave. Gu Yeshi clasped his hands in farewell as he sent off Physician Chang, tightening his grip on the bottle. He then shouted for someone to report to the palace that the prince was safe. Half a year. Safe. This proclamation of safety began to dissipate the clouds of despair looming over the prince's residence. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The crown princess wept tears of joy, her taut nerves finally relaxing. The prince requires rest. I kindly ask the crown princess and all others to return for the time being. I will remain here to serve the prince. The crown princess was the first to refuse to leave. Crown princess, the physicians are present. At this moment, His Highness remains in slumber. You should rest for a while to regain your strength to attend to His Highness later. Though Gu Yeshi's words sounded like advice, his tone left no room for argument. With tears in her eyes, the crown princess glanced at Gu Yeshi before finally turning away in silence. With the crown princess departing, the other consorts had no choice but to follow suit, leaving the prince's palace considerably quieter. Head of the courtyard, please remain here and keep watch. The divine physician has already administered medicine to His Highness and mentioned that he should awaken in about half an hour. Yes, a storm appeared to be settling, but in reality, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 64. Trouble approaches Dai and hastily pursued Jian Xingwan, fortunate to have reached her just in time. They were nearing the Wuhou residence. Miss Jian halt. Dai quickly explained his intentions, and Jian Xingwan's expression shifted dramatically as she sprinted towards the street corner, where she indeed spotted officials from the supervisory office surrounding the entrance of the Wuhou residence. What shall we do? Sui clutched Yin Qingwan's hunt, her face paling instantaneously. Jian Xingwan remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Despite her precautions, she had ultimately failed to avert disaster, allowing uncle to embroil the entire family in trouble. She needed to send a message to her father and brother, yet the city gates were closed. Miss Jian, do not fret. We will uncover the truth. Dime was at a loss for words. The audacity of the Jian family elder was astounding. How could he utter such words without reason? Yet, it was peculiar that the elder would speak in such a manner without cause, indicating that matters were far from simple. My uncle claimed to have heard it from someone. Jian Xingwan's eyes widened in realization. Her uncle must have been used by someone damnable. Miss Jian, the situation is still unclear. The inspectorate will not detain everyone, only the Jian family elder. It would be unwise for you to return now, as it wouldn't help. Perhaps you should find a place to hide? No, my mother is inside alone. Jian Xingwan thought of her uncle's family and grandmother, who were not to be underestimated. She instructed Su Air to stay outside while she returned to the residence. Miss, you mustn't. Isue Shukia hid anxiously. Miss Jian, the inspectorate is known for their mercilessness. If you go in now, you will certainly be questioned. That is why the young master sent me to stop you. Dian found himself in a dilemma. The young master was undoubtedly occupied, and he needed to return promptly. The crown prince was still unaware of the situation at the Jian residence. Miss, he speaks the truth. You cannot enter. Dian, please thank young Master Gu for me. You should return. Rest assured I will not act recklessly. Jian Xingwan bit her lip, attempting to calm herself. Dian was correct. If she were to appear at the gate now, the inspectorate would surely interrogate her, causing her mother further distress. She decided it would be wiser to remain outside and contemplate a plan. Dian looked troubled. The situation was urgent, and the young master had not provided clear instructions. He felt torn about leaving the two women behind. Go. Just then, a swift horse galloped toward them. I will visit the palace. You take them to find Chunfeng and return to the crown prince's residence afterward. Guiyi, wasn't he stationed at the crown prince's residence? Jian Xingwan was momentarily taken aback by Guyi Shi, clad in armor on horseback, looking entirely different from his usual self. Perhaps this was the true Guyi Shi. He turned his gaze toward Jian Xingwan, instructing, you should hide with Dian for now. Until the matter with the inspectorate is clarified, they will not act against the Marquis's residence. At such a critical moment, others would typically avoid involvement, yet he, without waiting for Jian Xingwan's response, Gu Yishi rode away. Miss Jian, Dian looked at her, and Jian Xingwan understood they had urgent matters to attend to. She nodded and followed Su'er. Inside the Marquis's residence, chaos reigned. The inspectorate's officials barged in, demanding the arrest of Jian Mingzhong, nearly causing the elderly matriarch to faint. May I inquire about the reason for your intrusion? Amidst the turmoil, Qi Mulian, still somewhat composed, bravely approached them. This must be the Marquis's wife. The leader addressed Qi Mulian, his tone relatively polite. Indeed, Qi Mulian nodded anxiously. Are you truly unaware of the charges against him? Qi Mulian shook her head in panic. These men were from the inspectorate. What colossal crime could warrant their involvement? He has spread malicious rumors, claiming that the crown prince has passed away. We have been ordered to take him in for questioning. Please ensure everyone in the residence is restrained. Until this matter is resolved, no one may enter or leave. I ask for your understanding. The speaker was decisive, and after providing an explanation, he led Jian Mingzhong away, leaving the household in a state of shock. Heavens, what a great injustice! Dai Yuya, realizing the gravity of the situation, collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. The old matriarch appeared dazed, mumbling incoherently, her eyes devoid of life. Grandmother, father, Jianqing Yi and her sisters were trembling in fear, huddled close to their grandmother. The servants were equally unsettled, having just heard the officials state that the elder had spread rumors about the crown prince's death, a capital offense. How could one dare to utter such things? Such a grave crime could implicate the entire Marquis's residence. Sister-in-law, we must find a way to save father. There must be some misunderstanding. How could he possibly say such things without reason? He clearly heard it from someone else. Dai Yue suddenly rushed to Qi Mulian, grasping her as if she were a lifeline, completely forgetting how she had treated her before. Yes, second sister-in-law, think of something quickly. We must send word to the second brother, urging him to negotiate with the officials and clarify things for our elder brother. This must be a misunderstanding. The old matriarch joined in, crying and pleading, causing Qi Mulian great distress. Enough. This was the first time Qi Mulian had raised her voice in front of her mother-in-law. Do you understand that if this matter is substantiated, my elder brother will face the death penalty? Not only him, but our entire Jian family could be implicated. By then, there will be no time for your tears. Qi Mulian's shout had an immediate effect. The room fell silent, the others pale with fear. Negotiate? Clarify? Do you think the matriarch knows who those men were? They are from the Imperial Inspectorate. Once someone is taken by them, no one can see them without an imperial decree. Do you think our Marquis has such power? Where could my elder brother have heard such words? Qi Mulian was equally terrified. This was a significant matter, and fear was justified. She wasn't trying to intimidate them. If things went wrong, their entire family could be ruined. However, she firmly believed that her elder brother would not have recklessly spoken such words. He may be foolish, but he would never joke about something so grave. Second aunt, father heard it from someone at a tea house. He did not say it himself. Second aunt, will they kill father? And what about us? What shall we do? Jianqing Yi, surprisingly calmer than her grandmother and mother, managed to speak a few coherent sentences despite her tears. What should we do? How would I know? I just hope the inspectorate can clarify the situation. Let's all remain quiet and wait for news. Qi Mulian, exhausted, stepped out to inquire further. She was no longer worried about them leaving the residence. The inspectorate's men were surely surrounding the area. If they wished to accompany their elder brother, she would not stop them. Madam, what shall we do? We cannot send any messages. Yin Yang, quickly check if Wan Wan is still outside the residence. Yin Yang shook her head. I already sent someone to check. Miss is not in the residence. Qi Mulian felt a sudden sense of relief. When the servant mentioned that her daughter had gone to rest, she suspected that the girl might have left the residence. Yet, considering the current situation outside, she worried for her safety. Chapter 65. Who have we offended? Dian delivered the two women to Du Fu before hurrying back to the crown prince's residence, where Gu Yi she had entered the palace. He needed to return quickly. Du Chunfeng likely had some understanding of the situation, but he was somewhat confused. The Jian family elder was either foolish or had been set up. Miss Jian, do not fret. Stay at the residence for now. The inspectorate is watching over the Marquis's residence. I will think of a way to send a message to your mother to reassure her. Forgive me for troubling you, Master Du. I hope this does not cause any issues for your household. Not at all. You may rest assured here. At that moment, Jianqing Wan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She needed to gather her thoughts. Let's not discuss that for now. Miss Jian, has your uncle offended anyone? If someone were to set him up, it could be deadly. My uncle and the others have only recently arrived in the imperial city. If he has offended anyone, it should not be the case. However, I have recently crossed someone, and my uncle may have been used by them. Someone you recently offended? Du Chunfeng's expression shifted as he directly inquired. Are you referring to the Wan family? Such matters should not be spoken of lightly without evidence. The Wan family was no ordinary clan. If it were indeed the Wan family, their intentions would be suspect, and it would complicate matters significantly. At this moment, Lord Wan should still be in the palace, as today's morning court session was unusually lengthy. Mr. Du's mention of offending others prompted Qingwan to think of the Wan family, a thought that slipped from her lips. Although Jian Qingwan understood that such matters should not be spoken of lightly, her mind could not help but wander in that direction. She was acutely aware of the Wan family's malicious intentions. Just consider the potential consequences should such rumors take flight, and who might benefit from them. Every action is driven by motive, is it not? The fact that they targeted the Jian family, specifically the main branch, narrowed the scope significantly. Do not fret, dear sister of the Jian family. There are no outsiders here. Since Yi Shi entrusted Dai and to bring you to me, I shall ensure your safety. Rest assured, while the situation appears somewhat complex, it is not insurmountable. I have faith that Yi Shi will devise a solution. Jian Qingwan felt a peculiar awkwardness and could only manage a shy smile. Mr. Du, might you possess suitable male attire? She was determined not to remain idle. Nor did she wish to burden Gu Yi Shi further, who had already extended considerable assistance to her. Male attire? Are you planning to venture out? I wish to visit the Feishui tea house, she replied. Dian mentioned that the rumors originated from there. Remaining idle while awaiting developments was intolerable. The matter was too serious to be taken lightly. The adversaries had already made their move and would not relent easily. With her father and elder brother stationed outside the city, and her mother at home, they were vulnerable. Mr. Du, straightforward in his demeanor, remarked, the tea house is likely sealed off now. There is little point in going. Understanding Jian Qingwan's anxiety, he suggested, do not rush. Wait here while I check outside. Nodding, Jian Qingwan slowly sat down, reminding herself not to panic. This was uncharted territory, and she had no certainty of what lay ahead. The more uncertain the situation, the calmer she must remain. She knew her capabilities were limited, yet she needed to devise a plan. If indeed it was the Wan family behind this, how should she respond? The incident had occurred suddenly, and Wan Jingji had likely entered the palace long ago, orchestrating the scheme. Wan Hong was far more reckless than his father. It was entirely possible that he was the architect of this chaos. Mr. Du, I must venture out, she insisted earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly nor place myself in jeopardy. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked at Mr. Du with urgency. Understanding her fear that her uncle might come to harm, potentially implicating the entire Wu Ho residence, he replied, if you must go, I will accompany you. Yi Shi had entrusted her to him, and he was determined to ensure her safety. Apologizing for the trouble, Mr. Du had 2 sets of male attire brought forth. After Jian Qingwan and Su Air donned the garments, the trio departed the residence together. Meanwhile, Wan Hong, upon learning that Jian Mingzhong had been taken by the officials, erupted in a fit of rage. It is merely a coincidence. The Ministry of Justice arrived at the tea house just as a patrol from the inspectorate passed by, and they immediately took charge of the case, citing the urgency of the matter. The inspectorate, under the emperor's direct authority, had jurisdiction over such incidents, especially those involving the crown prince. The Ministry of Justice had no recourse but to defer to the inspectorate, or else Jian Mingzhong would have been imprisoned in their cells. Now, with the case in the hands of the inspectorate, their future was uncertain. Who took charge of the case at the inspectorate? It was Song Quan, came the response. Wan Hong's brow furrowed at the mention of that name, and he quickly instructed Zhang Jing to conceal himself. Thankfully, those apprehended were of little consequence. Monsieur Du, the inspectorate's agents arrived with remarkable swiftness. The news had not even spread before they intervened. Wan Hong slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Their rapid response indicated that the royal palace had already been discreetly fortified. No wonder such a significant event had yet to create ripples. The imperial family was indeed formidable. Forget the rumors for now. Have there been any development from the crown prince's residence? With Jian Mingzhong in the inspectorate's custody, Wan Hong found himself unable to proceed with his plans. The Wu Ho family was now entangled as well. Given Jian Mingzhong's incompetence, he would likely divulge everything under pressure. And if he faltered, it would implicate the Wu Ho family as well. Just as he intended to inform Mr. Du, Gu Yi Shi entered the palace. while the feathered guard remained stationed at the crown prince's residence. Gu Yishi has entered the palace at this time? Wan Hong pondered, just as he heard commotion outside. It is the master returning to the residence. Court has adjourned. Without hesitation, Wan Hong rushed out, instructing Zhang Jing to stay hidden to avoid any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, young master. The servant accompanying Wan Hong, Yin Tong, was the son of Lady Wan's wet nurse and had been with Wan Hong since childhood. Wan Hong trusted him implicitly, delegating matters within the residence to him, while external affairs were entrusted to Li San. Yet, Wan Hong never anticipated that Yin Tong, who typically managed affairs with precision, would inadvertently create significant trouble this time. As Jian Xinwan and Du Chunfeng stepped outside the residence, they encountered several government carriages hastily making their way down the street, accompanied by a retreating military presence. The crown prince is safe. Jian Xinwan sighed in relief at the sight. Du Chunfeng cast a discerning glance at her, recognizing her keen intuition. Where shall we head now, Miss Jian? With the soldiers withdrawing, there was no longer a need for the caution they had exercised earlier. The city gates would soon reopen, allowing them to convey a message to the Wu Ho family. To the Liuli Tower, Jian Qinwan declared, striding toward that direction. The Liuli Tower? At this time? Du Shunfeng Goyi, perplexed. Chapter 66. Are you serious? The court was able to adjourn due to the message delivered by Gu Yishi, which publicly proclaimed that the crown prince had turned a dire situation into one of safety. Prior to Gu Yishi's arrival, the imperial family had been engaged in discussions regarding the heir. Naturally, the imperial family was merely testing the waters, bringing this delicate issue to the forefront. The atmosphere in the court had been tense, with everyone holding their breath, fearful to speak. They could only utter a single phrase. May His Highness the Crown Prince be blessed. May the imperial family find solace. Another significant matter arose: the return of the esteemed Duke Gu to the court. After years of stagnation, the political landscape was poised for change with his return. Furthermore, Gu Yishi, the notorious scion of the Rome Guogong family, had been appointed as the commander of the Feathered Guard starting today. After the court's adjournment, the imperial family summoned Gu Yishi to the Qian Palace. The divine physician has stated thus. Gu Yishi's voice bore a weighty tone. You have but 6 months. The imperial family sank into their seats, their expressions tinged with sorrow. The crown prince was not merely an heir. He was also their son. Observing the toll this news had taken on the imperial family, Gu Yishi felt a pang of empathy, yet found himself at a loss for words. The crown prince's illness was not a recent development. I understand. The imperial family continued. I have long hoped you would join the court to assist me. Now that you don the armor and command the Feathered Guard, I find myself regretting calling you my imperial family. In private, you may still refer to me as your imperial grandfather. Gu Yevi. Both I and your grandfather wish for you to live freely and happily. Imperial grandfather. Gu Yishi responded without resentment. A man should serve his country with loyalty. I have stated before, should the Yong require it, I am always prepared to be your subject. The imperial family felt moisture welling in their eyes, nodding repeatedly at Gu Yishi. Good child, you are a worthy son of the Yong. Come here. The imperial family beckoned Gu Yishi closer, and he approached obediently, feeling the weight of his armor more than usual. Gu Yishi, I have grown old. The empire must be passed down to someone, and I shall not allow the Yong to be embroiled in succession disputes that would torment the common people. Promise me, regardless of what decisions your imperial grandfather makes in the future, do not harbor resentment toward him. All right? Understood. The ultimate fate of the throne remains uncertain to him, yet he firmly believes that the emperor harbors his own calculations. Regardless of the emperor's final choice, it will undoubtedly be the best decision for the Daeyong dynasty, and how could he possibly hold any resentment against him? To him, the emperor is both an elder and a sovereign. Good child, go forth and safeguard the prince's residence. From this day onward, the court of the Yong shall be fraught with instability. The emperor gently patted Gu Yeshi's shoulder, instantly invigorating him. Your Majesty, there is something. Gu Yeshi did not rush to depart. The emperor cast a puzzled glance at him. When did you start mimicking their hesitations? Speak plainly. Your Majesty, before I entered the palace, an incident occurred at the boiling water tea house in the imperial city, just as the Inspector Song Quan was passing by. Inspector Song personally led a group to encircle the Wuho residence and took the eldest brother of the Wuho away. I wish to request a favor from your Majesty. The inspector cannot enter without the emperor's decree. How outrageous! The man is still alive, yet they're so eager to stir trouble. This matter must be investigated thoroughly until the truth is laid bare. I shall discover who possesses such audacity. Upon hearing this, the emperor was filled with rage, a response Gu Yeshi had anticipated. After Gu Yeshi spoke, he waited for the emperor's temper to subside before continuing. It is evident that someone intends to exploit this chaos. I know a little about the eldest brother of Jian Qingwan. He is but a pedantic scholar, although somewhat foolish. He is not so foolish as to fabricate such treasonous words. Know a little? When did you start paying attention to the affairs of others? The Wuhou residence. How could I forget? I heard the Fushan Poetry Conference was quite lively. Furthermore, you took away a card of tributes from my imperial garden, among which was a pot of yinlian. I distinctly recall mentioning that when the time comes for you to seek a marriage proposal, you should take it as a gift. Yet, you generously gifted it to that girl from the Wuhou residence. What was her name again? Jian Qingwan, Gu Yeshi quickly supplied. Are you serious? The emperor asked with a serious tone. It was the first time in his life that this young man had asked for a favor, and it was for a woman. It seemed that he had finally developed normal feelings, albeit a bit late. However, the Wuhou residence would not suffice. If he truly harbors feelings, he should wait until you have secured your fiancé before taking her in. After all, he would not be limited to just one woman in the future. Your Majesty, my fiancé, he does not need to come from a prestigious family. She is quite suitable. He understood the emperor's intentions. What do you mean by suitable? They are not of equal standing. I have heard she is quite articulate and even has a divorce behind her. That will not do. I have already arranged a match for you. Your Majesty, it must be the Liu family, right? General Qin's strategy has been sitting on your chessboard, and now it is time to put it into play. There is no need to bring up your grandson's marriage as a bargaining chip. General Qin is loyal to the throne. As long as the Yong requires it, with just one word from you, he will undoubtedly comply. At his age, asking him to take on such responsibilities is too much. He dotes on his precious granddaughter. What is so wrong with that girl? You have known her since childhood. You were quite fond of each other back then, often bullying others together. That girl possesses both talent and martial prowess. How could she be unworthy of you? We cannot find many better than her in the Yong, and she is quite beautiful too. Then why doesn't your Majesty reserve her for your grandsons? Gu Yeshi was well aware of the truth in the emperor's words. Liu Xiuyu was indeed commendable, but she was unsuitable for him. You ungrateful rascal. I have doted on you for nothing, and you dare speak such heartless words. I do not care. I have already hinted to Liu Qinzong, and he is quite satisfied. Gu Yeshi rolled his eyes, knowing that his marriage would not be so simple. Your Majesty, are you certain this marriage can proceed smoothly? The emperor had his own plans. Are those people capable of watching Liu Qinzong return to the court? One of his grandfathers is already enough to give them a headache. What? Can I not even arrange a marriage for you? Enough. You may leave now. And what about the inspector? The emperor shot Gu Yeshi a glance. You should pay him a visit and inform him to investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood. Later, I shall visit the crown prince. You have been guarding the crown prince's residence for half a year. Make sure to accompany your imperial uncle well. Yes. As for the marriage, Gu Yeshi was not in a hurry. If the emperor intended to bestow a marriage, it would have been done long ago. The delay indicated that the time was not yet right, and there was another significant reason. His marriage was tied to a matter concerning his mother's dowry. His mother was a royal princess and also the granddaughter of the Hua family. His imperial grandmother was the sole daughter of the Hua family, holding military command. She had bestowed the military order as her daughter's dowry, and before his mother passed, she entrusted the military order to him, stating that it was decreed that upon his marriage, he could utilize the Hua family's military authority. Chapter 67. Coincidence, miss. What brings us here? Su'er looked at the Liuli Tower, perplexed. Was it the right time for the young lady to visit such a place? Liuli Tower? Du Chunfeng was equally surprised that Jian Qingwan would dare to venture to Liuli Tower. He recalled that the last time he had come with Yeshi, Yeshi had mentioned that this was the property of the Wan family. The Wan family? Does she still suspect the Wan family? But what could be discovered here? Du Gongzi, let us go inside for a while. Jian Qingwan deliberately darkened her face with ash, and with her tall stature, she could easily pass as a boy. The rumors originated among a few scholars. This Liuli Tower is a gathering place for scholars from the imperial city. Let's try our luck. Su'er, this place is near the East City Gate. Go take a look. If the gate is opened, come back and inform me immediately. Su'er hesitated, worried for the young lady. Go on, it is not far. I will be here, Du Chunfeng said, prompting Su'er to leave, nearly running. She understood why the young lady was fixated on the city gate. If it opened, she could deliver a message to the Marquis's son. Liuli Tower was a place for the Wan family to gather scholars. If they wished to spread rumors, Wan Hong would surely need people. And outsiders were unaware that this Liuli Tower belonged to the Wan family. Let's go in. Now that we are here, the streets are bustling with activity. Inside Liuli Tower, a number of scholars had gathered. Such a significant commotion in the imperial city had piqued the curiosity of many, yet no one dared to speak openly. Thus, the discourse naturally gravitated towards Guyeshi. After years of arduous study, it pales in comparison to simply being born into wealth. One does not have to strive like us for fame. In a single night, one can don armor and achieve greatness. Hush, best to say less. I heard that someone was arrested today at the boiling water tea house for saying something. Upon hearing this, the previously disgruntled scholar fell silent. After all, life is precious. What was said to get someone arrested? Some curious souls dared to inquire. Who among you went to the boiling water tea house today? I certainly did not. The inspector's office directly took people. Those who knew must have been caught. Enough, enough. Let us not speculate. Let's talk about something else. Ahem. Right. Let us discuss other matters. Do you think Wan Gongzi will still come to Liuli Tower in the future? This question sparked lively debate. Instantly, the scholars split into two factions, one fervently defending Wan Hong, while the other maintained a skeptical stance, with some merely watching the spectacle. Miss Jian, after listening for a while, I find no useful leads. Let's leave. Understanding that this was the Wan family's base, Duke Chunfeng deemed it wise to exercise caution. It is not easy to be entangled with others. Jian Qingwan had been observing her surroundings intently. Let's go. Are you here to find someone? Seeing Jian Qingwan's decisiveness, Du Chunfeng realized her purpose for coming. As I departed from my residence today, a scholar approached, claiming to be an old classmate of my uncle. However, upon closer inspection, he did not appear to be an academic. At the time, I did not pay him much heed, but now he seems somewhat familiar. Yet I cannot quite place him. I had a nagging feeling that something was amiss with that scholar, which is why I instructed my servants to follow him. A clever individual, upon noticing the unusual atmosphere at the estate, would not return, but would instead linger near the. I shall accompany you to the vicinity of the deceased if we can find an opportunity to reassure your mother. Jian Qingwan indeed recalled the scholar, surnamed Zhang, and the more she pondered, the more familiar he became. Having rarely ventured outside her past life, she had met few people, yet her memory was sharp. If she found him familiar, she must have encountered him before, either at the Jin family or the Wan family. Su should be returning soon. Let us proceed. Jian Qingwan did not locate the scholar at the Liuli building, so she contemplated searching around in hopes of encountering Chang Gui. Du Chunfeng had also altered his appearance, so the scholars at the Liuli building did not immediately recognize him. Shortly after they left, Su returned. Miss, the city gates remain closed for now. I heard that he is investigating a case, which is why the city is sealed off. Su panted as she relayed the information. With the city gates closed, they could not deliver a message to the. It had been quite some time since the elder had been taken away, and they were uncertain of his fate. What could they do? Su, do not panic. Anxiety will not help. Let us return and see if we can locate Chang Gui. An instinct told Jian Qingwan that the scholar surnamed Zhang was certainly involved in her uncle's rumors. Without the means to confront her uncle directly, she had to seek another avenue. She urged Su to remain calm, though her own heart raced with urgency. Suddenly, a carriage halted before them, and a figure inside waved at Jian Qingwan. Qin Jingjing, is it you, the young lady of the Qin family? Du Chuanfeng's expression changed slightly. Monsieur, Sister Wanwan, how is it that you are with him? Oh, Sister Wanwan, you must get into the carriage first. Jian Qingwan touched her cheek, despite her disguise. How had she been recognized? Now that she had been identified, it would be unwise to feign ignorance and risk unnecessary trouble. She quickly climbed into the carriage with Su while Du Chunfeng took a seat beside the driver. Sister Wanwan, your skill in disguise truly pales in comparison to mine. I could teach you a thing or two another day. I just heard about your family's situation. My father has just returned from court, and knowing your mother would be anxious, he sent me to deliver a message to the. I didn't expect to run into you here. Sister Jingjing is heading to the. At this moment, it was surrounded by the. Did she dare venture there? How could her mother allow her to go? I grew up in the military camp. I have seen my fair share of tumult. What is the issue with a young lady visiting your family? In truth, Qin Jingjing was quite astute and perceived Jian Qingwan's intentions immediately. Jian Qingwan gazed at her in astonishment. Was it truly her mother who had sent her to the? What message are you delivering to the? Do not fret. The conducts their investigations with great ceremony. However, one thing is certain, the operates with a degree of impartiality. If it were any other department, the situation could be quite different. My mother instructed me to inform your mother that my father will find a way to notify Jian as soon as possible. As the circumstances remained unclear, they could only offer limited assistance. In the future, we shall certainly pay our respects to General and Madame Jian for their kindness. That is sufficient. My mother has always taught me that even the smallest favor deserves great gratitude. Your mother once saved mine, which is a bond of life and death. This is merely a message, and the Qin family is certainly capable of fulfilling it. By the way, how did you end up here? Qin Jingjing, as was her nature, spoke candidly with Jian Qingwan, then lifted the carriage curtain to glance at Du Chunfeng beside the driver. Mr. Du, do you know Sister Wanwan? Do you know each other? Jian Qingwan felt her inquiry unnecessary. While their interaction seemed somewhat awkward, it was clear they were acquainted, or at least familiar. Rotten wood. Decay. The two of them echoed in unison. Jian Qingwan silently closed her mouth. It appeared that the relationship between these two was indeed profound. In this imperial city, while vast, it was also remarkably small. Chapter 68. The Qin Jingjing, possessing a straightforward disposition, readily agreed to assist Jian Qingwan in her search. You go ahead. I will deliver the message to your mother at the, and return to find you afterward. Such matters indeed required someone daring enough to step forward. Mr. Du and Sister Jingjing are acquainted? Jian Qingwan asked out of curiosity. General Qin once asked me to tutor her for a few days. So it was a matter of teacher and student. It seemed their interactions had not been particularly pleasant. The still surrounded the area, indicating that no conclusions had yet been reached. Rest assured, your affairs will not be neglected by Gu Yeshi, now that he has entered the palace. He will find a way to assist you. What did she mean by saying that Gu Yeshi would not neglect her affairs? Let's seek Changgue first. Su-e, we shall split up, be cautious, and we will meet back here shortly. All right. In the vicinity of the felt emboldened, for this was a familiar territory. It had been some time since Jian Mingzhong was taken away, and the atmosphere in it was tense. Gu Yeshi entered with a decree from the imperial family, where he was personally received by the commander of the Shao Congrua. Given his new status as the commander of the Yu camp and the bearer of the imperial decree, his arrival was significant. I was just about to enter the palace to report this matter. I did not expect Commander Gu to arrive. Shao Congrua, the head of the, was known for his integrity and unwavering principles, steering clear of close ties with officials in court. It was precisely this quality that allowed him to maintain his position as the commander of the. The imperial family has heard of this matter and has sent me to convey an imperial edict to you, Commander Shao. Shao Congrua promptly knelt, listening intently. Commander Shao, the imperial family commands you to thoroughly investigate the rumors concerning the crown prince. You must ascertain the truth and ensure that those who harbor treasonous intentions are brought to justice. We obey the command. Commander Shao, please rise. May I see the individual who has spread these rumors? With a flicker of interest in his eyes, Shao Congrua gestured for Gu Yeshi to proceed, and thus led him to the interrogation hall. This interrogation hall had a notorious reputation. It was said that those who entered often emerged haunted by nightmares. Deputy Commander Song, I hear you were the one who captured him? Indeed, Gu Yeshi inquired while walking, and Song Quan responded in kind. Has he confessed? Not yet. This case is far from simple and requires thorough investigation. Song Quan was candid, revealing nothing to conceal. Gu Yeshi, refraining from further questions, soon arrived at the interrogation hall, where he saw several scholars bound to pillars, their garments clean and devoid of blood, yet their faces were pale and filled with fear, as if they had endured some frightful ordeal. Which one is Jian Mingzhong? Gu Yeshi asked directly, causing Song Quan's expression to shift. He recognized the name. They say the son of the Duke of the State is quite the libertine, yet he does not seem so now. The one in the middle. Following the Gu Yeshi beheld Jian Mingzhong, who appeared disheveled, pallid, his eyes devoid of focus, trembling slightly as he muttered about being wronged. Esteemed commanders, I am aware of the regulations of the outsiders cannot interact with prisoners once they are brought in. However, might you allow an exception today? I wish to ask him a few questions, and of course, I will do so in your presence. The two commanders exchanged glances. Gu Yeshi was no ordinary individual. As the favored grandson of the imperial family and the son of the Duke of the State, now commanding the Yu camp. He had come bearing an imperial decree. It was unlikely he had come merely out of boredom. The imperial family had tacitly permitted this, so they could not obstruct him. Commander Gu, please proceed. Xiao Konghua spoke, and Song Quan ordered that a bucket of cold water be poured over Jian Mingzhong to rouse him for Gu Yeshi's inquiries. The scholar was exceedingly timid, having been frightened to the point of wetting himself several times. In truth, there was no need for extensive interrogation. One could easily discern that with such a cowardly disposition, he would hardly dare to spread rumors or create trouble. What they sought to investigate was the matter that lay beneath this incident. Wronged, wronged, Jian Mingzhong exclaimed, jolted as though doused with cold water, his voice rising in volume. It seemed Jian Mingzhong was quite spirited. What did you visit the boiling water tea house? He was asked. Jian Mingzhong, unfamiliar with Gu Yeshi, assumed it was another inquiry and reiterated his previous statements. So, you believe the rumors to be true and, fearing trouble, hurriedly took your entire family to seek refuge at the Wuhou mansion. Is that correct? Yes. After arriving at the Wuhou mansion, did you go out at all? No, I have not stepped outside the mansion even once. My classmates came to visit, but my niece did not allow me to go out and meet them. I am wronged. Classmates? Gu Yeshi's bright eyes flickered. You made a sudden decision to go to the Wuhou mansion, did you not? Indeed. Then how did your classmates know you were at the Wuhou mansion? Did you leave any word for them? Jian Mingzhong was momentarily stunned by the question, then shook his head, confessing, but did not leave any word. Commander Gu, it had been previously established that Song Quan had also inquired about it. The person who sought Jian Mingzhong at the Wuhou mansion was named Zhang Jing. These individuals had confessed that it was indeed Zhang Jing who informed them of the rumors regarding the demise of the crown prince, which Jian Mingzhong had allegedly conveyed. Song Quan had dispatched men to locate Zhang Jing, and with the city gates sealed last night, it was only a matter of time before he was found, as long as he remained within the imperial city. Seeing this, Xiao Konghua interjected, pondering internally. Has Gu Yeshi come to supervise the case? Is this a directive from the imperial family? Could it be that they do not trust the supervisory office? His mind suddenly alarmed. He realized that the matter concerning the crown prince must be of great concern to the imperial family, especially after this prolonged investigation. Commander Xiao, it appears there are those with malevolent intent, fabricating treasonous rumors. Moreover, they aim to implicate the Wuhou mansion in their schemes, which is truly diabolical. Indeed, Xiao Konghua quickly concurred. Very well, I shall not intrude upon the supervisory office's proceedings any longer. Such a fool, having squandered his education, is utterly dim-witted to believe such rumors. Even if he is not the one who spread them, he deserves to suffer the consequences. I am wrong, my lord. I am wronged. Jian Mingzhong cried out once more. After seeing off Gu Yeshi, Xiao Konghua turned to Song Quan, perplexed. What do you suppose the purpose of Gu Yeshi's visit was? Song Quan lowered his gaze and glanced around, signaling to his subordinates to discreetly withdraw. Commander, there have been some rumors circulating in the city recently. Have you not heard? What rumors? Xiao Konghua had been focused on a particular case and had indeed paid little attention to external gossip. It is said that the young Master Gu has taken a fancy to a lady from the Wuhou mansion and has publicly sought her hand in marriage, even appealing to the imperial family. Song Quan recounted the tale with great precision, ensuring to include the segment regarding the Wan family to maintain the narrative's integrity for his superior's reference. So, that's the reason for young Master Gu's inquiry at our supervisory office. It seems his intentions are tied to the Wuhou mansion. After all this interrogation, what are the chances of their involvement? If the Wuhou mansion is not implicated, then perhaps granting a favor to young Master Gu could be feasible. However, as it stands, it seems unrelated to the Wuhou mansion. Nonetheless, Jian Mingzhong is the elder brother of the Marquis Jian. Should he encounter any trouble, the Marquis cannot remain uninvolved. That pedantic scholar? Would he have the audacity? Clearly, he has been manipulated. We must find Zhang Jing swiftly. He is the key to unraveling the truth behind this case. Understood. Chapter 69. Troublesome when I left, I instructed that there be no rash actions. You wretched fool, did you treat my words as mere whispers? Such impatience will lead to no great achievements. The crown prince's demise. How could you even conceive it? Now, with the supervisory office intervening, this case can no longer reach a peaceful resolution. Wan Jingji returned from court, and before he could arrange anything, he learned of his son's actions during his absence, almost causing him to leap in outrage. Father, I merely attracted the attention of the Ministry of Justice. who knew that the people from the supervisory office would pass by just then. Wan Hong had not intended to inform Wan Jingji, but, realizing he could not conceal the truth, reluctantly confessed. Wan Jingji's reprimand was immediate and severe. Do you possess no sense? Such a commotion. And you attract attention at the slightest stir, truly. His anger caused a sharp pain in his chest. Wan Hong lowered his head, inwardly fuming. The original plan was to incite Jian Mingzhong at the gates of the mansion, but Jian Xingwan had allowed him into the estate, attempting to lure Jian Mingzhong out, only to be thwarted by the mansion's defenses. He had not anticipated that a few women from the Wuhou mansion would be so cautious and resolute. As for the supervisory office, what had initially seemed a multifaceted plan had now turned unfortunate. And where is Zhang Jing? Rest assured, father. To be safe, I have had Yintong hide him. Where has he been hidden? Take care of it immediately. If the supervisory office truly seeks someone in the imperial city, they could dig 3 feet into the ground. Should he be captured, they could easily trace back to several others. Wan Hong looked at Yintong, who had not yet had the chance to elaborate, internally lamenting his recent streak of misfortune. Wan Jingji's outrage startled Yintong. My lord, I have placed Zhang Jing at the Lioli Tower. He is familiar with the place and can adapt to any situation. The Lioli Tower? At such a time, you chose to send him there? Fool! Quickly relocate him. Leave no trace behind. While the supervisory office has yet to find him, do it at once. Wan Jingji was on the verge of roaring. If the supervisory office were to discover Zhang Jing at the Lioli Tower, the tower itself would be compromised, an endeavor that had cost the Prince of Suzhou dearly. How would he explain that? Father, no one will investigate the Lioli Tower. What do you know? Better safe than sorry. Do you understand the capabilities of the supervisory office? He felt anger towards his son, for the sake of confronting a mere Wuhou mansion. He was so impatient and careless, which would inevitably lead to disaster. Wan Hong believed the situation was not as dire as his father perceived. His father was merely scaring himself. Even if the supervisory office managed to locate Zhang Jing, so what? Zhang Jing was his man, as long as he remained silent. The supervisory office would only have a corpse on their hands, and the case would ultimately as the events unfold in Suzhou. The rise of the Wan family is intricately tied to the ambitions of Wang Cheng. At this juncture, Wan Jia is no longer the same. His status has transformed significantly. The most astonishing revelation is Gu Yeshi, the heir of the Duke of Ronghua, who seems to have deceived everyone. The old duke remains in power, while Gu Yeshi commands the Feathered Guard, bestowing immense glory upon the duke's household. What does my father imply? Is Gu Yeshi merely feigning incompetence? Why would he? From birth, he has been the heir. There is no one in the duke's household capable of rivaling him. With the imperial family and the old duke in place, who could possibly challenge him? Pretending to be a wastrel? There is absolutely no reason for such an act. Wan Jingji cast a sidelong glance at Wan Hong. Do you truly understand? The world knows him as the grandson of the imperial family, yet they overlook the identity of his maternal grandmother, the lone daughter of the Hua family, the very rulers of the Hua army. Hua family? Wan Hong appeared perplexed, slightly unfamiliar with the name. Wan Jingji chose not to elaborate further, but resolved to discuss this matter thoroughly with Wang Cheng later. Suddenly, Yintong rushed back, panic-stricken and pale. What is it? What has happened? Wan Jingji inquired anxiously. Master, as soon as I left the estate, I heard reports that the inspectorate has surrounded the Lioli Tower. What? Wan Hong was taken aback. Why would the inspectorate suddenly besiege the Lioli Tower? Do they possess such power? In a mere moment, Wan Jingji shut his eyes, swiftly ordering the severance of all ties to the Lioli Tower, including the destruction of any evidence of transactions with it. He instructed to monitor the city gates, and as soon as they opened, to find a way to send a message to delay Wang Cheng's return to the imperial city. In an instant, Wan Jingji orchestrated a series of arrangements. Wang Cheng was preparing to return to the imperial city. When? Was it a secret return? Had it not been for Wan Jingji's revelation, Wan Hong would have remained oblivious to his father's prior arrangements with Wang Cheng. You fool! Look at the mess you've created. Wan Jingji was so furious he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Wan Hong realized he might have truly jeopardized a significant matter, though he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Father, Zhang Jing can be trusted. Even if he is captured, he knows what to do and will not utter a word. Let's hope so. You do not understand the inspectorate's methods. Few can withstand their pressure once inside. You best pray that Zhang Jing is as resilient as you claim. Otherwise, he would not have sent Yin Tong to deal with the matter. Indeed, The inspectorate acted swiftly. Chapter 70. What nonsense is this? The Wan father and son could not have anticipated that the inspectorate would not act with such efficiency. This incident was actually instigated by Jian Qingwan. She found Chang'e near the Wuhou mansion and learned from him that the scholar had vanished after leaving the Marquis' residence, leading her to boldly deduce that he was likely at the Lioli Tower, with her intuition suggesting that Wan Hong was indeed behind it. This was made possible thanks to Du Chuanfeng, who devised a strategy to draw the inspectorate's attention. Not long after Du Chuanfeng made this remark, they saw the inspectorate personnel dragging someone out of the Lioli Tower, the individual S-head covered with a bag, making it impossible for Jian Qingwan to identify him. Upon witnessing the inspectorate's actions, Du Chuanfeng glanced at Jian Qingwan, realizing that her speculation had proven correct. Master Du, thank you for today. I should return to the estate now. The inspector's discovery at the Lioli Tower would surely prompt them to investigate further, testing the Wan family's capacity to extricate themselves from this predicament. While she wished to inform the inspectorate, she lacked the evidence to do so. With the key suspect apprehended, the inspectorate's capabilities suggested that a resolution to the case would soon be forthcoming. Jian Ho had assistance from the Qin family in sending messages, allowing for some peace of mind. Currently, the inspectorate personnel remained at the Marquis' residence to prevent further complications. She suggested they should return to her residence together. After contemplating briefly, Jian Qingwan eventually nodded. Her uncle was still detained by the inspectorate. Following today's court session, there would undoubtedly be significant changes in the court, and the undercurrents in the imperial city were poised to surface. Qin Jingjing, not finding Jian Qingwan near the Wuhou mansion, decided to wait at the Du residence. What are you doing here? I'm being clever. The inspectorate surrounds the Marquis' residence. Since Sister Wan cannot return, I assumed she would come here. Qin Jingjing crossed her arms, a smirk on her face as she regarded Du Chuanfeng. Sister Wan, rest assured, I have informed your mother that you are safe outside. She urged you not to worry about the estate, as she is there to manage things. Qin Jingjing took Jian Qingwan by the arm, leading her to sit down comfortably. Du Chuanfeng rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat exasperated. Thank you, Sister Jingjing. The inspectorate has not troubled you, has it? Do they dare? Indeed, who would dare? Everyone in the imperial city knows the power of the Qin family's daughters. Du Chuanfeng interjected with a sarcastic tone. What does it concern you? At least I have taught you for a few days, which makes me your instructor. Speaking to me like that lacks any decorum. After all, you have been back in the imperial city for several years. Why do you still behave like a child? Jian Qingwan remained silent, observing the two. Their acquaintance appeared to run deeper than just a few days. Fortunately, Diane arrived just in time to alleviate her discomfort. Diane, why are you here? Is your master not worried about you being here? Du Xiongfeng remarqued meaningfully. Master Du, you jest. My master said that Miss Jian could return to the estate, and since he passed by here, he decided to escort her. Du Chuanfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. Diane lowered his head, not responding. It was indeed quite a coincidence, especially since he had intentionally taken a roundabout route through several streets. Who was his master? Wait, this young man looked somewhat familiar. Qin Jingjing, puzzled, chimed in. Who are you? I'm Diane. I've met Miss Qin before. Having been called out, Diane greeted her, then turned back to Jian Qingwan. Miss Jian, please. Naturally, Jian Qingwan was eager to return home. Although someone had sent a message on her behalf, she knew her mother would still be worried. Thank you for the disturbance today, Master Du's Sister Jingjing. Thank you. I shall remember this favor. Since someone is waiting outside, I shall not see you off, Du Chuanfeng stated. Sister Wan. Du Chuanfeng halted the overly curious Qin Jingjing. She has someone to escort her home. There is no need for your concern. I just wanted to ask who is so capable, given that the inspectorate still surrounds the Wuhou mansion. Du Chuanfeng watched Jian Qingwan depart before turning to Qin Jingjing. Shouldn't you be heading back? You've been out for quite some time. Aren't you worried about your mother? Why should you care? Come on, let me escort you back. Go. I know the way home. I don't need you to guide me. Qin Jingjing retorted before turning away with her maid. Du Chuanfeng remained stationary, watching her leave before summoning someone to ensure she returned safely before he himself departed. Upon encountering Gu Yeshi, Jian Qingwan felt compelled to speak, yet held her tongue. She hesitated, uncharacteristically reserved. Thank you. Whether in the imperial palace or the prince's residence, it seemed that reaching Master Du's home was not quite on the way, and it was rather far as well. Gu Yeshi chuckled, halting the horse. Get on. I have something to discuss with you. Master Gu, It is not appropriate for you to escort me back now. I shall return on my own. Surely the inspectorate will not apprehend anyone. Jian Qingwan observed the armor adorning Gu Yeshi, recognizing the shift in his circumstances. What is inappropriate about it? Mount up. I have a matter to discuss with you. Something to discuss? Jian Qingwan hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I do not know how to ride. As the daughter of a military family, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing not to know how to ride. She had once wished to learn, but her grandmother had forbidden it. Without a second thought, Gu Yeshi mounted his horse and, leaning down, effortlessly lifted Jian Qingwan onto it. What are you doing? Jian Qingwan was taken aback, her face paling in fright. In broad daylight, before the watchful eyes of the public, don't move. Be careful not to fall. His hands gently encircled her, securing her safely in his embrace. Behind them, Dai An's eyes widened in astonishment, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. Miss Suer, trailing behind, was momentarily stunned. Do not worry. Young master is here to protect you. Your young lady will be unharmed. Diane intervened just in time to prevent Suer from intruding. Oh dear, the young master is out in the open. Let me down. This was Jian Qingwan's first experience atop a horse, and she dare not move. Her body stiff with tension and embarrassment as she buried her head, unable to meet the road ahead. Relax. Conversing this way will be easier. Do you remember when you once promised to act as my matchmaker? To introduce yourself to me? Jian Qingwan's heart raced. Why bring this up now? It seemed he remembered, which was fortunate. This marriage proposal struck her as quite agreeable. That pendant would serve as a token of our commitment. Jian Qingwan froze entirely. It appears you have no objections. Startled, Jian Qingwan replied, Master Gu, do not jest. Marriage is a serious matter and not to be trifled with. What jest? A marriage? With him? Indeed, marriage is a grave matter. It cannot be a triviality. Therefore, I'm not jesting. Gu Yeshi leaned closer, his head nearly touching hers, and Jian Qingwan felt her cheeks flush crimson. Diane averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. But why me? Jian Qingwan could not fathom why she held such allure, especially considering the vast disparity between their families. Why would he choose her? Though her thoughts were in disarray, she maintained a semblance of clarity. In this second life, she no longer harbored any illusions regarding marriage, nor had she ever considered it. If Gu Shizhi were truly infatuated with her, she could hardly believe it. It was not a matter of self-deprecation. She simply no longer entertained romantic notions as she once had. You have withdrawn from the engagement with the Wan family, causing quite a stir in the city. It will be difficult for you to propose again. Perhaps you currently have no inclination towards marriage, but your parents surely worry. As for my own marriage, it is also fraught with challenges. I do not wish for my marriage to be used as leverage against anyone, and you are quite suitable. Suitable. Understanding dawned, and her heart eased slightly. Jian Qingwan recognized that even a noble heir could find himself constrained. Perhaps she was indeed well suited to his predicament. However, an alliance with the Gu family would be akin to pouring oil on fire for the Wu family, which was decidedly inappropriate. Rest assured, I will ensure the Wu family remains safe and sound. There are many who could fulfill such a role. It need not be me. The thought of marrying into the Ronghua Gong family made her scalp tingle. No one is more fitting than you. I lack the time to search for another. The sooner my engagement is settled, the better. Gu Yeshi articulated his intentions with such clarity and repeatedly extended support that Jian Qingwan found it difficult to outright refuse. To outsiders, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens, and indeed it was so. The previous engagement with the Wan family had been a climb, but now, in comparison, it felt as though she had soared to new heights. But you said you would act as my matchmaker, and I agreed. Besides, do you truly intend to remain unmarried for life? Even if your parents do not voice their concerns, they must feel anxious. You must consider them as well. Furthermore, should we marry, I assure you will live comfortably. You need not compromise your own happiness for me. Gu Yeshi pressed on, resolute in his decision. He would not entertain any alterations. It must be said, Jian Qingwan felt a flicker of interest. Master Gu, can you truly dictate your own marriage? This slight intrigue did not cloud her judgment. His status was unique. He was the heir of the Ronghua Gong family, a direct descendant of the royal lineage. Could his marriage be decided with mere words? Not to mention, she, as the future wife of the heir, felt an immense pressure. If I could make the decision, would you consent? Jian Qingwan found herself speechless. Was he being utterly imprudent? Could their casual banter truly establish such a significant bond? Gu Gu Yeshi leaned in closer, seeking her answer, while everything else could be addressed later. I have no desire for marriage, but it does not preclude me from accompanying Master Gu in this charade. You need not recklessly ruin your life. Should you encounter a suitable match in the future, there would still be an escape route, would there not? Your urgency for marriage suggests there are reasons behind it. Since you deem me suitable, I am willing to assist, but I ask that you ensure my family's safety at all times. Jian Qingwan pondered her response before offering a resigned smile. Master Gu, have you been planning this all along? And she, inadvertently, had walked right into it. Perhaps it was her own provocation that led her here. That jest had truly ensnared her. Alas, how could this have come to pass? Gu Yeshi did not deny it, but engaged her with keen interest. You must have been calculating your own marriage for some time, yet could not find a fitting candidate until I appeared. Your earlier outburst indeed aided me, but it was also your own scheme. Thus, should you marry me, it would not seem out of place. Once again, he proposed in public, bestowing flowers before the crowd. If it were merely to help her disengage from her previous engagement, such theatrics were unnecessary. This man was far too profound in his intentions. A charade? Gu Yeshi was taken aback by Jian Qingwan's roundabout answer. Even if he were eager for marriage, he would not simply settle for anyone. No matter, let the pretense turn genuine. Indeed, you are astute. Then it is settled. Gu Yeshi laughed heartily, tightening the reins and galloping away. Suddenly increasing speed, Jian Qingwan lost her balance and fell into his arms, overwhelmed with surprise, panic, and a hint of dizziness. Public displays of affection. This is becoming excessive. Dian, trailing behind, dared not raise his gaze. Is it clear now between the young master and the young lady of the Jian family? Stop. At the entrance of the Jian residence, Gu Yeshi's horse blocked the way. Before he could speak, the man who had halted him was swiftly pulled aside, recognizing Gu Shizhi. Clearly, they were unaware that Gu Yeshi had taken command of the Yu camp. The one speaking appeared to be their leader, still possessing some discernment. Gu Yeshi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. The officials exchanged glances. You may enter. Gu Yeshi extended his hand to assist Jian Qingwan down from the horse, even taking the time to smooth down her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. This display left the officials agape, though some may not have met Gu Shizhi. His reputation was well known. To embrace a lady and ride together so intimately in public was indeed. Jian Qingwan blushed deeply, turning her head away. Then I shall go in. In her flustered state, she forgot to bow. Wait. Before the officials could react, Gu Yeshi stepped forward, plucking a hairpin from Jian Qingwan's head. Consider this a token of our engagement, lest you change your mind. He then turned to the officials. Please bear witness, in case she tries to deny it. He winked at them, his expression radiating joy, and they instantly understood. Master Gu, this young lady. Her? Are you not aware she is the eldest daughter of the Wu family? After saying this, he ceased to engage further, encouraging Jian Qingwan to hurry inside. Jian Qingwan wished to find a hole to hide in this man's actions, and now a token of engagement. Things had become entirely complicated. The eldest daughter of the Wu family? The officials momentarily stood dumbfounded, still processing the information, while Jian Qingwan was already at the entrance of the residence. Thank you all for watching over the Wu family. Gu Yeshi's words rendered the Wu family's situation indefensible. The officials turned to their leader, who remained silent, and they feigned ignorance of Jian Qingwan's presence. Jian Qingwan felt the urge to slip inside, but, with Su still absent, was left with no choice but to wait. Dai and hurriedly brought Su along, and for the first time riding a horse, Su face turned pale from the jolting, primarily out of fright. Just now, her young lady had returned with young Master Gu. Dismount. Your young lady is waiting, Dian urged as he trotted alongside, ensuring Su remained atop the horse, his legs nearly giving out from the effort, all while keeping a watchful eye to prevent her from falling. When Su finally dismounted, her legs felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, prompting Dai to support her to the entrance. Miss, it seems she is well cared for. She looks truly radiant. Yet, Su struggled to maintain her footing. Come inside. Jian Qingwan lowered her head, helping Su hastily enter the estate, needing a moment to collect herself. However, upon seeing Gu Yeshi, she found it quite impossible to remain calm, fully aware that he was not joking. Miss, what is the situation between you and young Master Gu? Su's heart screamed in confusion. Her devoted maid seemed completely oblivious. If her young lady insisted that nothing was amiss, Sue Eyre would not believe it, not even if it cost her life. Chapter 72. Must try even if impossible. Wan, you have finally returned. You scared your mother to death. Are you all right? Qi Mulian exclaimed, scrutinizing her daughter as soon as she laid eyes on her. Mother, I'm sorry to worry you. I'm fine. Everything is well at home, right? They didn't cause you any trouble? With her daughter safe, Qi Mulian finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Her brow furrowed as she glanced towards the main hall. Mother didn't pay them any mind. It's crowded outside, and they wouldn't dare venture out. Wan, what's the situation outside? The people from the Admiral's office have taken your uncle away for so long. Earlier, Gu Yeshi had likely relayed some information to Jian Qingwan on the road, assuring her that he had visited the Admiral's office and that this matter should not implicate the Wu Ho residents. As for her uncle, he would inevitably face some hardships until the truth was uncovered. Jian Qingwan briefly outlined the situation outside, and Qi Mulian's expression darkened with concern. What ruthless tactics! They intend to harm us grievously. Mother, the city gates shouldn't be closed for too long. Father will soon receive news. Fortunately, this case falls under the Admiral's office, where outsiders cannot interfere. As long as they conduct a fair investigation, my uncle should be safe, albeit enduring some hardships. Jian Qingwan helped Qi Mulian take a seat, intending to check on the elderly matriarch and the others shortly, as they must be quite frightened. As the saying goes, a fly does not bite an egg without cracks. The fact that those individuals could think to target her uncle stems from the fact that he and they do not share the same interests. Enduring some suffering isn't entirely unwelcome. Qi Mulian held a low opinion of her uncle, considering him self-important and blindly arrogant. After this incident, they should swiftly return to Duanyang. Let us go see them. Grandmother must not remain in the capital, while her uncle may be foolish. Her third uncle is quite cunning and has questionable intentions. Grandmother dotes on the third uncle, hoping to bring him to the capital, but he's far more difficult to deal with than her uncle. Qi Mulian nodded, hoping this matter would pass swiftly, allowing their family to live in peace. Did you send someone to inquire about the second branch? How is your elder brother? Sister-in-law, we are related by blood. You must find a way to rescue the master. The elderly matriarch and Dai Yu rushed to Qi Mulian and her daughter, visibly shaken after several hours of worry, having cried multiple times. Grandmother, auntie, there are still people from the Admiral's office guarding outside the estate. How can we gather information? Let us wait. If uncle is unharmed, he will surely return safely. Upon hearing Jian Qingwan's words, Dai Yu's face paled further. Not only do they refuse to help, but they also make sarcastic remarks. Mother, what are we to do? The master has suffered greatly. How can he endure this? If anything happens to him, what will become of me and the children? Dai Yu cried out, collapsing to the ground in despair. Wan, I know my father may have spoken some harsh words, but that is simply his nature. Please don't take it to heart. Wan, are you not familiar with the heir of the Romewood Duke's residence? Could you plead with him? Surely he has a way to assist. Suddenly, Jian Qingyi knelt before Jian Qingwan, crying and pleading. Her words jolted the elderly matriarch and Dai Yu from their stupor. My dear, Qingyi is right. You should. The elderly matriarch's sentence was cut short by Jian Qingwan's cold laughter. Grandmother, are you suggesting I plead with young Master Gu? Do you not think that would be beneath my dignity? Do you not consider it disgraceful? Jian Qingwan was genuinely furious now. Such relatives existed in the world. Previously, they had insulted her, calling her shameless for trying to associate with the heir of the Duke's residence. Yet now they wanted her to plead with him to save them. Qi Mulian's anger flared her chest. Did they truly hold her daughter in such low regard? The elderly matriarch was left speechless, feeling somewhat ashamed, while Jian Qingyi, in her desperation to save her father, disregarded everything else. Wan, lives are at stake. Initially, grandmother and father were concerned for you. There was much misunderstanding. I witnessed the Sayashin poetry meeting. It was that young master one who was at fault, entangled with other ladies. Your breaking off the engagement was not due to young Master Gu. It was because of genuine affection for him. Young Master Gu has defended you. If you speak up, he will surely help. Concern? Misunderstanding? She spoke so lightly of it. Cousin, would you feel the same if the roles were reversed? I can understand your desire to save your father. After all, he is my uncle, and I too wish for no harm to come to him. I fear this incident may implicate the Wu Ho residents. Even if you do not seek assistance, we, the second branch, cannot stand by idly. As you said, we are family, all surnamed Jian. We would not gloat in another's misfortune. We desire harmony and prosperity. But have you ever regarded the second branch as true kin? Grandmother, have you ever considered me your true granddaughter? Having said this, Jian Qingwan turned on her heel. Mother, let us go. She realized she should not have come. She had hoped that after this incident, they might reflect on their behavior, but it seemed she had overestimated them. Forget it. We are already separated. Once they return to Duanyang, we shall have nothing to do with one another. Qi Mulian too walked away without looking back. It was not that she disrespected her elders or was at odds with her sisters-in-law. It was simply infuriating. Mother, do not be angry. It is better to see clearly now and treat them as unrelated individuals, Jian Qingwan consoled, understanding Qi Mulian's disappointment. Once this matter concludes, let your father escort them back to Duanyang. Out of sight, out of mind. Mother, there's one more thing. Jian Qingwan hesitated, swallowing her words. After all, it was merely something Gu Yeshi had mentioned, and it was not yet certain. Better to keep it unspoken for now. Seeing her daughter's flushed cheeks and her hesitance, Qi Mulian momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. What is it, my child? Is there something you cannot tell me? It's nothing, just an insignificant matter. We can discuss it later. Mother, once Uncle's situation is resolved and they return to Duanyang, let us visit grandfather. Qi Mulian was somewhat surprised. This was the first time her daughter had taken the initiative to suggest visiting her maternal family, and she smiled and nodded. Very well. The earlier discord between mother and daughter faded away, for it was not worth their trouble. Speaking of grandfather, Jian Qingwan couldn't help but recall the mines along the river. Gu Yeshi must have already begun arrangements, especially given the current circumstances. That mine needed urgent attention. Wan Hong, the Lily Tower is merely a starting point. This time, if what he claims is true, it would be as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. Wan Hong was vengeful, and Wan Jingji was deeply subservient. Therefore, she must not allow the Wan family to gain power. As for the Wang of Suzhou, to ensure the Wan family's downfall, she must prevent the Wang of Suzhou from becoming the crown prince. Yet, as a mere fragile woman, how could she shake the foundations of the court? As Jian Qingwan walked, her brows knitted in thought, she had no retreat. For the sake of her family, she would attempt the impossible. Chapter 73. Waiting the city gates finally opened before nightfall, and the unusual happenings within the imperial city left many feeling anxious and unsettled. Soon, the Jian family received a letter. Jian Ho was taken aback, his body momentarily stiffening. Regaining his composure, he hastily instructed Jian Yi, "You must return to the capital at once. Remember, no matter what happens, remain calm and do not act recklessly. This situation is too peculiar. Although your uncle is stubborn and arrogant, he would never make such statements without cause. Someone must be targeting the Ho residents. Fortunately, this matter has fallen into the hands of the T-Do-C. Once the truth comes to light, if it is unrelated to your uncle, you must immediately send the main branch of the family, along with your grandmother, to Duanyang without informing me. If your grandmother expresses any displeasure, simply tell her I will personally apologize upon my return to Duanyang." This implied that he expected his son to take decisive action. Jian Jianya, upon hearing this for the first time, was initially startled, but upon reflection, he believed the matter was not as complicated as it seemed. It was clearly an attack on the Wu Ho residents. Both father and son did not articulate their thoughts aloud. Yet they understood that the Wu Ho family had always maintained a low profile, having never offended anyone who would go to such lengths to plot against them. Their first suspicion fell upon the Wan family, as they had previously had an unpleasant encounter. However, was the Wan family acting too hastily? Perhaps they had overestimated their resolve. Fortunately, the matter was with the T-Do-C. Had it been with the Ministry of Justice, they would have had much more to worry about. If the case had escalated to the 6 ministries, the Wan family would gain numerous advantages, making it difficult to predict the outcome, such as if someone were to be apprehended and subsequently took their own life out of guilt, leaving them with no recourse. Reflecting on this possibility left them feeling quite frightened. After all, Wan Hong had initially devised a similar scheme, but fate had other plans. Zhang Jing was captured, and Wan Jing's frustration manifested as a kick directed at Wan Hong. Wan Hong knelt on the ground in silence, his neck taut with anger. "Master, the T-Do-C is investigating the Lioli building." Upon hearing this, Wan Jing slowly closed his eyes. Had he not been vigilant and severed all ties with the Lioli building earlier, would the Wan family now be facing utter ruin? This foolish child, so inept at achieving success, yet skilled at causing trouble. "Father, Zhang Jing will not say anything. Wan Hong could not believe the situation had deteriorated to this extent. What had begun as a scheme against the Wuhou residents had now ensnared the Wan family. Despite his words, he was deeply afraid. If Zhang Jing revealed even a hint of information, their doom would be sealed. Human hearts are inscrutable. Sometimes, death is a form of liberation. Yet once in the T-Duc's grasp, even that would be difficult. Could Zhang Jing withstand such pressure? You wretched child. Yin Tong, send him to Suzhou. Father. Wan Hong was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his father would send him to Suzhou at such a time. Summer had just begun, and he should remain in the capital to prepare for his upcoming duties. Wan Jing turned to his son, disappointment etched in his features. This disappointment struck Wan Hong deeply, leaving him weak and dazed, feeling utterly hopeless. Father does not want me to serve in an official capacity. The understanding between father and son was profound. You are so inept. If you're to take on an official role, it would only bring harm. You must be tempered further. If things continue this way, how could I entrust the Wan family to you? How could you bear this responsibility? After stating this, Wan Jing waved his hand, signaling that the matter was settled and to take his son away. He needed to focus on managing the mess left behind by this reckless child. He could not allow the Wan family to be lost in such a manner. Father, Wan Hong cried out in terror, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his father's words. Did this truly mean he would not be allowed to serve? Was he really to be sent away? Yes, he had acted rashly this time, but surely his father would not treat him so harshly. It was known far and wide that he was to serve this autumn. Everyone, including the Wan family members, was aware. Was his father trying to make him a laughingstock? Did he intend to choose another heir to the family? No. Who else could he possibly select but him? In that moment, Wan Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to accept the reality. Yet, before he could voice his objections, he was already being dragged out. At that moment, Wan Jing's words were not meant to genuinely consider the matter of the family heir. Despite Wan Hong's grave errors, he was still the son he had personally nurtured over the years. To deny him outright was a challenge for Wan Jing himself. He sent his son to Suzhou because of the Liuli building. The Liuli building was the brainchild of the king of Suzhou and did not rightfully belong to the Wan family. Now that it had been effectively ruined by Wan Hong, a reckoning was due to the king. Thus, sending his son, there was a message of submission to the king of Suzhou, indicating that the Wan family held no ulterior motives, while also allowing his son to leave the capital, to avoid the storm brewing, and to reflect on his actions. As for the matter of serving in court, the situation had changed, and it was no longer wise to proceed. His son's eagerness for quick success was ill-suited for the current political climate. Entering court could easily entangle him in disputes, and Wan Jing feared he could not protect him. Regrettably, Wan Hong failed to grasp his father's intentions. Now, to shield Wan Hong from the fallout of his actions, Wan Jing had to resort to measures he had not intended to employ at this time. The night passed quietly, though beneath the surface, all was not well. The Wuhou residence burned brightly with lights, as Jian Mingzhong had been detained for an entire day and night. The elderly matriarch and the others were consumed with worry, transitioning from weeping and anxiety to sheer exhaustion and profound fear. It had become painfully clear to them that the capital was a perilous place, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving them with no outlet for their grievances. All they could do now was wait. Miss, why subject yourself to their frustrations? Let them make their noise. There is no need to concern yourself with them, said Su Er, observing Jian Qingwan with sympathy. Such a wonderful young lady, and yet she is subjected to the whims of that biased and ungrateful old woman. It is astonishing to learn she hails from a scholarly family. Wan. Just as the master and servant arrived at the door, a familiar voice called out warmly. Jian Qingwan looked up abruptly, recognizing the voice, and rushed forward. Brother, why have you returned? He was clearly drenched from the journey, having rushed back overnight. Father sent me back. Don't worry, Wan, everything is fine. Both father and I are aware of the situation. Why are you up so early? He had intentionally avoided visiting their mother first, wishing to allow her a little more rest. I woke up as soon as I was aware. Brother, you must come inside. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Please have some warm water and eat something. Jian Qingwan gently urged Jian into the house, deciding to check on their mother later. No need, we can all go together. Brother, drink some water. I'm not hungry. I will eat later. Fortunately, the situation in the residence was far better than he had anticipated. It was evident that Wan had matured, understanding the broader picture. Chapter 74. Unexpected developments having gone a night without sleep. The matriarch appeared unwell, her eyes dull, her face weary, and her hair disheveled, her complexion a sickly yellow. My dear son, the silence was indeed agonizing, as there had been no news at all. Grandmother, father is aware of everything and specifically sent Jianya back to check on the situation. He will go and see what is happening shortly. In the meantime, please eat something. As for the main branch of the family, Jianya had little interest in them. If they wished to act on the first day of the month, they could not blame him for retaliating on the 15th. He would treat them as they had treated Wan. In truth, Jianya harbored grievances against the biased matriarch. However, familial bonds were strong, and he could not treat her as a mere stranger. Jianya, you are a good boy. Your uncle has been wronged. Think of a way. Why hasn't your father returned? With such a significant incident at home, how can he be so callous? Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Jianya withdrew his hand from her grasp. Grandmother, if father could return, would he not? How can you think such things of him? He is occupied with official duties, serving the emperor at Fengshan. How could he abandon his post? If that were truly the case, then father would face punishment, and who would plead for him? Grandmother, would it be you or uncle? No wonder Wan specifically instructed earlier that no matter what grandmother and the others said, he should not take it to heart. It seems they have also spoken such disheartening words regarding mother and Wan. Jianya, grandmother does not mean it this way. She is unaware that your father is under imperial command. Therefore, your father must have sent you back with instructions to save your uncle, correct? Facing her grandson, the old lady softened somewhat compared to yesterday, recognizing her mistakes, yet her thoughts were still consumed by her eldest son. This, Jianqing Wan and the others could understand. After all, he is her biological son and one she holds in high regard. It is natural for her to be anxious when something has happened. Grandmother, rest assured, whatever can be done by the Marquis of Wu's residence, we shall do our utmost. Jianya will certainly strive as well, but there are laws of the land. The matter involving uncle is significant, and it cannot be resolved overnight. As long as uncle is innocent, the court will render a fair judgment. Grandmother, just wait at home. The day is growing late. I will go take a look. Jianya did not wish to linger. Jianqing Wan instructed Su'er to prepare breakfast for the household. In this regard, she would not neglect them. Whether they ate or not was their own affair. The Marquis of Wu's residence had done all it could. Grandmother, this is ginseng soup, prepared early this morning. You Haven tea slept all night. Please drink some to nourish your spirit. If uncle were to see you like this, he would surely feel guilty. A few kind words were not beyond her. From now on, let everyone be polite in their exchanges and do not dwell on other matters. The old lady stared blankly at the ginseng soup in Jianqing Wan's hands. Just as she hesitated, Jianqing quickly reached out to take it. Grandmother, this is Wan's heartfelt intention. Look, she thought of making you ginseng soup so early in the morning. Please drink some. As Jianqing spoke, she busily fed the old lady. She was capable of both yielding and asserting herself, as she remained somewhat clear-headed, knowing that the only ones who could save her father were the second uncle's family. Finally, someone slightly more understanding had done what needed to be done. Jianqing Wan left the hall with Jianya. Grandmother is truly muddled. Jianya could not help but complain outside the hall. It's nothing. I'm used to it. She has always been this way. If she suddenly became clear-headed, that would be strange. Brother, yesterday they captured someone from the inspectorate, but we do not know how the interrogation is going. It will be good for you to inquire about the news while I stay at home with mother. After a night of interrogation, there should be some developments, right? Did they not say the inspectorate is efficient? However, the news Jianya brought back was not optimistic. He is dead? Zhang Jing is dead. He died in the inspectorate's interrogation chair. This has become even more perplexing. Suicide? The first thought that crossed Jianqing Wan's mind was suicide. She had some understanding of the Wan family's manipulative tactics. Wan, you do not understand the inspectorate. Once inside, life and death are beyond one's control. Do you understand? Even if one wished to commit suicide, it would be impossible. Jianqing Wan's expression changed, her eyes widening as she looked at Jianya. Brother, are you suggesting someone tampered with it? How could this be possible? Did they not say that not even a fly could enter the inspectorate? Even Gu Yeshi needed a royal decree to enter. Jianya's expression also grew grave. Wan, uncle may not be able to come out for a while. Zhang Jing is dead, and Liuli Tower has discovered something amiss, but all leads have gone cold. This case will temporarily fall into a stalemate. I heard that Captain Xiao of the inspectorate entered the palace early this morning to report this matter. Next, it depends on the royal family's attitude. The investigation will certainly continue, but it remains to be seen whether it will be a thorough examination or a covert investigation. Regardless, as long as the matter remains unresolved, Uncle cannot be released. It is not that we fear he would implicate the Marquis of Wu's residence, but rather that those inside the residence, constantly wailing and crying, cannot be allowed to continue. I will go speak to them. Rest assured, they are not truly foolish. This matter cannot be resolved by their incessant lamentations. Even crying has its limits. Jin Qingwan was not worried. She had ways to quiet them down. However, with Zhang Jing's death, investigating this matter has indeed become quite challenging. Does the Wan family possess such great power? This question was also on Gu Yeshi's mind at this moment. He had not anticipated that even within the inspectorate, someone could act with malice. It seems the waters of the imperial city have grown murky enough, and the fish within cannot resist jumping out. It is just the right time for the royal family to fish in troubled waters. Young master, with Zhang Jing's death, this case will become difficult to investigate, and thus the Jian family's elder must remain in prison. If the case is unresolved, he cannot be released, which is indeed troublesome. Dian, who was nearby, was unaware of the details, but knew that his master and the Jian family young lady were inextricably linked. The matters of the Marquis of Wu's residence. The young master would likely not sit idly by. It seemed surprising that his personal attendant was unaware of when his master and the Jian young lady had developed so quickly, as if they had suddenly become close. Let him remain imprisoned. A few days would be acceptable. I have already contacted the inspectorate. They will take care of things. They also know that this incident is not closely related to the Marquis of Wu's residence and will not make things difficult. Wait, Dian, prepare the horse. Gu Yeshi suddenly exclaimed. Where's the young master going? Dian could not help but feel anxious at Gu Yeshi's sudden action. To the inspectorate, I hope it is not too late. You stay at the Crown Prince's residence. After Gu Yeshi finished speaking, he ran out of the Marquis of Wu's residence, and Dian hurriedly instructed someone to bring the horse, but before he could clarify, Gu Yeshi had already ridden away. Unfortunately, Gu Yeshi had thought of it, but was still a step too late. Upon his arrival at the inspectorate, Song Quan was just coming out, his expression quite grim. Young Master Gu, Deputy Captain Song, has something happened? Song Quan frowned, realizing that young Master Gu was remarkably well informed. The incident had only just occurred, yet young Master Gu was already aware and had arrived, making him ponder further. However, was something wrong with the Jian family's elder? Gu Yeshi's gaze at Song Quan's reaction gave him little hope, yet he still inquired. He is currently receiving treatment, but the hope is not great. Young Master Gu, how is it that the news from the inspectorate travels so swiftly? Deputy Captain Song, is this even a matter for inquiry? Quickly take me inside to have a look. As he spoke, he attempted to enter. Young Commander Gu, this is the inspectorate. Not just anyone can enter freely. Song Quan directly blocked his path, and Gu Yeshi did not bother with further words. He pulled out a golden token from his armor. Upon seeing the token, Song Quan's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily knelt. Rise and let us speak inside. Chapter 75, Poison Within the Inspectorate. Jian Mingzhong's lips were dark purple, his cheeks blackened, and his eyes tightly shut, with several medical officials frantically attempting to treat him. Poison? Gu Yeshi glanced around, beginning to inquire. Song Quan hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth, as this young master held the imperial family's golden decree, and to see the token was akin to seeing the imperial family. By the time he was discovered, he was already in this state, poisoned by a potent toxin known as black grass, which was eerily similar to the poison found in Zhongjing. Fortunately, it was discovered early enough that he still had a breath left in him. However, Gu Yeshi could not hold on for long. The black grass toxin was difficult to neutralize, and it was already in effect by the time it was discovered. Such an occurrence within the inspectorate would surely necessitate a thorough investigation, lest it become a laughingstock. The inspectorate, which was said to be impenetrable, had been struck twice, and the sound of this slap was indeed loud. Although Gu Yeshi's words were harsh, they were the truth. Song Quan's expression was grim, yet he could not refute this. It was indeed a problem for the inspectorate. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the defenses of the inspectorate were sound, and the culprit did not come from outside, but rather there was an insider. This was far more terrifying than an outside intruder. Captain Xiao had entered the palace. Yes, when the captain left, Jian Mingzhong was still well. I have ordered that no one within the inspectorate is to leave. This matter is of utmost importance. Upon discovering Jian Mingzhong's predicament, he sealed off the inspectorate at the first opportunity. Just as he was about to enter the palace to report to young Master Gu, he had encountered him. This news could not have spread from the inspectorate, as it would not have traveled so quickly. Hence, he had just suspected. The black grass toxin acts swiftly. From the current situation, it seems the poisoner did not manage to escape the inspectorate. Captain Song, there is no need for you to enter the palace. Lest you leave and allow someone to escape, you would truly have no explanation to give. It appears that the T-Ducy still harbors significant vulnerabilities, allowing individuals to exploit them, resulting in the death of Zhang Jing, and yet the T-Ducy remains oblivious. Now, another incident has occurred, and perhaps I have overestimated the T-Ducy's capabilities. Song Quan found himself at a loss for words, genuinely feeling embarrassed. What is his condition? Gu Yeshi, weary of conversing with Song Quan, recognized that this matter pertained to the T-Ducy and refrained from meddling too deeply, offering only a few remarks. The official physicians, drenched in sweat, shook their heads and spread their hands, reporting to the air, "We have done our utmost." By the time we discovered the situation, the poison had already taken effect. The black grass acts swiftly and is highly toxic. We have exhausted all possible remedies. I fear he may not survive. Currently, we are using silver needles and medicine to protect the heart's pulse, which has preserved a faint breath of life. How much longer? Gu Yeshi had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, his expression darkening slightly. At most, 1 hour. The physicians all wore pained expressions. They had truly done their best. Understood. Ensure he survives for 1 hour. Yes, they could manage for half an hour. After speaking, Gu Yeshi turned and walked away without looking back, prompting Song Quan to hastily follow. This air bore no resemblance to a frivolous young master. The commander was indeed correct. The depths of the imperial city were unfathomable, and who could discern the true nature of others? Song Vice Commander. The issues regarding the T-Ducy are not something the commanding officer wishes to intrude upon, but it is evident that the T-Ducy has failed in its duties. Whether Jian Mingzhong spread rumors, we both know the truth. His life has been lost unjustly. In half an hour, send someone to inform the Wuhou mansion. They should still be able to arrive in time to bid a final farewell. This is only proper. The connection between the Gu heir and the Wuhou mansion was indeed intricate. Song Vice Commander, dispatch someone after half an hour. Understood. What does this imply? Nevertheless, Song Quan lacked the time to ponder the heir's intentions. It was merely a matter of giving him face. Half an hour would suffice. The individual could not be taken away. After such turmoil, not even half an hour would be endured. Only family members could come to see him off. The unpredictability of life had brought about an unforeseen outcome. Young master, who was behind this incident? Such audacity to poison two in succession at the T-Ducy. Dian listened, unable to believe it. The T-Ducy's reputation had indeed suffered a severe blow. It was truly a remarkable feat. Send someone to secretly investigate the Lioli Tower and remember to avoid the T-Ducy. Gu Yeshi did not proceed to the Wuhou mansion, as his presence there held no significance at this moment. Instead, he had to remain vigilant of the unseen hand behind the scenes. If his suspicions were accurate, the deaths within the T-Ducy could very well be orchestrated by the Wan family. But could the Wan family possess such power? Gu Yeshi couldn't help but gaze skyward, contemplating how many malevolent forces lurked within the imperial city. How many possessed extraordinary capabilities. Without clarity, a storm of bloodshed was inevitable. Lioli Tower, are you suspecting the Wan family? Does that Lord Wan possess such abilities? Can his reach extend into the T-Ducy, whether human or ghost? There will come a time of revelation. By the way, weren't you instructed to keep 2 individuals watching the Wan family? Have there been any developments? Dian shook his head, reporting that no news had arrived yet, and he would send someone else to investigate. Gu Yeshi nodded and turned towards the Crown Prince's palace. The Crown Prince had only half a year left. The competition for the throne was unavoidable. He hoped for the royal family's health and safety, perhaps allowing the matter to be resolved within this time frame to spare Daong from a succession crisis. However, it was a daunting task. Everyone recognized the difficulty, and the royal family understood it too. Young master, what of the Wuhou mansion? Suddenly, the Jin family elder encountered a mishap. Could the Wuhou mansion remain undisturbed? Hasten back to the Duke's mansion and instruct my grandfather to propose marriage to the Wuhou mansion, stating it is my wish. Let him go immediately. There is only a brief half-hour left. Gu Yeshi uttered this command before entering the crown prince's quarters, leaving Dai in a state of bewilderment. Proposing marriage? At such a time, Dian took some time to collect himself, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "Am I hearing things? Surely not." But did the young master truly say that? In a daze, Dian stumbled out of the crown prince's palace, returning to the duke's mansion still in a fog. Proposing marriage. The old duke's reaction was indeed identical to what Dian had anticipated. Dian swallowed hard and nodded. The young master said this. The old duke frowned deeply, pacing back and forth in the room. For him, this was far too sudden, a shock for anyone indeed. Did he mention anything else? After several rounds of pacing, the old duke paused to ask again. Dian shook his head. The young master instructed us to go immediately. So, would the old duke truly go to propose marriage? This was a matter concerning the heir of the Rongwa mansion. Could it be settled with such a brief conversation? Was there no need to inform the royal family? Was there anything that transpired prior to his statement? Experience speaks volumes. A few words could imply deep contemplation. The old duke, without hesitation, recounted the incident involving Jian Mingzhou. Poisoned? Yes. The young master mentioned that only an hour remained when he departed from the T-Ducy, but he cannot be saved. Then he is to die. This rascal intends for me to mourn at the Wuhou mansion. An hour. This scoundrel. He means to wear me out. Quickly prepare the horses. I shall head to the Wuhou mansion at once. The old duke exclaimed, rushing into the inner chambers, re-emerging shortly with a small box in hand. Chapter 76. The proposal. What did you say? The matriarch of the duke's mansion was taken aback upon hearing of the old duke's sudden departure, especially on horseback. Had he not ridden for years? Would he be all right? What urgent matter could warrant such haste? The maidservant, sensing something amiss, swiftly informed the matriarch, suggesting that Dai and must have summoned him. Upon hearing this, the matriarch could no longer remain seated. Could it be that Yeshi is in trouble? She mused. No, one ill omen. Yeshi is at the crown prince's palace. Surely, he is safe. As she spoke, she spat to ward off bad luck. Matriarch, please do not fret. Where are you headed? The matriarch suddenly paused. Indeed, she had panicked. She could not rush to the crown prince's palace at this moment. You, go quickly and inquire if anything has happened at the crown prince's palace. Do not worry, matriarch. I have already sent someone to investigate. We shall have news shortly. Do not be alarmed. Not only was the matriarch frightened, but Dian also followed the old duke on horseback, his heart racing with anxiety for the old duke's well-being. Hurry, go inform them. The old duke, despite his age, rode with vigor, swiftly arriving at the Wuhou mansion. Dismounting with grace, he urged Dian to announce their arrival. The old duke calculated that they had arrived just in time. He understood his grandson well enough to know that the Jian family elder had only an hour left. And so he had hastened to propose marriage, likely due to the T-Ducy's late notification. I wish to see the old duke. The officials from the T-Ducy stationed at the Wuhou mansion were genuinely taken aback. What was the true nature of the Wuhou mansion that it could even summon the old duke? I have business at the Wuhou mansion. Please allow me passage. Even with his esteemed status, the T-Ducy officials could not impede him. Upon hearing the old duke's words, they immediately cleared a path, declaring their apologies. Dian supported the old duke, hurrying towards the main entrance of the Wuhou mansion. What is happening, Captain? One captain glared at his counterpart, equally perplexed. I wish I knew. First, it was the general's daughter, then the heir, and now the old duke. We cannot stop any of them. What the hell? Should we inform the commander? Of course. This is a significant matter. Go quickly, sighed the captain, scratching his head as he looked towards the Wuhou mansion. The ladies of the Wuhou mansion possess such influence? One must never underestimate women. Look at this. At the Wuhou mansion, when the servant arrived to report, Jian Qingwan was discussing the case with Qi Mulian and Jian Jianya. Who has arrived? Jian Jianya repeatedly inquired, Your Excellency, is he the old duke of the Rongwa mansion? The servant who had come to report had never seen the old duke, yet there were guards from the Tiandu division outside. If he were an impostor, how could he gain entry? Moreover, the young squire accompanying the old duke was recognized as a person close to Gushitsi, thus confirming the authenticity of the visit. This marked the arrival of an esteemed guest at the Wuhou mansion. Jian Qingwan and Qi Mulian shared a similar reaction. After a moment's stupor, everyone hurriedly tidied their appearance, having no time to change attire due to the unexpectedness of the visit. The purpose of the old duke's sudden appearance remained a mystery. Qi Mulian felt a flurry of anxiety, her steps faltering. "Mother, it will be fine. We will know soon enough." Jianya supported Qi, anxious that she might stumble in haste, his mind brimming with uncertainty about the old duke's intentions. Conversely, Jian Qingwan lagged slightly behind, her heart racing inexplicably. She suspected it might be related to the matter Gu Yeshi had mentioned, yet she could not be certain. The timing seemed too coincidental. The old duke's visit followed closely after that mention. Mississippi Tower, supporting Jian Qingwan, felt her palm grow clammy with sweat and couldn't help but call out. "It is nothing. The old duke is a distinguished guest. We must not neglect him. Quickly, right?" Jian Qingwan inhaled deeply, dismissing her errant thoughts. Regardless of the matter at hand, clarity would soon follow. After all, the old duke rarely visited without reason, and this was certainly not a trivial affair. At that moment, the old duke was being led by the mansion's servants to the reception hall. They were instructed not to speak lightly on the way, reminded of what should and should not be said. "You understand the significance, don't you? If anything goes awry, you will have to explain to that young man. I am risking all today. Rest assured, my lord, I have taken note of your instructions." He had reiterated several times on the way not to mention Master Jian, treating it as if he were unaware of the situation. The reception hall required passage through the main hall, where the matriarch and others refused to rest or move, remaining seated in the main hall. As they neared, the servants halted, unsure of how to proceed, but thankfully, Jian Qingwan and her companions sensed the urgency. "We pay our respects to the old duke." Qi led her 2 children in greeting. Glancing at the main hall, she felt anxious. They could not guide the old duke to a side room so close to the main hall, fearing they might have already been seen. "It is Lady Wuho and the young master of the Wuho mansion. Please rise. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have come uninvited and apologize for the intrusion." The old duke's gaze had been fixed on Jian Qingwan since his arrival. He had recognized her as the potential future granddaughter-in-law. And though it seemed of little consequence whether he observed her or not, he could not help his curiosity. It was rare to see a young lady so composed in the presence of elders. "Old Duke, there seems to be a matter at hand. I trust you noticed upon entering that the matriarch and others are waiting in the main hall. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please, let's move to the side hall," Qi said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "It is of no concern. I am the one who has intruded. I have heard whispers of matters within the mansion. My visit today is for a personal matter. Since the matriarch is present, it would be appropriate for her to listen as well." The old duke appeared unfazed, even slightly eager. Jian Qingwan grasped Qi arm, urging, "Old Duke, please come inside." Since the old duke had made such a request, it was likely that the matriarch and others could also hear the matter without issue. At this moment, the matriarch and the first branch were taken aback upon learning of the old duke's identity, hurriedly tidying themselves and bowing, too frightened to raise their heads. "Madam Jian, there is no need for formality. Please, take a seat. I have come to your residence today regarding a joyous occasion. My grandson, Yeshi, has sent me to propose marriage on his behalf. This child has been raised under my watch. I cannot help but take a personal interest in his marriage. Madam, Lady Wuho, do you have any objections to the union of these 2 young souls? What is this? A proposal?" The atmosphere in the main hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 77. The betrothal settled. A proposal? Finally, Qi, the lady of the house, regained her voice, astonished as she gazed at the old duke. "Yes, a proposal regarding my grandson and your daughter. Lady Wuho is aware. I have long anticipated my grandson's marriage. Hence my presence here." "Aware? Aware of what?" She knew nothing of the matter. Qi turned to her daughter, reflecting on the saying that it takes 2 to tango. If Gu Shizhi had not spoken to her daughter, why would the old duke come to propose? Observing the bewildered expression on Qi face, Jian Qingwan bit her lip. Speechless, the matter had only been mentioned yesterday. Who could have anticipated the old duke would arrive so early to propose? None could have foreseen this, and he had not revealed it. "Old duke, may I be so bold as to inquire if Yeshi sent you to propose?" Jianya, having regained his composure, insisted on clarity concerning his sister's marriage. "Indeed, you and Yeshi are acquainted. Given his stubborn nature, if he did not speak up, I would not dare take the initiative. At last, in my lifetime, I have witnessed this boy awaken to his feelings." The old duke spoke with a jovial demeanor, exuding a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Jianya could not contain himself, quickly pulling Jian Qingwan aside. Wanwan, what is happening? Is it true you and Yeshi? How long had it been since he and their father had gone to the barracks? What had transpired? Jian Jianya was not alone in his confusion. All present were equally bewildered, including the old duke, who managed to conceal his surprise. Who rushes to propose in such a frantic manner? Brother, oh dear, what is the hold-up? The old duke is here to propose. You must respond. Jian Jianya's words prompted Qi Mulian to join in, disregarding decorum. For it was essential to clarify the matter at hand. With the marquis absent, she felt utterly lost regarding her daughter's future. Jian Qingwan exhaled, nodding decisively. He mentioned yesterday, as he escorted me home. What did he say? Both mother and son stared, eager for her response, while others leaned in, straining to hear. The matriarch also regained her focus, feeling a mix of astonishment and sentimentality. She had not expected her granddaughter to be so fortunate as to catch the eye of a duke. However, she would be wise not to complicate matters, as her family had now ascended to a higher social standing. This was undoubtedly a favorable development. Furthermore, her eldest son was currently in trouble. If they were to ally with the duke's household, the second branch could not refuse assistance, nor could the duke remain indifferent, for they would be family. Heavens, how has my daughter, mother? Jian Qingyi grasped Dai Yui's arm, cautioning her against losing her composure at such a critical juncture with their father still detained. Dai Yui understood, whispering her jealousy softly. Jian Qingyi regarded Jian Qingwan with a mix of envy, jealousy, and confusion. Their grandmother and others must have noticed the transformation. This cousin was no longer the timid girl who once hesitated to speak before her elders. Even Jian Qingyi felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of her cousin. Brother, he asked me yesterday if I would be willing to become engaged to him, and I agreed. Let us proceed with candor. It is indeed inappropriate to convey to them that she merely accompanies the prince in a charade. The elderly duke remains present, and he has expressed his earnest desire for his grandson to settle down. A sense of inexplicable guilt tugs at my heart. Collaborating to deceive the elder is somewhat disconcerting. Yet Gu Yeshi's actions must be driven by necessity. Although I am unaware of the true reasons, I can surmise it is related to the current political climate. Thus, it appears that the duke's visit to propose was indeed orchestrated by the prince. Wanwan, do you truly consent? Have you contemplated this thoroughly? Qi Mulian gazed intently at her daughter, understanding that marriage is a significant matter where parental guidance and matchmaking hold sway. With only these two children, her utmost wish is for their happiness. If it is their choice, provided it is not utterly absurd, she, as their mother, would not interfere. However, she never anticipated that after breaking off her engagement, her daughter would instead be wed into a noble family. To others, this may seem like an elevation in status. But the duke's family is of such high standing that Qi Mulian fears her daughter may struggle to adapt to such a complicated household. In her eyes, this does not seem like a good match. Wanwan, has he done something to you? Jian Jianya, being more straightforward, insisted on clarity, as this concerns his sister's lifelong happiness. Upon hearing this, Qi Mulian immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Brother, how could that be? Please do not overthink it. He simply asked me if I would agree, and I said yes, mother. It was all so sudden that Jian Qingwan found it difficult to articulate. She could not confess to her parents that she harbored feelings for the prince. So you too. Wanwan, do you truly wish to marry the prince and enter the duke's household? This matter is no jest. Should the duke himself propose, agreeing to it would make it irrevocable. Qi Mulian sought confirmation, realizing that even in the absence of the marquis, her daughter's assent would empower her to respond to the duke. Her husband had previously remarked that although the prince's reputation may not be stellar, such opinions are often exaggerated. She had seen for herself that he was not as others described. Most importantly, she trusted her daughter's decision. Besides, there was no time for further contemplation, for the duke awaited their response. Ultimately, there were but two outcomes, consent or dissent. Jian Qingwan met her mother's gaze and finally nodded. Upon witnessing her daughter's affirmation, Qi Mulian exchanged a knowing glance with her son. They both understood the gravity of the situation, yet there remained an undercurrent of anxiety. Qi Mulian quickly composed herself and turned to face the duke, mustering a strained smile. Duke, concerning this matrimonial matter, I am aware that such decisions should not be made hastily. Today, my sudden visit was indeed somewhat presumptuous. I ask for your understanding, Lady Wu. As I have aged, My longing for my grandson to establish a family has made me somewhat impatient, which may have appeared lacking in due decorum. However, rest assured, the Duke's household harbors no intention of belittling the Marquis. Now that I have calmed down, I realize the impropriety of my earlier haste. But since the matter has been initiated, Lady Wu, if this union comes to fruition, the Duke's household will surely honor the customs and traditions befitting such an occasion. We would never slight the Marquis or the children involved. Having said all this, Qi Mulian felt compelled to swallow any remarks she may have had. The Duke's household was not dismissive. It was merely the Duke acting on impulse. In the course of the conversation, the Duke did not overlook to show respect to the matriarch, which invigorated her spirit, causing her posture to straighten. Yet, regarding her granddaughter's marriage, she found herself without a voice in the matter. The Duke's words were heavy. The Duke's family, as a noble house, adhered to propriety in all affairs. The Duke cherished the prince, hence his urgency concerning the prince's matrimonial prospects. I too inquired about my daughter's thoughts, and since she and the prince, if these two children share such intentions, then my husband and I have no objections. So it is agreed. Splendid. Then the matter is settled. The Duke was anxious, fearing that further delays might jeopardize the arrangement. After speaking, he gestured for Dai and to bring forth the items. Chapter 78. Bad news arrives. Qi Mulian did not open the box brought by the Duke, as it was locked. The Duke mentioned it was part of the betrothal gifts, a preliminary offering, with the key in Gu Yeshi's possession, who had forgotten it in his haste. It was evident that he was indeed eager. After bidding farewell to the Duke, Qi Mulian regarded the box, and then her daughter, feeling somewhat dazed. To have broken off an engagement only to ascend to the Duke's household. Wanwan truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Congratulations to my second sister-in-law. Congratulations to Wanwan. The second branch of the family is now even more prosperous. Henceforth, Wanwan shall be the wife of the Duke's heir, while her uncle's matters. Why did my sister-in-law not mention them to the Duke earlier? Surely, the Duke would lend assistance. For him, it would be but a trifling effort. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Dai Yui stared at the box on the table, feeling both irked and distressed. Why should the second branch enjoy such fortune? Be quiet. The Duke was just here to propose. It is rather inappropriate to bring up such matters at this juncture, as the two families are now connected. Seeking help from them later would be wise. The matriarch feared her eldest daughter-in-law would provoke the second branch again, realizing that to save her eldest son now required the second branch's assistance. The old fool had finally gained some clarity. Second daughter-in-law. This is a momentous occasion for the Jian family. Wanwan is truly fortunate. The Duke's household. As the matriarch spoke, she found herself on the verge of sentimentality. Initially, their mother had arranged for Wanwan to marry into the Wan family, which was already an elevation. She had always taught her to behave properly and never to overreach, constantly reminding her that she was unworthy of such aspirations. Yet now, having broken the engagement with the Wan family, she was to be wed to the Duke's family, which is even more of an elevation. Our modest Wu Marquis pales in comparison to the Duke's household. The engagement was just secured, and now Wanwan is to seek assistance from the Duke's family? How will the members of the Duke's household perceive her once she is among them? Mother, elder sister, my brother is innocent. He has done no wrong. The law of the land will not wrong him. We shall wait patiently at home. Suddenly, the announcement of such a marriage arrangement left Qi Mulian somewhat bewildered. How could they possibly expect her daughter to seek assistance from the Duke's household at this time? Was that not foolish? They were preoccupied with concerns for the eldest son, failing to consider Wanwan's predicament. Yet, they had never anticipated that the eldest son would remain silent for so long without any news. It was indeed a cause for anxiety. Second daughter-in-law. Your elder sister is simply anxious and did not think this through. Ultimately, this is a fortuitous turn of events. The matriarch finally spoke with a modicum of reason. The shift in her attitude was remarkably swift, as she had previously thought that her granddaughter's broken engagement with the Wan family would lead to a lesser match. Yet unexpectedly, a turn of fate brought her into an engagement with the Duke's household, which she witnessed firsthand. Despite her confusion, one thing was clear. The Duke's family stands far above the Wan family. The Duke's heir could have any number of young ladies at his disposal. Suddenly securing an engagement with a girl from the Jian family, no less one who had previously broken an engagement, speaks volumes of Wanwan's abilities. At the very least, she would have the opportunity to hold her head high before the Wan family's eldest daughter. The matriarch's thoughts were indeed peculiar, shifting in an instant. Brother, Jian Xingwan felt no joy in her engagement. She alone knew the truth of the situation. Moreover, just as Diane was leaving, he had discreetly informed her about her uncle's predicament. How could she find joy now? Upon seeing her grandmother and aunt, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Just a moment. What is it? Jian Jianya, still in a daze, was called out by Jian Qingwan from the main hall. Brother, soon the officials from the governor's office will return. As for Uncle, what has happened to Uncle? Just now, Diane had pulled her aside to discuss Uncle's situation. Jian Qingwan's expression turned grave as she whispered hoarsely, Uncle has been poisoned at the governor's office. It seems that, what? Poisoned at the governor's office? How could that be? Did Diane say that? Jian Jinya quickly inquired once more. Jian Qingwan nodded, biting her lip as she glanced at the elders and younger ones in the main hall, fearing they might not bear the news. Not just them. It was too sudden for her as well. She had never anticipated that her uncle's visit would be a one-way trip. It has been said that as long as the uncle has not committed any crimes, he should be fine upon visiting the inspectorate, and he will return in due course. Yet, it is evident that the inspectorate has already apprehended Zhang Jing and uncovered matters concerning the Liuli building. How could the situation have devolved into this? Jian Jianya closed his eyes, infuriated, and struck the column of the corridor with his fist. When would the personnel from the inspectorate arrive? Currently, he was the only man in the household, and he needed to maintain his composure. There was no need to overthink this. He could surmise the underlying issue. Those behind the scenes must have silenced Zhang Jing, and in a ruthless manner, eliminated the uncle as well, leaving no witnesses. Even if they could not frame the uncle or implicate the Wuhou mansion, they certainly would not allow the Jian family to live in peace. What deep-seated animosity lay behind this? Diane remarked that they would arrive shortly. Elder brother, I understand, do not panic, Wanwan. Soon, we will accompany grandmother and aunt to the inspectorate. If aunt speaks harshly, bear with it for now. Jian Qingwan nodded vigorously. She would not act thoughtlessly. After all, that was her dear uncle, her father's elder brother. Brother, please notify father at once. If anything has happened to uncle, it will surely reach the palace, and father will return. I know, Jian Jianya replied. You go inside. I will wait by the door. Taking a deep breath, Jian Jianya strode towards the entrance. Diane realized that the old duke must be aware of the situation, which explained the sudden proposal for marriage and the urgency to finalize it before the news of the uncle's troubles reached them. It was clear that Gu Yeshi genuinely wished to marry Wanwan, fearing that mourning would delay their union. Nevertheless, perhaps this marriage could prove to be a favorable choice. At the very least, Jian Jianya had a good understanding of Gu Yeshi's character. Having exchanged the engagement letter, the duke's residents had also sent gifts, solidifying the arrangement. Just as Jian Jianya approached the entrance, the personnel from the inspectorate arrived, timing their arrival perfectly. Had the duke delayed even slightly longer, they might have been too late. The inspectorate's representatives were forthright, informing Jian Mingzhong of the poisoning incident. The elderly matriarch fainted on the spot, while Dai Yue turned pale, and the other younger members of the family were rendered speechless in terror. The commander made an exception to inform them that if they wished to see him one last time, they should hurry. Once someone entered the inspectorate, life and death became indifferent matters. Although the Jian family's elder had no solid evidence against him, it was equally true that there was no proof to disprove the allegations. The fact that he had been taken and subsequently perished in the inspectorate indicated that they were being merciful, allowing a rare opportunity for the Jian family to seek closure. The inspectorate had to provide an explanation to the Wuhou mansion. Jian Qingwan and Qi Mulian supported the fainted matriarch, speaking to the inspectorate personnel without a hint of politeness. Indeed, the conduct of the inspectorate leaves much to be desired. Wanwan, I have arranged for a carriage. Let us head to the inspectorate at once. Jian Qingwan nodded and instructed the servants to assist the matriarch and Dai Yue into the carriage, while she hurriedly pulled the dazed Jian Qingyi along. Cousin, do not faint again. We do not have enough hands to carry you. Hold on, and perhaps we can see Uncle one last time. Quickly. Chapter 79. 3 matters. Was it not said that he would be released if there were no issues? He was clearly innocent, a good man. At the entrance of the inspectorate, the elderly matriarch, awakened from her stupor, wept bitterly as she beheld her son being carried out, striking him repeatedly in despair. Jian Qingwan and her companions arrived swiftly. By the time they reached, Jian Mingzhong had already been brought out, and before the matriarch could utter a word, he had succumbed. Young Master Jian, the inspectorate will surely investigate this matter thoroughly. Commander Xiao, my uncle died under mysterious circumstances at the inspectorate. It is imperative that the inspectorate conducts a thorough investigation, and the Jian family demands an explanation. May we take him home now? Jian Jinya was aware that the inspectorate was equally overwhelmed, yet it was their undeniable responsibility. A death occurring within their walls necessitated accountability. Rest assured, young Master Jian, this matter will be resolved. Please inform Count Jian to grant the inspectorate some time. Commander Xiao had not spoken in such a subdued manner for quite some time, harboring a great fury within. Bring the uncle back to the manor. Jian Jianya refrained from further comments. Word would be of no avail now that death had claimed its victim. My lord, how could you leave me behind? What am I to do now? Dai Yue cried, gasping for breath, lamenting that they had come to the capital for a better life only to face this calamity within mere days. Father, Wu, Jian Qingyi and her sisters wept uncontrollably. The matriarch, unable to bear the sorrow of losing a child, wailed a few times before fainting again. Yin Yang, hurry back to prepare for mourning. Contact the funeral services. This funeral will certainly not be conducted at the Wuhou mansion. It must be arranged properly. We must return to Duanyang, Qi Mulian stated, maintaining her composure. How could such a vibrant individual vanish so abruptly? Qi Mulian's voice faltered with emotion. Mother, we need not dwell on this. We have much to do. Inform third uncle directly to return to Duanyang and await uncle's remains. Qi Mulian wiped her tears and nodded. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Look after Qingyi and the others. I will manage the arrangements. We must wait for your father to return. At the entrance of the inspectorate, Commander Xiao watched the Jian family depart, his face dark as coal. He turned and bellowed, Find the poisoner before nightfall. The inspectorate will conduct a thorough investigation. No one is to be exempt. With that command, the doors of the inspectorate closed. My lord, the task has been accomplished, but it seems the individual cannot be saved. We must abandon him. In the Wan family study, Wan Jingji, who had been awaiting news, let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for that wretched son seeking immediate gains, 2 sons would not have been sacrificed, especially one at the inspectorate, which was supposed to be kept for significant use. Now it is lost for naught, along with the Liuli building. The more Wan Jingji spoke, the more incensed he became, throwing a book on the floor in frustration. Yet it did little to alleviate his anger. Has that scoundrel been sent away? The young master has already left the city. My lord, with autumn approaching, you have paved the way for him. Are you truly not allowing him to enter officialdom? As the conversation in the study unfolded, the door was suddenly flung open. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Why have you sent your son away? Regardless of his faults, you could discipline him. How could you sever his future? Wan Hong had just rushed back from outside the city upon hearing the news and barged in, furious at what he had just overheard. Leave. Wan Jingji, exasperated by his wife, ordered the servants to exit and shut the door behind them. It was precisely your indulgence that led to this. I had given clear instructions before my audience, yet you allowed him to act recklessly, nearly causing a calamity for our entire family. Do you not realize how close we came to ruin? This time, Wan Jingji would no longer tolerate his wife's interference. Is it merely a matter of seeking vengeance? Will there not be opportunities for that in the future? If you cannot even endure this moment, how can anything be accomplished? Am I being too severe? You do not understand the gravity of the situation. I do not wish to elaborate further. Your indulgence has led him to this point. If I do not intervene, he may one day lose his life without even realizing it. Having said this, Wan Jingji stormed out, having disrupted several plans. He needed to reflect and strategize anew, ensuring that his miscalculations did not thwart the grand designs of the Wang family of Suzhou. For the first time in years of marriage, he had shown his displeasure to Wan Foreign, who could hardly bear it. The Jian family, Jian Qingwan, you will pay for this. Just as Wan Hong departed the city, news reached Gu Yeshi. Coincidentally, Dian had also returned to the crown prince's residence to report. Young master, there are 3 matters. Which would you like to hear first? Gu Yeshi cast a sidelong glance at Dian, who immediately fell silent, refraining from further comment. The first matter at hand is that the servant has just received news that Wan Hong has left the city, seemingly heading toward Suzhou. The second matter, the young master has confirmed that the old duke's affairs have been properly arranged. At this point, Dai settled himself, casting a furtive glance at Gu Yishi, but unfortunately, his master displayed no discernible expression. As for the third matter is that the elder of the Jian family has passed away. The Wuhou mansion has already taken a body back, and the inspectorate has closed its doors, presumably investigating the poisoned individual. Alas, the young master has successfully negotiated a marriage, which is a momentous occasion, yet he exhibits not a shred of reaction. Were it not for the young master's direct instruction to summon the old duke for the proposal, he would doubt whether this was truly the young master's desire. The young master's thoughts remain profoundly inscrutable. Wanhong's departure from the royal city signifies considerable issues for the Wan family. Keep a close watch on the Lioli Tower, for this heir remains skeptical of the inspectorate's capabilities. Understood. Dai rubbed his nose, acknowledging the inspectorate's current embarrassment. Young master, the old duke expressed that regarding the betrothal to the Wuhou mansion, it would be prudent to inform the imperial family. This is the engagement letter from Miss Jian, which the old duke asked me to deliver to you. The old duke's exact words were that the young master's future wife's engagement letter is to be kept by him. Gu Yishi took the engagement letter from Dai's hands and tucked it away, realizing that his grandfather feared the imperial family might request it, putting him in a difficult position. You may proceed with your duties. I shall visit His Highness. Just moments ago, the Crown Prince finally awakened. Within the Crown Prince's chambers, only the attending servants and the court physician were present, while the concubines were strictly forbidden from approaching. Previously, there had been turmoil, particularly from the Crown Princess, but now, with Gu Yishi present, they have all become considerably subdued, primarily because Gu Yishi is the true culprit, and even the Crown Prince's residents showed no mercy, directly escorting them away. For those who accompanied the Crown Prince, should he perish, their fate is all too predictable. How could they not prepare for themselves in advance? It is indeed a tragic tale. Throughout these years, the Crown Prince has been gravely ill, and he has no children. The first Crown Princess once bore a young heir, but tragically, he passed shortly after birth. The Crown Prince, without heirs, means that once he departs, the Crown Prince's residence will be rendered entirely obsolete. Young master, the Crown Prince is aware of your presence in the residence and is awaiting your company. His spirits are relatively well at the moment, but you must not stay too long. The head of the medical team, upon seeing Gu Yishi, promptly signaled for the others to exit. Chapter 8. Why do they all inquire of him? Father Emperor has entrusted you with the UU camp. The Crown Prince reclined against the bed, his complexion pale and his form emaciated, yet there was a spark of light in his eyes. Despite his prolonged illness, he still retained an air of elegance. Uncle, do you find me acceptable? Gu Yishi could not recall the last time he conversed with his uncle. Observing his current state, he felt an odd sense of illusion, as if he might recover from this mild ailment by tomorrow. Yes, indeed, you appear spirited. The Crown Prince, a man of refined demeanor, spoke gently, taking a moment to carefully assess before continuing, patting the edge of the bed, inviting Gu Yishi to sit beside him. Gu Yishi complied and settled down. You appear much improved, uncle. The Crown Prince offered a weak smile. It is indeed fortunate that I can awaken. Ever since falling ill, I have dared not close my eyes, fearing that once I do, I may never awaken again. One does not truly appreciate the yearning for life until faced with such circumstances. Yi Shi, have I frightened your grandfather with my tribulations? Your grandfather has kept vigil over you throughout the night without rest. It is indeed my frail body that has caused your grandfather such distress. Yet I am still the Crown Prince of a nation. My weakness not only burdens him, but also disturbs the peace of the court. Yevi, tell me about the affairs outside. Gu Yishi understood what the Crown Prince wished to know and recounted the recent events within the court. Your grandfather still attends court, and your royal grandfather has someone to confer with, which makes it all the more arduous for your grandfather. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince appeared somewhat lost in thought, leaning against the bed with his eyes closed. After a moment, he opened them again, clarity returning to his gaze. Your grandfather has long stated that if the court requires it, should the imperial family call upon him, he would never hesitate. He's a man of his word. Therefore, there is no notion of hardship. If the Yong requires it, if the court requires it, if the imperial family requires it, he does so without complaint. The old duke is indeed the pillar of the nation. If all subjects of the Yuan were of his caliber, the realm would surely flourish. Since my birth, I have been designated as the Crown Prince, and my only aspiration has been the prosperity of the Yong. Alas, my frail constitution leaves me with everlasting regret. Your royal grandfather is similarly burdened. He weighs the court's affairs, toiling diligently, all for the sake of a prosperous era. Yishi, should I depart? Who among us in the Yong is worthy of such a heavy responsibility? Gu Yishi paused, reflecting on this question, one that his royal grandfather had previously posed to him. Why do they all inquire of him? There is no one else to consult. There is no need for concern. Simply accompany your royal uncle in conversation. Perhaps having spoken a bit too much earlier, the crown prince's breathing became somewhat labored. Uncle, do not rush. If you wish for Yi Shi to keep you company, I shall dare to speak a few words, and you may consider them mere idle chatter. Gu Yishi hastily rose to assist the crown prince in easing his breath, propping up a pillow for him. Even in such a state, he remains preoccupied with affairs. This is what they call managing politics in one's position. Very well. Speak on. Gu Yishi understood that certain matters should not be carelessly discussed with outsiders. But with his royal uncle, he felt it permissible to share a few words. His uncle would never harm him. Uncle, history reveals that the struggle for the throne has never ceased. Even with your good health, there will always be those who covet power. However, at present, they are emboldened, and I believe you have considered that should any unrest arise, it would not merely be a change of crown prince, but rather a challenge to the imperial family. Gu Yishi refrained from voicing the final words, knowing his counterpart comprehended their weight. Several of the crowned uncles are not young, and should they take action, it would not be a mere contest for the crown prince, but rather a fight for the throne itself. Among them, who possesses such capability? Or rather, who stands out as superior? The crown prince pressed further, his gaze unusually serious, lost in contemplation. Gu Yishi shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. Uncle, in such matters, timing, location, and human factors are all crucial. Until the dust settles, anyone could be a contender. After years of scheming, it is nearly impossible to discern everyone's hidden cards. Even within the court, it is a murky pool of intrigue. Indeed, until the final moment, who can predict the outcome? What the crown prince wishes to ask you is, in your heart, among those few, whom do you favor or deem most suitable? Why does my royal uncle persistently inquire about this today, and why does he do so in such an unusual manner? Uncle, you surely have your answer. Do you not? If there were truly a suitable candidate, would your grandfather and your royal uncle be so troubled? Could it be that my insight surpasses that of my royal uncle and grandfather? While the other crowned uncles cannot be dismissed as lacking talent or capability, there are indeed a few among them with merit. Yet, the abilities they possess do not equate to the qualities required of a ruler. In simpler terms, those crowned uncles may be driven by ambition and desire for power, yet they lack the vision for a flourishing Diyong. Hence, they have never been considered suitable heirs in the eyes of both your grandfather and the crown prince. Thus, what is the meaning behind my uncle's inquiry? He found himself momentarily puzzled. Ha ha ha, my child, you have always been exceptionally astute. I have not taught you in vain. You understand the wishes of your royal uncle and grandfather, yet they themselves remain unaware. Gu Yishi found himself momentarily speechless. He knew full well that if something were to befall his royal uncle, there must be someone to govern Diyong. How much longer could his grandfather endure? Yevi, do you not see how difficult it is for your grandfather? It is indeed challenging. The absence of heirs is a profound regret in life, and your grandfather bears such a heavy burden, overseeing the entire realm of Diyong. Observing the silent Gu Yishi, the crown prince suddenly raised his hand, intending to touch Gu Yishi's face. Gu Yishi hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer. Yishi, you have reached the age for marriage. Do you have any thoughts regarding your future union? Has your grandfather found a suitable young lady for you? From which family? Your Highness Sai have become engaged today. Engaged? Today? Which family? The crown prince was clearly taken aback, a flicker of joy crossing his face, indicating he was indeed pleased for Gu Yishi. It was not the match chosen by the emperor, but rather a young lady from the Wuhou mansion, named Jian Xingwan, whom Yishi herself had chosen. The Wuhou mansion? Evidently, the crown prince was not well acquainted with this family, momentarily struggling to recall their significance. Jian Mingji, the Marquis Jian, had only been bestowed the title 2 years prior, having earned it through distinguished military achievements. Upon hearing Gu Yishi's words, the crown prince seemed to recall, saying, I do have some impression of Jian Mingji. However, Yishi, is the status of the Wuhou mansion not a bit too low? Is a young lady of noble character? Your grandfather is probably unaware of this, right? The crown prince understood the intricacies of royal matters and knew that such a union would not be sanctioned by the imperial family. This lad, to proceed without prior approval, had indeed been indulged by the old duke. Alas, if father were to learn, he would certainly be incensed. Yishi contemplated visiting the emperor later to inform him. The crown prince observed Gu Yishi, hesitating to speak before letting out a long sigh. Well, since you have chosen this path, I believe it could turn out to be a fine match. If the opportunity arises, do bring her to meet me. Time flies. Soon you shall be wed. The crown prince's gaze softened as he looked at Gu Yeshi, a deep affection evident in his eyes. Very well. It seemed that it would be inconvenient for her during this period, and she ought to return to Duanyang. Chapter 81. The shock of the Marquis, Jian Mingzhong, had perished in a foreign land and was to be returned home for burial. Thus, a memorial hall could not be set up within the Marquis's residence, and the body could only temporarily rest outside the gates. Upon receiving the news, Marquis Jian hastily rode back, and by the time he returned, Qi Mulian had arranged everything, awaiting his arrival to commence the rites back to Duanyang. The elderly matriarch had fainted and revived, her voice rendered hoarse from weeping, visibly aged from her grief. It was a genuine heartache. As for Dai Yue, having lost her husband, she seemed utterly bereft of support, clinging to Jian Mingzhong's corpse, unable to be pried away until exhaustion overcame her. Upon seeing Marquis Jian, she rushed towards him. It is all your fault. You neglected your elder brother, and now he is met with misfortune. It is you who let him die. Marquis Jian, already burdened with sorrow, could not retort. After all, he was his elder brother. Hearing his sister-in-law's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. Dai Yue, perceiving his silence as guilt, immediately grew animated and began to publicly lament her plight. With her husband gone, she was now a widow and no longer cared for her dignity. If only you had taken action. How could he have died? He's your own brother. You cold-hearted wretch. What will become of us, mother and daughter? Anur and Ping-er are still studying, not yet established in life. What shall we do? Initially, Jian Qingwan felt a twinge of sympathy for her, thinking the first household could look after her. However, she soon realized her mistake. Some individuals are inherently rotten. Even before the body is interred, she seeks to exploit her father's remorse. Why not seek out the inspectorate? It was there that her uncle met his end, and now she is attempting to manipulate her father's feelings. Zhan Qingwan, incensed, Bulidayue Azide. Aunt, what are you saying? Did my father send you to the imperial city? You refused to return to Duanyang when he asked you to? My uncle was captured by the inspectorate. How could my father, a mere Wuho, possess the ability to rescue him? Let me be clear. The second household owes you nothing. Should you continue your baseless accusations, do not expect me to be courteous. For the sake of my uncle, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. Someone assist my aunt to rest. We must prepare for the rites. She resolved to take on the role of the villain, disregarding her reputation. The moment Jian Qingwan raised her voice, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Dai Yue had not anticipated such public rebuke and sought to turn the second household against the first, hoping to gain benefits for her children. Yet, Jian Qingwan's boldness shattered her plans, and facing Jian Qingwan's fierce demeanor, she felt a flicker of fear. As Jian Qingwan spoke, Su'er was the first to act, stepping forward to confront Dai Yue, warning her that if she persisted in her theatrics, she would face consequences. Indeed, my uncle's death was unjust. My brother has already stated at the inspectorate that though the Wuhou mansion may be modest, we will seek justice for our uncle and ensure he does not perish without cause. However, at this moment, our priority is to lay him to rest. We have informed our cousin to return to Duanyang to prepare for the rites. Let us hasten to send him home. Jian Qingwan bypassed the elderly matriarch and Dai Yue, speaking directly to Jian Qingyi. She had observed that her cousin maintained a semblance of composure in this tumultuous situation. Jian Qingyi, momentarily stunned, knelt before Jian Mingji with swollen eyes, imploring, "Second uncle, please ensure justice for my father. I beg you to oversee his final rites. Rise, do not kneel. What are you saying? Get up. Rest assured, second uncle shall not neglect this matter." Jian Mingji swiftly lifted Jian Qingyi, calling out to commence the rites. News of the elder's capture by the inspectorate had just spread, and in the blink of an eye, he had passed away. Qi Mulian had yet to find the right moment to discuss her daughter's marriage with Marquis Jian, but unexpectedly, Gu Yeshi was already waiting at the gate upon their exit from the city. Now, he was to become the prospective son-in-law of the Wuhou mansion. It was only fitting for him to pay his respects. "I must express my gratitude for your presence, Your Highness," said Jian Mingji. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Marquis, there is no need for such formality. Please proceed with your duties." Gu Yeshi insisted, stepping aside. Marquis Jian felt perplexed but had no time to ponder. He ought to have personally seen him off, yet official matters bound him, and he requested the Marquis's understanding. His confusion deepened as Qi Mulian urged him to let the young lord attend to his responsibilities without further delay. Marquis Jian silently regarded his wife, sensing something amiss. "Your Highness, please continue with your affairs." Jian Qingwan wished to hasten his departure. Her father seemed dazed. Gu Yeshi indeed could not linger, as he had to make his way to the palace, and this brief moment was all he could spare. "Very well, I shall not accompany you back to Duanyang. I will do my utmost to visit later." What is he off to do? He is already so busy, and now he must entertain this young lord. Yet, he was courteous, and Jian Qingwan could not dissuade him from visiting, only nodding in agreement. "As long as you arrive, there is no need to rush." Fortunately, Gu Yeshi did not overstay his welcome, and Jian Qingwan's party exited the imperial city. "Madam, why does this young lord treat our Wuhou mansion with such familiarity? It feels somewhat peculiar. Even considering our connection to Jianjie, it seems excessive," her father remarked. "Father, it is not merely due to our son's reputation. Do you not sense his courtesy towards you?" "Indeed, that is the impression I have." Marquis Jian, clad in white mourning attire, nodded in confusion. "That is because you are to be his future father-in-law. This morning, the old duke personally came to propose marriage, and mother has already agreed." Marquis Jian's mind reeled. "What? Propose marriage? Marquis, I shall explain everything to you later." Qi Mulian quickly pulled her husband aside, urging him to remain calm. For now was not the time for such discussions, so much joy and sorrow intertwined. Marquis Jian, dazed, nodded, his thoughts swirling. From Gu Yeshi's demeanor and his exchange with his daughter, he began to grasp the situation. However, it was difficult to accept at once. The fact that the Marquis had not directly consented to such a union left Qi Mulian feeling uneasy. Not only them, but the parties involved also bore complex sentiments. "Father, my uncle was poisoned at the inspectorate. The murderer surely did not kill simply to silence him. My uncle must have been inadvertently captured, for before his incident, a key figure in this case had also been poisoned. The intentional murder of your uncle at the governor's office. What could possibly justify such an act if not to silence him? Father, do you believe my uncle could be involved in this matter? What significant information could he possess?" Jian Jianya's skepticism towards his own uncle stems not from disdain, but from a commitment to the truth. Jian Ho was rendered speechless. He was well aware of his elder brother's character. Why then? Would there be a motive to kill your uncle? Committing murder in a place like the governor's office is no trivial matter. Perhaps it was merely incidental. After all, the death of Zhang Jing was inconsequential. With Zhang Jing's demise, the governor's office was sealed off, and the perpetrator, aware of the risk, might have thought it prudent to eliminate one more person. As for the motive, it could simply be an act of venting frustration. Father, concerning this matter, Wan, and I suspect that the Wan family might be behind it. If that is the case, everything falls into place. On the way to the palace, Gu Yeshi was also engaged in analysis with Dian. Once a person's emotions spiral out of control, they are prone to actions that provide others with leverage against them. Considering the Jian family, Wan Hongsai's repeated attempts to undermine Wan Jingji would naturally provoke ire. This resentment must find an outlet, and Jian Mingzhong became that outlet. The underlying assumption is that Wan Jingji believes the Jian family in the governor's office could never suspect the Wan family. Of course, the murder of Jian Mingzhong also serves to complicate the case further, diverting the attention of the governor's office and preventing them from delving deeper into the Liuli Tower. It seems Wan Jingji fears the governor's office might uncover something significant there. Killing an inconsequential person might just be the breakthrough in this case. Young master, the governor's office will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. It is said they have already searched Liuli Tower extensively. You should prepare how to discuss your engagement with the Tian family. Dian couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Everyone knew the delay in the young master's marriage was due to its significant implications. Who could have anticipated that his engagement would be settled so hastily? Just as Gu Yeshi entered the palace, the old duke was also discussing this matter with the old matriarch. After much hesitation, the old duke concluded that he must inform his wife about his grandson's marriage, as she would ultimately handle the subsequent ceremonial arrangements. The old matriarch had been anxiously awaiting the old duke's return and was taken aback by this news. After several repetitions of her question, she finally confirmed the situation, staring at the old duke, unsure of what to say. She must have felt some resentment, but upon hearing the old duke's explanation, she understood he lacked the time to elaborate. Why the urgency? Even if the mourning period had passed, how could such a serious matter as marriage be treated so lightly? The old man had spoiled him in this regard. How could he allow such a thing as a proposal to be made without proper decorum? Even if it were to be done, it should have been her responsibility. Yes, that lad was anxious and didn't think it through, right? Is he currently at the Crown Prince's residence? The old matriarch's expression turned grave. This will not do. The heir of the Romewood Duke's residence should not be conducting his engagement in secrecy. This matter must be properly arranged, now that he has likely entered the palace. The matriarch reassured her, "Do not worry, this matter is settled. I have communicated with the Wuho residents. All necessary etiquette will be observed. However, it is not convenient at the moment. Jin family's elder has passed, and the Wuho residence must be occupied with mourning preparations." The old matriarch gasped. What? The old duke could only provide a brief overview of the situation. The old matriarch found it utterly astonishing that someone could die at the governor's office. What is going on in that place? Only someone of the old matriarch's stature could speak so candidly. It is no wonder the old duke was in such a hurry. He had ridden out to ensure he arrived in time. Ah, Yeshi, what has possessed you? It seems you are genuinely taken with that young lady from the Jian family. I must say, she appears quite commendable, well-read, and accomplished. I have heard she distinguished herself at the Fushan poetry gathering, outshining the Wan family. The old duke mused, though she is indeed a fine young woman. She has been previously engaged, and her family status is somewhat lower. We should allow him to pursue his affections, but will the palace approve? The old duke spread his hands. I can no longer intervene. I have done what I am obliged to do. The rest is for him to navigate, as it is his choice to seek a bride, not mine. The old matriarch nodded in agreement. Since the old duke had taken the initiative, and the Wuho residents had consented, the engagement could be considered settled. Nevertheless, with the Wuho residents in mourning, our household must not fall short in etiquette. We must send someone to Endyang. This will require your attention, my dear. The old matriarch shot a disapproving glance at the old duke, feeling exasperated that they had made decisions without her input. After all these years of delay, they finally arranged an engagement, and she had thought highly of the Liu family's child, yet fate had other plans. As the old matriarch sighed, shaking her head, she reflected that this marriage was not merely about them, but rather about the approval of the palace. As the old duke had remarked, it ultimately depended on the young man's own capabilities. At that moment, Gu Yeshi entered the palace, and the Tian family's mood was already far from pleasant. As one might imagine, what did you say? The Tian family barely restrained their impulse to smash something, confirming the news. Your Majesty, Yeshi is engaged. Have you not been concerned about my lifelong matters? Now you can rest easy. I will bring her to meet you next time. You. The Tian family pointed at Gu Yeshi, fuming. Your Majesty, please remain calm. You will surely like her when you meet. You insolent brat. This engagement is not valid. I will issue another decree to arrange a marriage for you. The background of the Wuho residence. What significance does it hold? In critical moments, what assistance can it provide? It is a blessing if it does not complicate matters further. Born into such a family, how can his marriage be left to chance? The current situation is uncertain. How can he act so carelessly? It is utterly frivolous. Your Majesty, this engagement was personally initiated by my grandfather. The Wuho residence has also expressed their approval. The families have exchanged auspicious tokens, and my grandfather has sent over the betrothal gifts for my mother. If you act this way, will it not be seen as a broken engagement? Where will my grandfather's dignity lie? Your grandfather went to propose? Has he lost his senses? The Tian family, hearing this, felt their anger surge, stomping their feet in frustration. Gu Yeshi fell silent. Had it not been for his grandfather's involvement, this matter would not have come to fruition. Are you trying to drive me mad? Grandson would never dare. I will be sure to charm you as needed. The Tian family, being solitary, lacked familial affection, and hearing grandson softened their heart. You dare. You have been reckless and presumptuous, and yet you hesitate to express your feelings? That girl possesses such remarkable talents that you would go to such lengths to marry her. If you are dissatisfied with the Liu family, there are others to consider. You truly seek to drive me to despair. Your Majesty, how could I bear to upset you? Look, with so many recent misfortunes, a piece of good news might just brighten your spirits. Though the Wuho residence is of lower status, it matters not. What is important is that the person who will accompany me through life is one you will undoubtedly appreciate. Gu Yeshi continued to speak sweetly, easing much of the Tian family's anger. Yet, their words remained firm. Let me make this clear, even if your grandfather proposed. This matter will not hold unless I give my approval. If I find her lacking when we meet, your majesty will certainly be pleased. Besides, the fortunes of the young and their descendants are their own to bear. Please do not worry. By the way, your majesty, today the emperor's uncle awoke and spoke with me for quite a while. He seems to be in better spirits, and the physician mentioned that if his condition stabilizes tomorrow, he may visit you in the palace. He has awoken? At last. The Tian family felt their eyes welling with tears, momentarily forgetting their discontent regarding Gu Yeshi's engagement. As they aged, their hearts softened. No need for him to come to the palace. It would be too much of a hassle. I will accompany you outside to see him. Chapter 83. Third uncle. The body of Jian Mingzhong was returned to Endyang 2 days ago, and all the relatives and friends who needed to be notified have arrived. The old residence in Endyang was suddenly filled to capacity. The master of Yin and Yang has selected a date, and tomorrow the burial will take place. However, the third son has yet to return. After several days of turmoil, the elderly lady's emotions have stabilized somewhat, her voice hoarse, her eyes red and swollen, as she appears significantly aged. Experiencing one of life's greatest tragedies, a parent bidding farewell to a child. Do not worry, mother. According to the schedule, he should be back soon. He must see his beloved elder brother off on his final journey. You should go check if he has returned, she urged. The arrangements for the elder brother's funeral were entirely managed by the second household. Although the two sons of the first household were no longer young, upon hearing the news, they could do nothing but cry, failing to offer any assistance. They were akin to their father, lacking skills beyond their studies, and it remained unclear how well they excelled in their education. He has returned. The third master is back. An old woman outside shouted. The elderly lady's heart leapt at the sound. She struggled to rise, hurriedly putting on her shoes and rushing outside. Ah, Samlang, you have returned. Poor brother, Jian Xingwan silently observed, noting how her grandmother transformed into a delicate figure in that moment, as though she had found her support. Perhaps it was because she had never been close to the second household that she could not exhibit such vulnerability in their presence. Mother, how could my elder brother simply vanish? Wasn't it said you went to the imperial city? How could this happen? Jian Mingde entered with a look of anger. Jian Mingji and Qi Mulian exchanged glances, understanding that he was clearly questioning them. The two remained silent, pretending not to hear. Upon returning to Duanyang, they realized that in this family, the second household was always treated as outsiders. No one considered them family. Disappointment was inevitable, but sometimes, when one's heart grows cold, it becomes easier to let go. Samlang, come inside and speak, said the second brother. Second sister-in-law. Jian Mingde seemingly just noticed Jian Mingji and his wife, and offered his greetings. The third lady, Shun, followed suit, appearing gentle and warm, a stark contrast to the first household's mistress, accompanied by a pair of children. Samlang, why did you return so late? Your mother has no one to speak with. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the room soured. Who was she scolding? In that room, who would she converse with that would heed her words? Mother, I have returned late. Please accept my condolences. Samlang, your elder brother died unjustly. I had hoped to seek refuge in the imperial city with a brother, but who knew that in doing so, he would lose his life? Now, this white-haired woman must send off a black-haired one. Samlang, the elderly lady wept, her grievances pouring forth upon seeing her treasured younger son. Your brothers must support your elder brother's cause. A good man was taken away without reason. Is there no law left in this world? Our Jian family must seek justice for your elder brother. I implore you, sister-in-law. Jian Xingwan could hardly bear to witness such a spectacle and stepped out of the main hall, followed by Jian Jianya. They are all waiting for the third uncle to return to seek justice. Are they not mocking our second household for their lack of involvement? Brother, do not be angered. Even if we are family, if they do not treat us warmly, then so be it. If they do not involve us, then let it be. This affair would not concern her unless it involved the Wan family, and she truly had no desire to meddle. She had thought the third uncle clever, but it seemed... Indeed, he is clever, but perhaps too much so. He considers himself superior, believing our father lacks the education, talent, and capability that he possesses. Yet, our father's good fortune on the battlefield earned him a title, and among the three brothers, the third uncle thinks he should achieve the most, but Jian Xingwan had not known this previously, but later learned that the third uncle had always held such views of their father, striving to surpass him, believing that he was the true pillar of the Jian family. Jian Jianya gazed at his sister, realizing that she had the clearest understanding of the situation. Why must we compare ourselves? If they treated us as family, would we not support them? As long as we are united as one family, why would we not prosper together? The elder brother sees things clearly. Some refuse to understand. Brother, father is here. You should quietly return to the imperial city. After these 2 or 3 days, the governor's office should have some answers. Go and inquire about the situation and demand an explanation before our uncle's burial tomorrow. The master of yin and yang had set the burial for tomorrow evening, so there should be time. Jianya frowned. Did you not say that we should not interfere? If they want the third uncle to seek justice for them, let him do so. Brother, we cannot allow the third uncle to get involved in this matter. He is not our uncle. He is skilled in business, but harbors resentment toward our father. Brother, trust me. It is best if this matter does not pass through the third uncle's hands. It is better that he does not go to the imperial city. Jianya did not quite understand what could be managed in this affair. However, seeing his sister's earnest demeanor, he nodded, wishing to leave the tense atmosphere. Shall I go now? I will inform father. Wait, brother, if you say it is news from the imperial city that the governor's office has updates, then go and check. Very well. This way, others would not question his absence, and the third uncle could not use the excuse of going to the imperial city, especially since their uncle had not yet been buried. Hearing that there was news from the governor's office, Jian Mingji did not stop him, allowing his son to go without delay. Jianya, your uncle died unjustly. You must not easily concede. If the governor's office does not provide a reasonable explanation, we will take the matter to the throne. Our family is justified in this matter. Do you understand? Jian Mingde was indeed growing impatient, almost voicing his desire to go as well. Do not worry, third uncle. Jianya is aware. He merely wishes to ascertain the situation. As for our uncle's matters, he will return to discuss with the elders before making any decisions. Then, you may go. The funeral was arranged hastily, and the sudden passing of the elder master left his children and relatives to deliberate, particularly since these young ones had yet to establish their own families. That night, the family convened under the watchful eyes of their relatives, and the elderly lady regained her spirits, determined to think of the future of her grandchildren from the first household. Jian Qingwan accompanied Qi Mulian outside the morning hall for some fresh air, glancing at the lights in the main room with a sigh. Do not worry. Your father is not a soft target for them to manipulate. What we can assist with, we will, and what is not our concern, they cannot bully us about. The daughter simply could not comprehend the complexities of human nature. They were clearly kin yet remained guarded and calculating towards one another. In this vast world, while some families thrived in harmony, others, like theirs, seemed destined for discord. Thus, she should not dwell on it. Wanwan, do you truly know your heart regarding your marriage? Your mother's heart remains uneasy. Chapter 84. Young Master Gu arrives in less than a night. The governor's office revealed the identity of the poisoner. A steward from the governor's execution chamber, a subordinate of Song Quan, who had shown no signs of wrongdoing. Upon discovery, the individual committed suicide, having prepared for the worst. Fully aware of the governor's methods, harboring a glimmer of hope to escape, yet resigned to his fate. Young Master Jian, the culprit is from our governor's office, and we bear undeniable responsibility. Sir Commander, what is the governor's office's stance on this matter? Do we have any leads on who instigated the poisoning? Indeed, the governor's office held undeniable accountability. However, it was essential to identify the true mastermind behind this grievance. Young Master Jian, this matter is currently under investigation. I can only say that there are some leads, but due to the complexities of the case, I cannot divulge further details. Once the truth emerges, the chief officer will certainly provide an explanation to the Jian family. Additionally, this is a compensation payment. Given the nature of the case, Jianya should refrain from inquiring too much. The chief officer has made it clear, and he has also promised that the Jian family will be informed as soon as the case is resolved and within a 3-month time frame. This deadline is already quite generous for the chief officer, indicating the case's intricacy. Wanwan, why did you allow your brother to undertake this journey? Qi Mulian felt disheartened and no longer wished to concern herself with the matters of Jian Mingzhou. Indeed, it seems the second branch is easy to bully. The family deliberated extensively, insisting that the second branch should bear the burden of the first branch's children's marriages. In response, the matriarch declared that the second branch need not provide for her in her old age. This marked the first time Jian Mingji publicly expressed his anger. While he was willing to assist his brother during difficult times, It was unacceptable to take advantage of others. The second branch owed nothing to the first. Why should they bear such responsibilities? Was it simply because the second branch was currently in a slightly better position? The title of Wuho is merely an honorary title and not an inherited nobility. Hence, the second branch is not to be regarded as a significant household. Mother, it is better to stir up trouble now. We can simply avoid future interactions. There is no need for superficial politeness. I pity your father. He genuinely hopes for the well-being of the entire family. Following the incident involving your uncle, he has been concerned about the first branch's children and has discussed it privately with me. In truth, even if they do not mention it, your father cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Yet, they have hurt him deeply. As Qi Mulian spoke, her anger intensified, and her heart ached for her husband. She felt somewhat detached since their surnames were different. Mother, father is not a man who cannot see reason. He understands the situation clearly. Qi Mulian sighed and chose to remain silent. If all goes well, your brother should return soon. They have already had breakfast, and time is passing. He should be back shortly. Jian Jianya did return, but he was not alone. He brought with him Gu Yeshi. How could he leave the imperial city at this time? Jian Xinguan looked at him, puzzled. The sudden arrival of a young master left the Jian family in a flurry. When it became known that this young master was to be the fiancé of the second branch, the atmosphere grew lively. Those who had previously expressed reservations about Jian Ho were now filled with regret. Who knew the second branch had such a formidable ally? It was clear that the maid from the second branch was quite capable. Elder brother, why did you not inform us of such significant news earlier? We may not have been adequately prepared to host a young master who has come to pay respects to our elder brother. This truly reflects well upon our Jian family. Jian Mingda's words were laden with reproach. I only learned of this while returning from Duanyang. The engagement between our families was arranged shortly before my elder brother's incident. As a father, I am still unaware of the full circumstances, and given the mourning period, I had no intention of bringing it up. Jian Mingji's reasoning was sound, and Jian Mingda could not argue further, merely offering a begrudging congratulations and remarking on Wanwan's fortunate fate. Whether fortunate or not is difficult to ascertain. As a father, I simply hope that she will find harmony and happiness in her future marriage. The household of the Duke of State is steeped in rules and customs. Jian Mingji shook his head, unwilling to continue the discussion. His daughter had just broken off an engagement and swiftly entered into another. Everything was happening too rapidly. Jian Mingda remained silent, contemplating that his second brother was reaping benefits while feigning modesty. The Duke of State's household, what a prestigious family. And to have a young master as a connection, such fortune is rare indeed. He must be secretly rejoicing, yet putting on a pretense in front of me. Elder brother, will the young master be leaving shortly, or will he stay with us for a while? We should make arrangements accordingly. Now that the engagement is set, he is considered one of our own. We should at least inquire. This implied that Jian Mingji should introduce him personally, for amidst the crowd, the young master might not have remembered him. The young master indicated that he would leave after the burial of Jian Mingda and would not stay overnight. Ah, that is quite considerate, Jian Mingji awkwardly replied. Meanwhile, the news and the silver notes brought back by Jian Jinya were all received by Dai Yue, who insisted that these were her husband as compensation funds. She declared that these funds could not be used for the mourning arrangements, and no one contested her claim, as no one intended to touch that money. Fortunately, there were no suspicions that the elder brother had misappropriated any of it. What precious items? Jian Qingwan shook her head. If she had doubts, she could simply inquire with the chief officer herself. All right. Yeshi is looking for you. You should go speak with him. Although the engagement had been finalized, the Jian family was still in mourning. It would be inappropriate for a young man and woman to be seen alone together. While Jian Qingwan did not mind, she had to consider her parents' reputation, so Jian Jianya helped provide cover. My brother said you were looking for me? Upon their next meeting, their relationship had already changed, and their hearts were filled with different sentiments. Gu Yeshi observed the slightly haggard Jian Qingwan, then glanced around before pointing to a nearby large tree. Let's sit there and talk. She likely had not rested well these past few days. Young Master Gu, you need not have come in person. Do you not have imperial orders to attend to? The crown prince has awakened, and the royal family has already visited. There should not be any immediate disturbances. The Yu camp is still stationed at the crown princess residence, so my temporary absence will not pose any issues. Is it inappropriate for you to call me now? They were already engaged, yet she continued to address him as young master. Jian Qingwan lowered her head to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. After contemplating, she realized calling him young master felt too formal, while addressing him as young master was also unwelcome. Yeshi, from now on, just call me by my name, of course. I do not mind if you call me Shilong. Yeshi. Jian Qingwan decisively made her choice, unable to suppress a shiver at the affectionate title. Gu Yeshi smiled slightly as he leaned against the tree trunk. Wan Hong has gone to Suzhou. Your uncle's incident was likely orchestrated by the Wan family, but currently, the leads have gone cold, and the Liuli has been sealed. The chief officer has uncovered an important clue, yet to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, his men cannot act hastily. Hence, I am here under the pretext of paying respects to your uncle, to discreetly investigate this matter. However, my prolonged absence from the capital may raise suspicions, so I require your cooperation. The Wan family. Indeed, it must be them. Very well, just tell me what you need. Chapter 85. Resolute. The Jian family's mourning arrangements for the elder brother were hastily concluded in just 3 days. After the burial, the majority of relatives and friends who had come to pay their respects departed. Once the funeral was over, the matriarch once again summoned Jian Mingji and his brothers, along with several elders from the clan, to discuss the future matters concerning the first branch. Given the discord that had arisen in their last meeting, they were now reluctant to pressure the second branch. Jian Mingji had already conferred with his wife, and the 3 brothers had long since separated their households. It was unreasonable to expect them to shoulder the matrimonial responsibilities of the first branch's children. When the time came for the first branch's children to marry, they would do their utmost to assist where possible. Jian Qingwan stood outside the clan hall, eavesdropping through the door. Not only she, but Dai Yui from the first branch, clad in white mourning attire and accompanied by her children, was also waiting outside. Second brother, you're no longer the same as before. You are now the Wuhou personally appointed by the emperor, a military officer in the court, receiving a salary from the state, and you have been granted a marquisate. You only have 2 children. When second brother's wife married into the family, her dowry was substantial. Now that Wan has engaged to the Duke of State's heir, she will have a bright future ahead. She is unlikely to regard our family's modest possessions with any interest. The eldest brother has passed, leaving several children without families of their own. 2 sons need to marry, and several daughters need to be wed. How will we manage their dowries? You are all aware of the first branch's assets. Your elder brother is a scholar with no income. The matriarch's face was filled with worry, concern for the grandchildren of the first branch. This implied that the second branch was still expected to shoulder some of the first branch's burdens. Jian Mingji quietly listened, suppressing his anger until they finished speaking. Mother, this is not right. The second branch has indeed prospered, but we cannot rely solely on them for the first branch's affairs. Following the incident with elder brother, Janya has helped secure a compensation payment, has he not? Upon hearing the words of her third son, the elderly lady immediately burst into tears. The meager compensation she received had to be reserved for the expenses of the main household, and now they were discussing the marriages of several children. Mother, these marriages must be handled one at a time. Although our main family's resources are not abundant, we did inherit a considerable portion upon the division of the family. While it may not allow for a grand celebration, it should not be excessively frugal either. I am unable to provide much assistance. Despite holding a position outside, I am merely a minor official. To speak shamefully, my salary barely covers the household expenses. In due time, my second brother will likely provide a little support, and that should suffice. The elderly lady lamented, I cannot rely on you. It is commendable that you can manage your own household. Those who could be depended upon are unwilling to lend a hand. What sin have I committed? Just then, Jian Qingwan boldly pushed open the door and entered. While her father could endure, she could not remain silent. Wan, Janya hurriedly reached out to restrain her, but was stopped by Qi Mulian. Today, they would sever ties with this family. Regardless of the consequences, such bullying was intolerable. Wan, good heavens. This is the ancestral hall. How can a woman enter? Leave at once. The elderly lady suddenly rose, pointing at Jian Qingwan, demanding her exit. Second brother, quickly send one girl away. This is hardly appropriate. Jian Mingda exclaimed, astonished. The elder members of the Jian family exchanged glances. This girl from the second household lacked decorum, and seemed to have struck an unexpected fortune by catching the eye of the Duke's residence. Elders, Qingwan has been disrespectful. I heard all that you said outside. Do not worry. I will only speak briefly before I leave. Grandmother, I have but a few questions. Should the second household not be indebted to the main household? To speak irreverently, if it were my father in trouble today, would you truly stand up for the second household? Furthermore, even if my uncle had not encountered misfortune, would the marriages of the main household's siblings be any more extravagant? Her words left the elderly lady blushing, unable to refute. The answers were painfully evident and required no elaboration. Is this how you speak to your grandmother? Second brother, will you not intervene? Adults are speaking. What business does a daughter have interjecting? Does she truly think she has risen to the heights of the Duke's residence? This is still a matter of the Jian family. Outside the ancestral hall, the womenfolk were left speechless, and even Dai Yue appeared startled. Typically unruly, she would never dare to intrude upon the ancestral hall. This one girl was audacious beyond measure, unafraid of familial repercussions. What Wanwan wishes to express is precisely what I intend to say. Third brother, though your official position is modest, you serve in the court. You are aware of my meager salary. Furthermore, let us discuss the Duke's residence, earned at the cost of my life on the battlefield. You all know that I nearly perished there. As for our ancestral assets, what did the second household receive upon division? The elders are present. Must I state explicitly? If I were to meet with misfortune, what support will my children have? The expenses of the Duke's residence over the years would have been untenable without my wife's dowry. Mother, my heart has long been chilled by this family, leaving you similarly desolate. Jian Mingji, with a sweeping motion of his robe, knelt before the elderly lady. Seeing this, Jian Qingwan also knelt beside him, and outside, Qi Mulian and Jian Jianya followed suit. The elderly lady trembled, gazing blankly at her son on the ground, as if she did not recognize him. Are you blaming your mother? What are you trying to achieve? I seek nothing but before the elders of the clan. On this day, with my third brother present, I bow to you, mother. From this day forth, the second household shall have no further ties with the Jian family. Whether you deem me unfilial or lacking in propriety, I shall bear it all. I simply wish that my wife and children do not endure further grievances. He was a son, with body and flesh bestowed by his parents. No matter the immense grievances he faced, he would accept them, as he must repay the debt of life. However, his wife and children should not suffer such injustices, nor should they bear the weight of his burdens. You wretched child, do you even realize what you are saying? The elderly lady was nearly pushed to the ground in her fury, but Jian Mingda caught her. She forcefully shoved her third son away, stumbling forward to deliver a slap. You wretched child, I have raised you in vain. You dare to speak such words, while your elder brother's bones are not yet cold, and you wish to cast aside your mother. The elderly lady wept bitterly, collapsing onto the ground. Jian Mingji pressed his forehead to the floor, instantly drawing blood. I am unfilial. Whether you wish to strike or scold, I will accept it all. Today, I, Jian Mingji, voluntarily sever ties with my family. He bowed his head once more. Qi Mulian's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. My lord, to sever ties means to become a drifting reed, rootless and without belonging. What immense grievance this is. How heart-wrenching that he would make such a decision. Jian Qingwan and Jian Jianya followed suit, bowing their heads. Second brother, quickly retract your words. What are you doing? You are an official in the court. Even if you do not care for anything else, you must consider your reputation. Jian Mingda, supporting the elderly lady, loudly urged, Mother, this unfilial son wishes to drive you to your grave. I shall accuse him of unfilial conduct. Go ahead and accuse me. Jian Mingda did not wish to say more. He felt it was futile to continue. The mother and son had reached this impasse, perhaps indicating their fates were indeed severed. Father, let us go. Jian Qingwan had already risen, and the siblings helped their parents to their feet. From this day forward, they would have nothing to do with them. Severing ties was for the best. Chapter 86. To the prince's residence, this is a case of forgetting one's roots, abandoning even one's mother. Such behavior is akin to that of a beast. The elderly lady had not anticipated Jian Mingji would be so resolute. No one expected it, not even Jian Qingwan, who had been preoccupied with how to deal with her scheming third uncle, only to find her father had decisively cut off ties first. She had contemplated such a course of action, yet had never voiced it to her parents, for it would be a grievous act of unfiliality, especially considering that the elderly lady was her father's biological mother. She could not bring herself to utter those words. The elderly lady's scornful words weighed heavily on Jian Ho's steps, yet also fortified his resolve. Second brother, Jian Mingda called out loudly, observing the retreating figures of the family of four. He did not wish to see this outcome. He merely hoped his mother could keep the second household in check. But he never anticipated his brother would make such a decision. The elder members of the clan silently observed, aware of much of the family's intricacies. Without delving into other matters, it was evident that the initial division of the family had been excessively harsh on the second household. When Jian Mingxi's fate had been uncertain, the elderly lady indeed failed to advocate for the second household, and instead agreed to the division. Coupled with today's exchange, it was truly disheartening. However, voluntarily severing ties was indeed a decisive action. Alas, how could a once harmonious family devolve into such chaos? Ultimately, it was the elderly lady's failure to act as a proper elder. Her bias had been excessive, leading to the family's disintegration. Originally, the second household had been on an upward trajectory. If harmony had prevailed, would they not have thrived? The third son also served in the court. Although his position was modest, should the second household have firmly established their roots, they would have risen together in time. All the children, regardless of their paths, would have found smoother journeys. Yet, such foresight was absent. The folly of women indeed brings harm. My lord, let us return home. Leaving the ancestral home, Qi Mulian wiped her tears, disregarding the presence of her children, and grasped her husband's hand. She merely wished for him to know that regardless of the circumstances, they would always stand together as a united family. Very well, let's return home. Jian Xingwan remained somewhat dazed even after boarding the carriage. Since her rebirth, she had been wary of the third and main households, yet she had not anticipated that their ties would be severed in such a manner. Just now, it had been in the ancestral hall, with the elders bearing witness. Her father had also stated that upon their return, he would write a letter to the clan, requesting to be removed from the family registry. At that point, they would truly have no connection to these people. Whatever paths they chose in the future would be of no concern to them. She would no longer need to live in fear. Yet, she could not bring herself to feel joy, for she knew how deeply her father was hurting. Wan, do not dwell on it. Your father has made his decision, and he has thought it through. From now on, we will live our lives well as a family. Your father is a broad-minded man. He may be sad for a while, but he will eventually come to terms with it. Inside the carriage, Mulian Qi spoke softly to Qingwan Jian. Qingwan, Jian nodded. Leaning against Mulian Qi mother, our family will surely have a good life in the future. Of course. By the way, didn't you mention that you wanted to visit your grandfather and the others? We will go in a few days. Good. Wan, your engagement to the Marquis of Gu came rather suddenly. Can you tell your mother about it now? What is there to say? Qingwan Jian sighed inwardly. Mother, it is indeed sudden, but please trust me. The Marquis is a good man, and he will not mistreat me. Mulian Qi, assuming she was just shy, did not press further. Very well, the engagement is settled. We will see when the Marquis will make it official. By the way, the engagement will likely draw attention from the palace. As she spoke, Mulian Qi grew tense. Mother, do not worry. The Marquis said he will handle everything. That is not acceptable. We must take responsibility for what we should. You are marrying into a higher status, and once you enter the Marquis, you must not be looked down upon. Rest assured, we will provide everything you need. You do not need to worry about your dowry. With you, mother, I have no worries. The marriage between the Marquis of Wu and the Marquis of Gu will inevitably involve them in the struggle for the throne. Your father is already in the court, and it is unavoidable. It is better to be proactive. The Marquis coming to Duanyang shows that he cares about you. Mother only hopes that you will be happy in the future. I will, mother. I fear I may disappoint you, mother. The happiness you envision may not be for me. This marriage is merely a mutually agreeable arrangement. The Marquis came today not because he values it, but to cover up his true purpose for leaving the city. However, I do not mind. I have no interest in such matters. As long as I can avenge my father and protect the family, and as long as I am at peace, that is enough for me. I do not seek or expect more. After I return, I will help the Marquis with this charade, so no one will notice his absence. I hope he can find some leverage against the Wan family. I will be at ease once the Wan family is brought down. In this sense, the Marquis and I are like-minded. I did not expect the Marquis of Wu to return so quickly. As for the commotion the old lady might cause, the Marquis of Wu is prepared. Let her do as she pleases. Brother, help father with the military affairs. I will take care of mother at home. I just returned, and I must go back to the camp. We did not have a chance to talk. You, my girl, are already worrying about your father. I wanted to discuss your engagement and arrange a meeting with the old Marquis, but there are urgent military matters. I must return to the camp. We will talk when I return. Stay with mother at home. Father, I will. The mother and daughter personally saw the Marquis and his son off. Really? They just arrived and are already leaving. Qingwan Jian smiled, holding Mulian Qi's arm. Father has his duties. Mother, I also need to go out for a while. The Marquis said that I should visit the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince is in good spirits and wants to see me. Oh, my child, why didn't you tell me earlier? Is it appropriate to go while you are still in mourning? The Marquis said the Crown Prince knows, and it is fine. Mulian Qi quickly helped Qingwan Jian prepare. Why did you not tell me earlier? Hurry and get ready. Mulian Qi was a bit nervous, but she soon calmed down. The Marquis is a special person. You will face many important people in the future. The Marquis said to be casual. The Crown Prince is a very easygoing person. Even so, he is the Crown Prince. We must not be disrespectful. They did not have anything to bring to the Crown Prince's residence, but at least they could dress appropriately. Qingwan Jian let Mulian Qi fuss over her, knowing it was just a charade. The Marquis said he would return within 3 days, so she must appear. This was also an opportunity to make the engagement official. Taking a deep breath, she knew that this visit to the Crown Prince's residence would make her the subject of much discussion in the capital. Chapter 87. Meeting the Crown Prince. Miss Jian has arrived. Please, this way. As soon as Qingwan Jian returned to the city, Dian was waiting at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence. Qingwan Jian wore a light purple dress, with a simple and neat hairstyle and a touch of makeup. Dian was surprised, as she usually appeared without makeup. With this simple touch, she looked more spirited and beautiful. Let's go. Qingwan Jian took a deep breath, looking up at the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince knows Miss Jian is coming. He has come out of his room today and is waiting in the flower hall in the back garden. Miss Jian may not know, but the Crown Prince has not left his room in a long time. Today is an exception. Qingwan Jian frowned. The Crown Prince's health is so poor that he cannot even leave his room? Dian, do you have any news about your master? Not yet, but Miss Jian can rest assured. The master said he would return within 3 days, so he should be back soon. Dian answered every question, knowing that she was the future mistress. Qingwan Jian did not speak further. She thought it was just a formality, but the Crown Prince's gesture made her a bit nervous. She had never met such a high-ranking person before. The Crown Prince is very easygoing and kind to my master. When he learned of the engagement, he wanted to meet Miss Jian. The master arranged this meeting. Miss Jian, do not be nervous. Dian sensed Qingwan Jian's unease. Qingwan Jian nodded with a smile, knowing that if the Marquis arranged this, he was not worried. But she could not help feeling nervous. Everyone in the Crown Prince's residence knew that the Crown Prince was meeting someone in the back garden. The Crown Prince had not left his room in a long time, and even the imperial family met with him in his chambers. It was clear that the person he was meeting was important. No one expected it to be a young lady. The news spread quickly, and the Crown Princess and others headed to the back garden. However, the Crown Prince had ordered that no one was to enter, so they could only watch from the entrance. When they saw Gu Yeshi coming out of the flower hall, the Crown Princess and others felt relieved, understanding the situation. Lately, there had been rumors that the Marquis had taken a liking to a lady, possibly from the Marquis of Wu's family. Was this the lady? Was it serious? Was he introducing her to the Crown Prince today? It seemed that they were making it official. People were curious to see who this lady was, who had captured the Marquis's heart. The Crown Prince had always doted on his nephew, treating him like a son. They wondered if this was the lady from the rumors, who had just broken off her engagement with the Wan family. She must be a remarkable beauty. Knowing the situation, everyone relaxed and started chatting. The Crown Princess, maintaining her composure, said, "Enough, no more idle talk." She, too, was curious to see who this lady was. The Crown Prince's harem was relatively calm, as none of them had children. With the Crown Prince's current condition, the competition for favor had diminished. Qingwan Jian was surprised to see Gu Yeshi approaching. Though he looked similar, she could tell it was a disguise. She played along, smiling and following him to the flower hall. In the floral hall, the Crown Prince observed the drapery quietly, exuding an air of composure. The entire hall was surrounded by curtains wherever the wind could enter, and the Crown Prince had been carried here directly in a palanquin. "Miss, the Crown Prince is inside. Please enter." Gu Yeshi led Jian Qingwan into the hall, parting the curtain for her, and then followed suit. The performance must be convincing to the onlookers. Upon entering the hall, Jian Qingwan immediately spotted the Crown Prince seated and awaiting her, clad in brilliant yellow, an attire befitting only royalty. Despite his sickly appearance, The prince's demeanor was undeniably commanding. I, Jian Qingwan, pay my respects to His Royal Highness. The crown prince scrutinized Jian Qingwan, finding her slightly different from his expectations. Her beauty was fresh and unpretentious, her manners dignified. Though not as refined as those of the palace ladies, there was nothing to criticize. What truly mattered was her character. Meeting him for the first time, she neither groveled nor fawned, and her bearing showed no signs of insecurity despite her humble background. He had heard that the matriarch of the Ronghua Duke's residence praised her for her extensive literary knowledge, and he was aware of the recent poetry gathering at Fushan. Regarding her connection with the Wan family, since Yeshi seemed unconcerned, he felt no need to worry. Rise. I heard Yeshi mention you, and I wish to meet you. I hope my appearance does not startle you. The crown prince gestured for her to stand. Your Highness, it is a privilege for a humble girl like me to meet you, Jian Qingwan replied, slowly rising, her hands lowered and bowing slightly, yet she did not exude meekness. Please take a seat. There is no one else here. I took this opportunity to see the woman chosen by Yeshi. Do not be anxious. Think of me as just an ordinary elder. The crown prince indeed bore a generous spirit and spoke with such warmth that Jian Qingwan hesitated only briefly before cautiously settling onto a prepared round stool nearby. I have heard that the old duke has already visited your house to propose, and your family has accepted. Thus, the engagement is practically settled. People outside may label Yeshi as a dandy unaware of the world, but that is not the case. As he spoke, the crown prince observed Jian Qingwan's reactions. She slightly raised her gaze and met his eyes, yet she did not shy away. Your Highness also mentioned that he is not what others claim. The heir is indeed a promising young man with aspirations for his family and country. The crown prince's eyes sparkled, his complexion brightening, and a faint smile graced his lips, reminiscent of blossoms in spring, radiating warmth. Observing him, Jian Qingwan felt a resemblance between the crown prince and Gu Yeshi, particularly in their eyes, which was natural given their familial ties. No wonder Yeshi wishes to marry you. It is rare to encounter a kindred spirit, and you will surely find happiness together. I am now at ease. Jian Qingwan was at a loss for words, lowering her head in silence. A senior's kind wishes filled her with a tinge of guilt, as it was merely a performance. Well, I merely wish to meet you today. Do not feel burdened. Given my current state of health, I hope you do not mind. I heard Yeshi gifted you a pot of lotus. That lotus is quite difficult to nurture. I have some methods for caring for it. I hope you can cultivate it to bloom beautifully, and may your lives together be harmonious. The crown prince took a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Jian Qingwan, who promptly accepted it. While she might hesitate to accept other gifts, advice on nurturing flowers seemed harmless enough. Please take a good look at it upon your return. Yes, I shall not disappoint, and I will strive to care for the heir's gift. This task indeed seemed challenging. It appeared she must genuinely learn the art of flower cultivation, lest she face embarrassment. The crown prince appeared pleased, as he engaged Jian Qingwan in tales of Gu Yeshi's childhood. She listened attentively, intrigued by this unfamiliar side of him. Through their conversation, it was evident that the crown prince held genuine affection for his nephew. Enough of my ramblings. I must be dulling your spirits. Jian Qingwan quickly shook her head. Not at all. It is quite fascinating. I had no idea the heir was so mischievous as a child. Was he mischievous then? He remains so now. You will have to be patient with him. As for your engagement, while the old Duke's proposal has been accepted, should the royal family in the future make things difficult for you, do not take it to heart. Elders often wish for their beloved children to have the best, yet sometimes they can be misguided, thinking they know what is best for them. Do you understand? Jian Qingwan felt a jolt in her heart. The crown prince was subtly advising her. He seemed to imply that the royal family might interfere with the engagement, suggesting that despite the arrangement, unforeseen complications could arise. Perhaps this was why Yeshi had urgently sought her to play this role, as the royal family may have already considered a suitable candidate for the heir, one that did not align with his desires, thus making her a shield. But she was aware of this reality. The crown prince's underlying message was that the royal family might disapprove of her background, deeming her unworthy of the crown prince, which could lead to her experiencing difficulties. Yet what could she change? If the royal family disapproved, what power did she possess over their sentiments? Your Highness, should the royal family present challenges, it is for the heiress' sake. As for the rest, I shall leave it to him. I only need to trust him. In essence, it meant that regardless of the royal family's intentions, she need not concern herself with it, entrusting everything to Gu Yeshi. After all, he had promised to safeguard the Wu Ho residence. She believed that Gu Yeshi was a man of his word, capable of fulfilling his commitments. Indeed, it appears you are a sensible one. The crown prince nodded, a deeper smile spreading across his face. He was now convinced that Gu Yeshi had not hastily chosen her as a mere pretense to evade the royal family's matchmakers. The truth was evident. Yeshi had made a deliberate choice. This young woman from the Wu Ho residence was indeed impressive, intelligent and perceptive, and most importantly, she understood Yeshi. Though she might seem to be climbing the social ladder, she displayed none of the insecurities that would suggest otherwise. With further refinement, she would undoubtedly stand on her own, worthy of Yeshi. After all, he had chosen her himself, which was a testament to her worthiness. It was clear that the crown prince was pleased with Jian Qingwan, believing that if his father met her, he too would be fond of her. However, his father was stubborn, and given the current tense situation, he would be more discerning. The crown prince lamented his own fragile health, wishing he could live longer to alter the circumstances. Your Highness, are you feeling uncomfortable? With such a close setting, might it feel suffocating? The sun is splendid today, and the breeze is gentle. Jian Qingwan spoke out of genuine concern, feeling a kinship with the crown prince. But she soon realized her words might be inappropriate and fell silent. Sensing her unease, the crown prince smiled. You're called Qingwan, correct? Yes. How do your parents address you? Your Highness, my parents call me Wanwan. Ah, that is quite lovely. Then I shall call you Wanwan as well. Considering I am like your elder, you need not mind. I understand your good intentions. However, my health is frail, and I cannot withstand the wind. Even on such a fine day, I cannot enjoy the flowers, thus missing out on this splendid view. Such a crown prince, unfit to enjoy the bountiful beauty of the young, was indeed a tragic fate. A ruler should possess a robust physique to govern effectively. He had come to terms with his fate, having once felt a tinge of resentment. Cannot withstand the wind? Jian Qingwan could not help but softly muse, pondering the peculiarity of his ailment. Never have I heard of a malady that cannot withstand the wind. At most, one might avoid a cool breeze. Yet, it seems there exists such an ailment, for she recalls having read about it somewhere. Indeed, the notion of a condition that cannot bear the wind is rather peculiar. The crown prince appears to be in splendid spirits, even initiating a conversation about his illness. Gu Yeshi, who stands nearby, cannot help but cast a curious glance. As the crown prince's personal guard since childhood, he is surprised to see the prince smiling so joyfully, a sight not witnessed in a long while. It seems that Gu Yeshi has found a commendable companion. The world is rife with perplexing ailments, yet this particular affliction is exceedingly rare, leaving the palace's physicians utterly confounded. Alas, the guard contemplates intervening, but the crown prince's words have already escaped his lips. The state of the crown prince's health is a closely guarded secret of immense significance. How could he so casually divulge it to a lady from the Wuho mansion? If she were to speak of it indiscriminately, it would spell great trouble. The prince is aware of this, yet in these years of illness, this young lady is the first to engage him in a pure and unadulterated discussion about his condition, devoid of ulterior motives or inquiries, merely genuine curiosity. The world indeed harbors many mysterious ailments, but many have been cured over time. While the palace physicians are undoubtedly skilled, there are numerous adept practitioners in the world beyond the palace walls. The crown prince's ailment, he believes to have encountered in a book, though the title eludes him momentarily. If it has been documented, surely someone has experienced it, and there must be a physician knowledgeable about it, perhaps possessing a remedy. Ultimately, one has but a single life. If one accepts their fate, there is little that can be done. However, if one refuses to resign, how can one ascertain the outcome until the very end? Even if the conclusion remains the same, at least there will be no regret, will there? In her previous life, she learned that if one is alive, they ought to take life seriously and cherish oneself, living earnestly. The crown prince gazes at Jian Qingwan, quietly absorbing her words, and his heart, once calm and unperturbed, stirs unexpectedly. She is seen in a book? How intriguing. The palace physicians are at a loss regarding this illness. Could it be that their reading of medical texts pales in comparison to this young lady's? He muses, pondering the title of the book. Jian Qingwan can be quite stubborn. Once she fixates on something, it occupies her mind, especially if it pertains to literature. She is certain she will recall it, as she prides herself on her excellent memory. The crown prince does not interrupt, intrigued by the earnest expression on Jian Qingwan's face, eager to learn which book contains this information, perhaps to enlighten the physicians. Chapter 89. I remember now, I remember. It is a book called Dust and Fluff, which mentions this very illness. Jian Qingwan's eyes light up as she finally recalls the title after much contemplation. However, the Crown Prince seems unfamiliar with this tome. Although he does not claim to be well-read, he has perused many texts. Observing his expression, Jian Qingwan realizes the Crown Prince has likely never encountered this book and hastily explains, "Your Highness, it is perfectly normal not to have heard of it. This book originates from the kingdom of Shilu." The Crown Prince pauses, then inquires, "The kingdom of Shilu is a distant land, culturally disconnected from Ardiyong. How do you comprehend it, and from where did you acquire it?" His interest piqued. He knows Jian Qingwan must have read extensively, yet he is astonished that she has delved into foreign literature and understands foreign script. Even the scholarly officials in court lack such prowess. Jian Qingwan does not intend to boast. She merely speaks of the Crown Prince's illness, leading to this revelation. "I cannot fully comprehend it, but I understand parts. My maternal grandfather's family are merchants, traversing various regions for trade. Their caravans have visited border towns, and they always brought back unique items from other lands. When my mother married my father, she brought many such treasures, among which are some trinkets and scrolls from the kingdom of Shilu." "Ah, I see." The Crown Prince nods, acknowledging her explanation, and remarks, "I did not expect you to be so astute. You discern the meaning of the Shilu characters merely by observation? That is remarkable wisdom. Yes, she has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Your Highness overstates my abilities. I dare not take such credit. In truth, the script of Shilu bears a resemblance to Ardiyong characters. Some meanings can be inferred at a glance. I cannot fully comprehend it, but with a bit of guessing and piecing together, I can grasp some of it. In the past, she seldom ventured outside, spending her days engrossed in books. Fortunately, she was not particular. As long as it was literature, she would read it, without favoring any specific genre. Back then, she foolishly thought if she read more, she might not appear ignorant when married into a scholarly family. Relying on her good memory, she perused every book in her household, partly out of curiosity. That is quite impressive. Is that book still in the Marquis's residence? The Crown Prince recalls that the kingdom of Shilu is rather small, and there is little else he knows about it. Yet he is astonished by the extent of their medical knowledge. As they both ponder this, Jian Qingwan suddenly exclaims, "Yes, Your Highness, while our palace physicians have never heard of this ailment, it is documented in the Shilu texts. There may be a remedy for your condition within those pages. I shall return to fetch the book at once." Seeing her excitement and urgency, the Crown Prince smiles gently. Many hope for his demise, yet a few, like this pure-hearted young lady, genuinely wish for his recovery. There is no need to rush. I am indeed interested in the book, but as for my illness, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Even if Shilu possesses a skilled healer, sending for them now would take too long. Had I known sooner, perhaps I would have shared in your enthusiasm. But Your Highness, how can we not be urgent? Please allow me to retrieve the book. It may contain the cure. Though she only partially understood the text, she had not paid close attention to every detail, and if there were a remedy, wouldn't all their worries be resolved? If the Crown Prince were to recover, many troubles would dissipate. Moreover, she remembers the Crown Prince as a benevolent heir apparent. One her father claimed had been appointed to the throne since childhood, attending to state affairs at 8 and managing political matters independently by 12. Before his grave illness, his proposals had always favored the nation and its people. The guard, unable to contain his excitement, kneels and declares, "Your Highness, I shall escort Miss Jian back to retrieve the book immediately." Since the Crown Prince's illness, they have been in a passive position, as if hope had never graced them. Even the smallest possibility must be explored. "I shall be swift," Jian Qingwan assures him. Observing the urgency in their demeanor, the Crown Prince closes his eyes and nods, then go quickly and return without delay. He hopes for their safe and swift journey, though he harbors little hope himself, for he has already grown accustomed to disappointment. As Gu Yeshi hastens to escort Jian Qingwan out of the garden, Dian, waiting outside, is about to approach when he learns they intend to take her directly back to her residence. Dian initially believes this is merely a show for others' eyes and feels a twinge of concern. "Do not worry, Dian. I will return promptly after fetching some items. Please keep an eye on the Crown Prince in my absence." The individual beside her is evidently someone the Crown Prince values deeply, so she refrains from dismissing his company. It is clear he is equally anxious about the princess' condition. Dai in, puzzled, asks what she intends to retrieve, but Jian Qingwan offers no explanation, promising to clarify later. As she and Gu Yeshi depart in haste, Dai returns to his post in the garden. At this moment, there are few around the crown prince. The activities within the prince's manor draw the attention of the entire imperial city, and the Wan family is no exception. Wan Jingji, having lost a significant piece in the game of power with the crown prince's departure, has been feeling quite unsettled these past few days. The imperial family seems poised to shift the balance of power within the court, and he is preoccupied with managing the ensuing chaos. All while Wan Hong brings him this additional trouble. My lord, it appears that the Wu Home mansion has indeed established a connection with the Duke's residence. Previously, the old Duke himself visited the Wu Home mansion, and now, the young Master Gu has personally escorted the young lady from the Wu Home mansion to the Crown Prince's residence, seemingly to present her to the prince. Wan Jingji let out a cold laugh. During such a crucial time, the young Master Gu remains enamored with romance. Entrusting the feathered troops to him is indeed a gamble. The Crown Prince's residence should remain quiet for now. It is rumored that the Crown Prince has awakened and is doing well these past few days, so we should pay more attention to the situation at the T-Do-C. Are you still worried about the T-Do-C, my lord? Wan Jingji nodded. The T-Do-C has identified an internal traitor, yet there has been no further action. The Lioli Tower has been sealed for quite some time, and they have reportedly searched every nook and cranny. It cannot simply be resolved without consequence. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. By the way, that rebellious son should be arriving in Suzhou soon. Has there been any news? None as of yet, but it should be soon. Rest assured, my lord, those we sent are reliable. Perhaps the leads have run cold, and they can only temporarily cease their investigations. My lord, we have cleaned everything thoroughly and left no trace. You need not worry. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers, but rather the fear of a single misstep. We must keep a close watch on the T-Do-C. Inform me immediately of any abnormalities. Yes, Wan Jingji's concerns were not unfounded. This time, Wan Hong has indeed stirred up a significant mess, and it remains uncertain how the Wang family in Suzhou will react upon discovering this. Chapter 90. Discovery. Has he gone to the Crown Prince's residence? Wan Jingji, aware of the Crown Prince's movements, knew the royal family was equally informed. Jian Qingwan had scarcely arrived at the Crown Prince's residence when the royal family was already aware. Gui he dared not speak, casting a furtive glance at the royal family. The young master seems determined to marry the young lady from the Wuho mansion. This impudent boy, he has created such a commotion, intending to thwart my plans entirely. What is wrong with the Liu family's daughter? Among women, she is a rare talent, possessing both literary and martial skills. How could she be unworthy of him? She is not lacking in beauty either. You have seen her, have you not? Most importantly, the Liu girl harbors feelings for him. Why would he forsake such a fitting union to pursue someone who has already broken off an engagement? How exceptional could that girl from the Wu home mansion truly be? He has truly lost his senses. How can I be at ease with such a choice? Gui he dared not respond. The implication was clear. If the young master had any intention of marrying into the Liu family, he would not have waited until now. Would he? The royal family is not unaware of the young master's temperament. Though he seems carefree and playful, once he sets his mind on something, it is not easy to sway him, and the royal family is reluctant to impose any severe penalties on him. I am growing old. I can no longer manage him. If it were any other matter, I would allow him his freedom, but this is a matter of marriage, which carries great significance. The royal family paused, letting out a heavy sigh, hands clasped behind his back, walking back and forth, wearing a troubled expression. They say that children will have their own fortunes, and one naturally wishes for the young master to fare well. But given his temperament, it seems he has firmly set his sights on the Jian family girl. Why not invite her in to meet him? Surely, the young master's taste is not poor. The Jian girl should be quite admirable. The crown prince has met her as well. You have said before that the crown prince possesses keen insight. If she were not a worthy match, she would not have passed his scrutiny. While unsure of what to say, one cannot let the royal family stew in solitude. It is necessary to voice an opinion when the moment calls for it. Fortunately, these matters pertain to family affairs, and as long as they do not involve significant military concerns, I may express a few words. You know nothing. The royal family waved a hand dismissively, appearing deeply troubled. After a few exchanges, Gui he wisely fell silent. The royal family had declared his ignorance, and so he accepted it. Very well. The matter of his marriage can be discussed later. What is urgent now is the investigation at the T2C. The Crown Prince's condition has improved somewhat these past few days, and those involved will likely grow anxious again. We must keep a vigilant watch over the Crown Prince's residence. We cannot afford any further complications. The last incident nearly cost the Crown Prince's life. Those scoundrels truly infiltrate every corner. In the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters, with so many layers of guards, how could someone manage to leave a window ajar at night? The Crown Prince's residence has quietly eliminated a number of threats, a fact unknown to outsiders. At present, everyone in the Crown Prince's residence is appointed by the royal family. Yet still, the royal family remains uneasy. Rest assured, the young master is stationed at the Crown Prince's residence, and he is meticulous in his duties. The royal family remains silent, turning to sit down and review the memorials. Apparently, even those closest to the royal family were unaware that Gu Yeshi had not returned to the city. Meanwhile, Jian Qingwan hurried back to the Wuhou mansion, accompanied by young Master Gu. In a short time, many outside had learned of this, which had become public knowledge. The young lady from the Wuhou mansion might truly achieve a happy ending with the young master, transforming overnight into a phoenix. The young master? Qi Mulian did not recognize him. Jian Qingwan led Gu Yeshi to her courtyard, accompanied by Qi Mulian. Wan, this is not appropriate. This is a lady's chamber. Even if they are betrothed, it is still not suitable. Mother, he is not the young master. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. I will explain it to you later. I have come to find a book, and I must visit the Crown Prince's residence again. Not the young master? Qi Mulian was bewildered. He appeared unmistakably to be the young master. However, upon Jian Qingwan's assertion, Qi Mulian scrutinized him again and, upon closer inspection, noticed something indeed seemed off. His gaze was somewhat amiss. Although the art of disguise can be nearly indistinguishable, human eyes are difficult to deceive. Yet, without prompting, it is challenging to discern the truth. Wan, what book are you searching for? Qi Mulian, seeing her daughter in a hurry, suppressed her curiosity, intending to inquire later. Sensing her daughter had something pressing to attend to. Is the book I brought from my maternal grandfather's house. I've already gone through it. And when we moved from Duanyang to the imperial city, I transported it in wooden boxes. I even took it out to air last year. As Jian Qingwan spoke, she began rummaging through the wooden boxes. With several boxes to sift through, it proved a challenge to locate a single book. Qi Mulian, puzzled, bent down to assist her, wondering what book could be of such importance, especially since they had access to any book in the imperial library. Mother, you need not search anymore. I will handle it. She mentioned the name, which Qi Mulian would not recognize. The book was titled in the language of Shilu. Fortunately, she had organized it categorically, and with her excellent memory, she quickly located it. This is it, Jian Qingwan exclaimed with a smile, carefully flipping through the pages of the book. It was not thick, and, after a short while, she found the content she sought. Mother, I will head to the Crown Prince's residence. I may be late in returning, so do not worry. Very well. Go with peace of mind. Qi Mulian was indeed worried, but her concern was futile. Unable to resist, she stole a glance at her daughter's apparent fiancé, her heart fluttering with uncertainty as she watched her daughter leave the mansion once more. What could be so important about this book? The Crown Prince had been sitting alone in the back garden for quite some time, and when the young master's fiancé, he sought an audience. He declined to see her, stating he wished to sit quietly and enjoy the scenery through the curtains, instructing them to withdraw. Unable to meet the Crown Prince, Jian Qingwan took her leave, and everyone else dispersed. Unexpectedly, Jian Qingwan returned, startling everyone in the mansion. She was cautious, concealing the book securely on her person, aware that the Crown Prince's condition was an absolute secret. You said it was not urgent, yet you insisted on making this trip. Observing the beads of sweat on Jian Qingwan's forehead, the Crown Prince shook his head. Jian Qingwan presented the book with both hands, believing that he had resigned himself to his fate, but in truth, he had not. Otherwise, he would not be waiting here. As long as he did not resign himself, he ought to grasp any glimmer of hope, should he not? Is this the book? The Crown Prince looked at the book Jian Qingwan offered, indeed an unusual text. However, it was his first encounter with the script of Shilu, which bore resemblance to some characters of Daong, yet he could not decipher the contents without further examination. Indeed, Your Highness, as you turn to the page meticulously folded by this humble servant, you will find that the ailment described therein mirrors your own. However, there are portions of this text that elude my understanding and it may require some time to decipher. Perhaps, Your Highness, you might consider seeking the assistance of a merchant from the kingdom of Shalu for a translation. Yet, merchants from that small nation are few and far between in the imperial city, and traveling to the border town would be quite distant, with no guarantee of fortunate encounters. If only more time could be afforded to her, or if she could access certain records from Shalu, she might manage to unravel much of its content. How much can you comprehend? Approximately 40%. I grasp the most crucial sections, particularly those outlining the symptoms, which is why this book came to mind. The Crown Prince paused momentarily and said, "Accompany me to the palace." Chapter 91. The Divine Sanctuary Entering the Palace? Jian Qingwan was taken aback. Within the palace, there exists a modest collection of foreign texts and related records. Though sparse, they are likely more abundant than what is found outside. To comprehend 40% independently is indeed remarkable. This young lady is quite the prodigy. The prospect of entering the palace came as a shock to Jian Qingwan, yet she found it difficult to refuse as it pertained to the Crown Prince's health. She could only nod hesitantly, her heart racing with anxiety. Seek discreetly for any individuals from Shilu within the imperial city, the Crown Prince instructed his attendant. The servant promptly set to the task. "Your Highness, shall we proceed to the palace now?" It had been a considerable time since the Crown Prince last ventured beyond the prince's residence, let alone entered the palace. Seeing the Crown Prince nod, the attendant turned to make preparations. For now, he was merely a steward, delegating tasks to others. Do not be apprehensive. Though the imperial family is austere, they also adhere to reason. Moreover, the elder monarch will surely wish to meet the lady chosen by Yi Shi. Fortunately, I am in fair health these days, and I shall escort you to the palace. This would also convey to his father his stance in support of Yi Shi and his approval of this young lady. Jian Qingwan bit her lip and nodded. Yet how could she not feel nervous? She hurriedly assessed her attire, checking for any flaws. Soon, the carriage was ready, and surprisingly, a royal physician accompanied them. The Crown Prince's palanquin was brought forth. "Let us depart," commanded the Crown Prince, and the palanquin was lifted, leaving Jian Qingwan with no choice but to follow. With Gu Yishi by her side, Dian also received word of Jian Qingwan's impending palace visit and could not help but feel anxious. The Crown Prince has taken her into the palace? Upon the Crown Prince's departure from the residence, the Crown Princess and others were informed, rendering them speechless. It had been so long since the Crown Prince last left the estate that they had nearly forgotten. His sudden venture into the palace sent ripples throughout the entire imperial city. Had the Crown Prince's health improved significantly? Why had he chosen to enter the palace? A flurry of questions arose. When it was revealed that he had brought Jian Qingwan with him, astonished murmurs filled the air. Could it be that the Crown Prince was indeed pleased with her? The Wuhou residence had evidently risen in prominence overnight. When the imperial family received the news, the old duke happened to be in the palace, just as the imperial family intended to discuss the matter with him. The Crown Prince's unexpected entrance served as a reprieve for the old duke. Yet, he was secretly baffled. Surely Yi Shi would not have dragged the gravely ill Crown Prince into such a situation. What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and greet the Crown Prince. The palace attendants were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated the Crown Prince's return, but at the sound of the imperial family's command, they hastily rushed to welcome him. "Your Highness has recovered splendidly." "Gui," he exclaimed, showering him with praises, celebrating this fortuitous event. As the Crown Prince's palanquin approached the inner palace gates, Gui, he personally rushed forward to greet him. "I pay my respects to your Highness. It has been a while since I've seen you." Gui Zongwan. "Is father busy?" The imperial family and the old duke were deliberating matters within the palace, and had already taken their places in the side hall upon hearing of the Crown Prince's arrival. "Let us proceed," the Crown Prince said, with Gu Yishin, Jian Qingwan following closely behind, as one could only walk unless granted a palanquin by the imperial family. Gui he acknowledged Gu Yishi with a salute, to which Gu Yishi reciprocated, while Gui he curiously observed Jian Qingwan, having heard the whispers surrounding the young lady from the Wuhou residence. Is this the renowned young lady from the Wuhou residence? It seems the Crown Prince's visit to the palace is indeed for her sake. It appears the Crown Prince has taken a liking to her. In the side hall, the imperial family had already approached the entrance, stretching their necks to glimpse the arrival, ensuring every possible draft was sealed before feeling at ease. The old duke, having not seen the Crown Prince for a long while, stood beside them, waiting. "The Crown Prince has arrived," called out the attendant. As the announcement echoed, The crown prince's palanquin reached the entrance of the side hall. "Bring him in directly," commanded the imperial family, their tone leaving no room for delay. The attendants, unwilling to be remiss, lifted the palanquin and ascended the steps. "Enter," the crown prince instructed as he alighted from the palanquin, mindful to relay his words for Jian Qingwan's ears. Upon seeing the palanquin, the imperial family's gaze fell upon Jian Qingwan, though they feigned ignorance. "I pay my respects to father. It has been too long since I last offered my greetings." The crown prince bowed, and at that moment, the imperial family's eyes welled with emotion. Quickly rise, assist the crown prince in taking a seat. "I pay my respects to the imperial family." "Long live the imperial family." "I pay my respects to the imperial family," as the crown prince settled. Gui led Jian Qingwan in a bow, causing the imperial family's expression to shift, and with a wave of the hand, they instructed Gui to clear the area. "You're the daughter of Wu Ho?" The imperial family understood the significance of Gu Yishi's presence and directed their attention to Jian Qingwan, not rushing to allow her to rise. The weight of the imperial family's authority bore down on Jian Qingwan, compelling her to suppress her fears. It seemed rather hasty to have agreed to accompany Gu Yishi to the banquet. She had anticipated facing the imperial family in the future, but never expected it to occur so abruptly, especially with the elder monarch absent. Returning to the imperial family, "I am indeed Jian Qingwan, the daughter of Wu Ho Jian Mingji. Lift your head." With the imperial family's command, Jian Qingwan dared not refuse. She cautiously raised her gaze, meeting the discerning scrutiny of the imperial family, whose mere presence exuded an air of unyielding authority. "Father, Yishi's choice is commendable, is it not?" The crown prince's words were a clear endorsement of Jian Qingwan. Only then did the imperial family permit her to rise. "You may stand. It has come to my attention that your uncle has encountered troubles in the supervisory department. Is it not the period of mourning? Why have you not gone to pay your respects?" With a spark of inspiration, Jian Qingwan considered using this opportunity to clarify the situation of the Jian family before the imperial family. This way, any future incidents involving the Jian family that might involve the Ho residents would likely be less problematic, as the imperial family would be informed. In response to the imperial family's inquiry, I dare not conceal the truth. My recent return to Duanyang was marred by discord within the family. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired publicly. My father has voluntarily chosen to leave our home. Voluntarily chosen to leave? The imperial family regarded her with confusion, their brows furrowing. This was a matter of the subject's household, and he wished not to pry further. The old duke and the crown prince exchanged glances, surprised. It seemed something untoward had transpired during the morning, for it was unlikely that the Wu Ho would have taken such drastic measures unless it were of great consequence. "Is it true that you have read extensively?" The imperial family continued their inquiries, showing no signs of allowing Jian Qingwan to relax. The crown prince and the old duke understood that this was a test for Jian Qingwan, and they could not interject. Chapter 92. The gates of the palace stand firm in response to the imperial family's inquiry. I must confess that in my youth, I was timid and lacked courage, seldom venturing beyond my doorstep or engaging in needlework. Thus, I took to reading as a way to pass the time. As I delve into books, I found them increasingly fascinating, leading me to read more than I initially intended. The narrative unfolds with an air of calmness, devoid of any hint of arrogance. The royal observer squints, assessing the situation, revealing their own shortcomings to evade their strengths, thereby ensuring that even with talent, they do not appear ostentatious. This young lady, without delving into other attributes, speaks with remarkable intelligence. "Father, it is I who took the initiative to bring her into the palace today as it pertains to our studies." The crown prince interjected, seizing the opportunity. The royal observer's brow furrowed, their curiosity piqued. They found it hard to believe that the crown prince would bring her to the palace solely to bolster her confidence, despite his ailing condition. "Prai, doing leaguing me." The royal observer's interest was suddenly ignited. The old duke felt a quiet sense of relief and curiosity. At least today, the royal observer had met someone, and it seemed she was not unlikable. "Father, please take a look at this." The crown prince presented the book brought by Jian Qingwan. The royal observer received it, a look of confusion crossing their face as they opened it. "This is the script of the Shilu Kingdom. I can comprehend about 40% of it. This book contains records related to my illness." Both the royal observer and the old duke were taken aback. "Your Highness, I must take my leave," the old duke said hastily, wishing to avoid the conversation surrounding the crown prince's sickness. Yet, a wave of anxiety washed over him. How had this girl become entangled in such matters? And how could she decipher the script of Shilu? Questions filled his mind. No need to withdraw. There are no outsiders present, the royal observer remarked, puzzled by how she knew of the crown prince's ailment. Was it that rascal Yi Shi who divulged this? It seemed unlikely. He was prudent enough to understand that sharing such information would benefit her not at all. Seeing the royal observer's reaction, the old duke steeled himself to stay. Father, I informed her, the crown prince quickly clarified, sensing the royal observer's thoughts, hoping to quell any further speculation. You assert that this book contains references to the crown prince's condition? The royal observer tightened their grip on the book. Indeed, your majesty, it does. Jian Qingwan's palms were slightly damp with sweat. Summon all texts related to Shilu from the imperial study, the royal observer commanded. The attendant, Gui He, trembled slightly, startled by the sudden order, but quickly complied. No one knew why the royal observer sought the texts of Shilu, yet fortunately, there weren't many, altogether less than a chestful. Both the royal observer and the crown prince possessed grand ambitions, and thus over the years had intentionally or inadvertently gathered materials from neighboring nations, both to understand their foes and to preempt any threats. Only with thorough knowledge could they act with assurance. Are they all here? Yes, your majesty, all are present. Gui He bowed his head as he directed the attendants to place the chest down. The royal observer waved a hand, and they swiftly exited. Close the door. Gui He hastily signaled for the palace doors of the side hall to be shut, not daring to speculate, knowing it must be of utmost importance, hence the closure. Jian family girl, how much of this can you comprehend? At this, Jian Qingwan felt compelled to give her utmost attention. Understanding the royal observer and the crown prince's intent was for her to extract more meanings from the Shilu script. Do not feel pressured, just do your best. She was aware that while collective wisdom was ideal, the matter concerned the crown prince's health, thus requiring extreme caution. Despite the crown prince's reassurances, the royal observer's gaze weighed heavily upon her, making it difficult to remain calm. Father, I am fortunate to feel well today. It has been a while since we played a match. May I join you for a game? The royal observer, perceptive of the crown prince's intentions, could not be oblivious to the underlying motives. Very well. After a glance at the chessboard, the old duke nodded and gestured to Jian Qingwan, who promptly assisted the crown prince toward the chessboard. As she supported him, she sensed his steps were particularly unsteady. The crown prince's condition might be more severe than she had anticipated. Yet, his expression bore no trace of melancholy from his ailment, revealing the composure of a significant figure. Your Majesty, I shall see if I can be of assistance. Go ahead. The royal observer feigned disinterest in Jian Qingwan's situation, appearing absorbed in the chess match. The side hall fell into silence, but the thoughts of the four individuals were intricately complex. Jian family girl, if there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. Now that you are here, relax. The royal observer is a wise ruler. Simply do what you can. Though the old duke was unaware of the specifics of the crown prince's illness, he understood that the crown prince's time was limited, and even renowned physicians were at a loss. Even if this girl was unable to help today, the royal observer would not hold it against her. Yet, should there be even a glimmer of hope, the royal observer would not relent. Jian Qingwan nodded, inhaling deeply. Old Duke, this passage in the book, these characters. She began distinguishing between the characters she recognized and those she did not, while the old Duke graciously assisted in transcribing them, and together they sought matching characters in various texts. This Shilu script appears to bear some resemblance to our own writing. Indeed, many characters share similarities, which is why Qingwan could deduce some meanings. This is a historical record of the Shilu kingdom. Judging by the timeline, Shilu has not been established for long. It has only been the 4th year. That is 400 years. This should be the date of Shilu's founding. 400 years. That aligns closely with the founding of Daong, Jian Qingwan noted, continuing her search for characters, having recognized the character for 100. The task of matching all the characters in the chest would consume a considerable amount of time, and unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. The side hall remained quiet, while outside, Gui he had dispatched several groups of visitors, all wishing to pay their respects to the crown prince. Still no movement inside? The Empress Dowager has come. It is only natural for her to check on the crown prince, given his prolonged illness. However, the palace door remains tightly shut, making it inappropriate for her to enter. Your Majesty, I suspect the royal observer and the crown prince are engaged in a game, as has been their custom. A game? Is the crown prince's condition now stable enough for such an engagement? The Empress Dowager nodded, contemplating. Very well, then let us not disturb them. It has been a long time since the crown prince entered the palace. The royal observer rarely has the opportunity to play with him. Once they have concluded, I shall return a check on the crown prince. Gouet, he bowed deeply. The Empress Dowager was universally recognized for her virtue and propriety, a fact no one could dispute. With her unable to enter, those wishing to probe further would have to retreat for the time being. It was known that ever since the crown prince entered the palace, the royal observer had ordered a chest of books from the imperial study, after which the palace doors were locked, and no sound had emerged since. Besides the crown prince, the old Duke, Guyeshi, and the young lady from the Jian family remained inside. The latter, being a woman, should have come to pay her respects. Yet she lingered within. Chapter 93, A Shocking Secret. As a match neared its conclusion, the royal observer cast a casual glance at Jian Qingwan, who was engrossed in her research. Father, how about another game? The crown prince perceived the royal observer's distracted demeanor and feared he might grow anxious. Such matters could not be rushed. No more. It has been over an hour. I wonder how much longer that girl will take to decipher the contents of that chest. The crown prince chuckled. Father, considering it has been over an hour, it would be impressive if she could finish that entire chest. Even among the ministers, how many possess such diligence in their studies? It is unfortunate she is but a girl. Were she a boy, she would surely achieve academic distinction. The royal observer pressed his lips together, acknowledging the crown prince's truth. Foreign scripts are not familiar from youth. Even with similarities, to comprehend them is no simple feat. It is indeed admirable that the girl has shown such cleverness. Could Yi Shi's judgment be in error? Father, although the Wu family is of lower status, Yi Shi chose it himself, which must reflect his intentions. After all, he will spend his life alongside Yi Shi. Let him be. The future is uncertain for all. It is indeed rare to heed one's own heart, Father. If you deem the status of the Wu home mansion to be insufficient, could you not elevate it? General Jian is adept in military affairs and possesses the qualities of a formidable commander. His son is also a promising youth, having accompanied his father in military endeavors from a young age, and Yeshi is already acquainted with him. Yet, your visit today, are you here for your own well-being, or to act as an envoy for that young man? The royal family cast a fleeting glance at the crown prince, always hesitant to speak too harshly to this son. While the crown prince busily arranged the chess pieces and smiled apologetically, he acknowledged both purposes. If there is even the slightest chance of hope, I shall not abandon it. Over the years, my frail health has caused you much distress, Father, for which I feel great remorse. Why speak of these matters? You have also endured hardships these years. Please rest for a moment. Do not overexert yourself. I shall go and take a look. Observing his son's pale countenance, the royal family felt a pang of bitterness and quickly rose. Age had rendered him less able to bear the weight of life and death. Only half a year, merely 6 months remain. Perhaps the heavens will bestow a miracle. In truth, both the royal family and the crown prince harbored little hope. Yet a glimmer of desire lingered deep within their hearts. Your Highness, the old duke, upon noticing the royal family's approach, intended to rise in greeting. But the royal family waved a hand dismissively. Jian Qingwan, engrossed in her task, had not noticed that sheets of paper were strewn across the ground, densely covered with writing. The content was not lengthy, yet piecing it together proved somewhat challenging. As the royal family neared, they beheld Jian Qingwan, oblivious to decorum, bent over her work, her skirt stained with ink as she pondered deeply. Almost there. I have pieced together 80%, she announced. The royal family's heart jolted. This progress exceeded expectations. Although anxious, they understood the complexity of the task. Almost there, just a little more, but it seems this is not an illness. Jian Qingwan continued searching, oblivious to the shifting expressions of those beside her. If it were not an illness, it implied a grave situation. If it is not an illness, then what could it be? The old duke's forehead glistened with sweat, while his descendant felt a chill run through him. The royal family clenched their hands in a tight fist behind their backs. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet Jian Qingwan remained entirely absorbed in her work. Another quarter-hour passed. The royal family paced restlessly, while the old duke stood anxiously. The crown prince watched from afar, idly toying with a chess piece as he waited silently. Though life and death are fated, he remained hopeful yet prepared for the worst. It's nearly complete. I cannot guarantee absolute accuracy, but it is about 90% reliable. Jian Qingwan presented her translated passage to the royal family. He trembled slightly, wanting to reach out for the paper, but hesitating as if fearful of the implications. The old duke swallowed hard and stepped forward to take it. Upon reading the contents, the paper nearly slipped from his grasp as terror filled his gaze, meeting the royal family's eyes with a slight nod. The two elder statesmen shared a silent understanding. If the translation held true, it indicated poisoning, not an illness. Your Highness, please examine this. The old duke, trembling, offered the paper with quaking hands, which now felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The royal family did not take it, but swayed slightly, feeling dizzy. Old Duke, please bring it closer for me to see. The crown prince spoke softly. Having discerned enough from the expressions and words exchanged between the two elders, he sought clarity. The old duke glanced at the royal family, saw him close his eyes in a nod, and proceeded to approach the crown prince with the paper, while Jian Qingwan finally realized the gravity of the situation. If it is not an illness, then there must be a reason for the crown prince's current condition. Although the text spoke of something that was not poison, if it were to be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it could indeed become lethal. The thought drained her color. If this were true, it was a monumental secret, and her involvement would mean no escape, not only for herself, but for the entire Wuhou mansion. Yet, she could not simply turn a blind eye or deafen her ears to it. Jian girl, come here, the crown prince beckoned after examining the paper. Jian Qingwan gulped, steeling her courage to approach. You mentioned an accuracy of 80 to 90%. If so, then the text speaks of Lei Mu. What is that? The passage Jian Qingwan translated detailed Lei Mu, stating that this rare wood, when subjected to heat or cold, would release a faint fragrance that was nearly imperceptible, invigorating the senses. However, prolonged exposure could lead to excessive depletion of one's vitality, ultimately resulting in death. Crucially, if one became weak due to the fragrance, the more frail they became, the less they should be exposed to the wind, for it would exacerbate their condition. Lei Mu I have also found relevant records. It is an exceedingly rare wood, growing on the Fengxing mountain at the border of Shilu and Daiyuan. Understood. You have worked hard. Lei Mu, is this the reason behind it? Not an illness? Even the Chang physician could not discern the cause of this illness. Though absurd, the crown prince was willing to believe Jian Qingwan, for she had no reason to fabricate such tales, and the matter could be easily verified. Foolishness, the royal family suddenly shouted, causing the palace attendants outside to drop to their knees in fright. Such anger from the royal family was a rare spectacle. What had transpired? Guihe knelt on the ground, commanding the attendants to remain silent. Yet, after this outburst, all fell silent. None knew what had occurred. From now on, you shall reside in the crown prince's residence. He enjoys listening to you read, and Yeshi is there as well. Once silence enveloped the chamber, the royal family spoke again. Jian Qingwan immediately knelt. I shall obey. She understood that she had unwittingly become embroiled in a monumental affair, hoping fervently that it would not implicate the Wuhou mansion and perhaps, in turn, assist the crown prince. Chapter 94. The heir returns. Jian Qingwan entered the palace and soon exited again, without meeting the Empress Dowager or receiving any rewards or penalties. However, the rumor mill churned, with whispers of the royal family's fury, and several individuals confined to a side hall for nearly 2 hours. Strangely, a box of books had been carried into the hall from the imperial study, leaving everyone guessing about the events that transpired. Following her exit, Jian Qingwan took up residence in the crown prince's manor, as he enjoyed her readings. As Jian Qingwan and her companions left the palace, the royal family had already dispatched someone to seek out the Chang physician, all conducted discreetly. Yinggu, what do you suppose has happened? Even if the crown prince holds her in high regard, he should have allowed her to return and inform her family. To keep her at the crown prince's residence directly, surely something must have occurred. Qi Mulian, anxious for her daughter, awaited her return from the crown prince's residence. Just as night fell, news arrived, but it was no comfort. Madam, do not frighten yourself. If there were an issue, they would not have allowed the girl to stay at the crown prince's manor. Do not overthink it. Did they not say she is well? How can I possibly rest easy? She even met with the royal family. Oh, what could have transpired? Had I known, I would never have consented to this union. None of this would have happened. Qi Mulian paced anxiously, yet she could not recklessly approach the crown prince's residence. At that moment, the old duke sent 2 characters over. Rest assured. Madam, see, the old duke assures you. It must mean there is nothing to worry about. If there were, he would not be so calm. Do not fret. Simply await news at home. Your daughter is resourceful. If there were trouble, she would surely find a way to send word. Yingu comforted Qi Mulian, feeling grateful for the old duke's timely message. Otherwise, she feared for the madam's health. The crown prince's entry into the palace was no trivial matter. That night, unrest stirred among various factions, and Gu Yeshi returned to the city earlier than anticipated. Upon returning, Gu Yeshi hurried directly to the prince's residence, discovering Jian Qingwan still present. It was evident that something was amiss. Why have you returned so suddenly? The prince had come back from the palace without making any commotion, residing in his original chambers. Despite knowing that perilous objects might lurk within, he chose to endure quietly, unwilling to alert any threats. Even if he were to uncover those dangers now, his health would not improve instantaneously. The situation awaited confirmation, and all would be revealed when the esteemed physician Chang arrived. Your Highness. Gu Yeshi looked at Jian Qingwan with confusion, stepping protectively behind her. The prince couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing this. What are you doing? Could your uncle truly trouble her? Today, I brought her to the palace, and your royal grandfather has met her. He finds her well-read and astute, thus allowing her to remain here for your uncle's studies. Why has your uncle suddenly brought her into the palace? Surely you are aware of your royal grandfather. Gu Yeshi's words trailed off as he turned to examine Jian Qingwan, and only after confirming her well-being did he breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, you have just returned. You must have matters to discuss with His Highness. I shall take my leave. No need, you may stay. The matters Yeshi investigates are somewhat related to your Jian family. The prince insisted, and thus there was no need for discretion regarding Jian Qingwan's presence. Gu Yeshi suppressed his curiosity, deciding he would inquire later. The notion of studying struck him as absurd. Speak, what have you discovered? Your Highness, you are feeling somewhat better now. Do not trouble yourself with these matters, Gu Yeshi replied tenderly. Your uncle should focus on resting. The words of the esteemed physician still echoed in his mind. Speak, as the crown prince, it is my duty to address these affairs. Today, do not trouble your royal grandfather. He was poisoned, not ill. For the emperor, the impact was profound, his anguish surpassing that of the afflicted, feeling the burden of despair. If it were fate, they could only lament the injustice of heaven. But if it were man-made, it meant their incompetence allowed such a plot to unfold unnoticed. A ruler and a crown prince, harmed without awareness. What of your royal grandfather? Is he unwell? Gu Yeshi inquired anxiously. Jian Qingwan, standing close, tugged at Gu Yeshi's sleeve. Upon meeting her gaze, he refrained from further questioning and began recounting his findings. Is it certain that this relates to the Wan family? Indeed, though they have covered their tracks well, the net of heaven is vast and does not miss a thing. There will always be traces left behind. Although Zhang Jing's family has been hidden away by the Wan family, someone from his hometown is aware of certain circumstances, having shared a close bond with him. Following the clues provided by that individual, Gu Yeshi managed to unearth some evidence. However, this evidence was insufficient for a conviction against the Wan family. Thus caution was still warranted. Yet this outing had unexpectedly yielded further discoveries. Qingwan, do you recall the incident that transpired in your maid's village during our last visit to the Fushan poetry gathering? Jian Qingwan nodded, her eyes brightening. Gu Yeshi smiled in affirmation. You are indeed clever. My unexpected find this time involves the Chui family. They are implicated. The Chui family? The prince expressed surprise. Weren't we investigating the Wan family? How did the Chui family come into play? Could they be secretly colluding? This was indeed plausible. Factions within the court had historically been a persistent issue. Are the lands in question? Jian Qingwan tentatively inquired. The prince listened intently, observing the rapport between the two and secretly marveling at how clever Jian Ho had raised such an astute daughter. Speak freely. Do not keep me in suspense. Gu Yeshi turned to the prince, his smile fading. Your Highness, in our investigation of the Wan family, we inadvertently stumbled upon another matter. It pertains to the grain collection, which is irregular given that it is too early in the season for harvest. We previously delayed our inquiry due to other matters, and while Dian sent someone to investigate, we received no immediate updates. Now we find ourselves confronting a similar issue, which appears to be linked to the Chui family. He recalled Dian's previous findings, indicating that many lands on the outskirts of the city had changed ownership under dubious circumstances, transforming villagers into tenants. Some for 2 or 3 years, others for 7 or 8, with durations extending to 9 or 10 years. Your Highness, in my pursuit of the truth, I discovered that all the grain collected from various villages has been funneled to a singular location. Where? The prince pressed. To store grain? A practice fraught with ill intentions, regardless of the timing. The prince seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. The grain has all been sent to Suzhou. Although their movements have been discreet, I managed to uncover this information due to the sheer volume, particularly in recent times. Hoarding grain at such a moment is undeniably suspicious. Chapter 95, Reckoning. The Chui family did not anticipate such scrutiny. If the Chui family was implicated, how many others within the court could be trusted? It was no wonder that the emperor faced such challenges. This family had stirred turmoil within the court for the sake of power. These individuals, in their relentless pursuit of position, have turned the court into a tempest. I am at fault for my inadequacies. The prince lamented, his hand rising to strike himself, though the gesture lacked force. Jian Xinguan could hardly bear to witness this. Your Highness, do not speak so. All of this is the result of scheming individuals. You two have been victimized, leading to your prolonged illness. Unable to contain herself, Jian Xinguan's words prompted Gu Yeshi to gaze at her in disbelief. Meeting her eyes, Jian Xinguan bit her lip, looking toward the prince, feeling that this matter should not be concealed from the young master. You may tell her. After the day's tumult, the prince was indeed fatigued. Jian Xinguan regarded Gu Yeshi, her emotions still unsettled. Young master, His Highness may not be ill, but rather, he has been harmed by others. Jian Xinguan recounted the essence of the situation. Gu Yeshi's expression was one of incredulity. Poisoned? Your uncle has been harmed by others, and is not ill? With so many physicians in the palace, how could none have discerned this? Even Chong, the esteemed physician, failed to recognize it? He found it hard to believe, and suddenly grew anxious, glancing around. Your Highness, if this is the case, why do you remain here? The prince's residence must be investigated immediately. Yet, he quickly realized the need for caution. For alarming the enemy could be detrimental. Your Highness, can we send for the physician? Gu Yeshi asked, his concern palpable. If it is poison, surely there must be an antidote. They have already departed, and they should return soon, the prince replied, his own anxiety palpable, akin to a parched tree encountering refreshing rain. Your Highness, you must be weary after such a long day. Take the time to rest and recuperate. I will enter the palace. Gu Yeshi suppressed his excitement, undoubtedly. His royal grandfather was still awake. How could he find rest? After so many years of treatment, to discover it was poison. He resolved to speak with his royal grandfather, encouraging him to rest, for dawn would come again. Xinguan, please see Yeshi off. The two had not met for several days and needed time to converse. The prince required solitude for a moment of quiet reflection. This humble servant takes her leave. Jian Xinguan bowed as she exited, and as night deepened, the prince's health was still fragile. After a day of turmoil, he too needed rest. As the door closed gently behind them, the prince finally shed his faade, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was indeed poison. He had long blamed himself for his frail health, only to learn today that he had been wronged. The suffering he endured over the years was incomprehensible to others, known only to him. He feared deep slumber, terrified of not awakening. This fear of an uncertain tomorrow, regardless of who was responsible. If his life was destined to be lost, he would accept it, but he would gather his strength to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. The adversary seeks not merely the life of the prince, but rather the turmoil within the court of the Yong, a heart deserving of condemnation. Yea, the crown prince must have endured considerable suffering over the years. As Jian Xinguan stepped out of the palace, she could not help but glance back at the residence, resembling a cage that had confined His Highness for so long. In his youth, he must have been a man of great ambition. Gu Yeshi, with a chilling demeanor and clenched fists, vowed that this perpetrator would be brought to justice, and the reckoning would be thorough. Jian Xinguan hesitated to respond, fully aware that the imperial family, the crown prince, and Gu Yeshi would not let this matter rest. It would surely be investigated until the truth emerged. The mastermind behind this plot was undoubtedly a person of profound cunning, capable of poisoning the crown prince while remaining concealed in the shadows. Was it one of the princes? To harm the crown prince was merely a means to vie for the throne. Yet, if it were one of the princes, Why resort to such a torturous method? A swift poison would suffice. Was it a measure of preparation? Jian Qingwan dared not dwell on such thoughts, but trusted that the truth would eventually come to light. You must have been quite shaken today. Has the imperial family caused you any distress? Gu Yeshi's tone softened as he spoke to Jian Qingwan, the coldness around him gradually dissipating. No, it is late. If you intend to enter the palace, you should go quickly. Gu Yeshi had much more to say, but this was not the appropriate time or place. Very well, you should head inside now. The night is chilly, and your mother will surely worry if you linger at the Crown Prince's residence. I will speak to the imperial family upon my entry and ensure you return home tomorrow. Thank you, young master. Gu Yeshi said no more and, before long, arrived at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. Go on in, he instructed, before mounting his horse and departing without delay. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Jian Qingwan watched Gu Yeshi's retreating figure for a moment before turning away. Realizing that it was merely a performance, he need not be so thorough in his actions. Surely, her mother must be quite concerned. The young master entered the palace at midnight, his body bearing the imperial family's golden decree, allowing him free passage at any hour. Upon his arrival, the imperial family had just received news regarding the divine physician, a revelation that plunged the situation into deeper mystery. I pay my respects to the imperial family. You have returned. The imperial family appeared exceptionally weary, seated on the ground. Gu Yeshi cautiously approached. Your Majesty, why have you sent all the servants away? The floor is far too cold. Please rise. Do not call me your Majesty, he said, leaning on Gu Yeshi for support. Yeshi, I truly am growing old. Gu Yeshi had never witnessed the imperial family in such a state of despair. Your Majesty, I am aware. The royal uncle has been harmed. Fortunately, we have discovered this. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth behind this matter and bring that scoundrel to justice. The imperial family, as if struck by a blow, shook his head and leaned on Gu Yeshi for support. The person sent to summon the divine physician has returned. He has died. What? Gu Yeshi was taken aback, having last seen the physician in good health. How could this be? When did it happen? It occurred shortly after the Crown Prince's last visit for treatment. How did he die? The imperial family's lips moved slightly as he staggered toward the chair, turning to sit down slowly. Suicide. Suicide. Gu Yeshi's gaze shifted, silently assessing the state of the imperial